Volume 1. Chapter 1, Little Art of Cloud and Rain. Summary. This novel tells the hot-blooded talk of how, in the cultivation world with the laws of the jungle, Zuo Mo, a low cultivator whose face had been changed and his mind wiped, cultivates, levels up as he tries to find his memories. At the same time, it is the record of the struggles of a miserly, greedy, and shameless, questionable youth. 2 years ago, zombie-faced male Zuo Mo was picked up by the head of the Wu Kong Sword Sect back to the sect. The amnesiac youth lived a busy and satisfying life, wishing to earn more crystals, and putting an effort into the spiritual wheat. At last, he finally achieved his aim of becoming a spiritual wheat farmer. A once disregarded outer sect disciple, he suddenly became a hot inner sect disciple. A sudden occurrence gave Zuo Mo the chance to find out a powerful person had changed his appearance and wiped his mind. Add that to the hopeless nightmare he would always have each night. He wanted to know the truth of what happened in the past. So he decided to keep cultivating and at the same time, find his enemies. Edit, October 2, 2015. Starting to roll out hovertext along with footnotes for first appearance of a term. Please use the table of contents to navigate through this story. All readers, please read chapters 1 to 5 instead of this post for an edited version that will have consistent terms with the rest of the chapters. Chapter 1, Little Art of Cloud and Rain. Don't forget. Even in death, you must not forget. A strange yet familiar voice seemed to come from deep in the clouds. Again and again, echoing, layering, relentless. Who? Must not forget? Must not forget what? He suddenly woke. Just as usual, his entire body was soaked, the clothing sticking to the skin uncomfortably. He sat up, the stars and dark sky above his head reminding him that there was still a long time before morning. A gust of wind blew over, whooshing icily. This dream again. Habitually blowing out a long breath, it was still early, go back to sleep. He laid down again. Moge 1, remember to water for me. We made an agreement at the beginning of this month. This year's harvest is depending on you. Before he could walk to the opening of the mountain, Zuo Mo heard someone yelling from far away. When he looked over, it was a 50-something old man, dark and thin. He was poking around in the field. If he didn't look closely, he wouldn't see there was a person there. The old man's nickname was Old Black. His real name was unknown. He was the oldest among the outer sect disciples of Wu Kong Sword Sect, too. Zuo Mo wiped at the sweat on his forehead, replying, "Won't forget. Don't worry, tomorrow, it's your turn." His body was like a stalk of bamboo. The purple, robe of the outer sect disciples as it hanged on his body was loose. In contrast to the slipperiness of his speech was his wooden face that looked like a zombie, dark and gloomy. Zuo Mo's zombie face was his specialty. At the beginning, everyone stayed far away from him, but gradually they found out, other than his face which people didn't like, his temper and personality were both extremely good, at which point more people interacted with him. After 2 years, he was the most popular among the outer sect disciples. Old Black's face lit up in joy, his mouth hurriedly complimenting, good. Moge, your specialty, Old Black, has never seen anything else like it. Zuo Mo's, The Little Art of Cloud and Rain, was special. The third level of The Little Art of Cloud and Rain, it was the only one in the outer sect disciples. And it was with this that he almost had a monopoly on the duty of making rain for all the fields of the sect. The Little Art of Cloud and Rain wasn't a complicated spell, everyone knew how to do it. Its main use was creating rain for the ling fields. One only needed 3 to 5 days to learn the first level. The second level, it could be easily accomplished in 1 or 2 years. But starting from the third level, it required the ability of comprehension from each individual. In all of the outer sect disciples of Wu Kong Sword Sect, only Zuo Mo had successfully comprehended it. After The Little Art of Cloud and Rain reached the third level, its effectiveness increased dramatically and could drastically increase the amount produced by the ling grains and ling vegetables. Because of that, after he achieved the third level, his position in the sect flipped around. His name went from Little Zombie Mo to Moge. Zuo Mo waved his hand to bid farewell to Old Black. He bared his teeth and shifted the bag on his back. His shoulders ached. On his back was 300 caddies of ling grain which almost broke his thin and weak shoulders. A thin and weak zombie carried a cloth bag on his back that was multiple times bigger than his body as he moved with difficulty along the mountain path. Lugging 300 caddies of ling grain, he wheezed his way down to the entrance to the mountain. Just past the mountain gate, he threw the cloth bag on his shoulders to the ground as his entire body collapsed down, his breath racing. After resting for a short period and he recovered some energy, he stood up and carefully took out a grass-yellow paper crane from his bosom. The paper crane was the size of a palm, folded from yellow grass paper. Drawn on it were cinnabar seals. He put in Ling energy and the paper crane enlarged. It was slightly larger than a real crane. Thin stalks of bamboo made up the skeleton and a layer of yellow grass paper was pasted on top. Drawn over the entire body were cinnabar seals that curved like tadpoles. But it was clear that the craftsmanship wasn't very good. Many places that were pasted together were frayed. The quality of the yellow paper was very low as fragments of grass could be seen everywhere on the paper. Putting the cloth bag onto the back of the paper crane from the ground. Inside the mountain, the outer sect disciples were restricted from flying. These 2 years, Zuo Mo had cursed this rule inside countless times. Clumsily climbing onto the back of the paper crane, the sound of creaking and groaning as the bamboo rods of the paper crane as it bent instantly sounded. He paused in his motions. After a while, seeing that the paper crane showed no indication of collapsing, he released a breath. Xiao Huang, 6, Xiao Huang, you can't break down at this time. Zuo Mo patted the head of the paper crane as it swayed and left the ground. The creaking of the bamboo and paper sounded once again. It was as though the paper crane was drunk. The flight path was strange, suddenly high, suddenly low, suddenly left before turning right. It wheezed as it followed the mountain road forward. Zuo Mo had a very steady seat. He was very experienced. This was the lowest quality of flying paper cranes. Its maximum load wasn't even 400 caddies. The weight right now was extremely dangerous. But this impotent paper crane was something that all other outer sect disciples were envious of. In the outer sect disciples, he was the first one to have a steed. Of course, as to whether a flying paper crane counted as a steed, that wasn't in the limits of Zuo Mo's consideration. In the midst of the creaking and crying, after swerving for 10 hours, when Zuo Mo's zombie face was slightly pale, Dongfu was far away on the horizon. In the midst of the clouds, Dongfu faded in and out. Once upon a time, Dongfu Jinren, 7, broke off the peak with one sword strike and used the bottom half of the mountain as the base of his seat, creating Dongfu. After 500 years, Dongfu had developed into one of the 13 primary towns of Tianyu Jie. 8. 3,000 Jie of the Xiuzhe, 9, Tianyu Jie couldn't even be ranked. It was only a minor Jie, its history just 1,500 something years. 1,500 years ago, Tianyu Xianran, 10, found and took control of this Jie. She used her own name to name it Tianyu Jie. Tianyu Xianran was one of Kunlun and so Tianyu Jie logically became one of the Jie that were governed by Kunlun Jing, 11. After that, some other Jinren came to Tianyu Jie to start their own sects and it gradually became the present situation. The paper crane creaked and groaned as it struggled to fly to the base of Dongfu Mountain. During the journey, he was able to hear the laughter of other people. A thin zombie, sitting on a similarly thin, drunken paper crane. The scene caused many people to laugh. Zuo Mo sat dignified, his expression natural as though he was the perfect zombie. In reality, on the inside, he was drooling at the flying steeds that went over his head. Those were true steeds. The one with the gray body and red beak was a red-beaked goose. The back of the goose was white and soft. Sitting on it, one could almost not feel any shaking. It was called the greatest experience. That lump under the feet was Lucky Magic Cloud. Traveling on a cloud was so free and outstanding. The silver hovering on the back of that Xiuzhe was thunder wings, the lightning flowering and the speeds like lightning. Do you want to experience speed? He could recite the slogans smoothly. But, he was only able to recite the advertisements. The thing that shocked everyone the most was a 1,000 wings boat that slowly sailed above his head. The entire boat was like a mountain as it flew across his head. Zuo Mo only felt his eyes become dark and when he raised his head, the light of the Jinji, 12, at the bottom of the black bottom were barely detectable. The greatest crime of all Xiuzhe was extravagance. Zuo Mo couldn't help swearing inside, but when he saw the other Xiuzhe scatter sorrowfully, his mood instantly became better. After flying for another 2 hours, one person plus one crane finally reached the base of Dongfu Mountain. With Xiao Huang's impotent flying ability that stuck to right above the ground, flying up Dongfu was just wishful thinking. He climbed down from the paper crane and loaded off the bag. When he took down the paper crane, cracks could be seen on the surface. Zuo Mo sighed in grief inside. Did he have to buy a new one? This thought made his flesh hurt deeply. Narrowing his eyes to look at Dongfu that was over the clouds, and the winding and countless stone steps, and then a look at the bag beside his feet, Zuo Mo's legs started trembling. Brother, do you need help? A shadow came across Zuo Mo's eyes. A man whose half-naked body was steely muscled came over. How much? Zuo Mo asked alertly. His eyes scanned around the surrounded. Receiving encouragement from his look, a few other men sitting at the side stood up. Noticing that some of his own profession seemed to want to come over, the man's heart tightened and he hurriedly stated, 3 first grade. 3 1 grade meant 3 pieces of first grade Jingshi, 13. Zuo Mo exclaimed in shock, kill me. and followed decisively, just 2. If you're willing, then do it. If not, never mind. At this time, if he made out a shocked expression, he would have had both sound and look. But it was hopeless for Zuo Mo's zombie face, which didn't move, and the atmosphere instantly became weird. Too fake. The strong man jerked his mouth. But seeing the other people that were restless in the surroundings, he gritted his teeth and crisply nodded, fine. Finishing, his hand that was as big as a fan reached for the cloth bag on the ground. Zuo Mo shouted, wait. What? Make a contract first. Zuo Mo took out a jade strip. Just 2, what contract does it need? The strong man muttered disapprovingly. For safety. Otherwise, with my body, if you run, I can't catch up with you. Zuo Mo's face was still expressionless, and his voice was still carrying a smile. Helplessly, the strong man could only sign a contract with Zuo Mo. Seeing this, the other people finally left. Finishing, the man picked up the bag on the ground. The 300 caddy back in his hand seemed weightless. Halfway up the mountain, Zuo Mo struggled to crawl up the mountain, his entire body soaked in sweat. The brawny man said with a face full of disdain, your endurance really sucks. Then he urged, can't you be faster? I still want to do 2 more orders today. At this speed, it'll be lucky if we get there before dark. Zuo Mo felt as though he was a fish that had been taken out of the water. He felt he was suffocating. He put his butt on the stone stairs and panted roughly, one breath disconnected from the next. I can't. The man instantly panicked, it can't be like this. Are you trying to ruin my business? Zuo Mo's eyes rolled and he stated expressionlessly, you can see it. I really don't have any more energy. The man furiously ranted, taking your business, I really lost a lot today. Finishing, he grabbed Zuo Mo with one hand and put him under his arm, lengthening his stride and started to jog up the stone stairs. You guys who cultivate your body, it really is admirable. Zuo Mo, who was taking advantage, said heartlessly. What's admirable? Just eating based on strength. Right now, I'm at the 5th level of Lianqi. 14, once I get to Zhuji, 15, I can take more orders. These days, it's hard to make a living. The muscled man couldn't help but sigh. Yeah. Living isn't easy. Zuo Mo felt sorrow in his heart. He suddenly remembered that 1,000-wing boat he saw on the road and couldn't help but ask, hey, what's with that 1,000-wing boat? Never seen it before. That's the moving palace of Qi Yizhenren. You have to be careful and not provoke him. The man gave a friendly reminder, if you see women dress in white with a veil, you have to respectfully stay away. They are all concubines of Qi Yizhenren and have terrible tempers. Many people offended them and they didn't have good endings. The man's strength was astonishing. One hand holding the 300 caddy bag, the other hand Zuo Mo as he spoke without showing any sign of exhaustion. That's true. Us little people, to offend them is to seek death. Zuo Mo agreed. The strides of the man were very big and his speed much faster than Xiao Huang. It only took him an hour to finish climbing up the winding stone stairs. Zuo Mo crisply paid him 2 1-grade jingshi. The man took the jingshi before turning to rush down the mountain. Living isn't easy. Zuo Mo looked at the back of the man and expressionlessly concluded. Zuo Mo was very familiar with Dong Fu. He took up the bag, a few turns, and he found his destination. This was a store that specialized in purchasing ling grains. It was a small storefront. Outside the door there hanged a small flag. On it were 2 words, ling grains. The seal arrangement on the flag guaranteed that the 2 words could be seen from far away even at night. 300 caddies of 2nd-grade ling grain, to this kind of store, it was just a small piece of business. The storekeeper didn't even bother to come out to give a greeting, only sending a shop assistant. 30 pieces of 2nd-grade jingji, but the shop assistant had no intentions of bargaining. Zuo Mo also knew he didn't have any room to bargain and very crisply nodded. This price was slightly low, but it was the same at any other store unless he could bring 10,000 caddies or more of ling grain at one time. Then he would have the right to bargain on the price. Taking away the portion that needed to be given up to the sect, 300 caddies of ling grain was the result of his year of hard effort. 30 pieces of 2nd-grade jingji, for him, it was a large sum of money. Having 30 pieces of 2nd-grade jingji as he walked on the street, Zuo Mo felt that all the passerbys' eyes were like thieves. The streets of Dongfu were wide. In the sky, there were also many houses of different colors and shapes. Those were also stores. But, that was the high-end district. Without a high-grade steed, Shouja who could not fly on a sword couldn't enter even if they wanted to. Some high-end stores were like a small island floating in the sky, flowers and grasses blooming, the music streaming out. That was a place that Zuo Mo wouldn't even dream about. He always only looked at what was in his bowl. Translator note, will be translated as Ling and not spirit. There are several reasons for this. Ling energy will not be the only kind of spiritual energy used for cultivation. Therefore, using spiritual energy rather than Ling energy would lead to a misconception. It keeps all kinds of energy used for cultivation on an equal footing. Secondly, due to events further in the story, spiritual energy is actually more appropriate for something else. 1. Ge brother could be used as a suffix onto a person's name. Or as hey, bro. 2. Wu is none is empty/air/sky. 3. I'm not sure if purple is the correct translation. The color the author used is, which is explained in the Song Dynasty by mixing rouge and flowering for porcelain, which is blue. Red and blue should make purple, but the result I picture is brown. 4. Meaning spirit. 5. Fa spells are a general term. 6. Literally little yellow. Little is a common prefix used in Chinese for nicknames. 7. Jinren spiritual master in Taoist usage. 8. Is Skymun is scope, boundary, and in taxonomic terms, kingdom. In many Xianhuan novels, Jia is another word for planet or world as in. 9. Those who cultivate. 10. It usually means Taoist immortal in common usage. Used here as title of respect and power similar to general or governor. 11. Means border, place, boundary, territory. In this novel, Jing is a collection of Jia which are under the jurisdiction of one power. 12. Restriction. An energy construct in this world. 13. Crystal rock. A kind of currency. 14. Literally refine energy. The first major stage for a xiozha. 15. Literally build foundation. The second major stage for a xiozha. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2 Jade Stick. Chapter 2 Jade Stick. Blurred like a fantasy, the lights floating, Dongfu was just as beautiful at night as it was in daytime. The lanterns on the two sides of the street gave off bright and gentle light. From the sky, there were the barks and squeals of the ling beasts and the lights coming off the flying talismans which were even more attractive than a meteor shower. The cool light didn't lessen the people, but made it even more busy. The merchants all gathered sufficient energy and the shop workers in each store wore uniforms as they stood on either side of the door, one person holding a copper bell, one person holding an 8 divination mirror. The worker holding the copper bell sent out a spell and a clear voice spread out from the copper bell. This store sells talismans, all kinds of talismans at great prices. Whether or not you are a Lianqi apprentice, or a skilled Jindan, one, this store can fulfill your needs. Engraved on the copper bell was a clear sound incantation. The voice was mild and moderate, and definitely wouldn't be harsh on the ears. Even if it was heard for a long time, the listener wouldn't be bothered. The worker with the 8 divination mirror cooperated beautifully and had made out a spell at the same time. The 8 divination mirror flashed, and above his head, holograms of difference started to flash, realistic and moving. And as the sound of the bell changed, the holograms above his head changed as well, like a stoplight. This was a mirage spell, producing illusions and tricking others to thinking it was real. If it was two stores that faced each other, a frequent scene was the workers from both stores glaring at each other, the bell swinging rapidly, the lights of the 8 divination mirror also flashing. The same scenes were occurring on all around the street. 5th grade secret paradise. Has 1 ling spring, 500 ping, 2, full of ling energy. No matter for raising animals or planting ling grains or grasses, we guarantee you have a good harvest. 2 million 5th grade Gingshur. Don't miss it, it won't come again. This store is selling all kinds of high-grade ling herbs. 1,000-year-old store, quality is guaranteed. All of the medicine of this store has been inspected by high-level medicine professors in the Tian Xin School of Medicine. Please don't worry. Do you want to get into Zuo Mo Sword Sect? This training center takes in students all year round, passing on all kinds of beginning spells. Personal lessons by experienced swordshio, 3, of Zuo Mo Sword Sect. Guaranteed to pass the first time. Why are you hesitating? Come try. Those who register now will receive 15% off. This was the city with no night, the primary town Dongfu. Zuo Mo wasn't unfamiliar with this prosperous primary town, but he wasn't used to it. He didn't come often. If he hadn't brought a flying paper crane, it was hard to even make a trip to Dongfu. Even the most beautiful street would have an intersection. Zuo Mo stared dazedly. He was lost. Damn it, lost again. He hit his head in frustration and hurt. Helplessly, Zuo Mo walked to a banyan tree and lifted his face. On the branches, he saw many small red birds. The little birds were entirely red and had long crimson tails. When they flew, it was like there was a stream of fire behind them, so they were called flaming birds. They were intelligent and psychic. They could understand human speech and were good at learning. Many cities used them as road signs and direction. However, it wasn't a free service. Zuo Mo bore the pain as he threw one piece of first-grade jingshi. A flaming bird spread its wings and swooped down from the tree, accurately catching the jingshi and swallowed it into its stomach. Free market! Zuo Mo shouted. The flaming bird flew a few circles around his head below, heading in one direction. Zuo Mo hurried to keep up behind the bird. The flaming bird didn't fly very quickly. The long tail feathers threw off red light that glowed brightly in the night. The red light spread out in the air and quickly disappeared. Passing through the lantern-lit streets, quietly listening to the calls of peddling, quietly looking at the holograms changing at the two sides of the street, and thinking about how he felt when he had opened his eyes 2 years ago, unconsciously, Zuo Mo became silent. He sighed in his heart and a slightly sorrowful mood pervaded. The clear call of the flaming bird startled him awake. When he saw the free market not far away, his mood lifted. The flaming bird circled a few times around and turned to leave with a trail of red glowing dots behind. Zuo Mo waved his hand at the leaving flaming bird. The free market was the most common place for low-level Xiuzhi. The so-called free market, it was due to the fact that anyone could put up a stall and set things. They only had to buy a mini room and pay some fees before they could freely sell. The price of a mini room was much lower than a storefront. Usually when the mini room was collapsed, it was only palm-sized and easy to transport. Many Xiuzhi would buy one to carry around. Then they didn't have to worry about where to sleep when they went out. Buying here was much cheaper than normal stores, but one had to spend time to find them. The free market was like a gigantic weiqi board, divided into squares. Each square could hold 10 mini-rooms, which were arranged 5 back-to-back with another 5. Very quickly, Zuo Mo found his goal. Oh, Moge, you came. The store owner was a male about 27 or 8. He had a pointy head, his 2 eyes moving rapidly. He was called Fu Jin. His potential was average and he didn't have much interest in cultivation. Right now, he only was on the 3rd level of Lianqi, so he decided to start a business. He was skilled at managing and had a variety of roads. He basically had everything, no matter if it was low-level talismans or some spells. He could get all of them. Zuo Mo didn't waste words. Did what I want arrive yet? Of course, of course. Fu Jin patted his thin chest and laughed. What Moge wants, I don't dare not to do my best. Finishing, he started to dig through a little pouch at his waist. Zuo Mo looked with red eyes at the small cloth pouch at Fu Jin's waist. The little cloth bag might be nondescript, but it was a 3rd-grade 1,000 treasure pouch. But very quickly, Zuo Mo's eyes were attracted to that small object held in Fu Jin's hands. A piece of blue-green jade, about 1 finger wide, 2 knuckles long. It was a jade stick. But Moge, don't blame me for not reminding you. This Ling Plant Jade Stick has 5 kinds of 5-element spells. However, not many can learn all of them. Fu Jin said seriously, with Moge's 3rd-level abilities at Little Art of Rain and Cloud, why don't buy a water spell jade stick? Don't be irritated at my chattiness. But I've seen a lot these years and understand some. One ability is enough to overcome all. Zuo Mo solemnly responded, many thanks, Fu Ji. The other was looking out for him. He knew that. Seeing Zuo Mo still resolute, Fu Jin didn't continue. He handed the jade stick to him, already said the price, 20 pieces of 2nd-grade jingshi. Zuo Mo straightforwardly gave the jingshi. 20 pieces of 2nd-grade jingshi was a significant piece of business. Fu Jin's mood improved and he smiled, teasing, if Moge can learn all of it. Hey, then become a Ling plant farmer. That treatment. Hey, don't forget to help out this brother then. Zuo Mo also chuckled and raised his hands together expressionlessly, thanks, Fu little Ge for the words. For Ling plant farmers, it has to be at least having 3 kinds of spells at the 3rd level. It isn't that easy. The two finished their transaction in happiness. The majority of the jingshi on his body left, but Zuo Mo didn't feel any pain. He carefully put the jade stick next to his skin. This was a treasure. After purchasing the jade stick, Zuo Mo prepared to return to the mountain. Even though traveling at night was slightly hard, but if he stayed overnight at Dongfu, he would need to spend money again. Without the Ling grains, Xiao Huang seemed to become lighter and nimbler as it carried Zuo Mo and wheezed as it flew in the direction of Wu Kong Mountain. When he returned to his residence at Wu Kong Mountain, it was deep in the night. Under the stars, Zuo Mo laid on the roof, his entire body aching. His fingers grasped the jade stick in front of his eyes. He narrowed his eyes, his mood unspeakably content. At this Sword River prefecture, there were many people that farmed. Like Wu Kong Sword Sect, about 70% of the outer sect disciples would choose to farm when they choose their tasks. The sect would also give out some methods of farming. Little Art of Cloud and Rain was one of them. But the sect only gave out the most basic. Wu Kong Sword Sect was a sect for sword shio. They had many sword arts, but the amount they had on any other arts were pitiful. Farming was a deep and vast topic. Zuo Mo, who had continued as an outer sect disciple for 2 years, had a deep understanding of this. The jade stick included 5 types of 5-element spells. They were all spells relating to farming. One of those included was Little Art of Cloud and Rain. When he saw this, the stone in his heart landed. Worth it! The elaboration inside the stick about Little Art of Cloud and Rain was more comprehensive than what he knew and even more profound. Fu Jin wasn't wrong. Being a master at one thing was more realistic. But Zuo Mo had his own ideas. If he could learn all 5 kinds of the 5-element spells and if 3 kinds reached the 3rd level, he could become a Ling plant farmer. If Little Art of Cloud and Rain hadn't broken to the 3rd level, he wouldn't have had the idea. But since he could comprehend the 3rd level of Little Art of Cloud and Rain, that showed that he had a bit of a talent at 5-element spells. If he had given up all the Ling grains to exchange for contribution points from the sect, he could receive somewhat of a good sword manual. But he didn't do that. What did he need a sword manual for? To chop wood. In comparison, farming spells were more useful. Even if he didn't learn all of them, the more he learned, the more abilities he had. The sect didn't have much, but uncultivated Ling fields were everywhere. With enough Ling fields, he could grow more Ling grains and get more jinsher. Thinking and thinking, Zuo Mo's head became clearer and his drowsiness disappeared. He sat up and reached out with his palm to touch his face. The muscles on his face were solid and hard like wood. This was why he never had any expression. He didn't care about beauty, he cared about another matter. The faint starlight fell in the yard, giving out a slight silver shimmer like the night mist which rose. Sorrow rose in the eyes of the expressionless Zuo Mo. 2 years ago, when the head of Wu Kong Sword Sect was returning to the sect, he had found an unconscious Zuo Mo and took him back to the sect. From when he woke up, he found that his memory was blank. In the following 2 years, he tried all the ways he could but couldn't find any hints of his memories from 2 years ago. He found the part about him that was strange. It was his face. Frozen like a stone. He could not make any expression. The sect leader said it possibly could be a rare kind of affliction. Because of this face, he wasn't taken in by the other disciples at the beginning and had received quite a few wrongs. But he didn't dislike this face of his. It was one of the only 2 links he could find. Maybe one day, this wooden face could remind him. Who am I? Where is my home? The other link was the dream that always appeared. Whose voice was that? And what he must not forget. But he forgot everything. Sighing in his heart, he shook his head as though he was shaking all those thoughts from his head. He carelessly took up the sound tablet beside him and input Ling energy in. The sound tablet was one of the most popular talismans in this Shio world. It was made up of a base and a round jade tabled. There were seal arrangements and it could receive sound transmissions from large-scale seal arrangements. Zuo Mo's sound tablet was one of the most simple. A base made out of cedar wood holding a jade tablet the size of a palm. After putting in Ling energy, the surface of the jade tablet shone and flickered though a multitude of colors and a melodious voice came out. Bloody Sky Metropolis 4, Jia once again breaks out in fierce conflict. 12 Xiozha camps simultaneously suffered large-scale attacks from Yama. 5 fatalities are serious. Zhou Ding's sword sect has found another new Jia. The exploration has already found large amounts of Jingbanes. According to those familiar with the matter, there are more than 15 sects that have sent out high-level Xiozha at the same time. Additionally, as there are a high amount of aboriginals on this Jia, industry Zayas predict that this could cause the prince of Shio slaves on the market to drastically decrease. After slaying famous high-level master Shiyamoto of the Yao race, the Xishang sword sect of Xishang Jia has forged the life feather into a flying sword. Today, the flying sword has finally come out of the forge. It is rumored the energy of the sword when it came out expanded 10 miles. High-level experts from forging sects estimate this gold feather sword has reached an astounding 7th grade. The Xishang sword sect has a new weapon. Under the stars, Zuo Mo listened silently. When he had just woken up, this rough sound tablet had helped him gradually understand this world. And it was from that time that he developed the habit of listening to the sound tablet every day. When his mood was bad or jittery, he would open the sound tablet and listen silently. His mood would then calm down. In the dark sea of the night, the stars shone and a zombie quietly sat on top of the roof and listened to the sound tablet, spellbound. 1. The fourth major stage of cultivation. 2. 1 ping is 3.3 square meters. 3. Shortened form for Xiuzha. 4. Du Tian Shui. The order is Metropolis Sky Blood. But the reason for the name makes it Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia. 5. Yao and Mo are two different things. Yao could be considered equivalent to spirits, and Mo to demons. They are put together as Yaoma because they are both enemies of Xiuzha, but they aren't one entity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3: The Little Yard. Fong Xian's chapter titles are very descriptive. I've added a bit of information to the cultivation terms and info page, here. Most of it is directly translated from the Baidu page on. In the words of a Chinese reviewer on the story, Zuo Mo's first gold finger has arrived. I don't consider this Zuo Mo's true gold finger, but this one does play a significant role at this point in the story. Proofread version, chapters 1 to 5. Chapter 3: The Little Yard. Making rain for 50 mu, 1, was not an insignificant amount of work for even someone like Zuo Mo who had the cultivation of Lianqi 7th level. Wiping the sweat on his forehead, Zuo Mo expressionlessly said, "Alright, this is killing me." Old Black cheerfully gave a thumbs up. Emojis, Little Art of Cloud and Rain, is just as rumored. Finishing, he squatted down with a face full of joy to check the growth of the Ling grain. Zuo Mo calmly accepted the flattery. Old Black's Ling grain had been sturdily planted. Based on how it looked to his eyes, this year's harvest would be good. Adding on the rain he made, it would increase the harvest by 20-something% easily. As payment, he would take 10%, which wasn't insignificant. But when he saw the devoutness and joy that Old Black had when he stared at the Ling grains, for some reason, he himself wasn't happy. Old Black had been an outer sect disciple at Wu Kong Sword Sect for 20 years. His cultivation was low and he had planted Ling grains in the sect for 20 years. The rent for the Ling fields could be converted to being paid using Ling grains. Each year, one had to give Ling grains to the sect and receive contribution points before they were given continual qualifications to stay and be an outer sect disciple in the sect. If one wanted to learn new spells, then keep increasing the contribution to the sect. Roughly calculating, the amount that would land on a person's hand was pitiful. The Ling grains that were harvested, Old Black were reluctant to even eat. It wasn't easy being an outer sect disciple. Zuo Mo knew that better than anyone. But even like this, even though Wu Kong Sword Sect was a small sect, there were still countless people that broke their heads trying to get in. Even if it was hard, they could learn something. When they went out later, they could find a good job. To someone like Old Black who didn't have any savings, it was a very steady job. Zuo Mo's days were much better. Even though he was an outer sect disciple, but he had been taken in by the sect leader. No one dared to bully him. His innate skill and comprehension were high. After comprehending the third level of Little Art of Cloud and Rain by himself, his days were increasingly comfortable. Zuo Mo had no great ambitions. There were no clues to his history and birth. Other than living more comfortable days, he didn't have any other wishes. After the labor, he slowly walked back to his own residence. There was only Wu Kong Sword Sect on Wu Kong Mountain. There was plenty of space. The entire western peak was sectioned for the residential area of the outer sect disciples. How big one wanted to live, they could pick and construct themselves. But most people would choose the yards that former outer sect disciples had left. Even though people hadn't lived in them for a long time, a good cleaning was all that's needed. Zuo Mo's yard took up a great amount of space. He might be thin and weak, but he liked large things, so at the beginning, he had picked the biggest yard on the western peak. It was a 7th entry compound. Half a mu of fish pond, about 5 mu of Ling fields. The Xixiang, too, that had built this yard definitely would have been a fanatic about farming. There were no fake mountains, no flower beds and courtyard, no other decorations. This Xixiang had changed it all to Ling fields. Other people had no interest in a yard without any sense of beauty, appeal, and incomplete seal formations. Zuo Mo liked it very much. He didn't raise anything in the fish pond. Just using the pond to bath in the summer was a refreshing luxury. Ling fields were good. Zuo Mo calculated it well. The Ling fields that had to be rented from the sect, you had to pay rent. You didn't have to pay rent on the Ling fields in this yard. Other than that, there was a cold spring in the yard. There were considerations in building a residence. Normally, it was best to build on top of a Ling vein. Living constantly in places thick with Ling energy would increase the speed of increasing cultivation. That was the reason those secret paradises were so expensive. But there weren't many places with Ling veins at all, so how would it be given to the outer sect disciples like him? But who could have thought that under this neglected yard, there was a Ling vein? When he had moved in, Zuo Mo had searched everywhere for a place to meditate. He found a secluded room. When he pushed open the door, a rotten smell had rushed at him. There were many praying mats lying on the ground which all had decayed into a bunch of rotten grass. There was only one mat that had generally kept its shape. After Zuo Mo put in tremendous effort into cleaning up the seclusion room, only the one mat had been left alone. When Zuo Mo sat on the mat for the first time, he had frozen in shock. The spot of the mat, the Ling energy was much thicker than anywhere else. Zuo Mo, whose heart had been beating frantically, had first thought it was due to the mat. But very quickly, he found the real reason. Under the mat there was a small side branch of Ling vein. This section of Ling veins was extremely small. It couldn't be detected even one step away from the mat. At this time, he finally understood why the nameless Shixian had built such a large yard. It was most likely to disguise this little section of Ling vein. This nameless Shixian quickly became Zuo Mo's idol. To be able to find this little section of Ling vein on the gigantic western peak and to clear an area for Ling fields himself. Such ability, he didn't seem like an outer sect disciple. After finding the secret of the Ling vein, Zuo Mo became even more low-key. He knew the logic of not showing off one's wealth. If this bit of Ling vein was found out by anyone else, there would be plotting against him. The best result would be it would be taken away by the sect. In one breath, he put down 30-something mats on the floor of the seclusion room. Other than that, there were 70 or so mats piled in the corners. The colors of the mats varied, and the shapes were all different. All of them were woven by him. The strange habit of little zombie Mo of weaving mats was known throughout the outer sect disciples. Some people, when they wanted to find him to ask for help, they would go out and buy some exquisite mats as gifts. This caused the number of mats to increase and fill the entire seclusion room. But normally, Zuo Mo persisted in meditating on the old mat that had been preserved. Not rotting after such a long time, this mat might have a special attribute. That unfathomable nameless Shixian caused him to be careful with anything that had been preserved in the room, and he didn't dare to underestimate anything. The only thing that Zuo Mo was somewhat regretful about was the Ling fields had been fallow for too long. The grade had dropped once. Right now, it was only first-grade Ling fields. It had taken countless efforts from Zuo Mo for the vitality to revive. But to once again reach second grade, it needed time. All 5 mu of the Ling fields were planted with Ling grains. The Ling grains were waist-high, the leaf edges saw-toothed and very sharp. If not careful, it was easy to be cut. The Ling grains had been seeded out at the same time, so the height was extremely regular. It was a patch of green, extremely delightful. But at night, it seemed very gloomy. To prevent people from thievery, Zuo Mo put down Jinji all around the yard. These low-level Jinji didn't have any attack power, but if they were set off, they made a loud fuss. The entire yard was worn down and rotten. Spider webs were everywhere. All the furniture were broken and rotten. The seal arrangements inside the rooms didn't work due to years of neglect. No one competed for it with him. None of this affected Zuo Mo. He liked sleeping on the roof at night. He meditated in the seclusion room. All the other rooms were kept empty or as storage, holding some normal food. The formations, he got someone to carve a light seal formation for light during the night. He was too lazy to spend the money on anything else. Sitting on the prayer mat, the thick Ling energy in the surroundings made him so comfortable he almost groaned. He controlled his emotions, refocused, and the Ling energy in his body slowly started to revolve. The core scripture he used in his cultivation was 10 Principle Scripture. It was a widely circulated second-grade scripture. Its attribute was steadiness and mild. Basically, there was no worry of accidentally going wrong and becoming insane. The majority of the outer sect disciples of Wu Kong Sword Sect picked it as their main scripture to cultivate. But if they wanted to reach Juji, the chances of success were very low. Disciple who had greater ambitions needed to use more contribution points of the sect to exchange for higher-level scriptures. It was as though Zuo Mo entered a void. The Ling energy slowly moved through fixed paths. After one complete round, the body felt a fraction lighter. With his cultivation of Lianqi 7th level, he could persist in 3 circuits each time. He could felt each time as he inhaled and exhaled, a portion of the Ling energy that he inhaled would merge into the Ling energy that was moving inside the body. The thicker the Ling energy in the surroundings, the more he could inhale each time. In these 2 years, this section of Ling vein was of crucial importance for him, going from the 3rd level of Lianqi to level 7. After making 3 complete circuits, his mind retreated from the void. His entire body felt rejuvenated. The exhaustion of before was all gone. He casually ate something to fill his stomach. Before entering Zhuji, Zui still needed normal food. Normal food couldn't contribute Ling energy, but it was still essential to Zuis who were still in the stage of Lianqi. Thankfully, the price of normal food was cheap and no one needed to worry about starvation. He took out the jade stick he had brought yesterday. The jade stick was made from good jade, verdant and glistening. Holding it in his grasp, the material felt cold and heavy. Floating in his head were mountains of Ling grains and him laying contentedly on top of it all. Such a desirable life. In the gloomy room, a thin male with a wooden zombie face gave out a stream of snickers that would raise the hair of anyone else. After finishing dreaming, Zuo Mo focused attentively on examining the jade stick in his hand. Putting in Ling energy to the jade stick, many words instantly floated into his mind. The jade stick had 5 kinds of spells: Little Art of Cloud and Rain, Art of Earth Energy, Art of Aged Gold, Art of Flora, Art of Crimson Flame. Other than Little Art of Cloud and Rain, Zuo Mo had never learned any of the other 4. Being able to learn new spells, Zuo Mo was extremely happy. He couldn't help taking a deep breath. He could guess that from now on for a long time, he needed to put most of his attention on the remaining 4 spells. The first one he tried was Art of Aged Gold. In the 5 elements, the primary use of gold was destruction and killing. Most of the spells related to gold were related to killing. Ling grains had many natural enemies that were extremely troublesome, such as many kinds of aphids. They would burrow into the stalks of Ling grains, even hollowing out the stalk. Average planters had no way of dealing with them. The Art of Aged Gold was a sufficient method. It could let the power of gold permeate inside the Ling grains and kill the pests inside the Ling grains. This was the spell that Zuo Mo needed the most presently. Other than the contracts he had signed with the other disciples, he himself had rented 50 mu of Ling fields. The harvest from these 50 mu of Ling fields made up a significant amount of his income each year. He read through Art of Aged Gold, word by word, not daring to miss a word. The number of spells he had learned were pitifully little. Learning a completely new spell, he instantly felt it was a challenge. After 2 hours, he made no progress. No matter how he tried, he could not form the Aged Gold energy that was mentioned in Art of Aged Gold. All the spells in Art of Aged Gold were made using the Aged Gold energy. Not being able to form the Aged Gold energy, he couldn't learn any of the spells in Art of Aged Gold. The zombie face was wooden, but that pair of spirited eyes showed a few hints of fierceness. 1. Measurement of area. Approximately 1/15 of a hectare. 2. Senior male fellow student or apprentice. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 4: Absurdity. Chapter 4: Absurdity. The light of the sunrise broke through the darkness, the red sun slowly rising. As the light streamed into the seclusion room through the windows, the thin fingers suddenly turned gold. Zuo Mo put his index finger in front of his red-veined eyes. There seemed to be a gold layer around his index finger. The expressionless Zuo Mo's eyes were intoxicated. As the sunlight changed direction, leaving his finger, it revealed the original appearance. A layer of light gold energy was wrapped around Zuo Mo's index finger, slowly turning. The Aged Gold energy. Just at this time, clang 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 clang. The melodious bell rang 5 times, echoing in the mountains. The gold light on the finger shook and the Aged Gold energy suddenly collapsed. Zuo Mo jumped up disheveled from the ground. Damn it! It was already morning. Disregarding his hunger, he ran outside like the wind. At this time, if one was in the sky above Wukong Mountain, they would see hundreds of figures running out of their yards to head to the same place. Zuo Mo once again cursed inside the rule that outer sect members were not allowed to fly inside the mountain, his feet moving frantically as he sprinted. The Hall of Hearing Principles was located at the Cowhorn Peak of Wukong Mountain. This mountain peak was named due to its shape. When Zuo Mo burst into the Hall of Hearing Principles, there were already many people sitting down. He randomly found a mat to sit and gasped for air. At the front, a young person was sitting. About 20 or so, his face like jade, his eyes like stars, the light threatening. A dark blue plain robe. Among the tens of people in the room, he was like the crane among the chickens. Suyu, third ranked among the inner sect disciples. Usually, he was responsible for teaching the outer sect disciple. He was the disciple of Master Xin Yen. He was the one most talented at forging among the inner sect disciples. Other than that, he had a vast knowledge on a variety of miscellaneous topics. Ding, dot. On the table, a bell made from jade rang, the sound rising and spreading out. Zuo Mo felt his mind jump and become refreshed, the tiredness from staying up all night disappearing. Sui Shixiang's green water jade bell set was one of the talismans that Zuo Mo wanted the most. The rack was made up of red copper. 7 green bells were arranged in order of large to small. Carved on each bell were countless ant-like seal characters. The green light would flow and it was lovely. Each bell had a different effect. The one that had been struck was Great Clear Sound Incantation. Zuo could only just be envious. This set of green jade bells had taken tremendous time and energy by Sui Shixiang to forge. The other Shixiang didn't have one either. Sui Shixiang was well loved by the outer sect disciple. Any other Shixiang who would use Great Clear Sound Incantation to help clear their minds? Suyu's sleeve swept out and the doors of the Hall of Hearing Principles loudly closed. Zuo Mo's attention was on the desk in front of Shixiang. Other than that set of green jade bells, there were also a variety of knickknacks. Forging? Zuo Mo instantly rejoiced inside. He had entered Wu Kong Sword Sect for 2 years but never heard San Shixiang, 1, talk about forging. Every so often after an amount of time passed, San Shixiang would teach some of the methods of cultivation. It was one of the benefits for outer sect disciples. Many people entered the sect just in order to learn these cultivation methods so when they left the mountain sect, they could find a good job. Like Zuo Mo. He only had a cultivation of 7th level Lianqi. He couldn't find many jobs. But if his 3rd level of Little Art of Cloud and Rain, he could find a pretty good job in any farm or medicine garden. Tianyu Jie didn't have many exports but due to the good climate and abundant Ling energy, there were many farms and medicine gardens. Scriptures increase Ling energy and cultivation. What was needed was the resources and accumulation. Ling veins, Ling medicine, Jingshi, they could all increase cultivation. If they were not available, then you could only rely on time to slowly accumulate. Spells were the usage of Ling energy. What was needed was teachings and comprehension. There were geniuses who could comprehend the arts on their own but for normal people, receiving teachings was more realistic. Some large sects, before their disciples achieved Zhuji, they were restricted from learning arts. That was because the way they looked at it, cultivation was the most fundamental. But for normal Xiuzhi, cultivation was just a delusion. Ling veins, Ling medicine, Jingshi etc. None of those were things they could wish for. In comparison, spells were more realistic. One could find a pretty good job, receive a pretty good income. Other than guaranteeing a livelihood, their descendants wouldn't find it as difficult for their cultivation. You have spent a certain amount of time at this sect. I know how much effort and hardship you have endured. You have to keep cultivating and not start to neglect it. It will make it easier to find a living in the future. Your efforts would not be wasted. Cultivation through scriptures, I won't be chatty. There isn't anything to talk about there. If your scores this year are excellent, I naturally will pass on high-level scriptures to you. Today, what I am going to be speaking of is 2 ways of forging talismans. The first is Ling Exciting Hoe, the second is Needle and Thread Sucking Pouch. The Ling Exciting Hoe is an essential talisman for you in order to take care of the Ling fields. It can excite the Ling energy inside the Ling fields and make it easier for the Ling plants to absorb Ling energy. The Needle and Thread Sucking Pouch is used to intake the sap of the Ling plants. Remember, you have to quickly hand over the sap of the Ling plants that are sucked out. Otherwise, when the Ling energy in the sap has dissipated, you can't get a single contribution point. Pay close attention. I'll only say all of this once today. Sui Shixiang spoke plainly, spirit in his words that made convinced people. Zuo Mo listened extremely carefully. This was the first time he touched the topic of forging. He was afraid to lose even one word. When Sui Shixiang finished his lecture, it was 6 hours later. He hadn't ate all night, and concentrated for 6 hours, the front chest of Zuo Mo was touching his back. Quickly returning to his yard, he searched around for something to fill his stomach. Before he could wipe his mouth, a sudden sword light came down from the sky, landing in the yard. The Jinji around the yard didn't have any strength to resist before exploding. A man with an icy expression appeared in front of Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo swallowed the swear that had reached his mouth right back into his stomach, his heart jumping wildly. Why did this death god come? Before he could make a bow, he heard the other snort, "You are Zuo Mo?" Zuo Mo greets Luo Li Shixiang. Zuo Mo's voice was respectful as he made a deep bow. Luo Li Shixiang might be ranked 4th among the inner sect disciple, but he had the deepest cultivation among this generation of disciples. His natural personality was cold and he was a fanatic about cultivation. His innate talents were outstanding and among the 2nd generation, he was the only disciple that managed to achieve empty sword. He was the one widely accepted as the one most likely in 200 years to achieve the sect's greatest technique, void sword. Just as famous as his innate talents and power was his moody temper. He was responsible for supervising a mine for the sect. According to rumors, if the show's servants who mined there were even the least bit incompliant, he would kill them with one stroke. Luo Li was too lazy to talk to him. He suddenly appeared behind Zuo Mo's back and lifted off, holding his collar. Zuo Mo might have called himself the first one among the outer sect disciples to have a steed, but it was the first time he experienced such flying speed. He only felt the sky and earth were rotating, the oncoming wing making his face hurt, and he couldn't even open his eyes. When his feet touched the ground, Zuo Mo almost collapsed. So it really is a zombie face. Zuo Mo, who had just recovered from dizziness, heard this, and instantly his good opinion of the speaker was zero. A young female dressed in green examined him in interest. Her chin was pointy, her cheekbones slightly high. There was a smile on her face, but there wasn't any warmth in her eyes. Her gaze made Zuo Mo very uncomfortable, but he didn't dare to show any discontent. He respectfully gave a bow, greetings to Hao Shiji. 2. Hao Min Shiji and Luo Li Shixiang were the disciples of Yan Li Shu. 3. Supposedly, Luo Li Shixiang was weirdly infatuated with her. That rumor didn't seem to be unfounded. I heard your little art of cloud and rain is at the 3rd level? Hao Min pierced Zuo Mo with a look and asked. Yes. Very good. Hao Min said, satisfied, I'm going out for a time. In this time, the medicine fields will be given into your care. Not giving Zuo Mo any time to talk, she threw a jade pendant at Zuo Mo, coldly stating, this is the certificate to get into the medicine fields. Rain once a day. From today until I return, in this time, you have to take care of the medicine fields. Her tone instantly became severe, my temper isn't very good. We'll put the ugly words first. If something goes wrong with the medicine fields, I won't forgive you when I return. Finishing, she didn't look at Zuo Mo, turning to look at Luo Li. She wrapped around his arm, her smile like a flower, her voice gentle as water, Shixiang, let's go. A few hints of warmth floated on Luo Li's face. He looked carelessly at Zuo Mo, snorted coldly, and the two flew into the air. Zuo Mo held the jade pendant, frozen to the spot as he watched the two disappear into the sky. When a person is misfortunate, even drinking water would get stuck in the teeth. He had never thought he would be this misfortunate. The outer sect disciples didn't like Hao Min Shiji. She was ruthless and selfish. Being ordered about by her didn't have any benefits. Her temper was also nasty and as fickle as Luo Li Shixiang. If one didn't take care, it was beatings and scolding. From beginning to end, the two never even asked for his opinion. Zuo Mo screamed inside. From when he opened his eyes to now, he only interacted with the Ling grains. He had never taken care of medicine fields before. Even worse, with his cultivation, he could only do the 3rd level of Little Art of Cloud and Rain once every day. Thinking about the rain agreements he had signed with the other Shixiang, his mouth was bitter. There were 3 places in Wu Kong Sword Sect for medicine fields. The one that Hao Min Shiji was responsible was in Cold Mist Valley. He held the jade pendant, his heart jumping as he walked in the direction of Cold Mist Valley. Cold Mist Valley was between 2 mountain peaks, mist swirling about all year around. The temperature was lower than anywhere else on Wukong Mountain, and that was how it got its name. It was one of the important areas of the sect. Outer sect disciples basically had no permission to enter. If it wasn't that Zuo Mo's Little Art of Rain and Cloud had reached the 3rd level, Hao Min definitely wouldn't have picked him. On the road, there were old trees, grass everywhere. Fragrance rose and vitality was present. Sometimes, small animals like rabbits and squirrels passed by, joyfully jumping. But Zuo Mo had no interest in admiring scenery. His heart beat frantically as he held the jade pendant and furtively made his way, 2 legs trembling. Everywhere on this road were Jinji. They were in the open or in the shadows. Some strong Jinji occasionally would discharge a terrifying aura which made him almost suffocate. With his 7th level Lianqi abilities, if he accidentally set off the Jinji, not a drop of him would remain. If it wasn't that he naturally had a zombie face, his face definitely would be pasty white and bloodless. 1. 3rd Elder Student. Referring to Su Yi, who was ranked 3rd. 2. Senior Female Student. 3. Senior Uncle. Male of a sex older generation. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 5 Cold Mist Valley. Chapter 5 Cold Mist Valley. Using the jade pendant in his hands, Zuo Mo safely reached the entrance to Cold Mist Valley. The entrance was shrouded in mist, a white piece of blankness. Zuo Mo hesitated for a while, not finding any other roads, and could only stride towards the white mist. When he entered the mist, the white mist seemed to have recognized him and automatically divided, revealing a small alley. His mind relaxed and let out a breath. He admired the techniques that the sect had. If one day he could do the same, it would be so refreshing. His thoughts couldn't help but wander away. Following the alley in the mist, after walking half a mile, his perception suddenly widened. About 5 mu of the valley were filled with all kinds of Ling medicine. Their colors varied and their shapes were strange. Looking out, it was as though a colorful carpet had been laid out on the valley floor. Several dozens of rainbow sparrow-tailed butterflies flew around. Black-banded yellow honeybees formed troops and flew to and fro. At the very bottom of the valley, a silver waterfall flew down from the cliff, roaring like thunder. With great power, it loudly smashed into a deep pond, making countless water drops. The moisture and the fragrance of all kinds of Ling herbs mixed together. Taking a deep breath, Zuo Mo felt unspeakably comfortable. He suddenly felt that taking care of the Ling fields wasn't as bad as he thought. Remembering that Hao Min warned to make rain once every day, Zuo Mo hurriedly started to pinch and activate the spell. The moisture condensed from all around, visible to the naked eye, and gradually formed a ball of cloud, floating above the medicine fields. The spell on Zuo Mo's hands rapidly changed, and after a series of dazzling movements, the cloud started to rain and a fine drizzle flowed into the medicine fields. This little storm lasted for an hour before the cloud dissipated. Zuo Mo gave a breath of relief. It was very wet here and made it much easier to do, little art of cloud and rain. He couldn't help but start to calculate. The situation was better than he had hoped for. If he toiled hard enough, he could barely finish what had been set out in the contracts. What he had to pray for was that nothing would happen to the medicine fields and remain safe and compete until Hao Min Shiji came back. Nothing could be solved by him. If he had any fantasies before, he understood the cruel reality now. He was very sensitive to the density of Ling energy. The Ling energy of Cold Mist Valley was very plentiful. To have plowed medicine fields in such a good spot, the grade of the Ling herbs that were planted definitely wouldn't be low. If something really happened on his watch, he would. He shuddered. Even though the path was layered in Jinji, there weren't any in the valley. Zuo Mo went around the entire valley. The pond was so deep the bottom couldn't be seen. The cold of the water pierced straight into the bones. The sound of the waterfall was very loud, echoing around the entire valley. He crouched in the Ling fields, inspecting the Ling herbs one by one. He needed to remember the characteristics of each Ling herb by heart. He had only grown Ling grain before and had no knowledge of Ling herbs, so he could only use this brute method. Right now, he didn't hope for receiving any rewards, and only hoped that nothing would go wrong. Any Ling herb here, if he sold himself, it wasn't still enough to repay it. He could guarantee he had never focused so hard before. It was only when the sky was turning dark that he dragged his exhausted body back to the yard. When he saw the mess surrounding the yard, the Jinji that had been ripped to shreds, he wanted to cry. At this time, he didn't have the energy to construct the Jinji again. He was so tired he wanted to die. He didn't have the strength to even raise his eyelids. Returning to the seclusion room, he only managed to add a drop of Ling energy into the sound tablet before dropping down on the mat and falling asleep. He woke up in the sound of the sound tablet's broadcast. The 23rd Sword Test Conference has finished its qualification rounds. Up until now, 4,253 Swordshio have received qualifications for the competition. This year's Sword Test Conference has plenty of rewards. The top 100 will receive a 4th grade flying sword. The top 10 will receive a 5th grade flying sword. The prize for the winner has been confirmed as Arrowpoint, 7th grade. According to those familiar, this is the highest grade of flying sword that has been seen in the history of the Sword Test Conference. This has caused the interest of many major sect disciples, including those from Wu Kong Sword Sect, Zuo Mo Sword Sect. Good thing, good thing. I want. No chance, no change, ... Zuo Mo carelessly climbed up from the mat, humming a strange tune. Walking out of the seclusion room, he started to construct the Jinji. As to the walls, he could only wait for another time to build them. He could see broken bricks everywhere and had to clean the surroundings. Otherwise, he didn't even have space to set up the Jinji. With his 7th level Lianqi Sil, there were many restrictions for him to set up a Jinji. Humming a small tune, he cleaned up the broken and ruined walls. This yard had been built long ago and the walls were already in ruins. Now it was completely destroyed by Luoli Shixiang. Thinking about the strong and imposing manner of Luoli Shixiang as he landed from the sky, Zuo Mo felt his heart palpitate even now. Zuo Mo suddenly stopped walking and bent down to pick up something. It was a little pink paper crane, much smaller than Zuo Mo's yellow paper crane, and very well made. This was Little Thousand Crane, used for passing letters and speech. But this was a plaything. Its speed wasn't as fast as letters using flying swords, especially for long distances. Using it wasn't very convenient, so most of the users were shoujo that were lower than Jindan. How did it run over to his place? Zuo Mo rudely unfolded the pink Little Thousand Crane and suddenly understood. It was a wishing Little Thousand Crane. Very long ago, when the shoujo started to break through the void and search for Nujia, they frequently would encounter dangers and get trapped. After the trapped shoujo found that they couldn't break free, they would write their wishes and plea for help on the Little Thousand Crane and let it fly free. Since there weren't any imprints, no one knew where the Little Thousand Cranes would fly. But the life of a shoujo was long. If they were lucky, they could still make it for a long period of time. After the first time a rescue occurred due to a wishing Little Thousand Crane, the wishing Little Thousand Crane became fashionable in the shoujo world. As time progressed, this became a game for female shoujo to expel their feelings. They would write their emotions on the wishing little paper cranes and send them out. However, they would put an impression on it so the one who picked it up could send the wishing Little Thousand Crane back to their hands based on the imprint. What made a young girl's heart beat faster than some fate that couldn't be calculated and was too wonderful for words? Zuo Mo couldn't understand it. In his heart, there were only Jingshi, Ling grains, cultivation. Romance, this kind of luxury, he didn't have any of it. Unfolding the Little Thousand Crane, it reveals a few rows of beautiful writing. Hoping so much. To carry a bag. Go out alone to roam. At a place where there was no one else. Sing. Soak in the sun. Sentimental nonsense. Zuo Mo snorted coldly inside and gave the criticism he thought most accurate. It was such a pity. Wasting such good paper. He didn't know what paper it was made out of, but looking at the quality, it wouldn't be lower than third grade. To use third grade paper to make a Little Thousand Crane. It was a waste that raised people's hackles. Once the paper was used, it couldn't be used again. Such a pity, Zuo Mo thought. He was preparing to crumple the pink paper into a ball when he suddenly stopped. Expressionlessly, he tilted his head. Thinking, he started to run into his room. Rushing into the room, he looked around and found what he wanted. Fresh and thick cinnabar and a weasel bristle brush. Taking up the brush, dipping deep into the cinnabar, his wrist flowing as he wrote out a word. Dumbass. Looking at the bright red that took almost all of the pink paper, Zuo Mo roared with laughter, extremely smug. His life was nerve-wracking and full. It was extremely hard and he didn't have any time to be depressed. He knew very well the difficulty in life. All around him, everyone was putting their lives on the line in order to survive, for their families, for their descendants. Like Old Black. Even if it was hard and exhausting, but he didn't dislike this kind of life. He felt the opposite. This was life. Sentimental nonsense. Only people who had idle lives and no ambitions would have that. Zuo Mo looked down on those people. In a cheerful mood, he hummed a tune as he folded the paper again into a Little Thousand Crane. Who's a dumbass? Who's a dumbass? You're a dumbass, you're a dumbass. The imprint of the owner was on the Little Thousand Crane. After Zuo Mo put Ling energy into it, he threw it up in the air. The pink Little Thousand Crane flapped its tiny wings and disappeared into the sky. Zuo Mo's mood became exceptionally well. He exuberantly cleaned the yard, his steps lighter than usual. When the Jinji were finished, it was past noon. He grabbed something to eat before going back to the seclusion room to meditate. Normal outer sect disciples rarely would spend such a long time on meditation. Compared to learning the arts, meditation and increasing cultivation wasn't profitable. However, Zuo Mo persisted in spending 4 hours each day on meditation. After he found the Ling vein in the seclusion room, he spent even more time each day in mediation. But cultivation was the foundation. That was a rationale all shoujo understood. He had the benefit of the Ling vein. Even though what he cultivated with was the most normal scripture, but the results were still outstanding. Just how rigid the ranks were in the cultivation world, he had a very deep impression. If he could achieve Juji, even if he was an outer sect disciple, Hao Min and Luoli wouldn't dare to treat him so. Juji was a division line. It would directly decide the quality of your life. To receive a beautiful life. The only way was to continuously increase your own power. His mediation, once he sat down, was 6 hours. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes were filled with joy. Lianqi 8 level. Persisting in cultivating and doing the scripture, the payback finally came. He made it to the 8th level. The cultivation of 8th level Lianqi, in all of the outer sect disciple of the entire Wu Kong Sword Sect, it definitely could enter the top 3. He spread out his fingers and started to apply a spell. A layer of aged gold energy appeared around his finger. Once his cultivation increased a level, it was much easier to do a spell. A super excited Zuo Mo started to do Little Art of Cloud and Rain. Once he started, he instantly felt the difference. The speed at which the moisture condensed was much faster. The raindrops poured down like they wouldn't stop. Some new experiences he took time to savor. Suddenly remembering the medicine fields, he woke up and climbed up, rushing out of his yard. Running to Cold Mist Valley in one go, not taking the time to recover, he started to release Little Art of Cloud and Rain. Only when everything had been rained on did the stone in his heart land on the ground. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 6 Highly Dangerous. Chapter 6 Highly Dangerous. Xixiang has come. Fei Yun enthusiastically gave a greeting. He was wearing the light yellow robes of all the disciples of the Everything Pavilion. It was just the front had been rolled up and tucked at the waist. Zuo Mo's voice was friendly. You're on duty today? Xixiang has to look after me. Fei Yun chuckled. He was clear. This zombie face was a large account among all the outer sect disciples. Most of his sales came from this person. Wu Kong Sword Sect was far from Dongfu and it was exceedingly troublesome to make around. The Everything Pavilion had been set up to ease the way for everyone. There wasn't much high-level inventory sold at the Everything Pavilion, but for outer sect disciples, it could basically fulfill their needs. Even if the prices were slightly higher than Dongfu, but it was much more convenient and everyone became used to buying what they needed here. Even for Zuo Mo, who had a flying paper crane, it was troublesome to go to Dongfu. The two were familiar and he wasn't courteous. Anything good lately? There's a few first-grade talismans, but I'm afraid it isn't what Xixiang wishes for. Fei Yun smiled as he answered. Upon familiarity, he had experienced Zuo Mo's shrewdness. He rarely would buy something that he didn't need. I'll take a look. Zuo Mo didn't refuse. Fei Yun took out some talismans. Zuo Mo flipped through them one by one. A bangle color orange, carved from an entire piece of fire jade, could increase the ability of the use to control flames. Zuo Mo put it to one side. This bangle was useful for those who made medicine. He didn't need it. And the price of 10 pieces of second-grade jinsher was too expensive and not useful enough. The following few items, he put them down as well. Only a yellow copper ring, he examined for a long time. Xixiang is interested in this ring? Fei Yun saw hope and started to urge, Golden Sword Ring, first-grade gold element talisman. Only need to input gold ling energy until it is full and then it can release 3 sword strikes. The power is astounding and overwhelmingly strong. The important part is, the price is great. Just 5 pieces of second-grade jinsher. A talisman, 5 pieces of second-grade jinsher, there's no other place. Fei Yun ran on, hyping the Golden Sword Ring. Zuo Mo didn't speak. He adjusted his energy and diverted ling energy towards the ring. If it was like before, he couldn't use the ring. But now, he learned aged gold energy, and could turn his ling energy into gold ling energy so he could use the ring. Fei Yun saw an inkling and quickly closed his mouth to avoid distracting Zuo Mo. The ling energy continued to pour into the ring. The dark yellow copper ring started to glow. Zuo Mo was shocked. No wonder it was a talisman. The majority of the ling energy in his body had been given and it barely managed to fill 1/3 of the ring. His mind moved and he fused together his fingers, pointing at the ground. Hua! A gold-colored sword strike came out, hitting the stone ground. Crack! Fragments of stone sprayed and an extremely thin and deep hole was left in the stone. The sword strike was so penetrating. Xiuzha under Zhuji would have difficulty blocking it. The power behind this talisman was enough. The only flaw was that it could only store 3 sword strikes. But thinking about it, if it didn't have this flaw, would the talisman be the price it was now? Fei Yun came over. How does Xixiang feel? Zuo Mo was satisfied inside but nothing showed on his face. I'll buy it. Fei Yun cheered. Xixiang has good eyes. Zuo Mo handed over a list filled with materials. Do you have these? Fei Yun took the list and scanned. He said, shocked, Xixiang wants to make a ling exciting ho? Why waste the effort? I have a pretty good quality product. If Xixiang wants it, I'll give Xixiang a realistic price. I want to make one. It's a kind of comprehension. Zuo Mo replied. Fei Yun paused and then said solemnly, Xixiang's words are reasonable. This one is in awe. I have all of these materials. Xixiang, just wait for a moment. Coming out of the Everything Pavilion, Zuo Mo had spent most of his jingshi. Buying the golden sword ring wasn't an impulse out of the blue. When he had achieved the 8th level of Lianqi last night, he had decided to buy a defensive talisman. 2 years, from Lianqi level 3 to level 8. Such speed, it would astound people. Based on what he saw, he had pretty good talent but not to such a terrifying degree. The biggest credit should be that section of Ling vein. His cultivation of Lianqi level 8 couldn't be concealed from others. If it landed in the eyes of those with ideas, all kinds of conclusions would form. But the thing about the Ling vein was that it couldn't become public. The common saying was right. Easy to avoid the daylight robbery, hard to defend against the arrows from the dark shadows. Not afraid of a thief stealing, afraid of a thief thinking. If the news that he achieved level 8 of Lianqi, there would be many that would be thinking about him. He resolved to decrease the time he spent out in the following days. He would stay home and ponder the jade stick. He had just started on Art of Aged Gold. Not even saying the 3rd level, he was still very far from the 2nd level. But he also knew that paper couldn't enclose a flame for long. He couldn't hide the fact that he achieved level 8 Lianqi for long. This golden sword ring was to prevent accidents from occurring. He had never seen an incident of kill and rob for treasure, but he had heard of many. Carefulness wasn't a bad thing. Forging, Ling Exciting Ho, was one of his ideas from long ago. When he had just known that there was a thing called forging, he was filled with interest for this strange art. But he had never had the chance. Just a while ago when Suyu Shixiang taught them how to make Ling Exciting Ho and 1,000 threads and needles pouch, now he could try to start forging. He brought the materials needed, but he didn't start forging immediately. He just broke into the 8th level and his status wasn't stable. Another way of saying it was that he wasn't familiar with the present Ling energy he had now. He put the majority of the time on Art of Aged Gold. Other than going to the medicine fields once a day, he basically stayed home the entire time. When he made rain for others, he didn't put his all in. Just like before, he would show an exhausted appearance after each time. After a few days, no one had managed to find that he reached the 8th level of Lianqi. Zuo Mo's heart finally landed. Sometimes he would think, were his fears groundless? But out of prudence, he would spend some time each day using golden sword ring, and would always make sure that the Ling energy in the ring was full. Thankfully everything was calm and no accidents happened. He squatted in the Ling fields of the yard, his right hand on a stalk of Ling grain, his eyes closed. The faint gold of aged gold energy quietly slipped into the Ling grain. He could feel the aged gold energy effortlessly traveling through the body of the Ling grain. Suddenly, a series of fluctuations came from the aged gold energy. Zuo Mo's mind roused. He found his goal. It was a crowd of aphids. The calm, aged gold energy was like a shark that smelled blood, furiously rushing at the goal. Through the information that the aged gold energy passed along, Zuo Mo could clearly feel the tyrannical state of the aphids and the intense rejection it had towards the aged gold energy. Consciousness to consciousness. Zuo Mo, who had never been attacked, lost control of the aged gold energy. Forcing himself to calm down, he didn't retreat from the furious and tyrannical consciousness of the aphids. A cold light flashed through his eyes. He pressed the aged gold energy. Already roaring to go, the aged gold energy leapt towards the aphids. Aged gold energy was like numerous grains of tiny sand. They surrounded the aphids and continuously left tiny wounds on the aphids. These half-clear aphids might be hard to distinguish with the naked eye, their consciousness also extremely small, but they could merge the consciousness of every aphid together to form a mind thousands of times larger than their single minds. Their spirits were filled with brutality, destruction, and ruin. Other than that, they kept on secreting a colloidal solution to heal their wounded body. This was a great and fierce battle. Zuo Mo hadn't thought a trial run of aged gold energy would turn out like this. He completely forgot this was a normal trial run. His mind was immersed in this battle, immersed in that lump of aged gold energy. He put all his effort to sustain the aged gold energy and ran again and again at the aphids. No one else would be like him, putting their consciousness on the aged gold energy. It was just too dangerous. He had never been in battle. His consciousness was extremely fragile. Just one slip, it was easy for his consciousness to be scattered by an even stronger consciousness. Any other person might become insane from doing so. But the brutal consciousness from the merging of the aphids didn't overcome Zuo Mo's consciousness but aroused the viciousness in Zuo Mo's bones. He was like a provoked lion, crazily leaping at the enemy. In the natural world, the weaker were afraid of the stronger. When Zuo Mo's consciousness became even more crazy and fierce, the aphids with their low intelligence instinctively felt fear. The battle which had been deadlocked quickly leaned towards Zuo Mo. The aged gold energy continued to tear. One by one, the aphids were torn to shreds. Everywhere it passed, it would only leave behind a heap of the powder of the aphids. It was actually very strange. The aged gold energy that was extremely damaging to the aphids were gentle and harmless to the Ling grains. When the very last aphid was killed, Zuo Mo finally came out of the desperate killing. It was like he had been taken out of the water. His entire body was soaked in sweat. He panted heavily, his eyes like an wild animal, glaring viciously. After another while, the viciousness in his eyes finally left. He couldn't carry on and sat down on the ground. At this time, he felt the fear come on. No wonder there aren't many Ling plant farmers. If they aren't careful, they would die easily. As he panted, Zuo Mo patted his chest. Before, he had assumed that farming was a safe profession. But he didn't think it would be so dangerous. He didn't have any energy left, so he sat in the Ling fields before he struggled up and moved to the seclusion room. He needed to replenish Ling energy. All the Ling energy in his body had been completely wrung out, not a drop remaining. He didn't know if it was that he was exhausted, but he very quickly entered a meditative state. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 7 YLL 1 Wait for you. Zuo Mo takes a small step on his road to become a Ling plant farmer. And then he gets into trouble. In cultivation, the Ling energy moves around in channels through the body like blood does, and a complete circuit is called a revolution. When more Ling energy is used, the revolution speeds up, like the heart pumping more blood to carry oxygen during exercise. Chapter 7 YL 1 Wait for you. Waking up from his meditation, Zuo Mo's soul and body were both refreshed, his entire body light and extremely comfortable. Coming out of the seclusion room, he took along the sound tablet and jumped onto the roof. Reaching out with his fingers, his mind moved and the light gold of aged gold energy appeared with no effort at all. Zuo Mo was gleeful. He didn't eat all that trouble for nothing. Clearly his control of aged gold energy had increased dramatically. The aged gold energy around his fingers suddenly twisted quickly and stopped. It shone like the stars, like specks of tiny gold sand, extremely pretty in the dark. An idea suddenly came into his head. Was aged gold energy actually an offensive spell? That minor yet exceptionally vicious fight made him conceive this idea. But, from what he understood about Ling plant farmers, they were the classical non-fighting profession. He had never heard of any Ling plant farmer that was good at fighting. Also, he wasn't the only one in the sect that knew aged gold energy. Everyone had different talents. Zuo Mo could learn the third level of Little Art of Cloud and Rain. Naturally there were people good at the other arts. In the outer sect disciples, there was a Shixiang who was on the second level of aged gold energy. Not just aged gold energy, even the art of flora, art of earth energy, and art of crimson flame were practiced by other people. It was just they were not high level. Was he wrong? The question circled in his head and wouldn't disappear. But very quickly, he didn't want to think about the question. He took up the sound tablet, added some Ling energy and put it beside him. His head lying on his arms as he looked at the vast sky, his heart slowly calmed. The night wind blew gently, cold, unspeakably pleasant. Hearing the news that continuously streamed out of the sound tablet, Zuo Mo peacefully fell asleep. The next day, he went to make rain for the medicine fields and made another contract to make rain for a Shixiang before going back to his own yard. Passing by the Ling fields, looking at the neat rows of Ling grains, he suddenly thought of his suspicion from last night. Hesitating for a second, he decided to try once. His hand touched a Ling grain, the aged gold energy, soundlessly permeating the stalk. Just like yesterday, Zuo Mo's consciousness was connected to the aged gold energy. Very quickly, the aged gold energy found a patch of aphids. Zuo Mo instantly became nervous. Due to the brutality of yesterday, he still felt trepidation. However, today's situation was out of his expectations. The aged gold energy didn't encounter any resistance. All the aphids were ground to dust in less than 15 minutes. The entire process was done in one go without any hindrance. Why was it like this? He was puzzled. He put his hand on another stalk of Ling grain. The same situation occurred. Was it that stalk of Ling grain yesterday was different? He shook his head. There were no differences between the two stalks today and the one yesterday. Where was it going wrong? He ran to the spot of the stalk of Ling grain from yesterday and checked again. There truly weren't any differences. However, he found that this stalk of Ling grain's growth was much better than yesterday, the leaves greener. And the powdered remains of the aphids had become their food. Based on his 2 years of farming experience, he estimated that the production of this stock of Ling grain would definitely be greater than before. Zuo Mo was gleeful. The question of whether aged gold energy should be considered offensive or not was thrown to one side. What was a benefit more realistic than increasing production? Ling grains were Genshur were talismans, spells. Zuo Mo put 100% into the large task of clearing pests from the Ling fields. 5 mu of Ling fields, he wasn't going to let go of one stock. 10 entire days. Other than going to the medicine fields and Ling fields to make rain, all the other time was spent on the Ling grains in his yard. He used aged gold energy on one stock after the next. When he spent all his Ling energy, he ran to the seclusion room to recover and then came out and repeat. After a while, he was almost numb, mechanically using aged gold energy. After the last stock of Ling grain was scanned by the aged gold energy, he looked at the organized Ling fields. The growth was amazing, the Ling grains were all green and plump. A strong feeling of accomplishment rose in his heart. He wasn't the only one who knew aged gold energy, but no one would be as crazy as him. To inspect the Ling grains one stock by one, the amount of work was horrifying. They only would use aged gold energy whenever they found a sickness in the Ling grains. If there wasn't that section of Ling vein in the seclusion room, Zuo Mo wouldn't dare to do it. 10 days of continuous toil. Whether body or mind, Zuo Mo was extremely exhausted. He only wanted to do one thing now. That was, going back to his room and getting a good sleep. Just as he prepared to start walking, a pink little thousand crane flew at him straight from far away, stopping right in front of him. Whoa! Zuo Mo felt it seemed familiar. After thinking for a long time, he finally remembered that the wishing little thousand crane he had picked up 10 days ago when he was cleaning the yard was also pink. That wasn't right. A wishing little thousand crane couldn't localize. For a little thousand crane to find its target, it needed an imprint to guide it. Last time, the little thousand crane had its owner's imprint, so if Ling energy was put in, it would fly to its owner. But he didn't leave behind any imprint. Any kind of imprint would contain Ling energy. To avoid the other finding him, when Zuo Mo wrote the words, he didn't dare to use any Ling energy at all. The first time it flew to him, that was luck. But if it can fly for a second time to him, that couldn't be explained by luck. Such a strange event. Examining the fine little thousand crane floating in front of him, he hesitated. But Zuo Mo still reached out and took it. Holding the small crane, he went into the seclusion room. Sitting on the mat, he started to unfold this little thousand crane. Spreading out the pink paper, there were only 2 characters, still the same graceful writing of before. When the 2 words entered his vision, an unforeseen event occurred. A kind of icy cold energy surrounded Zuo Mo. The sense of extreme danger made the hair on his entire body straighten. It was like a sharp flying sword was right at his throat. The chill from the blade easily pierced into the skin and quickly spread through his body. Damn it, he couldn't move. On the zombie face was a pair of terrified eyes. Zuo Mo's entire body was frozen by this cold presence, he couldn't even move a finger. The other's retribution? Punishment? Joke? He didn't have time to think about all that. He was like a trapped beast, the only instinct left was to fight. He fought with his life, trying to take back control of his body. He pushed the Ling energy inside. No effect. His body wouldn't move. He froze in his spot. The icy energy continued to increase. It was like a ruthless beast, mercilessly nearing Zuo Mo, opening its gaping maw. It seemed to be certain that Zuo Mo didn't have the ability to resist. Zuo Mo was like a strange candle wax figure. That expressionless face was so still it was funny. Only the eyes, the pair of eyes full of terror, full of helplessness, full of rage, that conflicted with his thin and weak body and still face. His efforts were to no avail. That icy energy that terrified him pushed him to desperate straits and he didn't have any room to retreat. The unwillingness and wrath inside his heart suddenly lit up. Go to hell. Furiously casting aged gold energy, all of his Ling energy, along with all of his consciousness slammed at the icy presence, but this was his only solution. His only experience that could be considered a battle was the first time he used aged gold energy on the Ling grain. He still remembered the brutal energy at the time, the rush it gave his consciousness. But that consciousness made from the merging of thousands of aphids were as weak as an infant compared to this icy energy. At this time, he was like a madman, raising a sickle and rushing at a fully armored enemy. Aged gold energy was like a ball of light gold mist. Once it appeared, it aroused the attack of the icy energy. Suddenly, Zuo Mo seemed to see countless flying swords, with their bright tails and screaming as they flew at him. The sword strikes were bitingly cold, crisscrossing into a forest that he couldn't avoid. The clear pupils transformed into a roaring sea of flames. The edges of the eyes that had widened to the limits cracked, blood running down his face. On the stiff face, it drew out 2 bright marks. He didn't feel it. The Ling energy under his crazy revolutions started to spin out of control. He didn't stop and continued to speed up his revolutions. Under full power, the aged gold energy seemed to become especially crazy. It didn't retreat and leapt at that icy energy. If someone walked into Zuo Mo's room at this time, they would see a strange sight. A faint gold ball of light twisting furiously as though there was something invisible relentlessly corroding it, and its size continued to decrease. The faint gold cloud turned even more furiously but closely protected Zuo Mo. The battle became even hotter. The aged gold energy faced the icy energy that threw out the sword strikes and didn't retreat. Like facing the consciousness of the aphid, the aged gold energy made this energy as an extremely large consciousness from a gigantic aphid. Zuo Mo had no attention left for the aged gold energy. There was only one though in his head: faster, faster, but the revolutions of Ling energy was already at a shocking step. He had never tried to make his Ling energy revolve so fast. He didn't dare. But at this time, Zuo Mo, whose eyes were red from battle, only hated that the Ling energy couldn't move faster. He continued to speed up his revolutions. Zuo Mo's head roared as though something had been broken. His consciousness suddenly became dizzy. The Ling energy stampeded like wild horses, completely free of control. The aged gold energy, which originally had been turning and twisting furiously, did so even more, like boiling water. The shape of the cloud was extremely unstable. If Shouja of higher cultivation saw this scene, they would instantly pale. Loss of control of Ling energy, what would follow was the explosion of the body and death. Suddenly, a warm stream came from Zuo Mo's heart and entered his channels. The violet Ling energy suddenly became more obedient than anything. The speed of revolution didn't decrease and increased. The strong shaking of the aged gold energy disappeared without a warning and calmed down. What would amaze others was that icy energy seemed to have detected the strangeness and retreated for the first time. The peaceful, aged gold energy ball once again changed. It quickly shrunk towards its core. The cold energy changed along with it. A faintly gold 7-segmented all shaped like a pagoda. A water blue crescent-shaped flying sword with a small bell hanging silently opposite each other. But in the blink of an eye, both started to move. One sword, turned to one gold and one blue stream of light and accurately hit together. Ping! A clear note like breaking glass. A scattered ball of light exploded in the air. It was like a firework, blue and gold mixing, extremely beautiful. An unknown amount of time later, Zuo Mo dazedly opened his eyes. His entire body hurt, his skin seemed to have cracked. He couldn't help but groan. This groan made his dizzy mind wake up. He could move. That damned energy had disappeared. He first froze and then a kind of unnameable carefreeness formed. He wanted to laugh, but before his mouth could move, the muscles pulled at the wound, and it turned into a screech. Even though he didn't know what had just happened, but without a doubt, he won. He was still holding the pink paper in his hand. On it were written 2 words. Bad person. The writing was still graceful and the tone of speech meant the writer wasn't very grown, but Zuo Mo, who was on his last gasps, couldn't help but feel disgust. Such a vicious woman. She wanted his life. The other must have put a spiritual attack on the words. To use the words to release such a terrifying attack, it wasn't someone he could face. Zuo Mo was very clear about that. The head of the sect and the other elders, he didn't know if they could do it. But among the inner sect disciples, there definitely wasn't anyone who could reach such power. That mean, the vicious woman's power surpassed his sect's Shixiang. But walking once around death's door, he wasn't that scared, not even if the other's strength surpassed him greatly. He had heard that some strong Shouja was arrogant and indifferent to low-level Shouja, but had never thought the other would desire to kill because of a word. Gu was naive. Zuo Mo took a deep breath. The wound that was pulled was extremely painful. He struggled up and bared his teeth as he moved to the desk. It was still the bright and thick cinnabar, still the same weasel bristle brush. Zuo Mo dabbed viciously a few times. His entire right hand seemed to have been broken into quite a few pieces. Just the pain from a slight movement ached into the bones. He gritted his teeth and moved the brush. A few drops of red cinnabar dripped from the brush and landed on the pink paper, looking like blood. Due to pain, Zuo Mo unconsciously sucked in breaths. His right hand holding the brush, he gravely left 4 crooked words on the pink paper. "Ye'll wait for you." Throwing the brush in his hand away, he took a few looks and then gave a strange laugh. His right hand didn't move according to his wishes, so it took an hour before he managed to fold the pink paper into a paper crane. It was a pity. The writing this time wasn't as good looking as last time. Zuo Mo was slightly regretful. As he jerked in breaths, he put the last bit of Ling energy in his body into the paper crane. Watching as the pink little thousand crane disappeared into the horizon, he cursed the vicious woman countless times inside. When he finished all this, he couldn't persevere any longer. Dried up, his eyes became back and like a block of wood, he dropped to the ground and fainted. 1. Yinin's grandfather. At the same time, it can be a way of referring to oneself in third person, usually in an egotistical manner. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8 Changes. We get a look at who's behind the pink paper cranes. Also, Zuo Mo is just the cultivation equivalent of a poor destitute manual laborer, slightly better off because he's better at growing things. The world of cultivation is a cruel one, no social welfare here. Chapter 8 Changes. Thin and pale jade-like hands gently pinched a pink paper. Ha, so he did pay. No wonder he's in such a bad temper. I just wanted to scare you. Who told you to be a smart aleck and try to resist? The oval face was as smooth as resin, azure eyes like a sapphire held a hint of mischief. A high nose, a small red mouth. Silvery white top and shorts made from silver moonwool. It made her look furry and cute. A daringly exposed stomach and legs were full of youth. It was like the most perfect work from a master of ivory. There were no flaws. A bright red string tied up her hair, adding a hint of allure. There were a pair of sky blue bracelets on her wrist, many bells tied to them. When she moved, it would leave behind a stream of clear bell rings. But, really such an interesting person. A person you find interesting, then they must be really interesting. Behind her came a respectful voice. A shouja, skin bronze, a sandalwood coronet on his head, looking about 40 years old. If anyone saw this person, they would be shocked. The famous Qi Yizhenwen would be so respectful to a little girl. She already knew that someone had come behind her and wasn't shocked. She giggled, yes, such an interesting person. Cannot be over Zhuji middle level in cultivation, but could make it through Siener, Heart Demon Curse, at 20% power. Very strong. Oh. Qi Yizhenwen's face changed, really full of potential. He then muttered, how about taking him into the sect? Siener turned her face towards the window, her eyes deep and distant. On the road of cultivation, other than innate talent, chance is even more important. Of the disciples in the sect, there's thousands who have innate talent. Not saying the absolute power, but coming Jindan, how many people are there? She suddenly stuck out her tongue, naughtily stating, rather than that, he should be left to relieve Siener's boredom. Qi Yizhenwen chuckled, and with a few hints of indulgement, whatever you want. Since you are so interested in him, why don't we stay a few days longer here? Siener tilted her head, her blue eyes blinking. She mused and then shook her hand, the task is important. We've stayed here long enough. Ha, Siener left an imprint on his body. He can't escape Sienerpalm. Qi Yizhenwen saw Siener's adorable manner and couldn't help roaring in laughter. Zuo Mo slowly woke up, his body sore. He couldn't help but groan. Thinking about yesterday, it was like he just had a dream. But the wounds on his entire body constantly reminded him that that furious battle wasn't a dream. Even now, he couldn't quite believe it, that he defeated that icy energy. He knew there was a length of time when he was dizzy. And it was at that time that he won. But what happened at that time? He had no idea. After searching his mind and thinking for a while, he didn't have any idea and threw the question aside. As to whether the other will take revenge, Zuo Mo was too lazy to think about it. Gu is very busy. He counted it out on his fingers and knew that he had many things to do today. Not just making rain for the medicine fields, he still had to make rain for one of the Shixiang. That was a complete 100 mu of Ling fields. The Ling herbs in the medicine fields, he didn't need to care how good their state was. But that 100 mu that he had to make rain for, that was a contract signed long ago, and he couldn't get out of it. Gritting his teeth and climbing up, Zuo Mo felt that his skeleton would fall apart any time. At turtle speed, he moved to Cold Mist Valley. Looking at the medicine felts over the valley, he cursed the adulterous couple of Hao Min and Luoli countless times. Cursing was cursing, but he still had to do it. Just like normal, he started, Little Art of Cloud and Rain, but the following events made Zuo Mo dumbstruck. The white mist crazily flowed towards him. In the blink of an eye, it formed into a ball of clouds. Before the dazed Zuo Mo could react, the cloud quickly expanded and in a short amount of time, completely smothered the entire valley. In the middle of the white cud, Zuo Mo dazedly reached out. Stands of cold flew through his hands, it was like a dream. He suddenly shook and woke up. This definitely wasn't the third level of Little Art of Cloud and Rain. His expression became serious. What had happened? He suddenly had a suspicion that the icy energy yesterday had seemed to change many things. He calmed his mind, closed his eyes, and spread out his arms in the middle of the cloud. Very quickly, he detected the peculiarity. The cloud ball made of countless streams of moisture was exceptionally lively. They were like a crowd of little creatures that had been woken up. The cloud this time had an additional and special energy. It was like the green grass that just sprouted, but also like sunlight. Zuo Mo found it difficult to describe. He liked this energy very much because it was very comfortable. He couldn't help but cheer up. He had planted ling grain for 2 years. Even though he didn't know what this lively energy was, but it definitely would be helpful for the growth of the ling grains. His mind moved and the clouds started to rain. Among the raindrops that were like silver threads, the lively energy contained was even thicker than the moisture in the cloud. He didn't know if it was just his delusion, but he saw some of the leaves of ling herbs spread out as though they were very happy. Delusion? Everything that happened yesterday seemed like a dream. What was happening today was even more like a dream. Was this the fourth level of Little Art of Cloud and Rain? He wasn't sure. The jade stick he had brought about, Little Art of Cloud and Rain, only described the third level. It had many parts that he had never thought about. He admired the disciples of the larger sections. No matter what spell, after it reached a certain level, it required self-comprehension. But if they could learn from the experiences of those people before them, it would greatly decrease the side roads that they had to take. He had no one to ask. Not just the head and all the elders, but even the inner sect Shixiang, it wasn't easy to ask them to help. And he was very suspicious that there weren't any Shixiang in the inner sect that would put energy and time on the kind of low-level, non-combat art like Little Art of Cloud and Rain. Wu Kong Sword Sect was a sect that cultivated the sword. It was primarily made of sword shio. If it wasn't that they needed ling grains, they wouldn't accept outer sect disciples like him. In all the shioja, sword shio were renowned for their attack power. They only cultivated sword scriptures. What they paid attention to was one sword defeats everything. The 5 elements naturally made up their own system. It was hard to learn them well. Most of the people who cultivated it were roaming shio. So among the roaming shio, there were the most ling plant farmers. After making rain, he went to the Shixiang who he agreed early on to make rain. After making 2 rainstorms, Zuo Mo, who was seriously injured, wavered, frightening that Shixiang to rush him back to rest. After finishing all he needed for the day, Zuo Mo, tired in mind and body, still persisted in mediation after returning to the yard. The bitter experience yesterday made him deeply understand a reality. In the eyes of the strong shouja, low-level shouja were like grass. He didn't know if it was that his body needed recovery, but the time in mediation was 2 times what it usually was. His body was like a starving animal, furiously sucking up the ling energy in the surroundings. The little section of ling vein under the mat played a crucial role, continuously providing ling energy. The ling energy that Zuo Mo absorbed wasn't stored in his channels like usual but permeated everywhere into his body. It had to be said here that Zuo Mo's innate talents were very exceptional. 10 principle scripture wasn't a high-level scripture. But he deeply knew the importance of calm and right, so the effect of his cultivation was pretty good. After revolving 6 circuits, Zuo Mo achieved the record of the most circuits in one sitting from when he started. When he came out of mediation, he found in amazement the wounds on his body had recovered greatly. He inspected his cultivation. It did increase but not too greatly. It still steadily stayed at the 8th level of Lianqi. For some reason, he wasn't disappointed but took a sigh of relief. If something was strange, then it would be considered the devil at work. There were too many strange things these 2 days. It seriously taxed his psychological state. Thinking about yesterday, his mind moved and he released Art of Aged Gold. And then, it was the devil. The aged gold energy happily revolved around his finger, like a golden sand twister, flashing in front of his eyes. The faint gold of the energy was now a true gold, carrying the special luster that belonged to the metal gold. The gold light flashed entrancingly. Numerous information poured into his head. He had never thought of it. It was information he had never met. But as the aged gold energy turned around his fingers, the information completed itself in his mind. Art of Aged Gold was truly a kind of offensive art. If Zuo Mo only hypothesized it before, he was extremely certain now. The specialty of Art of Aged Gold revealed itself at the 2nd level. Through the jade stick, he was certain that he achieved the 2nd level of Art of Aged Gold. In one night, Little Art of Cloud and Rain went to the 4th level, Art of Aged Gold, increased to the 2nd level and made him, a daring person, feel his heart beat frantically. He felt it wasn't steady. The increase in power seemed to be an illusion, but the high it came with was real. However, he didn't hope for it to happen again. Even if he was very stubborn and left behind the words yesterday. Safety first. After his body recovered, his life quickly recovered. The evil pink little thousand crane didn't appear again. Zuo Mo was very comforted. On the table, there were all types of material, the dark red of the flame metal, an ingot of bronze, about 7 foot of pine wood. This was the complete set of materials he had brought from Fei Yun to forge, Ling Exciting Ho. Forging was one of the major categories that every Zui's had to learn. Everyone would know a little bit. It was the class that was most welcomed by the outer sect disciples. For outer sect disciples, a shoujo that was good at forging could easily find a steady job. But for inner sect disciples, especially sword sects, there were only a few that were good at forging. Sword show habitually used their sword to conquer the world, to use the sword to receive what they wanted, or needed. Like his sect. There was only the line of Master Xin Yan who was talented in forging. Sui Shixian was Xin Yan's best disciple. But for Master Xin Yan among his generation, or Sui Shixian in the 2nd generation, their status wasn't very high. But that didn't have anything to do with Zuo Mo. At this time, he was excited. The first forging of his life was going to begin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 9 Forging. I got sick of the Ling Exciting Ho by the end of this chapter. Also, Zuo Mo really doesn't have a good temper. Chapter 9 Forging. Sui Shixiang had gone to great detail. The Ling Exciting Ho was the simplest of all talismans. Calling it a talisman was a bit of an overestimation. It couldn't even enter the 1st grade. But for Zuo Mo, who had no experience in forging, there were still endless problems. For example, the copper ingot had to be beaten into a Ho shape. This was a great test of Zuo Mo's abilities. Thankfully, the copper was soft, and after repeated banging for 4 hours, he managed to form a Ho blade. After that was carving formations on the copper hose. The formation for the Ling Exciting Ho was very simple. The thunder of the 8 basic formations. For any Zui's, it wouldn't be unfamiliar. He wasn't unfamiliar with the formation, but there were concerns about how to carve it. Zuo Mo held a carving knife in his right hand as he cautiously carved out thunder. He had never used a carving knife before and frequently made mistakes. Once a mistake was made, it required erasing everything and starting from the beginning. After redoing it 7 or 8 times, Zuo Mo finally managed to finish carving the formation. Looking at the formations carved on the surface of the copper Ho, Zuo Mo's heart was filled with a sense of achievement. His cultivation was too low right now, so he could only use a carving knife, the most basic tool. If his cultivation was higher, and he could use his heart fire to forge, shaping would occur according to his thoughts. Similarly, due to his low cultivation, the simplest formation filled the entire Ho. If he had higher cultivation, he could manipulate a flying sword and carve layers of Jinji, destroy the heavens and become omnipotent. But for Zuo Mo, right now was his limit. Face full of pain, he took out a 2nd grade Jinshi and inlaid it in the center of the formation. The copper Ho suddenly lit up, a light like a wave rippling through the body of the Ho. The scarred Ho suddenly became as smooth as in the beginning. By now, Zuo Mo finally took a breath of relief. This Ling Exciting Ho was half completed. At this step, it was still successful. The copper Ho was too soft and easily changed shape, destroying the structure of the formation. So right after would be using fire metal ore to reinforce the structure and increase hardness. Holding the crimson fire metal ore on his hand, he could clearly feel the warmth that spread out from it. Putting the fire metal ore on the copper Ho, Zuo Mo thought back to the forging methods that Sui Shixiang had taught. The crux of this step was to turn the fire metal ore to liquid to dissolve in the copper Ho. If there was heart fire, it would be extremely easy to finish this step, but for Zuo Mo, he had to borrow a few special spells. The Ling energy in Zuo Mo's body revolved, his hands moving like flowers blooming. The Ling energy changed as it followed the path of his fingers, his hands enveloped in a layer of red light. Go! The 2 hands flipped and the red light left, hitting the copper Ho and the fire metal ore. The fire metal ore became entirely red, the crimson liquid metal pouring onto the copper Ho. The copper Ho was like a sponge. When the liquid metal touched it, it was absorbed, not a drop left. The color of the copper Ho quietly changed, a few hints of dark red among the copper Ho. He took up the Ho blade. The Ho was heavier than before. He reached with a finger to gently tap. The sound was clear. He could clearly feel the quality had moved up a few levels and was exceptionally strong. Taking the prepared pine wood stick and sticking it into the hoe, this Ling exciting hoe was complete. Joyfully, Zuo Mo immediately rushed into the Ling fields in the yard to try out the power of this Ling exciting hoe. After digging down, the hoe shuddered slightly. From the head came a strong feeling of vibration. Zuo Mo bent down to inspect the field, a happy expression on his face. The Ling exciting hoe was definitely an essential talisman for farming. The Ling energy where the hoe had just been was clearly different from the surroundings. The Ling energy in the surroundings were unequally distributed, in tangles or blocks. And on the piece of dirt he had just hoed, the Ling energy had all been broken up and scattered equally around. Like this kind of free Ling energy, the Ling grains found it easiest to absorb. Good thing. Zuo Mo instantly became motivated and the hoe flew. In one session, he hoed all of the 5 mu of Ling fields in the yard. He held the Ling exciting hoe, breathing like a bull, his face pale. Because he had been too excited, he forgot that the weight of this Ling exciting hoe wasn't light. With his little body, it took a lot of strength. But even half dead, he still couldn't disguise the glee in his heart. To successfully make a talisman on the first try, it was hard to describe the kind of exhilaration. 5 mu of Ling fields. He used Art of Aged Gold to kill pests, used the 4th level of Little Art of Cloud and Rain to water, and used Ling exciting hoe to loosen the soil. In this entire sect, no one had taken so much care with the Ling grains. He was very curious how much the harvest of these 5 mu of Ling fields would increase this year. With his cultivation of Lianqi 8th level, he was at ease controlling the Ling energy. If the production of these 5 mu increased a lot, he could use this fine and attentive methods to raise the 50 mu of Ling fields that he had rented from the sect. Then he would jump to become the wealthiest among all the outer sect disciples. This made his heart beat. Nothing was more real than Ling grains in Jingshi. Successing at forging on his first try, it gave Zuo Mo great encouragement. The unluckiness of the past while seemed to sweep away. He started to familiarize himself with the other 3 arts, especially Art of Flora. The uses of the 3 arts were completely different. Art of Crimson Flame was used to activate seeds, to speed up germination. Other than that, it concentrated the essence of the sun and was most suitable for Yang type 1 Ling plants. Art of Earth Energy could concentrate the energy of the earth and was especially suitable for the growth of some Yin type 2 Ling plants. And Art of Flora and Little Art of Cloud and Rain were similar, not Yin or Yang. But Art of Flora was more dominating than Little Art of Cloud and Rain. It extracted the essence of plants to nourish the growth of the Ling grains. The basic quality of Art of Flora was robbery. Robbing the essence of other plants to nourish itself. He had to be extremely careful when using it. Even though Wu Kong Mountain was covered in trees, but if he wasn't careful, it was easy for one of the old trees to wither. Every time he used Art of Flora, Zuo Mo was alert and cautious, afraid of ruining the ancient trees in the mountains. It wasn't easy for ancient trees to grow and live. They all had endured for thousands of years before they could become their present shape. There wasn't an explicit rule in the sect, but if he caused large sections of ancient trees to die, then waiting for him wasn't anything good. The sunlight came into the woods through the trees, forming a scattering of light and shade. The climate of Wu Kong Mountain was beautiful, dry, and delightful. Cold winds blew through the trees without any hint of humidity. The surroundings were all quiet. This place was very out of the way. Except for Zuo Mo, no one else would come. Zuo Mo calmed down and started to revolve his Ling energy, his hands moving rapidly. It was the still unfamiliar Art of Flora. After the stiffness at the beginning, the movements of his hands quickly became smooth. The fingers flickering like a flower continuously blooming. Each time he flickered out, there was a faint wave of Ling energy in the air that rippled out. Following the Ling energy ripples, thin threads of green light flew out of the trees and converged at Zuo Mo's hands. In a short while, the green light became even brighter. Zuo Mo stopped the spell. A green bead rolled into his palm. This was the bead that was concentrated from the essence of the plants. He put the bead away and inspected the ancient trees around him. The glow of the leaves were much dimmer and some leaves showed signs of withering. Zuo Mo took out a jade stick from his bosom. Recorded in the jade stick was the general geography of Wu Kong Mountain. It had taken him a lot of time to make it. Finding the present position in the Wu Kong Mountain of the jade stick, he made a mark. Next time, he had to change places. This place needed a length of time to recover. Even Zuo Mo was shocked at the dominance of Art of Flora. This was only the first level and it easily stole the vitality of the trees. If it reached any higher levels, what would it look like? Carefully putting the plant essence bead into his bosom, he prepared to leave. Within 6 hours, this plant essence bead needed to be, using the special methods of art of flora, released in the Ling grains. Otherwise, it would dissolve. Coming out of the wood, he followed the mountain trail, heading for his own yard. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a woman crying. Woman? He didn't stop, but as he walked forward, the sobbing became even clearer. Most of the female disciples in the sect were at the animal raising rooms and responsible for raising Ling beasts. Zuo Mo hadn't had many interactions with them. He didn't want to cause trouble and prepared to make a detour. Suddenly, he heard as the female disciple sobbed, she muttered, "Wu, Wu, mama." Zuo Mo's steps stopped. A certain soft place in his heart was viciously jabbed. Mama. That strange familiarity rose again in his heart. Damn it. He cursed inside. He disliked this feeling. Each time this feeling of strange familiarity appeared, it was like his heart was blocked, unspeakably uncomfortable. Cursing was cursing, but the thoughts in his head uncontrollably turned. Who am I? Where is my home? Who's my mama? He was slightly irritated, but his feet unconsciously walked towards the crying. When he went forward a few steps, he saw behind a piece of rock, there curled a female disciple. The apple-shaped face was full of tears, extremely pitiful. She was curled into a ball like a cat, her shoulders occasionally jerking. Why are you crying? It's so bothersome. Zuo Mo scolded ill-temperedly, sitting down on his butt. The other was like a frightened cat, shrinking back. When she saw the outer sect uniform on Zuo Mo's body, the fear in her eyes retreated. In a weeping tone, she timidly said, "Sorry, Shixiang." Hearing the other's timid voice, Zuo Mo was even more irritated. Screw sorry. You crying is none of my business. It's so irritating. He noticed that his own attitude was overly vile and tried to suppress the vexation inside, and asked impatiently, "Say it, what is it?" Nothing. The other's voice was like a mosquito. The fire in Zuo Mo's heart rose. He raised his volume and interrupted impatiently, "I told you to say it." The little girl was clearly frightened by him. This wooden-faced Shixiang was so scary. Her crying instantly subsided and she instinctively answered, "There isn't enough of the green sword grass for a bao and the others to eat." Who's a bao? Zuo Mo glanced at her and asked. A bao. A bao is a bao. He needs to eat green sword grass every day. Who, there isn't enough green sword grass. As she narrated, she started to cry again. Shut up. Zuo Mo's furious shout definitely wasn't friendly. The young girl jumped, her body instinctively shrinking back, a fearful expression on her face. Her sobs instantly stopped. Looking at this muddle-headed little girl, Zuo Mo rubbed his forehead in pain. Even though he hadn't been in the stables, but at least he knew the basic protocols. The amount of Ling grass the Ling animals needed to eat wouldn't vary too greatly. The sect had special Ling fields set aside for growing Ling grasses. Compared to raising Ling grains, Ling grasses were much easier. So it was taken care of by the female disciple who took care of the animals. Did something happen to the Ling grasses? What happened? Be more detailed. 1. Masculine, positive. 2. Feminine, negative, shady. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10 Weeds. Chapter 10 Weeds. To this strange Shixiang that had appeared out of nowhere, this little girl clearly was a bit afraid and narrated faithfully, "There's a strange grass growing in the Ling fields." Xiaogua tried really hard, but it still grew and grew so fast. The green sword grass is so pitiful, it grew slower and slower. Seeing the lower and lower tone of the little girl and the increasingly askew mouth, Zuo Mo interrupted in the nick of time, "Stop." The little girl was shocked again. She raised her head with her misty large eyes as she stared in puzzlement at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo stood and patted the dirt off his behind. "Let's go." The little girl's face was full of question marks. After a while, she timidly asked, "Where?" The timid expression on the other's face always made Zuo Mo mad. The mood that had just calmed instantly became agitated again. He said extremely impatiently, "Shut up. Go where I tell you. Have to be collected, have to be collected." It was too meaningless to argue with a little girl. Zuo Mo told himself. He softened his voice, trying to make himself look calm. "Let's go look at Yuling fields." Wu Kong Sword Sect might be a small sect, but even a small sparrow had all of its organs. The zoo were at the eastern peak of Wu Kong Mountain. Most of the outer sect female disciples lived here. This was the first time Zuo Mo stepped onto the eastern peak. The scenery as he passed made him awed. Compared to the levelness of the western peak, the eastern peak was steeper, the view better. Adding on that most female disciples lived here, the mountain paths were filled with flowers and grasses. Walking in the middle, it relaxed his mind. The western peak and eastern peak were very distant from each other. It was extremely rare for male outer sect disciples to come. In the woods, a small white house came into view. The little girl's composure settled and she timidly looked at Zuo Mo, pointing at the house, informing Xixiang that Xiaoguo's house. Zuo Mo was too lazy to speak and headed straight for the small house. When he walked in, he found that there was a patch of grass beside the little cottage. And there was a golden horned ox whose body appeared to be made from metal lazily soaking in the sun. A bao. When Xiaoguo saw the copper ox, she happily yelled and ran over without a care. A bao. Zuo Mo looked at the body of the copper ox that was filled with strength and though of the adorable name and became speechless. And then he saw the copper ox intimately use the head to gently bump at Xiaoguo and occasionally reach out to lick Xiaoguo's hand with the tongue. That large tongue covered in saliva made Zuo Mo disgusted. Where's the Ling field? He had to interrupt. Otherwise he was suspicious that this person and ox would just keep playing. In the Ling field, Zuo Mo carefully examined the plant in front of his eyes. This was a grass that he had never seen before. Just this one thing was enough for him to become serious. One had to know, he had grown Ling grain for 2 years. All the grasses that showed up normally in the Ling fields, he was very familiar with. But he was certain he had never seen this grass before. After he inspected the Ling fields, his heart became even heavier. When was it when you started to find them? About 3 months ago. Xiaoguo would weed every day, but they grow more and more. Xiaoguo's mouth twisted and the tears looked like they were going to brim over. Zuo Mo expressionlessly looked at her. Xiaoguo cowered back a step, her crying instantly disappearing. This Xixiang was too scary. Zuo Mo took back his gaze. He was shocked inside. The reproductive ability of this weed was very strong. What about the others? Many of the elder sisters' Ling fields are like this. The sisters couldn't find any solutions. She suddenly muttered, Xixiang, could you help the sisters? Zuo Mo was too lazy to respond to her and start to ponder how to deal with this kind of weed. Farming meant confronting many questions. Getting rid of weeds was one of the most frequent questions. If a furiously growing weed appeared in the Ling fields, the question would become extremely serious. Just simply weeding clearly couldn't solve the problem. At this time in the Ling fields, it was the weeds that were flourishing and the green sword grass rare. Zuo Mo's gaze suddenly landed on the part of the weed near the ground. At that part, there were a ring of tumor-like growth. His heart moved and he inspected some other stalks of weed. He found that they too had bumps in the same places. When he saw that, he had a general understanding. The little girl didn't understand. Weeding was just cutting down the part of the plant above the ground, but the specialty of this kind of weed was that once it was wounded, it would grow even faster. If at the very beginning, proper procedures were taken such as uprooting it completely, noting like the present situation would have happened. But the problem was very serious now. It was patches and patches of weed. They definitely would have left many seeds in the soil. That was the most troublesome part. If the seeds couldn't be completely clean, then the trouble would continue. It really had strong vitality. Zuo Mo couldn't help but praise it inside. Li Yingfeng's elegant brows furrowed. Her eyes were sharp and there wasn't any of the nimbleness usually present on her face, which was full of worry. She didn't wear the long dress and gauze clothing that normal female disciples like to wear, but a set of tight short-sleeved men battle robes. There was no allure but an unnameable handsomeness. Shiji, we can't continue like this. A yellow-clad female disciple beside her couldn't help saying, based on this situation, after 2 months, we can't replenish the green sword grass. A crowd of female disciples circled around her and started to chatter and discuss. Stop quarreling. Li Yingfeng's brows rose and she lectured icily. She had the highest cultivation among the female outer sect disciples. Normally, she was widely accepted by everyone. After the shout, the sound instantly stopped. Li Yingfeng's heart was also full of worry. The weeds were increasingly fast. The living space of the Ling grasses was increasingly smaller. If the Ling grasses couldn't be supplied, these Ling animals wouldn't have anything to eat. And the sect's punishment wouldn't be lacking. Her cultivation was at the 9th level of Lianqi, 1 step away from Juji. Supposedly the elders of the sect had already started to pay attention to her. Once she succeeded at Juji, she would be taken as an inner sect disciple. That was certain. For such a big slip-up to occur at such a crucial time, she didn't have the appetite or desire for sleep these days. Shiji. A female disciple panted as she ran over. Xiaoguo came to Eastern Peak with a male disciple. Xiaoguo was seen to have cried. Instantly, they exploded. He dared to bully Xiaoguo. Humph. I want to see who dares to do so. Sisters, we can't let him off. Right. Definitely. Li Yingfeng was slightly angry. Xiaoguo deeply received their care and affection. Usually, everyone treated her as a little sister. Hearing a man had made Xiaoguo cry, she, of the style of bold and domineering, unhesitatingly started first for Xiaoguo's residence. Seeing the situation, the others quickly followed. When Zuo Mo was searching for a way to solve the matter of the weeds with their tenacious vitality, Li Yingfeng, leading a crowd of female disciples, marched over. When Li Yingfeng, who had only half believed it, saw the tear marks of Xiaoguo's face, the anger inside rose up. A quick dash and she rushed in front of Zuo Mo. Who are you? Li Yingfeng asked frigidly. And then she saw the other expressionlessly answer, Zuo Mo. The ice on Li Yingfeng's face became even heavier. Among the outer sect disciples, she was the eldest Shiji. In front of her, everyone else was shitty and shimmy. She had never seen someone so discourteous. Immediately, without another word, she pointed with her fingers at Zuo Mo. Xiaoguo's face instantly became bloodless. Before she could speak, she heard a ripping sound. An extremely thin green sword energy shot at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo's pupils suddenly shrunk. Before he could think, he quickly raised his right hand and at the same time, he retreated abruptly. A gold sword energy flashed. Li Yingfeng saw the gold-colored sword energy and her expression couldn't help changing. The two sword energies met in the air. Ding! A blinding light made everyone unconsciously want to close their eyes, green and gold light scattering everyone. The two faced each other. Zuo Mo stared fixedly at the other with wide eyes, the anger unable to be controlled and rose up. Being attacked by someone out of the blue. And such a dangerous attack. If at that moment he hadn't avoided it, there definitely would be a hole in his body. The shock that Li Yingfeng received was much stronger than Zuo Mo. She was the most accomplished outer sect disciple of Wu Kong Sword Sect. This would spirit sword art. Other than her, no one could accept it. It was only when her gaze landed on the ring on Zuo Mo's right hand that she understood. A turn jumped into her head, talisman. This didn't make her underestimate the other. Things like Ling exciting Ho, it could only be considered as a tool. Even the lowest grade talisman was a great cost for an outer sect disciple. But this only expressed that he had some wealth. What really shocked her was the other's reaction. The speed of reaction was directly linked to the level of cultivation. Even the best talismans needed cultivation as the foundation. The speed of the other's reaction was outside her expectations. This unfamiliar shitty's cultivation definitely wasn't lower than Lianqi 8th level. A cultivation of Lianqi 8th level, it could enter the top 3 of the outer sect disciples. According to what she knew, outer sect disciples that were above the 8th level of Lianqi, other than her, there was only Wei Sheng who was the present sword servant of Luoli Shixiang. This unfamiliar male she didn't have any memory of. That meant that he achieved Lianqi 8th level not long ago. In Wu Kong Sword Sect, achieving 8th level of Lianqi definitely wasn't a minor event. But she hadn't heard anything. Then there was only one possibility. That was, this expressionless male in front of her had concealed this event. As to why the other would conceal a matter that would elevate him dramatically, she couldn't guess. This person was very shrewd. Looking at the expressionless Zuo Mo, she was slightly regretful of her previous action. Shiji. Why did you act against Shixiang? Xiaoguo suddenly rushed between the two, her face pale and frantic. Li Yingfeng instantly realized something wasn't right. She couldn't help ask, Xiaoguo, didn't he bully you? Bully? Xiaoguo paused and then shook her head, he didn't. Shixiang is helping Xiaoguo look at the Ling fields. Shixiang might look scary but he's a very good person. When Zuo Mo heard this, he generally understood what had gone on and couldn't gasp at his bad luck. Calming down, he admired the strength of the woman in front of him. Suddenly remembering the rumors he heard normally, he couldn't help ask, is it Li Yingfeng Shiji? I am Li Yingfeng. Li Yingfeng answered, her expression apologetic as she bowed, just now, it was me that was rash and almost made a big mistake. I'm apologizing to Shitty for it here, . The other's generous and sincere attitude aroused good feelings in Zuo Mo who hurriedly responded, just a misunderstanding, Shiji doesn't have to take it seriously. Li Yingfeng didn't pretend and asked solemnly, has Shitty found something? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11 The Money-Grubbing Zombie. The lack of social welfare programs in this world really screwed Zuo Mo over. Really, it isn't his fault how he turned out, sort of. Chapter 11: The Money-Grubbing Zombie. Before the two dealt blows, if Li Yingfeng still had suspicions, then now her suspicions greatly lessened. No matter what, with a cultivation of Lianqi 8th level, it was at the top of the outer sect disciples. And this shitty should be like the other shitty and chosen to grow ling grains. Zuo Mo nodded. The vitality of this kind of weed is extremely high. If I'm not wrong, it isn't good to cut it. The wounds would provoke it to grow more. That is to say, chopping makes it grow faster. The female disciples started to chitter and chatter as they discussed. Li Yingfeng suddenly understood, so that's why. No wonder it grew more and more vigorously. If it was uprooted, would that solve it? Zuo Mo mused. If that was done at the beginning, there wouldn't have been any problems. But right now, there probably are many seeds in the soil. It isn't easy to uproot it. Does Shitty have any good suggestions? I need to go back and think. Zuo Mo said. Li Yingfeng took out a small pouch and handed it to Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo received it with puzzlement. When he opened it for a look, he was dumbstruck. There were 5 pieces of second-grade jingsha inside the bag. Having offended Shitty today, I really am regretful. These pieces of jingsha are to help for Shitty's shock. Shitty, don't blame it for being just this much. Li Yingfeng said as she stared at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo was wildly happy inside, but his mouth went, Shiji is really too polite. The motion of the hand shoving the bag into his bosom, however, was extremely natural. Xiaoguo jerked her mouth, staring in shock at Zuo Mo. The other female disciples had looks of disdain. This guy was too greedy. A rock landed in Li Yingfeng's heart. She didn't want to end up at odds with such a shitty of great potential due to today's misunderstanding. 5 pieces of second-grade jingsha wasn't a small sum, but to her whose family was wealthy, it wasn't too much. To use such a price to solve a misunderstanding, from her perspective, it was a great bargain. Shiji, don't worry too much. The matter of the weed can be put on Shitty. It might have been the reason of the 5 pieces of gingsha, but the female disciples all felt that this horrid zombie male in front of them instantly had a fighting spirit. Li Yingfeng raised her hands together, smiling and accepting, then I'll trouble Shitty. She didn't have high hopes inside. If Zuo Mo really had a solution, he wouldn't say something like going back to think. Zuo Mo had never expected that he would pay attention to a minor matter today and receive 5 pieces of second-grade jingsha for free. On one hand, he was moved at how good Li Yingfeng was at relationship. On the other, he was moved at the extravagance of her spending. Most of the jingsha on his hands had been spent. He didn't have many left. Just as his funds were becoming tight, wealth came flying. The unexpected surprise had him floating on air. As to the disdainful stares of the female disciples, he disregarded it as air. Humming a small tune carrying a few stalks of weeds, he cheerfully left the eastern peak. This guy's skin is so thick. My eyes are sore from glaring, but he didn't even turn red. Look at his move when he took Shiji's pouch, the vulgarity, really makes one disgusted. Xiaoguo pouted and muttered, Xixiang is a very good person. As she spoke, she felt that it wasn't reliable either and her voice became lower, instantly drowning in the ruckus of discussion. Alright. Li Yingfeng frowned and hollered. The surrounding voices instantly stopped. She looked at the thin figure that disappeared on the mountain path who she didn't know what he was thinking. She didn't reveal Zuo Mo's real cultivation to these gossiping women. If the other purposefully concealed it, and she spilled it, she would make a strong enemy. That wasn't very intelligent. Zuo Mo hurried back to the small yard. After a long time, the plant essence bead would lose effectiveness. Solemnly standing in the ling fields in the yard, a green bead floated in front of him, adorably rolling. The 2 hands held together in front, the 10 fingers rapidly moving. The ling energy ripples once again spreading out in the air. The plant essence bead gradually dissolved, forming a pool of green water. As Zuo Mo's 10 fingers flowed and moved quickly, and as the speed increased, the tips of his fingers started to glow. Each time he quickly stroked, a glowing stroke would add on to a profound and cryptic design. The green water became thousands of green strands that waved in the air. Go! Zuo Mo gently ordered. The green hairs dissolved into the ling fields like a nymph spreading flowers. Zuo Mo released a breath and let go of the ling energy at his fingertips. Based on the difficulty of the art of flora, was the most difficult among the 5 kinds of arts. Not just that the finger motions were extremely complicated, the movements of the ling energy had to be much more accurate than the other 4 arts. To practice finger motions, he left out 4 hours each day. It was extremely dull to only practice finger motions. Other than not making a mistake, flow and rhythm were the most important. His skeleton-like fingers had practiced to the point they would break, to the point that he wanted to throw up. However, he still persisted. The first level of Art of Flora wasn't difficult for him. As to the second level, he had no hopes in the near future. Cultivating the scripture, practicing the finger motions, caring for the ling and medicine fields. His life was extremely full. And now he had to add on examining how to get rid of weeds. Li Yingfeng didn't have any hopes, but Zuo Mo didn't just only say it. He decided to find the solution to the problem. It really was a troublesome problem. In the beginning, he had concerned himself with another's business. It was because he was moved by Xiaoguo's helpless mama. The change came with Li Yingfeng's 5 pieces of second-grade tincture. Zuo Mo had lots of faults, but there was one good quality, that was, if he decided on something, he would put his all in. As to whether it was because of that mama or the 5 pieces of second-grade tincture from Li Yingfeng, that wasn't important, was what he thought. In reality, he only had just 2 years of experience in growing crops. His knowledge of ling grasses and grains were pitiful. He knew it wasn't easy, but he wasn't afraid. At the eastern peak, Li Yingfeng was listening to a female disciple narrate. We went to check at Dongfu. The price of the ling grasses have been continually rose recently. Like green sword grass. A while ago, it was 5 pieces of first-grade tincture a pickle, now it's risen to 8 pieces. The prices of the other ling grasses grew even more. They are saying that the conflict at Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia has escalated, so the prices are increasing everywhere. When the female disciple was saying this, she was on the verge of tears. The other female disciples' faces were also bleak. Li Yingfeng's heart stuttered. On her face, she pretended to be calm. 8 first-grade tincture for a pickle. The amount of ling grass that the stables needed every day was astonishing. Even if her family was wealthy, she couldn't endure such squandering. These few days, she tried to uproot these weeds, but the growth of the ling grasses didn't seem to recover at all and were still withered. In the ling fields, the weeds appeared again with astounding speed. If the situation continued, they would quickly face a situation where they had no supply of ling grass. Shiji, the money grubber from last time, came again. A female disciple said, full of disdain. He still has the face to come? You forgot, when did he have something like face? That's so true. Xiaoguo pouted, her adorable apple face wrinkling into a ball as she stared in discontent at the Shiji. Li Yingfeng's eyes lit up instead and she almost rushed away. Her experience surpassed all the others' shimmy greatly. If Zuo Mo didn't have any news, it was normal. But coming to the eastern peak, it made Li Yingfeng think about the words that Zuo Mo had said before he left. Was it? When Li Yingfeng saw Zuo Mo, she was shocked. Zuo Mo's hair was a mess, his eyes filled with blood, his sockets deep in his face. A strange odor came from his body. He seemed like a beggar. Other than Li Yingfeng and Xiaoguo, the other female disciples had a face full of disdain as they stood far away. I found a solution. Zuo Mo's simple words let Li Yingfeng and Xiaoguo enter into rapture. Disregarding the disdainful and suspicious gazes of the other female disciples, Zuo Mo headed straight into the ling fields. He didn't waste any words. Reaching out with a pair of skeleton-like hands, he rapidly started a spell. Li Yingfeng stared with large eyes, afraid to miss anything. The familiarity of Zuo Mo's finger movements and the ease with which he controlled the ling energy made her even more certain this shit he hid away deeply. The glowing fingertips drew an unnamed formation diagram. Go! A dry voice, harsh and dissonant. The glowing formation entered the ling field soundlessly. That's all? But nothing changed. A female disciple shrieked. That was like a fuse. Instantly, the other female disciples that disliked Zuo Mo found a target. Che, just drawing a few characters and want to fool us? Too naive. Please, be more professional when conning people. All of you shut up. Li Yingfeng roared angrily. All the voices choked off. They found that at some unknown time, Shiji's expression had become peerlessly ugly. Her face was icy. They instantly sank into cold terror. This kind of weed is yang type. I researched it. Most of the ling grasses you plant belong to yin. You could use Art of Earth Energy to concentrate the yin of the earth energy. It would nourish the ling grasses and can suppress the weeds. Half the work, twice the effect. Finishing, Zuo Mo raised his hands towards Li Yingfeng and then left. Returning to the yard, Zuo Mo dropped into slumber. Thinking that he had finished what he had wanted to do, he was content. After not sleeping or resting for these days, he already ran out of energy. When he woke up, it was the next day. The morning sunlight made his mood light. He idly ate a few things and just like normal, he started his classes for the day. The training of his finger motions were one of his prioritized studies at present. Before this, he rarely had practiced finger movements. The finger movements of Little Art of Cloud and Rain had been very simple. But of it, he had suffered greatly at the Art of Flora's complicated finger motions. Up until now, even though he persisted in practicing every day, he could only just manage to complete the spell. It was far from familiarity. He didn't dare to relax on the practice of Art of Aged Gold. He had just gotten to the second level and needed time to consolidate and stabilize it. Roughly calculating, he had learned all 5 kinds of arts once and had his own conclusions. The 5 kinds of arts had their own emphasis. Little Art of Cloud and Rain emphasized the manipulation of Ling energy, Art of Flora, finger movements, Art of Aged Gold, use consciousness, Art of Earth energy, emphasized communication and interaction, Art of Crimson Flame, crux was the calmness of mind and endurance. At this time, Zuo Mo found an unique pattern. It looked as though the 5 kinds of arts were not related, but in reality, they supported each other. His strongest was Little Art of Cloud and Rain, which aided him greatly for learning the other 4 arts. And the complicated finger movement practice of Art of Flora greatly increased the skill of his finger movement, so he was even more skilled at doing Little Art of Cloud and Rain. After patrolling the Ling fields under his name, he then made rain for the medicine fields in Cold Mist Valley. He didn't have any news of Hao Min Shiji, and didn't know where the 2 people had gone to be free. But he didn't have any grudges towards this unpaid job now. The only thing he hated was that there was a distance between Cold Mist Valley and his residence, and he had to spend a significant amount of time on the road every day. When he came back from Cold Mist Valley, he was shocked to find 2 people waiting outside the doorway to his little yard. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12 Art of Flora. Thanks to Bagel-san for correcting me on my wrong translation. The correct name is Art of Flora, not Art of Fauna. I changed the ones I could find in previous chapters, but please tell me if you find it again. Thanks to everyone else who also alerted me to other typos and commented in the previous chapters. Kudos to Doomsai for guessing that he was going to use the Art of Flora on the weeds. Chapter 12 Art of Flora. Li Yingfeng took Xiaoguo along with her as she guarded his door. Seeing Zuo Mo, Li Yingfeng visibly released a breath. Xiaoguo's apple face revealed an bashful expression. Zuo Mo was slightly surprised. Why did these 2 come? His mouth smiled and said, Shiji has the time to come to my humble abode today. Such a surprise. Please come in. Finishing, he swung out his sleeve. Underneath, he sent out a spell and the door to the yard soundlessly opened. Li Yingfeng didn't decline, frankly responding, coming without an invitation, we've disturbed you. Xiaoguo tightly followed behind Li Yingfeng, but her little face was still timid. Zuo Mo muttered inside, GE doesn't have much interest in silly little girls. Entering the yard, Li Yingfeng saw the lush ling grains in the yard and her eyes lit up. She couldn't help complimenting, Shixiang is really skilled at farming. This ling grains growth is the envy of others and a bountiful harvest is just around the corner. Shiji is too complimentary. Zuo Mo casually responded. Inside, he started to ponder the reason that Li Yingfeng had come today. Towards this Shiji that he hadn't had many interactions with in the past, he felt admiration. Regardless of anything else, just her cultivation of Lianqi 9th level, it was enough to be top dog of the heap in the outer sect disciples. And her frank and honest conduct was very become to Zuo Mo's temper. The 3 people sat down under a tree next to the pond. The water in the pond ripples. Occasionally, one could see a few fish darting by. When Zuo Mo first moved into the yard, the pond was dry to the bottom. All the water presently in the pond had been slowly accumulated from him practicing Little Art of Cloud and Rain. He remembered it very clearly because when the pond became full, his Little Art of Cloud and Rain coincidentally reached the 3rd level. As to those fish, they were captured randomly when he passed by some mountain streams. Li Yingfeng took the initiative to speak of her purpose in coming today. One is to thank Shidi. The method that Shidi said, we have used to great effect. One really needs mastery in a field. Such a troublesome problem, it really needed someone like Shidi who specialized in farming to solve. Yes. It was really effective. Everyone is so happy. Xiaoguo hurried to agree. But when she saw Zuo Mo's face turn towards her, she instantly fell silent, her body retreating towards Li Yingfeng. Zuo Mo took back his gaze and shook his head, Shiji is too polite. We are from the same sect. There's no need to put such a minor matter on the mind. Li Yingfeng smiled and responded, Shidi's words are extremely good. In the future, if Shidi meets a hard problem, feel free to come find me. Wherever Shiji can help, I wouldn't decline. Many thanks Shiji. Zuo Mo unconcernedly brushed it off. Past experiences had told him that normally, these kinds of words can't be taken seriously. Li Yingfeng gazed with burning eyes at Zuo Mo, continuing seriously, coming today, it's to ask for Shidi's help on another matter. The meet finally came. Zuo Mo said expressionlessly, what matter? In reality, he couldn't make expressions. Shidi's methods were extremely effective. Li Yingfeng gave a grimace, but in our crowd of sisters, only one knows the art of earth energy. Shidi, you might not know, because of the weeds previously, there was only a pitiful amount of ling grass that was produced. But the amount of ling grass that the animals need is only increasing. Originally, I had planned to go to Dongfu to buy some to fill the gap, but who knew that the price of ling grass and grains are flying up? Hearing this, Zuo Mo's mind jumped. Price increases in ling grains, for him, it was definitely good news. Not taking into account the 50 mu of ling fields that he rented from the sect, just the 5 mu of ling grains in his yard, the harvest would be significant. He really profited this year. He gleefully calculated in his heart, completely not registering what Li Yingfeng was saying. Li Yingfeng noticed Zuo Mo's inattentiveness and couldn't help thinking about the rumors she found out about Zuo Mo. The shock to her that came from such a strong Shidi who jumped out of nowhere was enormous. Once Zuo Mo left, she went around for information. She didn't only know that Zuo Mo had a natural zombie face, and the third level of little art of cloud and rain, etc., but she even managed to have a general understanding of his usual habits and conduct. Deciding not to keep being polite, she threw out the bomb, coming today, it's to ask Shidi to weed for us. This is 10 pieces of second-grade Jingshi. It is the goodwill of all of us. Shidi, please take it. Once again, it was a small pouch that appeared on her hand. As expected, Zuo Mo shook and instantly focused. 10 pieces of second-grade Jingshi. His saliva nearly slipped out. When he had sold 300 caddies of ling grains last time, he had just received 30 pieces of second-grade Jingshi. Zuo Mo hesitated, stating, I'm not skilled at art of earth energy, so I'm afraid I can't help much. Li Yingfeng assumed that Zuo Mo was being polite. If he wasn't an expert, why would he have thought of using art of earth energy to get rid of the weeds? This time, she had prepared well. She didn't panic, smiled, and said, other than these 10 pieces of second-grade Jingshi, we have also prepared 5 pieces of second-grade Jingshi for Shidi to recover ling energy in hopes that the supply of ling grass could recover in the fastest time. Zuo Mo's brain exploded, completely dizzy due to being hit by Li Yingfeng's Jingshi. Jingshi was the most important resource in each sect. Other than being used to purchase things, its other important use was for recovering ling energy. The density of ling energy in ling veins could not compare at all to what was in Jingshi. In some large sects, those core disciples were completely built up through Jingshi. Their job each day was to suck ling energy out of Jingshi and increase their cultivation. Zuo Mo had never tried to extract ling energy from Jingshi. He was poor. How could he bear it? The enemy was too strong. He instantly surrendered, promising, inside Shiji has an order, as a Shidi, I'll naturally rush through water and tread on fire, and will not decline. Li Yingfeng smiled. The tactic was successful. She put down the little pouch on the table, looking at Zuo Mo and asking, when will Shidi go? Zuo Mo put the little cloth pouch into his bosom in a flash, his tone solemn as he responded, the situation is so serious. Naturally, the faster the better. Shagwa's mouth twisted. Following between the two people, Zuo Mo continued to recall the major points of art of earth energy. In the last few days, most of his attention had been on art of aged gold and art of flora. After roughly practicing art of earth energy, he didn't spend much time on it. He could have never thought that this art of earth energy would directly connect to 15 pieces of second-grade Jingshi. Why did he practice spells? Wasn't it for Jingshi? He was upset inside. If he knew earlier, he would have practiced more. Very quickly, they reached the eastern peak. The female disciples all silently stood at the side, no one speaking. Even though Zuo Mo didn't care about them at all, but the completely different treatment he received this time around made him feel good inside. The ling fields infested with weeds are about 450 mu. There's about 250 mu that are much more serious. Li Yingfeng introduced. Zuo Mo nearly tripped. 250 mu. This number scared him. Art of earth energy was different than little art of cloud and rain. Its effective range was much smaller, about 1 mu or so. Also, he tried already. With his first level of art of earth energy, he needed to repeat more than 3 times in order to effectively stop the growth of the damned weeds. That was to say, at the least, he needed to perform art of earth energy 750 times. The answer made his eyes flip and he nearly fainted. This number, it was enough to work him to death. He had thought he got a cushy job. He didn't think it was really a drudgery one. Falling from heaven into hell, the strong contrast nearly made Zuo Mo cry. Zuo Mo looked at the ling fields under his feet filled with weeds and wanted to cry. There were almost only weeds left in these fields. It was hard to even find a trace of the ling grass. Such strong weeds, with his just introductory level of Art of Earth energy, he might have to do it 7 or 8 times to be effective. At this time, his mind was clever and a spark flashed though. He suddenly thought of a beautiful idea. Since these ling fields were almost completely weeds, they could erase everything and plant ling grasses again. The kind of dominant spell that, Art of Flora, wasn't it just perfect for the situation? Art of Flora, other than extracting the vitality and essence of the weeds, it wouldn't even let go of the seeds that were in the soil. What it extracted was the essence of plants, not ling energy, so it wouldn't even harm the ling fields. The more he thought, the more excited he became, so he told his thoughts to Li Yingfeng. When Li Yingfeng found out that Zuo Mo also knew Art of Flora, she was slightly shocked. Inside, she thought that this Zuo Mo shitty wasn't an ordinary person. Increasingly feeling that Zuo Mo wasn't ordinary, Li Yingfeng naturally didn't have any objections. Inside, she felt that it was very likely to succeed this time. This time, she was working against major pressure. 15 pieces of second-grade Jingshi was almost all the Jingshi she had. Quickly going through it again in his head and checking that no problems should occur, Zuo Mo decided to do it. The 2 fists were slightly open, held in front of his chest. The fingertips glowed slightly. Taking a deep breath, the 10 fingers moved. The others only felt threads of light weaving between Zuo Mo's 10 fingers. It was like a drawing, dazzling everyone's eyes. Only shock was left on everyone's face. Only now did they realize the uniqueness of this zombie-like Shi Xiong. It was a dance of light at the fingertips. That dried up and thin hands, it seemed to have a strange power, and attracted everyone's gaze. The diagram that had been drawn was already extremely complicated, but the dancing fingers didn't stop. Even Li Yingfeng's face couldn't help change. Such complicated finger motions. What spell would require such complicated moves? She didn't know that it was due to the complicated nature of the finger movements that Art of Flora was the most difficult among the 5 spells and the number of people who learned it the least. Countless green threads flew up from the ling fields and wriggled between Zuo Mo's palms. Unlike the restraint that happened usually, Zuo Mo had no hesitations now. The fear and trepidation that was present completely disappeared. The 10 fingers flipped and danced, and he pushed forward with all his ling energy. Gradually, a very strange feeling birthed. It seemed that something was slightly throbbing at his heart. Unconsciously, the rate of movement of his 10 fingers became faster. The throbbing at his heart became even stronger. Everything in the surroundings seemed to fall away. Empty and clear, like a void, he looked on silently. The subtle connections between the dancing 10 fingers, the rhythm as the ling energy changed, it went from barely perceptible to the surface. It was as though a paper window was poked open and his vision suddenly became clear. The rawness of Zuo Mo's finger motions instantly disappeared. The 10 fingers were like they had been dipped in water, abnormally smooth, flowing like the water. Of all the female disciples, Li Yingfeng's cultivation was the highest and her eyes the most knowledgeable. She was the first to detect the peculiarity. If it was said that she had just been admiring the complicated nature of Zuo Mo's finger movements, she was feeling completely different now. The finger movements were still beautiful, yet it didn't have that feeling of profoundness, but a kind of strange cadence. Xiaoguo's eyes widened. On the little apple face, an intoxicated adorable expression came on. Threads of green energy floated up from the ling grasses and weeds in the field. The space between Zuo Mo's 10 fingers was like the center of a whirlpool, energetically sucking in the green energy. More and more of the green energy accumulated on Zuo Mo's hands. Very quickly, a green and glistening plant essence bead appeared at his fingertip. The ling fields were a patch of dry yellow, not a hint of green to be found. As a gust of wind blew across, it fell down like dust. In the blink of an eye, a vital and living ling field had become dead ground. Everyone looked dumbstruck. Their gazes as they looked at Zuo Mo were like looking at a ghost. Li Yingfeng was incomparably shocked inside. If it was said that the grandiose finger motions made her entranced, then the shocking result in front of her would only make her uncontrollably feel terror. Was he really Lianxi? She suddenly found it somewhat suspicious. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 13 Success. Chapter 13 Success. Leaving the void state, Zuo Mo mused upon it for a long time. Had that been a moment of enlightenment? He thought with joy and some regret. As expected, when he cast Art of Flora the following few times, the state of emptiness didn't appear like they did the first time. But his finger movements clearly went up a step and became much more flowing. Especially the cooperation between the Ling energy and the finger movements. It was as though he found the trick to it. When his fingers moved, the Ling energy followed and changed, the two tightly connected. The grandiose finger movements, the terrifying results, it made the female disciples that were still apprehensive docilely close their mouths. Zuo hadn't thought the effects would be this strong neither. The dominance of Art of Flora surpassed his predictions. He couldn't help but become alert inside. When he cast Art of Flora, in the future, he needed to be careful. The following matters were much easier. They only needed to plow the Ling fields again before planting the Ling grasses. The method the female disciples used to plant Ling grass broadened his vision. He saw a female disciple take out a bamboo container from her waist, pluck out the cork, and a gold earthworm climbed out. She incanted the spell and the gold earthworm burrowed into the Ling fields. In a short while, the soil rolled and twisted. After 20 minutes when it stopped, the Ling fields were completely overturned. What was most amazing was that not one bit of soil had splashed out of the Ling fields. Zuo Mo couldn't help but be interested. What's this? It's very convenient. Ying Feng was both educated and kind. She said knowingly, we call them mud-turning earthworms. It isn't anything high-grade, just used to overturn the fields. But the results are pretty good. Afterwards, we'll give some to Shitty. It would be a helper in growing Ling grains. Zuo Mo was joyous, many thanks Shiji. In the newly turned Ling fields, the female disciples spread out the Ling grass seeds. Growing Ling grasses didn't have as many concerns as growing Ling grains. They only had to spread it densely. After finishing seeding, Zuo Mo saw a female disciple preparing to cast Little Art of Cloud and Rain, and volunteered, does it need rain? I'll do it. Return the favor. It wasn't good to take another person's things for free. Ying Feng was overjoyed. I heard that Shitty's Little Art of Cloud and Rain reached the 3rd level. Today, I get to have a look. Little Art of Cloud and Rain was Zuo Mo's most familiar spell. He almost didn't need any preparation. Just started the spell and the cloud formed, appearing above the Ling fields. Silver threads gradually entered the Ling fields, the air full of vitality. Everyone felt their minds become refreshed. There were very big differences between the 4th level of Little Art of Cloud and Rain and the 3rd level. Just when the rain stopped, a rainbow appeared above the Ling fields. Just as everyone was complimenting, one female disciple shouted as she pointed at the Ling fields, heavens! Look, it's sprouted! At some time, a patch of thin and light green sprouts appeared in the Ling fields. Zuo Mo took out the plant essence bead and cast Art of Flora again. It instantly dissolved into countless bunches of green thread and merged into the Ling fields. The light green spouts in the Ling fields instantly became darker, their growth delightful. Shitty is just as rumored. Ying Feng complimented sincerely. This unknown Shitty seemed to have endless methods, and always could bring her unexpected surprises. And she found that no matter which technique that Zuo Mo used, there were major differences with what she had heard. What was he concealing? Ying Feng thought of this question again. Art of Flora, combined with Little Art of Cloud and Rain, the effect was outstanding, the effectiveness increasing. Ying Feng didn't care what method Zuo Mo used, she only hoped to produce Ling grasses quickly. To increase speed, for a continuous length of time, other than going to Cold Mist Valley to make rain once a day, Zuo Mo spent all his time at the Eastern Peak. This was the first time he received the luxurious treatment of using Jingshi to recover Ling energy. The body was like a vessel. To contain more Ling energy, it needed continually increasingly large containers. The simplest way to increase the size of the container was to change the body. Continuously using Ling energy, the Ling energy would continuously strengthen the channels and so more Ling energy could be stored. The purity and density of the Ling energy inside the Jingshi exceeded the Ling energy drifting in the air. It was much easier to absorb and the effect it had on the channels were clearer. The next few days, Zuo Mo continuously repeated Art of Flora and Little Art of Cloud and Rain. The amount of work that was required for more than 400 mu of Ling fields were finished by him alone. The female disciples finally saw the craziness and absorbed nature of him at work. Casing a spell, holding a Jingshi in meditation, then standing to cast a spell until all Ling energy was used, then meditation. Even as they looked on from the side, they felt exhausted. But Zuo Mo repeated the cycle and didn't feel any dullness. Of course Zuo Mo wouldn't find it dull. Such luxurious treatment, he had never thought of it even in his dreams. Such a good opportunity, if he didn't use it, was he dumb? He didn't spare any of his Ling energy. Each time, he would wring the Ling energy out of his body completely. Then he would take the jingsher and suck fanatically. In these few days, he had gained much. Even if there wasn't those 10 pieces of second-grade jingsher, he definitely would have agreed. His channels, which had never extracted Ling energy in such a manner, were like dry ground meeting a surge of rain. In these short few days, the amount of Ling energy in his body increased by almost 10%, his channels becoming stronger as well. Other than that, as he repeated, Art of Flora, over and over, his degree of proficiency increased linearly. There were signs he was nearing the second level. Looking at the green Ling fields, all the fields had been replanted with Ling grasses. That also meant the job was finished. His heart was full of reluctance. At what time would he meet such a good thing like this? He sighed deeply in his heart. 5 days, he used up 5 pieces of second-grade jingsher. No wonder Zuo Mo was still wishing to continue. But luckily, 10 pieces of second-grade jingsher was enough to satisfy the yearning in his heart. The stone in Li Yingfeng's heart landed. Even though the price was high, she had managed to solve a troublesome problem. And she had met a strong shitty. She was very satisfied. Work and relax, that was the right way. Returning to the yard, Zuo Mo's wallet was bulging and his mood relaxed. But his studies each day, he never stopped. Even though the efficiency of meditation was far from being able to compare with using jingsher, but Zuo Mo still persisted. The Ling energy in the jingsher might be pure and easy to absorb, but it was slightly strong. It was slower to meditate and absorb Ling energy, but it was very gentle. In the long run, it was easy to leave behind hidden dangers by relying too much of jingsher. Those sects with thick bases and foundations had many methods to solve the dangers, but to Zuo Mo, those were far away. Of course, the most important thing was Zuo Mo didn't have that many jingsher to squander. Other than that, right now, he was focusing on Art of Aged Gold and Art of Flora. Art of Aged Gold was at the second level, and it wasn't far before Art of Flora would also break. If both of these could reach the third level, and adding in the fourth level of Little Art of Cloud and Rain, it was enough for him to qualify as a Ling plant farmer. By that time, the jingsher will roll in. In the next few days, his mood was great. Each day, he lightheartedly ran over to Cold Mist Valley each day to make rain. The Ling herbs in the medicine fields were growing well, the effect of the fourth level of Little Art of Cloud and Rain, clear. The Ling herbs seemed to have more vitality than before. Each time when he stated to make rain, the Ling herbs in the fields would neatly follow and sway as though they were rejoicing. Zuo Mo's mood became cheerful whenever he saw these Ling herbs dancing. To this job that was forced upon him, his unwillingness had decreased. The medicine fields in Cold Mist Valley were third-grade Ling fields. The intelligence in these Ling herbs greatly surpassed normal plants. The misfortunes of the past swept away. His life became bright once again. Just as usual, he made a round of inspections before leaving. After making sure that nothing happened, he then left Cold Mist Valley. Not long after he left Cold Mist Valley, he suddenly heard the sound of people talking in the front. Old Black is pretty misfortunate. The Ling grains are infected with this strange disease. He probably won't get even 1 grain this year. Next year, he might not even get to plant the Ling grains. He has a family of the old and young, his days will become hard. Oh, it's fate. I'm just worried if this strange disease will spread. If we get infected, that would be terrible. So true. Heavens protect. I'm still depending on this year's harvest to exchange for a sword scripture. Me too. Strange disease? Zuo Mo's heart jumped. Planting Ling grains, what people were most afraid of were those unnameable strange diseases. Once it occurred, it basically was a loss for the entire year. These 2 years, Zuo Mo had personally seen several Shixiang, due to bad luck, become unable to even pay the rent for the Ling fields to the sect and were thrown out of the sect. A while ago when he made rain for Old Black, his Ling grains were growing well, so why did they suddenly become infected with a strange disease? Zuo Mo felt it a bit strange. If one had to say who had it the hardest in the sect, it was probably Old Black. He had a family. His son supposedly had some innate talent and had been admitted into a small sword sect. The tribute he needed to give each year to the sect wasn't a small amount. Adding on the different material and jingsher needed for cultivation, the spending was enormous. Old Black had a cultivation of Lianqi 5th level. He rented a full 200 mu of Ling fields. All his time was spent on growing Ling grains. These 10 years, his cultivation hadn't increased one bit. But even so, the jingsher he earned was just barely enough. This year, Old Black was especially hardworking. It was rumored that his son was at the gate of Lianqi 7th level. For his son to push through the big jump of the 7th level, he needed a lot of jingsher. To give to the sect for the sect elders to give some extra attention, it was an unwritten rule. Other than that, Old Black had put hopes on another method. Places without Ling veins, the amount of Ling energy in the air was extremely low. If he relied on those Ling energy to change into the Ling energy inside his body, it was extremely slow. Shoujo would have the wealth usually use two kinds of methods. One was using Ling grains for a long period. There weren't high levels of Ling energy in the Ling grains, but the effect was gentle and easily absorbed. The other method was directly extracting Ling energy from the Jingshi. This was also the fasted method. Additionally, using Jingshi was especially effective at making breakthroughs. Old Black thought to use this method for his son to break through the barrier to the 7th level. Zuo Mo decided to take a look. And if it really would spread, then his own 50 mu of Ling fields would also be affected. There were many people surrounding the Ling fields at the base of the mountain. Zuo Mo found Old Black in the crowd with one glance. That black face was now so pale there wasn't a hint of blood, the eyes empty and hopeless. And the Ling fields that Zuo Mo recently made rain for was enough to scare him. The green Ling grains were now almost completely withered. The leaves and primary stem full of a kind of black energy. Anyone who saw the situation would be certain that these Ling grains would certainly die. Many Shixian were gathered at the edge of the Ling field. They formed groups and discussed in low voices, all their voices full of worry. Guo Shixian's here. Guo Shixian's here. Someone cheered from the crowd. A light came into Old Black's devastated eyes and he suddenly crawled up from the ground. Guo Lu Shixian was the person who had the deepest knowledge of art of aged gold. A number of years ago, he had reached the 2nd level. The recent news was that he was going to soon enter the 3rd level. Usually, when some strange illness appeared in the Ling grains, everyone would recommend Guo Lu Shixian. And he didn't disappoint. He saved the Ling grains that everyone thought would die multiple times. Guo Lu Shixian was barefoot and wearing shorts, his face full of wrinkles like an old farmer. When he saw the swaths of withered Ling fields, his face couldn't help but change before recovering. The change was extremely subtle, but Zuo Mo coincidentally caught it. When he had seen the withered Ling fields, he had already had a bad feeling. When he saw the change in expression of Guo Lu Shixian, the ominous feeling inside became even stronger. As he improved on art of aged gold, he understood much more. If it was normal pests, the withered leaves wouldn't have been slightly black. This black was like dead ash, and made Zuo Mo's heart beat frantically. Old Black almost rushed in front of Guo Lu Shixian and shouted heart-wrenchingly, "Shixian, save me." Seeing Old Black's despairing expression, a flush came upon Guo Lu's face and he gravely said, "As much as I'm capable." He walked into the Ling fields. Everyone's eyes gathered on his body, not a sound of discussion made. Everyone stared fixedly at Guo Shixian that stepped into the Ling fields. Guo Lu Shixian's expression was grave. He walked in front of a withered Ling grain and squatted down, attentively examining every part of the Ling grain. He also ripped down the withered and slightly black leaves, putting it to the nose for a smell. His inspection was extremely fine. He almost walked around the entire Ling field and took more than an hour. The suspicious expression on his face became even heavier, as though he had encountered something impossible. He shook his head, his expression still suspicious, and his hand landed on a withered Ling grain. Zuo Mo, who also knew art of aged gold, suddenly became alert. He knew the most crucial time had come. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 14 Strange Disease. Edit, sorry to those who received an alert about Chapter 15. I got the chapter number mixed up. This is a more relaxing chapter. I reread the novel today and the beginning parts are some of my favorite. Lots of comedy, lots of work in trying to navigate through life. Everything is also so simple and easy to translate right now. Chapter 14 Strange Disease. Hand touching the Ling grain, a hint of gold suddenly floated onto Guo Lu Shixian's face. Just this was enough to make Zuo Mo feel admiration. Guo Lu Shixian's comprehension of art of aged gold was much deeper than him. Even though he was at the 2nd level, but in actual usage and level of comprehension, he was much weaker than Guo Lu Shixian. Yet something unexpected happened. Guo Lu Shixian's expression changed and he spat out a mouthful of blood, falling to the ground. The disciples spectating instantly paled and rushed forward, heading for Guo Lu Shixian. They only saw that Guo Lu Shixian's face was as white as paper, barely breathing and unconscious. Some Shixian who were on good relations with Guo Lu Shixian hurriedly held him up and ran up the mountain. Old Black stayed still in his original place and then started to wail, the sound so mournful listeners also became sad. The crowd gradually dissipated, each person's face filled with worry. Zuo Mo moved his feet, walking into the Ling fields. Nearing a stalk of Ling grain, he closely examined it. He didn't dare to touch it with his hand. The scene just now, it really made him extremely afraid of these Ling grains. A fishy odor entered his nose. Zuo Mo couldn't help but frown. In his 2 years of farming, he had never smelt something like this. Inside, he really wanted to find out what was really inside this Ling grains. He suddenly thought about the first time he encountered pests. That brutal and dangerous aura was still fresh on his mind. It was only when he had used Art of Aged Gold on his 5 mu of Ling grains that first time that he encountered a similar situation. When Guolu Shixiang suddenly spat blood, the first thought in his head was it that inside these Ling grains, there were similar yet stronger presences? But the lesson of Guolu Shixiang told him to not rashly try. Looking at Old Black, he sighed inside. A problem that even Guo Shixiang couldn't solve, he had the desire but not the strength. Even when he got back to his small yard, that scene was still playing in his mind. The seriousness of the problem increased dramatically due to Guolu Shixiang throwing out blood. It was certain that the sect would respond. But the only one knowledgeable in the sect about farming, 4th Shirgusher Fengrong, had left to wander half a year ago and still hadn't recovered. Haomin Shiji, who was responsible for the medicine fields, had left with Luoli Shixiang. Haomin Shiji was going to be out of luck, but Zuo Mo didn't have much joy. He had a feeling that the strange disease would spread. When he entered the Ling fields, he had detected that the withering of the Ling grains were clearly different. From that, it could be seen that there was a progress in which the Ling grains in the field were infected. The situation was exactly what he had predicted. In the following days, another 2 Shixiang's Ling grains became infected with this kind of strange disease. The higher-ups of the sect still hadn't set out any measures. Guolu Shixiang was still unconscious. A layer of dark clouds covered Wu Kong Sword Sect. There were still about 2 months before the time to harvest the Ling grains. Everyone could only pray that the Ling grains in their own fields would escape and endure to harvest. However, prayers didn't do anything. This year, the number of outer sect disciples who received not a seed quickly increased to 10 people. Zuo Mo's luck seemed to have been used up. He became one of the 10 people. The 5 mu in the yard was still good, but some withered Ling grains started to appear in the 50 mu he rented from the sect. His heart suddenly became nervous. At no time had he ever thought he would leave the sect. Farming wasn't an easy job, but he still lived well. From when he opened his eyes 2 years ago, he had lived at Wukong Mountain. This was like his home. But if he couldn't completely pay the rent for the Ling fields this year, he would be exiled out of the sect. This was something he could not accept. Even more, if he left the yard, where would he go to find even the smallest section of Ling vein? Nothing was harder to accept than seeing the Ling grains in the fields wither stalk by stalk. Nothing other than being unable to stop the spread made people feel despair. The harsh fishy odor waved off the fields. The rich fields became a pit of mud. The sect was swarming with victims. The number of outer sect disciples that were infected by the strange disease increased to 25 people. The remainder were also in danger. The Ling grains were almost entirely dry. Only at the spot nearest the ground could a hint of green be seen. If they couldn't find a way, when the vitality of this Ling grains were completely gone, it would be too late. Just as Zuo Mo was at his wit's end, suddenly a pink little thousand crane appeared in front of his eyes. Damned woman! Making a bother at this time. Zuo Mo saw this paper crane and couldn't help starting to swear. He didn't have any intentions of picking the crane, sneering and musing to himself, "Humph, GE won't pay attention to you, go play by yourself." After the sound landed, the little thousand crane suddenly opened on its own. "Yi, where are you waiting for me?" A sweet and adorable voice wormed into his ears. It was like licking a mouthful of honey, or gently tickled at the heart. A person who was less resolute would have softened to the bones. Zuo Mo stared with an open mouth at this pink paper that opened up on its own in front of him. On it was written exactly what the voice said. Automatically unfolding, automatically speaking, automatically finding people. The tiny pink little thousand crane showed so many wonders that let Zuo Mo's weak soul received an unprecedented battering. He suddenly had a premonition. He might have provoked big trouble. Fine, it's not good to argue with a woman. Go won't play with you, he said to himself righteously. Wanting to use beauty to tempt me? Humph. Zuo Mo sneered, you're still tender. Not just a magic voice, but even if it was a peerless naked woman, GE can still calmly, heart as fixed as pine. In the Ling fields, there was only the sound of Zuo Mo's duck-like voice singing, I was originally a mirror, yet dust fell upon me, yeah. Before his voice stopped, another pink little thousand crane flew in front of him from the sky. The exquisite pink little thousand crane moved like stripping off clothing, the motions elegant as it automatically unfolded. Ha, Yi, if you don't reply, the next little thousand crane, I'll draw a flame-exploding seal, but... Am I afraid? Zuo Mo wasn't scared. Am I one that will lower his head due to power? He suddenly posed, tilting his head and muttering to himself, flame exploding seal, where did I hear it? Before his voice landed, he saw a pink little thousand crane flying over from the corner of his eyes. He scratched his head. It came again? How did the other find him? This was the part that made him the most curious. He had never heard of a thousand paper crane having such an ability. Unless it was those people that were really powerful. But the powerful people, who would use something as washed out as little thousand cranes? Wait, she said she would draw a flame-exploding seal this time. Zuo Mo's pupils widened and he unhesitatingly lifted his feet and started running. Boom! A sound of explosion came from behind him. A strong pressure wave forced Zuo Mo into a tumble, eating the dirt. Zuo Mo dazed. As a beginner Xiozha that was only knowledgeable at farming, things like explosions definitely shouldn't appear in his life. Struggling to sit up from the dirt, he looked at the large hole that had been exploded behind him, his expression dazed. From the side, another pink little thousand crane flew in front of him and was elegantly unfolded. But in Zuo Mo's eyes there wasn't any elegance, but only the grace that was filled with an empress favor. The specialty of an empress favor was that it didn't care whether you were willing or not. Haha, in 10 minutes, I want to draw a flaming explosion chain seal. Zuo Mo's mind blanked and he jumped up from the ground like his ass was on fire. He grabbed the pink paper floating in front of him and ran in the direction of his residence. 10 minutes. Damned woman. When the familiar yard appeared in his view, his lungs were burning, his throat smoking. Zuo Mo almost cried. Like the wind, he rushed into the yard. Like the wind, he rushed into the room. Like the wind, he found the cinnabar and weasel bristle brush. What do you really want? There wasn't any of the easy and boldness of last time. It was so bitter, like a weak woman that had a brute rush into her rooms in the middle of the night. With the fastest speed, he folded the pink paper and with faster speed, he filled it with Ling energy and patted his chest in trepidation as he watched it disappear into the horizon. Zuo Mo felt he was really unlucky. Why did he be so idle as to pick up the paper crane? Why did he reply? Thinking about the crowd of paper cranes flying down from the sky and then boom boom boom. With him as the center, within 3 miles, nothing would remain. Zuo Mo's head felt numb. A short while later, a pink little thousand crane flew in from the window. Ha, I just want to chat with ye. Life, philosophy, how interesting. Zuo Mo crisply raised a white flag, I surrender, . The other disregarded it, haha, what's ye's dream? Earn Jingshi. Zuo Mo helplessly wrote down, full of humiliation. Can Jingshi be earned? In any case, I can't shit it out. Zuo Mo was just going to throw the broken pot. Before Zuo Mo became numb, he finally understood. The other was only a woman that was raised in deep protection, extremely bored, lonely, unfulfilled, thought of lives as grass, yet was abnormally powerful. And it was this abnormally powerful that easily slayed any intentions of Zuo Mo to rebel. A matter worth celebrating was that this woman had the habit of eating. For the first time, Zuo Mo was grateful for this habit that was gradually disappearing from the world. It rescued this poor lamb that he was. Temporarily dispatching the woman, Zuo Mo took a breath. From the high nervousness at the beginning to the complete numbness at the end, Zuo Mo managed to completely experience the process of a soul being wounded. This even made him not feel any more terror towards the Ling grains that made Guo Shixiang throw up blood. The experiences this afternoon made him believe that in this world, there couldn't be anything more scary than this terrifying woman. He decided to try to rescue his 50 mu of Ling grains. He didn't want to leave this place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 15 Little Yao. How will Zuo Mo deal with the disease? Also, should I make a glossary like I did for my other translation? Chapter 15 Little Yao. The night came and Wukong Mountain was a piece of quiet. Because it was far from Dongfu, the life inside the mountain was extremely dull. When night arrived, the outer sect disciples would usually gather together to chat and entertain themselves. And the inner sect disciples would spend the majority of time on cultivation. From a certain point of view, the pressure that inner sect disciples had wasn't less than outer sect disciples. They needed to keep cultivating so they could qualify to attend Yao Hunt. Once every 10 years, if in a sword sect, there wasn't anyone who attended Yao Hunt, the sect would quickly disappear. This was common knowledge. This was a trait of sword sections. They frequently would rise very quickly, but at the same time, their fall would be even faster. The number of sword sects with long histories could be counted on the fingers. All of them were enormous entities. These matters weren't related to Zuo Mo. He had no connections to Yao Hunt. In the night, he walked along on the mountain path. Under generations of care, the wild beasts on Wukong Mountains were extinct, so he didn't need to worry for his safety. From when he opened his eyes until now, the scenes of life flashed through his mind. His eyes became more resolute, his steps faster. The sect didn't treat him especially well. However, he was used to the life here. It was somewhat hard, but it was safe. The only knot in his heart was his origins. That dream that always appeared, this face that never had expression. It seemed to be telling him something. But until now, he didn't have a hint. Other than this knot, he was very satisfied with his present life. Yet he might be quickly facing the fate of being exiled from the sect. Maybe one day, he would leave here. But not right now. And there was also another reason that made him so decisive. It was an impulse moving restlessly in his heart. He didn't understand why, but after the two previous encounters, the craving for battle seemed to have been activated in his bones. Zuo Mo didn't know if this would count as battle, but in his heart, the kind of confrontation didn't make him scared, but he actually seemed to desire it. With his 8th level of Lianqi, the night was just like day, and he wasn't affected. Very quickly, he reached his 50 mu of Ling fields. The speed of withering was extremely fast. It was more serious than when he had left this afternoon. Another large patch of Ling grains showed signs of withering. Walking to the nearest stalk of Ling grains, smelling the fishy odor, he suddenly thought about the scene of Guo Lu Shixiang choking out blood and fainting and hesitated. But this hesitation flashed before disappearing from his eyes. Replacing it was a burning light. The aged gold energy flashed a dazzling gold in the dark. It was like a ball of fairies. Zuo Mo took a deep breath. His right hand holding the aged gold energy, he placed it on the stem of the Ling grain in front of him. Boom! It was as though he was suddenly pulled into another world. Countless black seeds like dandelion seeds floated in the void, forming a black sea. This black sea swayed gently. Each time it moved, it gave out a vast energy. Each of them was small and weak, but the energy that this piece of black sea exuded, even Zuo Mo couldn't find the urge to rebel. He blankly faced this large black sea, not knowing what to do. The aged gold energy that was usually roiling and violent retreated behind him for the first time. At the same time in old black's Ling fields, there stood 3 people. Among the 3, one had a square face and a long beard, his expression stern and authoritative. The other was an old man thin like steel, ice in his eyes, his sword essence imposing. The last was a round person, a smile eternally on his face with great cheer. If a disciple was here, they would jump in fright. The authoritative one was the head of the sect, Pei Yuanran. The think like steel one was Xin Yen Shirshu. The smiling fat one was Yen Lu. Of the first generation of Wu Kong Sword Sect, 3 of the 4 were present. If this was passed out, a large fuss would occur in the sect. Does the 2 shitty recognize what this is? Pei Yuanran asked in a deep voice. This time, the strange disease came so suspiciously without any forewarning. And it was so ferocious. In just a few days, almost half of the Ling fields were damaged. This meant that the Ling grain harvest this year would be significantly damaged, the loss more than half. For a small sect like Wu Kong Sword Sect, this kind of loss was enough to affect their operations. So when the news reached them, the leader of the sect and the other elders that never asked about the Ling fields quickly came to look. Yet the situation was even worse than they had imagined. All 3 of them were in a terrible mood. Xin Yan shook his head, never seen it, but it can eat Ling, so it should be Yao, kill. The last word was full of murderous intent, bitingly cold. Second Shixiang is right. Even Yanlo, the one always agreeable with a smile on his face, had a dark expression, but Yao has never stepped onto Wukong Mountain before. How did this small Yao come to our Wukong Mountain? This matter is fishy. Pei Yuanran mused, a hint of worry in his expression. After 3,000 years ago when the 2 races of Yaoma retreated, in the thousands of years, nothing has ever been heard about Yaoma appearing in the present territory of the Sword Rivers. But Yao has appeared in our sect, it really is a puzzle. Shixiang shouldn't worry, just kill it. Xin Yen frigidly replied, not just a little Yao that hasn't matured. But even the big Yao, humph, those that died under my sword, there were many. Yen Lu gave a reminiscing expression, smiling and adding, thinking about that year when the 3 of us hunted Yao. Second Shixiang's Ice Dragon, 1, sword, intimidated all the Yaoma, and made them quake. The other 2 also showed expressions of recall. Let's sort out this little Yao first. Such a good moon, let's go back and boil tea. It would be an experience. Pei Yuanran smiled, suggesting. Yen Le smiled and clapped, that's good. Second Shixiang, we'll cover for you. Xin Yan didn't decline. The ice in his eyes flashed and he summoned his flying sword. A snowy white crystal sword appeared in the sky. The clean clarity of the body made the moon seem dull. Soaring in the night sky, it intimated. This was Xin Yan's famous Ice Dragon Sword. Go! A clear shout echoed in the surroundings. The body of the Ice Dragon Sword trembled slightly and turned into a pure white icy dragon. The two eyes flashed viciously. Giving a low bellow, it changed into a flashing light and raced for the Ling Fields. When the light was just about to attack the Ling Fields, something unexpected happened. A gust of black smoke came out of each stalk of withered Ling grain. Those extremely thin black wisps of smoke grew in the wind. In a few blinks of the eye, the Ling Fields were covered in a layer of inky black smoke. Even the finger of a hand couldn't be seen in front of the eyes. The three of Pei Yuanran were covered in smoke but were not the least bit panicked. But they didn't know that not far away, there was an outer sect disciple that was also covered in the black smoke. Zuo Mo was startled awake by Xin Yan's shout. But at this time, he suddenly found that he couldn't even take his consciousness away. What he could see was still the countless black dandelion seeds flying everywhere. But this clear shout from somewhere disturbed the peace of the sea. The black dandelion seeds started to surge like a large ocean that suddenly had a windstorm. Fury, contempt, helplessness, sorrow. Many different emotions floated into Zuo Mo's heart. He was like a puppet, full of countless emotions that didn't belong to him. These emotions were limitless and restless, raging through Zuo Mo's consciousness. But Zuo Mo's own consciousness was clearer than ever. What was more tragic than even his consciousness being controlled? Something suddenly seemed to have been touched in his heart. An unprecedented loathing and hatred suddenly rose. Damn it! Zuo Mo's body was shaking. Every joint in the entire body shaking. The shaking became even stronger, the scene extremely unsettling. In the sea of consciousness, he furiously struggled, furiously shouted. Get out! A furious shout tore out, like the roar of thunder, and echoed in this borderless black sea. And the raging emotions in his heart suddenly disappeared with his shout. He still could feel the different feelings transferring from the Black Sea, but the emotions didn't take over his consciousness. Immediately after, he saw something he would never forget. A pure white sword blow, landing from the sky. Just one sword, dot. The Black Sea he thought was vast and limitless was cleaved in two. He could not comprehend the vastness and strength of this sword. Zuo Mo was shocked still. His own sea of consciousness, at this moment, was frozen by this grand sword. Terror and instinct, it dominated every corner of his mind. Everything seemed to slow down. After the sword strike that seemed to destroy the heavens, countless small sword essences, like sharks in a pack, chased those black dandelion seeds. Everywhere they passed, nothing was left. The Black Sea gave out the feeling of panic, terror. Zuo Mo smiled. When the Black Sea controlled his emotions, it had infuriated him. The battle ended very quickly. A second blow didn't materialize. This one blow was enough to erase the entire Black Sea. The Ling grains returned to normal, except they were heavily damaged and needed time to recover. The control of his consciousness returned to him and he left the Ling grain. He couldn't help wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. The danger this night totally surpassed his imagination. Thinking about it now, he couldn't help but still be scared. He laid down on the ground, his entire body soft, soaked in sweat. The night wind blew and he shuddered. He walked soullessly back to his own little yard. What were those black dandelion seeds inside the Ling grains? That sword strike that appeared out of nowhere, whose was it? That one strike, the shock it gave him was really too strong. Bone-achingly cold, murderous intent overflowing, the meaning of the sword was branded in his mind. He suddenly understood why so many people would choose to cultivate the sword. To chase after power, wasn't it was the natural tendency of people? Even more, it was such strong, such terrifying power. The 50 mu of Ling grains were finally saved. Even though this year's harvest would dramatically decrease, but he should still have the amount for this year's rent. At this point, he heaved a sigh of relief. Sitting down, he started to inspect his own consciousness. He had never gone through something like his experience tonight. He was very worried this would affect him negatively. As he started his mediation, his face suddenly changed. In his sea of consciousness, there floated one black dandelion seed. It is actually a dragon that doesn't have any horns. An immature dragon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 16 Sword Essence. The footnotes are clickable, so if you click on them again, you go back to its place in the text. I added new terms to the glossary. I tried to copy what the ISSTH glossary did, so tell me if what's up is what was being requested. I think the text itself describes what the terms do or are, so I didn't write very detailed descriptions. Thanks for all the comments and typo picking. Please keep going. I think I'm going with the Sea of Consciousness because the Chinese term is. I could do spiritual sea, but for some reason, it feels awkward to me. Chapter 16 Sword Essence. Don't forget. Even if you die, you mustn't forget. The strange yet familiar voice echoed like a nightmare. Just like usual, Zuo Mo was startled awake from his dream. He grimaced as he sat up. Rationally, if he had the same dream this many times, he should be numb against it. But each time he woke up, he would find his body soaked in sweat. Even he felt that it was unimaginable. The stars in the sky were brightly lit, the starlight falling down. Wukong Mountains was peaceful and quiet. That dangerous scene from last night flashed before his eyes. He suddenly remembered that black dandelion seed in his sea of consciousness. He quickly went to inspect. It was still floating in his consciousness. There wasn't any movement. He released a breath. No matter what method he used, it didn't have any effect on this black dandelion seed. He was somewhat worried. From a glance, it could be seen that this black dandelion seed wasn't something good. Now that it suddenly ran into his sea of consciousness, it definitely wasn't a good thing. Should he wait a while and then go take a look at the doctor? He mused inside. Waking up in the middle of the night, he didn't have a hint of drowsiness. After thinking for a while, the matter of the black dandelion seed was thrown to one side. In this situation where he couldn't think of any solutions, excessive worry was superfluous. Limited by his cultivation, his sea of consciousness wasn't large. Other than that black dandelion seed, it was empty. As he kept on thinking, he thought about that sword essence that flew over the heavens. The shock that sword essence gave him was too large, deeply ingraining itself in his head. He had never learned any sword scriptures, but that didn't mean he didn't understand anything. In the outer sect disciples, there were many that practiced sword scriptures. Because Wu Kong Sword Sect was a sword sect. Like Wei Shang Shixiang, he mainly cultivated the sword, and had once been Luoli Shixiang's sword servant. The so-called sword servant, they were the servants of Sword Xiu. They were responsible for cleaning the battlefield and some supplementary duties. Wei Shang Shixiang had the greatest battle strength in the outer sect disciples, and his battle experience was extremely rich. It was rumored that he had even once killed Sword Xiu who were in the initial stages of Zhuji. But he had seen how Wei Shang Shixiang practicing. The lights flew and it was very pretty, but compared to that sword essence, it was like a colorful paper bird, a poke and it would tear. But the vast sword essence last night that seemed to cleave the heavens, he had never imagined anything like it. Under that sword strike, everything bowed. He was as tiny as an ant. Just at this time, something unexpected occurred. In his sea of consciousness, an icy and pure white sword essence appeared without a warning. Zuo Mo's body froze, his eyes bulging and his breathing stopped. A beat later, his cold body steadily warmed. His eyes slowly recovered the spirit. He heavily exhaled, shock filling his eyes. Why was it like this? That suddenly appearing sword essence, it was exactly the same as that terrifying sword strike last night. Having no guards against it, that sword strike almost cleaved his sea of consciousness in half. The pure and cold murderous intent contained in the sword strike directly made him stop breathing, all the organs in his body at that moment stopped moving. He still felt trepidation and didn't understand what had happened at all. It wasn't possible. Having the black dandelion seed exist in his consciousness was enough to make him terrified, now there was the addition of a sword essence. No. When he inspected before, he didn't find this sword essence. Leaving his sea of consciousness, he thought back in great detail on how the sword essence had appeared. Then he found, just when the sword essence had appeared, it was exactly when he was in the sea of consciousness facing the black dandelion seed when he remembered the sword essence. A bold idea suddenly appeared in his head. Was it that this sword essence had been released by that black dandelion seed? This freakish idea, once it came out, it couldn't be pushed down. His sea of consciousness turned back into a void. The black dandelion seed floated around alone in the void. Zuo Mo hesitated. That sword essence was too strong. Just right now, the blow to his body and soul were extreme. But the desire to understand what happened quickly won. He gritted his teeth. Go for it. Facing the black dandelion seed, he thought back to that sword essence. Hiss. A silvery white sword essence flew out. Splat. Zuo Mo's body froze and he threw up a mouthful of blood. A second later, ha ha ha. The sound of laughter rang out of the little yard. Zuo Mo's mouth was smeared with blood, frightening to the eye, yet his face was joyous. It really was that black dandelion seed. The sword essence really was released by it. Having prepared this time, he saw it clearly. Not just that, he also found that this sword essence was completely different than what he had seen last time. Or, more correctly, it was even clearer. And because of it, its undoubted power was exposed. How could Zuo Mo's fragile spirit endure the blow of such a strong sword essence? So he was wounded and spat blood. But even wounded, Zuo Mo couldn't help roar with laughter. If he could comprehend this sword essence. Before last night, he didn't have a bit of interest in sword shio. But that pure and icy sword energy planted a seed in his heart. A seed that was interested in strength. But Zuo Mo quickly came out from his joy. This sword strike was extremely strong, nothing he could bear. His head started to ache. After receiving 2 blows from the stroke strike, his spirit was already wounded. And, thinking about the pain as his body being completely frozen, his consciousness easily being split in half, his face slightly paled. Comprehending this sword essence, there were many benefits. But, at the same time, he had to pay a painful price. The spirit being wounded, it was much harder to heal than other wounds. The pain at his head made him hiss repeatedly. Grabbing the sound tablet beside him, he pushed in Ling energy. Fierce conflict has once again exploded at Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia. The voice inside the sound tablet made Zuo Mo pause. The sound tablet was an essential part of his life. He would listen to the sound tablet each night to go to sleep. In this length of time, there was a clear increase in the news about the conflict at Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia. Was it the Yao Ma were discontented being suppressed for so long and was starting to counterattack? He thought humorously, but he quickly threw the question to one side. No matter if it was Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia or Yao Ma, it was 100,000 miles away from him, completely unrelated. He didn't even think the Yao Ma would make a ripple. 3,000 years ago, the war between the Xiuzha and Yao Ma, it ended in a complete victory for the Xiuzha. If there wasn't a Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia stopping the forward progress of the Xiuzha, it was very likely that the Yao Ma would have already been completely eradicated. Following that was some news on the sword test conference. Zuo Mo wasn't very interested. Suddenly, his head felt like it was cracking. Zuo Mo grunted as he hugged his head. His consciousness was wounded. The greatest pain in a life came when a beautiful woman dropped out of the sky, but at the same time, there also dropped a nasty dragon that guarded the beauty. Even more painful was just when they saw the peerless face of the beauty, they were kicked by the evil dragon at the weak spot. Zuo Mo wailed inside. Fixing his consciousness was his most important priority right now. However, to a low-level Xiuzha with only the cultivation of Lianqi 8th level, fixing consciousness was a question that was far out of his power. Pain. It was like the deepest part of the brain was being lightly craved by someone using a small knife. Just a while and Zuo Mo was almost insane. Hugging his head as he sat on the roof, the painful groans continued. Zuo Mo wanted to cry. Holding his head, he almost crawled to move to the meditation mat in the seclusion room. His only hope right now was that mediation could decrease the pain. Very quickly, the cruel reality destroyed his last hope. No matter how he used the Ling energy, the pain of his spirit didn't lessen. His entire person seemed to have been chopped in two, but his body was well. He hugged his head, rolling and groaning on the floor. Gradually, the sound of wailing became lower. Those who are ignorant have no fear. He had only the most pitiful understanding of the spirit. If his cultivation was just a bit deeper, he would understand more and wouldn't dare to be so impulsive. Fixing a consciousness, even those Xiuzha who had a cultivation of Ningmai, didn't have many solutions. Unless Jindan cultivators lent a hand, fixing would be easier. But, if a Jindan gave aid, that price definitely wasn't a small one. Low-level Xiuzha didn't dare to touch the spirit. Not even the Zhenxiu who specialized in the consciousness, before the stage of Jindan, they also wouldn't dare. Zuo Mo was just a low-level Xiuzha who just achieved the 8th level of Lianqi. His sea of consciousness suffered 2 continuous blows that far surpassed his ability to bear. The fact that he didn't already die was a miracle. A wound to the consciousness, if there wasn't an outside power to heal it, it wouldn't disappear. The pitiful Zuo Mo curled completely into a ball. He didn't have the strength to roll anymore. His breathing was shallow, his awareness fuzzy. Faintly, he seemed to hear someone was talking. "Thou wants to live?" A simple and desolate voice, upright and imposing. "Save me." Zuo Mo heard his weak answer filled with joy and pleading. "To abide by my ceremony, to execute my desires, to give my oath, will thou?" Too outrageous. Zuo Mo, on his last breaths, couldn't help but wail. He suddenly had the feeling he had been tricked. Will thou? The imposing voice was like thunder, filled with oppression. Go to hell. Zuo Mo unexpectedly raged. Don't assume that I don't know it's you that tricked. He still wanted to curse, but the pain of his spirit was so extreme he couldn't help but scream. Will thou? Go to hell. Zuo Mo swore as he screamed. At the same time, he raised his middle finger. Will thou? Go to hell. Zuo Mo didn't even have the energy to scream, much less raise the middle finger. He could only weakly whine. Will thou? Go to hell. Zuo Mo's answer was like the whine of a mosquito, the sound thin, like a hair strand. Will thou? Go to hell. Zuo Mo's awareness was a puddle of dizziness as he struggled. That imposing and authoritative sound finally silenced. At this time, Zuo Mo's awareness was completely muddled, everything in the surroundings indistinct. In his dizziness, he didn't know if it was his delusion. That voice spoke again, no dignity left, only loneliness. The ceremony lost, the desire dead, only the oath once taken. The voice seemed further and further away from him. He became unconscious. In the sea of consciousness of Zuo Mo, who was in a coma, that black dandelion seed that had been floating quietly landed. As it landed, it penetrated into the sea of consciousness, grew roots, germinated, bloomed, bore fruit. Countless black dandelion seeds continuously spilled, floating to every corner of Zuo Mo's consciousness. In the blink of an eye, the sea of consciousness became a black sea. The black sea suddenly broke. Countless fragments floated up like black flowers, turning into countless wisps of black smoke. The black smoke transformed into a figure of a person. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 17 Poo 1. I am so excited about this chapter. Zuo Mo's my favorite character, but this one is right after. Luck is really important on the road to cultivation. Zuo Mo has terrible luck. I have a hard time translating. I've used both abnormal and perverse. Any suggestions? Chapter 17 Poo 1. Zuo Mo slowly woke up. His head was still aching, but compared to the pain that had cut through his entire body, it was much less. Thinking of what had happened before he went unconscious, his face suddenly changed. He always had been one with a clear mind. Under the situation where his head was aware and he could think clearly, he quickly organized the cause and result. Without any great need to think, it was definitely that black dandelion seed that was the culprit. The one that released the sword essence was him. And the one that pressured him was also that one. Thinking about it, Zuo Mo's heart burned in anger. That guy tried to play tricks on his head, he didn't know what he was getting into, but he suddenly thought that he had said something before he went unconscious, and his face changed. Was it that he didn't persevere and had capitulated? Thinking about this, he quickly calmed his mind and entered his consciousness. When he enters the sea, he was stupefied. On the undulating hills, it was groups of large ancient trees. The green grass was like a carpet, spreading out in patches. Fine wildflowers mixed within the grass, adding hints of life. It was as though he walked into a forest. Before, his sea of consciousness was only empty space. This living and breathing scene in front of him. Zuo Mo was completely pinned to the ground. The scene in front of his eye far surpassed the limits of his understanding. He dazedly walked on the grass, feeling the softness of the grass under his feet. The smell of the green grass wafted into his nose. Zuo Mo was dazed. He was only an 8th level Lianqi low-level Xiuzhe. When his gaze turned towards a hill without any trees, he instantly came back. He started to run like a maniac towards that hill. On the hill, a man dressed in black was sitting on a steel, black clouds moving around it. One hand was lying on the leg, another propped up his chin, his expression carefree and pleased. When he neared, Zuo Mo finally made out the black-clad man's appearance. A perfect face. Zuo Mo had never thought men could be so handsome. An androgynous face, a high nose, the raven-back hair covering up the left eye, the right eye as narrow and long as a blade, the serene crimson-red pupil was like a bottomless blood pool, the thin and wide lips eternally held a shallow yet strange curve. A piece of dark red rhombus-shaped crystals were in each earlobe, the wide black clothing soft and smooth, just like his hair, it gave off a black glow as it kept close to his body, full of a strange enticement. Zuo Mo blanked at his position, not knowing what to say. He was only the most normal disciple of a small sect. When had he ever seen someone so outstanding? I am called Pooh. A sweet-sounding and beautiful voice. He propped up his chin, looking in interest at Zuo Mo, the curve of his mouth more evident. What are you called? Zuo Mo. He replied dumbly. He definitely was dreaming. Pooh seemed to be just sitting there, but all the light in the sea of consciousness seemed to have been unconsciously sucked away to him. Zuo Mo had seen those female disciples at the eastern peak. Not one of them was better looking than Pooh. When a man looked like this, he probably would want to cry. When this thought came out, Zuo Mo came back to awareness. Pooh's enticing and shocking aura was instantly shattered by this humorous thought. Seeming to have noticed Zuo Mo returning to his senses, Pooh smiled gently, and wasn't irritated. He still used his melodious voice. It seems we will have to be in contact for a long time. But I believe we will have delightful interactions. Oh, right, this is for you. Pooh casually threw a glowing ball at Zuo Mo. On the surface of the ball, countless seals flashed. What is it? Zuo Mo instinctively received the glowing ball. Boom! It was as though he was struck by thunder, his body frozen. Countless characters were shoved into his mind, circulating relentlessly. Embryonic breathing spirit cultivation, just a little plaything. It can repair your spirit, count that as a greeting gift. Pooh's tone was lazy. Even though I want to live for free, but there's no other way. Your sea of consciousness is so broken. Fix the sea of consciousness quickly, otherwise I have to find another place again. He gracefully waved his hand. Zuo Mo, still unmoving at his spot, felt the space around his body tighten. When he opened his eyes, he found that he had come out of his sea of consciousness. His heart was suddenly terrified. Pooh seemed to be even stronger than he had imagined. A person like this that he couldn't control in his consciousness, controlling his sea of consciousness. He had no joy at receiving embryonic breathing spirit cultivation. Terror spread through his body like poison. Managing to swallow his saliva and suppressing the terror in his heart, he pondered what to do. Report to the sect? In these 2 years, he had only seen the head of the sect once. That was when he had been picked by the leader and when he opened his eyes. As to the other elders and Shirshu, he had never even met them. What he was really worried about was another conjecture. He was very suspicious. Pooh was very likely to be a Yama. Such a beautiful Yama, he almost couldn't believe it, but for some reason, this suspicion was like a maggot burrowing into the bones, taking root in his mind, unable to be swept away. Zuo Mo had never seen Yama. All his ideas about Yama came from the sound tablet. When it mentioned Yama, it was killing, it was death and bleeding. But the between Yama and Shouja were that of natural enemies. He was very clear about that. Destroying Yama was the duty of each Shouja, no matter where. However, Zuo Mo was a beginner Shouja whose cultivation just reached the 8th level of Lianqi. Not speaking of destroying Yama, the Yama wouldn't even lower themselves to destroying him. What he was more worried about was that if someone else knew that a Yama was in his body, he definitely would be destroyed, ground until not a trace could be found. In the eyes of those higher level Shouja, just an 8th level Lianqi like him, he couldn't even be considered cannon fodder. Maybe, they would throw him straight into the Dan, furnace and get refined with the Yama. He couldn't help but shudder, his heart beating furiously. He quickly stopped those terrifying thoughts. In a daze, for the next 2 days, Zuo Mo seemed to not be in this mortal coil. He naturally had to practice embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. Otherwise, before he could be crippled by Pooh Yao, he would cripple himself first. Pooh Yao, that was the new name Zuo Mo gave Pooh. Regardless if he was a Yao, just how he looked, he deserved the character of Yao. The effects were very good. After a few days, half of his spirit had recovered. But Zuo Mo felt no gratefulness towards Pooh Yao. Because he finally remembered, the reason that his consciousness was wounded, it was Pooh Yao's fault. In these few days, he didn't go to his sea of consciousness. If it was said at the first glance, the deepest impression Pooh Yao left on Zuo Mo was enchanting. Now, enchanting changed to wicked. What did the guy really want? That was the true cause of the terror. Zuo Mo quickly found that his life became incomparably terrible. To a Shouja whose goal was to become a ling plant farmer, living was the most important. He decided to have a discussion with Pooh Yao. Just like last time, Pooh Yao sat on the steel idly, in the same black clothing. Seeing Zuo Mo, he smiled. That smile coming among the thick black smoke revolving around, it made him look full of evil. The conjecture about whether or not Pooh was Yama jumped out again of its own accord. Zuo Mo's heart shook. He didn't lack in courage, but when the other was in complete control, he wouldn't do such a stupid thing as to express bravery. He suddenly noticed the stone steel under Pooh's body. Half a person high, the stone steel was shrouded in black clouds. When he accidentally swept across the surface of the stone steel, he couldn't help but be shocked. Grave. This was a grave. It wasn't a stone steel, it was a gravestone. He instantly was frightened, his heartbeat speeding up. What? Wanted to find me for a chat? A lazy voice. He didn't know if it was this gravestone at fault, but Zuo Mo felt that Pu's voice was full of a kind of dark coldness that easily seeped into one's heart. Zuo Mo calmed his emotions, a fawning smile on his face. Did Ge3, look, my cultivation is this week, and my body is all bones, there isn't a few caddies of meat, not good to eat. Eat? Pu suddenly smiled. He opened his dark red right eye, slowly speaking of delicious human meat, oh, that's so long ago. The best human meat, there's a lot to consider. The best is 16 or 17-year-old girls. Tender meat, crunchy bones. Yum, yum. A scarlet tongue licked the lips, his expression full of reflection. Zuo Mo's heart was beating out of his chest. He forced a smile. Yeah, see, shouldn't you change a person? Change a person? Pu tilted his head, staring at Zuo Mo. What? You don't like it? Feeling that I took over your space? Being pierced by Pu's deep red right eyes, cold spread through Zuo Mo's heart. He hurriedly waved his hand. No. This is my honor. Honor. He seemed to be very satisfied with Zuo Mo's answer. Pu took away his gaze, his right eye closing again, his mouth absent-mindedly asking, in your generation of disciples, how many are Jindan? 10. Zuo Mo shook his head. 8. Zuo Mo continued to shake his head. 5. Zuo Mo finally couldn't endure it. He felt the other was making fun of him, not a single one. In the Shixiang of this generation, the highest cultivation is the last stages of Zhuji. For the first time, a shocked expression came onto Pu's face with his closed right eye. This made Zuo Mo feel smug. After a while, Pu shook his head, sighing, no wonder you suck so much. Zuo Mo almost spat blood. Pu opened his eye, his gaze once again landing on Zuo Mo's body. He examined up and down, his hand propping up his chin, murmuring to himself, the body is really weak. Zuo Mo was very irritated at how the other was discussing him like he was examining an object, but Pu's made his heart jump. Is something wrong? He couldn't ask hurriedly. He knew his body wasn't normal. The hard zombie face, and that dream that appeared countless times, it was like a thorn in his heart. Pu lifted his head, the hair in front of his forehead almost covering the left half of his face. The crimson right eye that wasn't covered glanced at Zuo Mo's face, one corner of his mouth lifting, no problem. Alright, you suck very much, but not to a terminal point. Pu returned back to his lazy tone of voice. I wanted to ask, Zuo Mo decided to lay his cards on the table with Pu. He wanted to find out what Pu's true aims were. Oh, right. Pu interrupted Zuo Mo. His blood-red right eye narrowed, his thin lips lifting upward on an angle, started practicing embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. How is it, is the effects alright? Almost forgot to tell you, embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation is good, but it has one pesky problem. Zuo Mo's heart beat frantically. He had a bad feeling. Once embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation is started, it can't be stopped. Supposedly, if one can't get to the first embryonic breath in 3 months, there would be some minor problems. He raised his right hand, spreading his 5 fingers, the corner of his mouth raising higher, the fresh red of his eye even brighter. Really, it's just small pains such as blood flowing in reverse. Oh, did you know, before I had a very creative friend. He was in charge of the torture prisons. Pu seemed to be telling a story, actively narrating. One time, he encountered a very hard nut. He tried everything but couldn't break open this guy's mouth. He then begged for this method from me. He sent a subordinate to pretend to be a criminal and near this guy. And then, using his subordinate's mouth, he passed this scripture over to him. Oh, you have to know, I always admired this guy. Creative and patient. He said with a few hints of glee, such a pity that this criminal didn't have much talent. 3 months, he didn't reach 1 embryonic breath. Oh, I always felt, it must have been that my friend purposefully left out a few words. And then? Zuo Mo asked, his voice shaking. And then? The smile on Pu's face became even brighter, cracked on the 31st day. But my friend was a soft-hearted one and didn't kill him. Left him hanging for 3 months. Each day, he begged my friend to kill him. Listening to the exquisite and mellow wailing, such an experience. Supposedly, when he died, oh, his soul just exploded like a firework, extremely beautiful. A bone-aching cold spread over Zuo Mo's entire body. His pitiful nerves were like a spring that was pushed to its limits. All the accumulated anger exploded in one instant. He lost his rationality and screamed as he leapt at Pu. You perverse Ringao, 4, you'll kill you. 1, it is pronounced a bit like Pu. The character used is the same one that is usually used for dandelion. 2, pill, pellet. Common used as pills of immortality by Chinese emperors in search of eternal life. A gaming equivalent would be potions. 3. Big Brother. 4. Hong Kong slang for Thailand transvestites. It was then adopted as internet slang for males that used female avatars in MMORPGs. It's also used to describe girliness in boys. The literal meaning is human spirit. In this case here, Pooh was really a Yao, and he does look androgynous. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 18 Soup. Chapter 18 Soup. In the seclusion room, Zuo Mo mediated with his legs in the lotus position. He was furiously practicing embryonic breathing spirit cultivation, the damned embryonic breathing spirit cultivation. The damned Pu Yao. He cursed the maniac countless times. After exploding yesterday night, he was brutally oppressed. His consciousness was once again heavily wounded, torn to pieces by Pu Yao. The result of the wounds in his consciousness was the heart-wrenching pain. Now, without needing Pu Yao's urging, he furiously practiced embryonic breathing spirit cultivation. Once his head cooled down, Zuo Mo wanted to cry. That night, he should have never gone to the Ling fields. Thinking about Pu Yao, that coldness and cunning that could burrow into the bones, it was like a venomous snake slowly sliding up the bottom of his pants. That uncontrollable terror spread through the entire body. The brutal suppression last night, it also made him attain a deep understanding of an unattainable gap between the power levels of the two of them. A strong, perverse madman. Zuo Mo already expected that his future was a patch of darkness. This guy didn't have goodwill from the very start. From the Black Sea in the beginning, to the sword energy, and his spirit being wounded, then to embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, step by step, he became the lamb being led to slaughter. The pitiful him, he had though that there was only a bad-tempered neighbor living in there, he didn't think it was a wicked Yao Ma. If he was only suspicious before, now he was 100% sure that Pooh was Yao Ma. Other than Yao Ma, who would be so evil? Slowly waking up, like the chaos before creation, Zuo Mo opened his eyes and lightly breathed out that breath of air that had been circulating inside his body all this time. This breath was long and continuous. When it was being exhaled, it was as concise as an arrow. Zuo Mo felt slightly reassured. This, embryonic breathing spirit cultivation, was a miracle. The pain in his spirit had lessened greatly and he could clearly feel his spirit stabilizing. When Pu Yao had just flicked his finger last night, his consciousness had almost been completely scattered. He didn't know where embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation came from. The words were cryptic and hard to understand. The syntax it used was the opposite of the jade stick that Zuo Mo had brought. He had used a lot of energy before he barely managed to understand the first chapter. He didn't think to go ask Pu Yao. The lessons in tears and blood told him to try to take advantage of that guy, just wait to get tricked. The first chapter was called Chapter of Spiritual Concentration. It talked about how to meditate and condense the spirit, stabilizing the consciousness. This was exactly what Zuo Mo needed at the moment. After continuous injury, his consciousness was almost in shreds. If he couldn't fix it soon, it was probably that he could enter madness. As to the one breath Pu Yao mentioned, it meant being able to complete a whole embryonic breath. Embryonic breath was the core of embryonic breath spiritual cultivation, and it was the most basic cultivation method. It was also a kind of breathing that Zuo Mo hadn't even heard of. Supposedly, it originated in the breathing of humans when they were embryos. They didn't need to use mouth and nose to breath, but required to use the entire body as opening, take the air as thin strands and suck it in bit by bit before spreading it throughout the body. Hundreds of these tiny streams of air would circulate through the body, merge and then exhale through the nose and mouth. The holes and points on the body were like the stars in a galaxy. They couldn't be measured. The nose and mouth were the biggest, the points on the body were second. The most abundant were those small, unable to be seen tiny holes that spread around the body. Zuo Mo was very curious how the elder that had created this scripture had thought of such an outlandish method. Like goes with like. The scripture that Pu Yao, that crazy abnormal madman, threw out, it was just as abnormal as him. He still couldn't find a way to finish a whole embryonic breath. Pu Yao's words weren't empty threats. It was clearly written in the embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. The last few days, he was really still using his nose and mouth to breath. No matter what, his first priority was stabilizing his spirit. If his spirit was unstable, just the occasional pain was enough to take Zuo Mo's little life. But when Zuo Mo's consciousness managed to slightly stabilize, he would have to face a question. The question of completing a whole embryonic breath. One breath, it was the trademark of the introduction to embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. The deadline of 3 months was like a cloud over his head. When he thought about the light of insanity in Pu Yao's eyes when he talked about torture, Zuo Mo was certain if he really couldn't achieve one breath in the 3 months and was facing a reversal of blood flow, Pu Yao would be watching in interest from the side at his painful state. Such a tragic life. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth and cursed the Runyao inside, the fires of anger burning. Suddenly, news from the sound tablet beside him aroused his attention. Continuing after the increase in price of the Ling grains last month, this month's Ling grains price once again increases. The demand for high-grade Ling grains has greatly increased, pulling along the price of low-grade Ling grains to also increase. He shook. The price of Ling grains were rising. This was undoubtedly the best news he heard in the last few days. Pu Yao suddenly came out, such an interesting thing. Zuo Mo started with wide eyes. A long pause later, he finally managed to react, pointing at Pu Yao, incoherently asking, You ran out? Pu Yao blinked his dark red right eye, why can't I come out? Don't you have to stay in the consciousness? Zuo Mo asked dumbly. Who told you that? Pu Yao turned to him, face baffled, as he asked in return. Zuo Mo was speechless. Inside, he couldn't help but wail. It seemed that he didn't even have the last bit of bargaining power. So the other could really move out. Pu Yao listened for a while and yawned. Oh, looks like a war is starting. War? Zuo Mo didn't understand. Pu Yao didn't explain. He swept the sound tablet into his grasp and faintly stated, This thing is mine now. Before the voice landed, he disappeared with the sound tablet. Damned Runyao! Zuo Mo's furious shout echoed in empty yard. At this time, he suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. Zuo Mo was curious inside. Who could it be? Usually, no one would run to his place here. Running over and opening the door, Xiaoguo pitifully stood outside. She was holding a clay pot in her hands. Seeing Zuo Mo, her body instantly shrunk back, and timidly greeted, Xixiang. What's the problem now? Zuo Mo rarely had a good mood for this little bit of trouble. For some reason, whenever he saw the timidity on Xiaoguo's face, he could never control his tone of voice. No. Xiaoguo shook her head like a rattledrum, hurriedly explaining, Xiaoguo has come to give something to Xixiang. Last time when Xixiang helped Xiaoguo hadn't thanked Xixiang. As she spoke, her little mouth twisted, and the mist in her eyes rose. With tears in her voice, she muttered, Xiaoguo doesn't have Jingshi. Seeing the direction wasn't right, Zuo Mo hurriedly shouted, Stop! Xiaoguo was frightened to shrink back even more, but her crying instantly disappeared. She carefully put the clay pot in front of Zuo Mo and like a rabbit, she jumped back. She timidly looked at Zuo Mo and gathered her courage to say, This is some soup Xiaoguo made, Xixiang, just take a sip, you just have to take one sit. Before she could finish speaking, she descended into incoherency, her face so red due to anxiety it almost bled. She couldn't control it and covered her face as she turned and ran. After running a few dozen steps, she suddenly stopped. Hesitating, she turned and yelled, Xixiang, if it really doesn't taste good, you should throw it out. Zuo Mo watched as Xiaoguo disappeared and then at the clay pot in front of his feet. He bent down and lifted it. The soup was still warm. Raising the clay pot, he took a mouthful. The soup was thick and fragrant. The taste isn't bad, Zuo Mo said to himself. He drained it to the bottom and turned, holding the empty pot, to go back to his room. Pu Yao suddenly emerged, the crimson snake-like tongue unable to resist licking the lips, his 2 eyes gazing in the direction Xiaoguo disappeared in, such a tender little girl. Zuo Mo stared in shock at him. Pu Yao turned around his peerlessly handsome face. At this time, he seemed like a gluttonous cat, the light flashing in his deep red eye. Such good lucky, this little girl's meat definitely would be very tender and delicious. Zuo Mo suddenly erupted, raising his hand to viciously throw the empty pot in his right hand at Pu Yao. Bang, the pot cracked, the pieces scattering. Get lost. The thousand-winged ship stopped in midair. Li Xianair looked at the green moon star outside the window, her fine brows furrowed. It seems that the little Yao ran away. Uncle Qi Yi, has there been a reply from the sect? Qi Yizhenren shook his head. Miss, there are thousands of Yao Ma suppressed under the Yao smelting tower. And it was a long time ago, there's nothing to research. Most of them came from the great battle 3,000 years ago, captured by our sect's supreme power. Most of these Yao Ma are ones of great power, difficult to kill, so they were suppressed under the Yao smelting power, to be slowly destroyed. I've never thought that these Yao Ma were this tenacious. After 3,000 years, yet there were still survivors. Li Xianair revealed a reminiscing expression. 3,000 years ago, our sect was so strong. Qi Yizhenren sighed as well, not just our sect. 3,000 years ago, each sect in the cultivation world were far more powerful than now. The 10,000-strong alliance of the Yao Ma were completely eradicated by the elders. And it was that battle that the Xiuzha established today's status. And then he gave an expression full of pity. However, even though the Yao Ma were almost completely captured, but the Xiuzha were also greatly wounded. Only 1 in 10 of the great powers remained. Many sects fell in that great war, countless scriptures were lost. 3,000 years, and the Xiuzha still cannot recover to the prosperity of the past. However, compared to us, the blow the Yao Ma suffered were even greater. These years, have you seen them ever break through the bloody sky metropolis Jie? Li Xian'er listened, entranced. Even though it was history she already knew, but hearing it each time, it still captured her mind. Grandpa is calling me back. She pouted her little mouth, face full of unwillingness. It was so hard getting a chance to come out, and this was so short and he's urging me back. We didn't even catch the little Yao yet. If we return, it should wait after I catch the little Yao. Shi Yizhenren looked at the innocence on her face and a hint of indulgence flashed across his face, but he still urged, Miss, the sect leader urging Miss to go back, it's probably due to another matter. What matter could there be? She lightly snorted, probably just another genius of some sect that has come. Grandpa is really obsessed with those sword shio lately. I really hate the sword shio, each of them arrogant and disrespectful. Shi Yizhenren smiled, replying, these days, didn't Miss play very happily with a sword shio? You mean that funny idiot who said he's a sword shio? Li Xian'er refuted. Tianyu Jie is the territory of sword shio. Here, out of 10 people, 9 are sword shio. Maybe he's just that one. Li Xian'er objected. She suddenly revealed a distressed expression, returning, I won't have a way to use the little 1,000 cranes. It was so hard to find an interesting person, but I can't play anymore. Seeing the vexation on her face, Shi Yizhenren couldn't bear it. If Miss likes it, why don't I make a transportation formation at Tianyu Jie and get a disciple to guard it? Miss 1,000 guide crane can come through the transportation formation. Once it gets over, the 1,000 guide crane can automatically find him. Li Xian'er was happy. Uncle Qi is the best. Haha, he probably still assumes that Xian'er's paper crane is the normal little 1,000 cranes. Shi Yizhenren's heart was comforted, and he smiled, complimenting the 1,000 guide crane that Miss invented. Even the elders in the sect praise it. Li Xian'er proudly pouted, of course. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 19 Shixian Wei Shang. Chapter 19 Shixian Wei Shang. The breeze blew coolly. Again and again, Zuo Mo practiced the finger movements. The fingers moved faster and fast, but suddenly, with a crisp sound, the fingers paused and turned into a mess. This was already the 7th time. Practicing finger motions today, he wasn't successful once. Exhaling a long breath, he suppressed the fretfulness in his heart. The finger motions of the art of Flora were complicated. If his mind wasn't calm, it was easy to make mistakes. But how could Zuo Mo calm down his mind? 2 months have passed, but he still couldn't complete one embryonic breath. That wasn't what made him most discouraged, was that he was unable to find the door. Before, no matter if he was studying Little Art of Cloud and Rain, or the other 4 spells in the jade stick that he had brought, even if he temporarily could understand, but at the very least, he knew in which direction to work in. But after he fixed his consciousness using embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, he couldn't find the direction. He wanted to spend more time, however, the amount of time spent practicing embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation couldn't be over 4 hours. The ball of light hadn't explicitly stated why it couldn't surpass 4 hours, but Zuo Mo was suspicious it could cause harm, so he didn't dare to experiment. According to the directions in the ball, he only needed to stop breathing with the nose and mouth before he would be able to turn to embryonic breathing. But not matter how he closed his breathing, the instinct for living always made him unconsciously open his mouth. He couldn't even find the feeling of the embryonic breathing. In the following 2 months, other than his consciousness recovering to full health, he hadn't made any new breakthroughs. In the rest of the time, he could only practice other spells. What was unexpected to him were that the great speeds his Ling energy and spell work improved. Especially his spell work. Other than Little Art of Cloud and Rain, and Art of Aged Gold, in just 2 short months, he managed to elevate the remaining 3 spells to the 2nd level. This kind of speed, even he found it unimaginable. Other than joy, his heart was also worried. Embryonic breathing spirit cultivation hadn't improved at all. There was only 1 month left until the 3-month deadline. Whether a reversal of blood flow was as horrifying as Pu Yao said, he wasn't clear, but any of the feelings he got from the 4 words were not good ones. He tried to ask for aid from Pu Yao, but Pu Yao's sneer instantly provoked him. For some unknown reason, he was easily enraged in front of Pu Yao. The Ling grains had a bountiful harvest. Compared to the other Shixian, the output of his Ling grains were clearly higher. In the disaster last time, even though his ling grains were affected, but the situation had been much better than Old Black and the others. After that, he basically didn't try to conceal it. Art of Flora, Art of Earth Energy, Art of Aged Gold, were all used. Only, Art of Crimson Flame, due to the fact that it was opposite the Yin attribute of the ling grains, was not used. Adding on the 5 mu of ling fields in the yard, the overall output far surpassed his estimates. Taking out the rent for the sect, he kept a portion of the ling grains for his own use before selling all of the rest. His income was 62 pieces of second-grade Jingshi. Adding on the 15 pieces of second-grade Jingshi from last time from Liang Feng, his total assets now totaled 77 pieces of second-grade Jingshi. The reason that he had profited so much was that the price of ling grains were increasing. Even Old Black, so seriously affected by the calamity, had enough to pay the sect's rent. It could be seen just how much the price of ling grains had grown on the market. And the other thing that made Zuo Mo worried was how Min Shiji and Luo Li Shixiang. Up until now, those two still hadn't returned to the sect. In the past few days, he had found that some of the ling herbs in the medicine fields of Cold Mist Valley were showing hints of illness. Taking care of ling herbs was an extremely meticulous job, much more care was needed than taking care of ling grains. His own little art of cloud and rain could only guarantee their water intake. From the perspective of the plant, this was just its most basic requirement. In the short term, nothing could be seen, but as time passed, it was easy for problems to occur. At present, he was hard pressed. His purse had become the fullest it had ever been, yet he didn't have any joy. The damned, embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. The horrid Hao Min Shiji and Luo Li Shixiang. And the twice accursed Pu Yao. Why was it that GE has such a kind heart yet have to face such evil? He wanted to cry. In the previous few days, other than embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, he spent all of the other time on Art of Aged Gold. In the 5 arts that a ling plant farmer required, at least 3 had to reach the 3rd level. Zuo Mo's little art of cloud and rain had already reached the 4th level. And in the 4 remaining arts, the one most likely to reach the 3rd level was Art of Aged Gold. Today, he didn't have the mood to practice Art of Aged Gold. He widened his eyes, frantically running over every word in embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation in his head. If his face could have expressions, then right now it would be twisted into a ball. 1 month. Only 1 month left. Biting the corner of his lip, he carefully thought over every word. Pu Yao was still sneering. This completely aroused the stubbornness in Zuo Mo's bones. The damned bastard. By now, he finally understood why he was easily provoked in front of Pu Yao. Pu Yao could easily tear away a person's disguise. He would explicitly or implicitly guide the other's emotions and expose the other's most basic personality. And once he knew that, to someone of such cunning like Pu Yao, swearing wouldn't really provoke him, Zuo Mo didn't try to restrain his own emotions anymore. If he couldn't vent, he felt that he would, under the damned Renyao's attacks, die. As to suffering a little, he didn't care. Even if he was obedient, would Pu Yao be kind to him? That would be clear even if one used a toe to think. It was better to get some back verbally, and he would feel better. Ku is a little stalk of grass, no matter how you blow, you can't blow me down. Thud thud thud. A series of urgent knocks sounded. Little moge, moge. It was Old Black. Why did he come? Zuo Mo controlled his fretful heart and stood to open the door. Opening the door, as expected, it was Old Black's windblown face, but there was an unfamiliar male standing beside him. Seeing Zuo Mo, Old Black released a breath. Oh good, you're here. Finishing, he introduced the male beside him. This is Wei Sheng Shixiang. Wei Sheng. Zuo Mo was slightly shocked. This male stranger in front of him was the head of the outer sect disciples, Wei Sheng. He couldn't help staring in examination. Not very tall, thick and broad shoulders, square face, thick brows. He looked extremely honest, but the flickers of light that occasionally came from the pair of eyes made one unable to underestimate him. Wei Sheng Shixiang. Zuo Mo made a greeting. Wei Sheng Shixiang rarely showed his face outside, but his reputation within the outer sect disciples was extremely high. To have good relationships with this kind of person, there were only benefits and no drawbacks. Wei Sheng scrutinized Zuo Mo for a few seconds and returned the greeting, smiling warmly and responding, Zuo Mo shitty is really hidden deep. Zuo Mo was slightly shocked, but he wasn't too surprised. Wei Sheng Shixiang's cultivation was higher than him. His mouth was humble, Shixiang over compliments. Come, let's come in to talk. The 3 walked into the yard. Wei Sheng gazed at the surroundings and praised, such a big yard. And Old Black's 2 eyes were rooted to the ling fields in the yard. A beat later, he said, vexed, why didn't I think of this way? Isn't this exempt from the rent? Zuo Mo smiled, saying, I'm just taking advantage. I don't know which Xixiang built this yard, and put in 5 mu of ling fields. But it was a pity that it was barren for too long. The grade dropped 1 grade ling fields, at least it's better than nothing. Old Black gave a sorrowful expression, such a pity to waste the good ling fields. Zuo Mo didn't speak. He didn't know if it was that Old Black had farmed for too long, but towards ling fields, Old Black had an unique affection. Even the yard is all ling fields. Zuo Mo Shitty really lives up to being a farming madman. It seems that I found the right person this time. Wei Sheng added. The three sat down under the old tree. Zuo Mo quickly boiled a pot of tea. His Art of Crimson Flame was only on the first level, and he could only form a small ball of fire, which wasn't very useful. But it was convenient to use to lit fires. Xixiang was looking for me? Zuo Mo didn't decline and headed straight for the main topic. Have you encountered something? Sure, she might be limited in cultivation, but if I can add in an effort, I will certainly do so. Wei Sheng didn't stand on courtesy. Coming this time, it really is to trouble Shitty with something. He carefully took out from his bosom a jade box. Opening the jade box, a flow of extremely thick ling energy wafted out, a stalk of ling herb inside. This ling herb was about 30 centimeters long, leaves fire red, a black line running through. Contrasting against the red leaves was a completely green fruit. If the muscles on his face weren't paralyzed, Zuo Mo's expression would have been very rich. The ling plant that he couldn't name was shockingly thick with ling energy. He cautiously took it up, putting it in front of his eyes for examination. The ling plant seemed to have been carved out of a piece of red fire jade, translucent and glowing. Definitely 3rd grade and above. In this segment of time, as he helped Haomin Shiji take care of the medicine fields in Cold Mist Valley, his knowledge in the subject of ling herbs broadened greatly. He might not be able to call out its name, but from the appearance and the ling energy it emitted, it was better than most of the ling herbs in Cold Mist Valley. This fire dragon grass, its grade is a rare 3rd grade, and was very hard to find. Wei Sheng's expression was solemn. There is still a length of time before I reach Juji. In this time, I ask for Shitty to help take care of this fire dragon grass for me. Take care? Zuo Mo was surprised. His response was extremely quick. Is Xixiang using this fire dragon grass to Juji? But if Wei Sheng didn't say this was fire dragon grass, Zuo Mo probably wouldn't have recognized it. Was it because it was 3rd grade? This fire dragon grass was very different from the one in Zuo Mo's memory. Yes. Wei Sheng nodded, his face calm. At the side, Zuo Mo and Old Black couldn't help but give an admiring look. There were many ling herbs that were required for Juji, but only a few of the primary herbs were the crucial ones. Fire dragon grass was one of them, but not the best choice because it needed to be consumed raw and its effects were violent. Someone without great willpower might not be able to endure the violent nature and cause the ling energy of the body to dissipate. These years, there were very few that would use it to finish Juji. However, even though fire dragon grass was akin to a poison, but if one overcame it, it was extremely beneficial to the cultivation. The effect was much better than normal ling herbs. But 3rd grade fire dragon grass, think how violent the effects would be. In just a few words, Zuo Mo felt respect form for this Xixiang that he just met for the first time. He had heard some of the rumors about Wei Sheng Xixiang. Supposedly, Xixiang had been orphaned from young. After he was taken into the sect, he was entranced with cultivating the sword. In order to learn a better sword art, he didn't even hesitate about going to Luoli Xixiang's place to be a sword servant. Meeting him today, Zuo Mo found that Wei Sheng Xixiang lived up to the rumors. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 20 Obsession. Chapter 20 Obsession. He lowered his head to think for a moment before raising his head. Shitty admires Xixiang's bravery. But the ling herb is 3rd grade. If it cannot be planted in 3rd grade or above ling fields, the ling energy would likely dissipate and the grade will drop. Wei Sheng's expression changed but recovered. He smiled, responding, if that's the case, it will mean I won't have to suffer the pain. Compared to the calmness on Wei Sheng's face, there was heavy worry on Old Black's face. His heart considering for a second, Zuo Mo quickly organized his words. Little brother might have a solution to try. Oh, Shitty, please tell. Wei Sheng's mood roused. I have been requested by Haomin Shiji to take care of the medicine fields in Cold Mist Valley. I saw that many of the fields in the valley are empty. We could plant it in the valley. I'm just worried if Haomin Shiji returns before Xixiang enters Juji, something will happen. Wei Sheng's expression became joyful. Shitty doesn't have to worry. Haomin Shiji and Luoli Xixiang wouldn't come back so quickly. Zuo Mo finally remembered that Wei Sheng Xixiang was Luoli Xixiang's sword servant. he probably knew where the two people had gone. He was naturally willing to be able to help Wei Shang Xixiang, but thinking about the fact that Hao Min Shiji wouldn't be returning soon, his mood instantly darkened. He was extremely careful every day, fearful that something would go wrong in the medicine fields. It was like a hot potato. Sorting out his emotions, Zuo Mo smiled, declaring, "Then it's good. I will first congratulate Xixiang for successfully Zhuji." Wei Shang waved his hand. "It's too early to say those things." Finishing, he took out a jade stick, handing it to Zuo Mo. "Xixiang doesn't have many possession, and nothing to give out. This is some of the experiences that Xixiang had these years. Hopefully they would help Shitty." Zuo Mo was overcome with joy. He had always been along in learning with no one to discuss with. Wei Shang Xixiang's cultivation was only just higher than him, but his experiences and realizations were just what he needed and could use. He wasn't courteous and gleefully took it. "Many thanks, Xixiang." After the three chatted for a while, Wei Shang and Old Black stood and made their farewells. After the two left, Zuo Mo hurriedly took the fire dragon grass to Cold Mist Valley. The medicine fields in Cold Mist Valley were third grade and Zuo Mo had been drooling after them. He didn't know much about ling herbs, but he knew what the price of third grade ling grains were. Finding a patch of empty ground, he carefully planted the fire dragon grass. And then he cast Little Art of Cloud and Rain. The effect of the fourth level of Little Art of Cloud and Rain was extremely evident. The fire dragon grass quickly recovered its vitality, the leaves becoming even shiner. Greedily inhaling the thick ling energy in the air, Zuo Mo exclaimed inside, third grade was really third grade. He made another circle around the medicine fields. Finding no problems, he left. When he returned home, the sky was already dark. Sitting on the rooftop, Zuo Mo suddenly thought if he couldn't complete one breath in the 1 month of embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, then wouldn't he be hampering Wei Shang Xixiang's Zhuji? But then he turned it around. If he wasn't successful, he wouldn't even have a life left. How could he care about that? Thinking about Wei Shang Xixiang, he automatically took out the jade stick that Xixiang gave to him and sent ling energy into the jade stick. Very quickly, he was entranced. The jade stick described in fine details the realizations and experiences of Wei Shang's entire cultivation journey. It was extremely scattered in many places. It could be seen that it was only Xixiang would just casually record down whatever he thought. The rumor that Xixiang was infatuated with the sword wasn't false. The writings in the jade stick were scattered all over, not a system to be found, but the great majority were about sword show. After reading for a while, Zuo Mo's heart started to jump uncontrollably. Those of sword, enter the grounds of death, find life in death, like a wounded soldier, hold the resolution of death, attack with full power, nothing is undefeatable. Traveling night, encounter over 20 blood duck bats, hard battle, injured 21 places, all slaughtered. Streamside met iron ape, skin like steel, hard to wound with blade, tempted enemy 200 so miles, wounded eye, no strength to chase. These phrases were all extremely short, yet the vicious and resolute aura came through the words. Life and death, they were the characters that appeared the most. The Wei Shang Xixiang and the jade stick and the person he saw today were like two people. What made the biggest impression on Zuo Mo and gave him the most shock were these few segments. Walked 100 days, finally saw 9 rivers falling over sky, gazed from bottom, galloping and rolling, like the godly thunder of heaven, weight like 30,000 caddies, vast and unending, cannot be resisted. My heart follows, if aura of sword can be so, no regrets in death. Sat and gazed 3 months, thought day and night, but due to dumbness, cannot find the meaning. Stood on top of waterfall 7 days, not sleeping, not drinking or eating, suddenly comprehended. Fish jump following the water and down, moving among, forgetting life and death, consciousness clear, and finally found flavor. Broken bones 13, bedridden half year, lost hearing and sight, so practiced in heart. Zuo Mo fell into a daze, muttering, insane, dut. Such insanity, such obsession, it wasn't anything he had ever thought of. Under the stars, he sat on the roof, hand holding the jade stick as his thoughts wandered. In his own world, there wasn't anything that made him so crazy, so obsessed. He had great talent in the field of the 5 elements. He easily learned any kind of spells. He didn't have high expectations for life. He put effort into learning and comprehending the 5 elements spell, it was only so that he could live a better life. The obsession that Wei Shang Xixiang had towards the sword, it gave him an unparalleled blow to his spirit. He could see the sweat and fresh blood behind each character. Something inside his body seemed to be turning and vibrating, making him feel uncomfortable. A long time later, his emotions gradually calmed down, but he didn't have any desire for sleep. Under the night sky, he just started to learn the sword motions according to the sword scripture in the jade stick. There was a set of sword scriptures recorded in the jade stick. It was moves Wei Shang Xixiang had picked out of the sword scriptures he practiced and read every day. Wei Sheng Shixiang had rich battle experience and these sword moves were extremely useful. There were not beautiful techniques, it was extremely simple to start with. It was a pity he didn't have a flying sword. After motioning for a while, he could only sit down. Once he sat down, he started to muse about embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation again. Embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation was cryptic, but now he wasn't discouraged at all, only ashamed. The obsession of Wei Sheng Shixiang deeply provoked him. Compared to Wei Sheng Shixiang, what were the little difficulties that he ran into? Alright, if he wanted to see Ji's humiliation, Pu Yao, wait for the next life, Deeply inhaling a breath, he started to once again investigate this embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation that he couldn't wrap his head around. The days passed one by one. Other than going once a day to Cold Mist Valley, he didn't take a step out any other time. In the sea of consciousness, Pu Yao sat on the gravestone and leisurely listened to the sound tablet. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth but still went forward, fawningly asking, Pu, what is really the main point of the first step of embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation? I'm stupid, can't you show a little bit? The first step? Very simple, there's no main point. Pu Yao didn't even raise his eyelids, still listening to the sound tablet. Looking at the sound tablet that Pu Yao held on his leg, Zuo Mo thought that since asking didn't work, then it had to be enticement. He asked, Pu, this sound tablet isn't bad, right? Pretty interesting. Pu Yao inattentively responded. Do you want a better one? Zuo Mo's voice was like that of a strange uncle that was holding a lollipop to fool little girls. For the first time, Pu Yao opened his right eye, the deep red pupils expressing interest. Want? Zuo Mo shook his head. If you help me explain embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, I'll buy a better one. I can buy it myself. Pu Yao said carelessly. He closed his eyes again, listening to the sound tablet. Zuo Mo stared with an open mouth. You have Jingshur? No, Pu Yao's eyes were still closed. With a face full of enjoyment, following the music that the sound tablet broadcasted, his body strangely swayed. Zuo Mo released a breath, his tone smug again. If there's no Jingshur, you can't buy anything. He suddenly realized, with Pu Yao's strength, if he tried to snatch one, that wasn't impossible. Or he could steal one, he definitely wouldn't leave a trace. You have Jingshur. Pu Yao moved his body following the beat of the music. Then you have to explain. Zuo Mo's heart was comforted, and he continued to emphasize the relationship between Jingshur and the sound tablet. Inside, he muttered, thankfully he hadn't thought to just use brute force. Pu impatiently interrupted Zuo Mo, holding out his right hand. He showed a handful of Jingshur. I can take it myself. Zuo Mo was dumbstruck, staring at the Jingshur on Pu Yao's hands. So familiar. After a silent moment, he suddenly gave a sky-shaking bellow like a beast in desperate straits. Damned Ran Yao! You dare to move Ye's Jingshur, ye will kill. Beside the pond in Cold Mist Valley, Zuo Mo gazed at the pond water, scared. The pond water was cold to the bone. He had touched it with his hand. Even now, the palm was still stiff. There was only 3 days left until the last deadline. He still hadn't made it past the gate of the first breath. Pu Yao still didn't seem to care. Zuo Mo understood. This guy really didn't care about his life and death. But in these many days, it wasn't he hadn't made any progress. He thought of a method. Right now, he was thinking of trying to find out if this method was right or not. But the rushing waterfall couldn't stop the coldness of the pond water from spreading. Just from beside the pond, he still could feel the oppressive coldness. He nervously licked his lips. He didn't want to try this method. But seeing that there were only 3 days left, he had no other choice. He hesitated for a moment, hardened his heart, closed his eyes, and jumped into the pool. The bone-aching iciness of the pond water seemed to freeze his entire body into an ice cube in an instant. He couldn't help shudder. He was like a rock, continuously sinking. The pond water flowed up his mouth and nose. The outside world seemed to have been blocked off, so quiet he could hear his own heartbeat. After the initial panic, Zuo Mo quickly calmed down. He then followed embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation to move his breath. He didn't know if it was the stimulation from the cold pond water, but he was abnormally alert. The movement of the breath was abnormally smooth. After 10 minutes, when his breath was almost consumed, the feeling of suffocation became even stronger. Zuo Mo raised his awareness. He knew. The most crucial time had arrived. Before, every time, it was at this step that he would unconsciously open his mouth to breathe. Embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation didn't have much elaboration on this step, as though in the eyes of the shoujo that created this scripture, this was the simplest thing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 21 One Breath. Come on guys, vote. Thanks to those who have voted, but for those who haven't, it's 2 clicks of the mouse, 5 seconds of your time. Clicking I don't care would do. Great big spoiler, Zuo Mo doesn't die. Chapter 21 One Breath. He didn't know if embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation was correct. Even if he didn't want to admit it, but with Pu Yao's cunning, if he wanted this little life, he only had to curl his fingers. There wasn't a need to use a half-accurate scripture to fool him. But with Pu Yao's perverseness and strange sense of humor, finding ways of torturing him, that was almost certainly the case. However, Pu Yao was usually very quiet. Other than forcing Zuo Mo to cultivate embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, he didn't make any other moves. There wasn't any hint of tormenting. Zuo Mo couldn't understand Pu Yao, and didn't know what was Pu Yao's true aims. Pu Yao definitely had a goal. Sometimes, this thought was extremely clear and certain in his mind. However, when he tried to think about it, he found it was as though he was facing a vast and deep ocean. You never knew what was really hidden at the bottom. Maybe Pu was really trying to help him. Zuo Mo knew just how difficult it was to heal wounds of the spirit. If it wasn't embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, it would still be a question of whether he would be breathing right now. Blaming Pu Yao, it seemed unreasonable. It could only say that Pu's strangeness and sense of perversion made him instinctively afraid. The most tragic thing was that no matter which kind it was, he had no space to rebel. No matter if this embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation was true or not, no matter what aims Pu Yao had, he had no room to rebel. In front of the kind of great existence that was Pu, he was pitifully weak. The only thing he could do was force himself to charge forward in hopes of finding that glimmer of light. If it was really just tormenting, as one already in the situation, he would sink in Pu Yao's torment or make it through. Damn it! How did he provoke such a calamity? Time passed drop by drop, accompanying the strong feeling of suffocation was terror that uncontrollably rose. His awareness started to fade. He was completely unaware of the face his legs were instinctively moving, trying to rise out of the water. But he had been sinking the whole time and it was now too far from the surface. Was he going to die? Even this thought was incomplete. He was paralyzed, weak as he swam in the limitless ocean. No! I can't die. He tried to struggle, tried to wake his own awareness. But all of it was useless. Under the feeling of suffocation, his awareness slowly dissipated, became muddled. Was he really going to die? In a stupor, he seemed to hear someone was yelling. Don't forget. Even in death, you must not forget. For some reason, those 2 phrases that he considered nightmares seemed to be like a large hand that suddenly pulled him back from unconsciousness. I can't die. Zuo Mo used up the last remaining strength in his body, furiously shouting soundlessly inside. His body shook violently like a sieve, the blood vessels under his skin quickly expanding, visible to the naked eye. Raven black and thick, twisting and turning like earthworms, covering the entire body, unspeakably terrifying. That breath at the chest that had become extremely weak turned into a candle flame, a flame that could be easily extinguished. Yet this weak feeble candle flame became a prairie fire, lighting up the sea of consciousness like lighting up firewood that was bone dry and then soaked in oil. Dark red flames, spitting and roaring, followed the ground in the sea of consciousness, rolling forwards. The grasses and woods instantly turned to dust. Nothing could stop it. In the blink of an eye, the consciousness became a burning hell. Endless dark red flames flickering in every corner of the sea of consciousness. The bright and hot red fire recklessly danced. On the strange black gravestone shrouded in black smoke, there sat a handsome male with a strange cold face. No one was able to forget his beautiful and enticing features. The sound tablet was on his knee, the concentrated sounds of the zither were like a hurricane that made people unable to breathe. The red sea of fire burned soundlessly. Under the hair that blocked half his face, Pu's thin blade-like lips imperceptibly rose on one side. Just as usual, enchanting yet cold. Zuo Mo curiously examined the surroundings. After achieving 1 breath, his perception of the surroundings changed dramatically. It was hard to explicitly describe. It was as though the surroundings had been cleaned, changed beyond recognition. This feeling was extremely unique. It took a long time for him to get used to it. The other change was his sea of consciousness. Right now, it had turned into a sea of fire. A sea of fire that might extinguish sometime. Other than that, he didn't have any new discoveries. As to whether embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation had any good attributes, he didn't have any high hopes. He was just a guy that wanted to be a ling plant farmer. What did he need such a strong consciousness for? If he could pass this obstacle, keep his little life, he was content. The game was too dangerous. Go won't play. Thinking about the danger yesterday, there were still lingering fears. However, the sharp sword hanging over his head finally disappeared. He could finally release a breath. He resolutely decided that no matter what Pu Yao gave him next time, he wouldn't take it if it meant his heath. The painful experiences gave him a hard lesson. To steal benefits from Pu Yao's hands, that was an action leading to death. Zuo Mo found his own little life very precious. Pu Yao didn't seem to care if he was practicing embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. Every day, he guarded his new sound tablet, endlessly amused. Every time he saw the brand new sound tablet that was higher in quality than the one in his hands, he would feel pain. 10 pieces of second-grade jingsher was wasted. His teeth hurt. His heart sour, he could only hold in the tears as he took the sound tablet that Pu Yao was preparing to throw away. That was his old sound tablet that Pu Yao had taken from his hands. Enamored with the new, bored with the old. This was another bad habit that he found on Pu Yao's body. But coming back to it, did Pu Yao have any good habits? Embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation was like a small detour in his life, and Pu Yao seemed to have put away his perverseness, silent as a virgin. It made Zuo Mo feel unaccustomed. But malicious curses like Ranyao is just Ranyao, do you think if you don't speak, you can turn into a woman? Naturally weren't avoidable. What made him happy was that he sped through the 5 elements spells. He didn't know if it was because he completed the one breath. Many of the fuzzy part previously were abnormally clear now, easily realized. He became even more motivated. He didn't have any interest in something as strange as embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. The kind of things like Art of Aged Gold, which could get him real things like Jingsher, and spells were his true love. He was like a monk, living an extremely dull life each day. Cultivating 10 principles scripture, accumulating Ling energy, again and again, practicing all kind of spells, finger motions. Just like when he had practiced Little Art of Cloud and Rain, he furiously cultivated. The one that had the most improvement was Art of Aged Gold. Presently, the aged gold energy was dark gold, the light subdued, changing according to his wishes. And compared to before, there was now an addition of a hint of imposingness. Even though it was extremely faint, but in actual use, the effects multiplied and made Zuo Mo gleeful. It wasn't strange that Art of Aged Gold improved, since the most important aspect of Art of Aged Gold was consciousness. Even though he had just finished one breath in embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, but compared to before, his consciousness was much stronger. So it was expected that Art of Aged Gold would improve. What made him surprised was that Art of Earth Energy also improved much. The crucial factor in Art of Earth Energy was communication and perception. Did his consciousness help with communication and perception? He didn't know, but since it was a good thing, he went with the flow and didn't examine it deeper. Zuo Mo was in the yard as he practiced Art of Aged Gold, when suddenly a calm and authoritative voice echoed through Wukong Mountain. Outer sect disciple Liang Feng continuously practiced and broke through to Zhuji. From today, she is formally taken into this sect's inner disciples. Outer sect disciples should take this as an example, cultivate relentlessly in order to reach the right result. This voice wasn't loud but clear. It rippled through Wukong Mountain and reverberated endlessly. Liang Feng managed to successfully Zhuji? Zuo Mo couldn't help but admire and feel happy for Liang Feng Shiji. He hadn't interacted for a long time with Liang Feng Shiji, the two of them even had a misunderstanding, but he admired this brisk and clever Shiji. This was the role model a Shiji should be. In comparison, Hao Min Shiji was greatly lacking. His life wasn't affected by the news. His interest in Zhuji was much smaller than to become a Ling plant farmer. Zhuji was the first great step to cultivation, but other than achieving Jindan, there wasn't much of a difference in lifespan compared to a normal person. As to Jindan, don't even think about it, not just an outer sect disciple like him, even among those inner SCC disciples, how many would achieve Jindan? And if he became a Ling plant farmer, that was true in real Jingshur. He continued to bury himself in practicing his spells. To something he decided on, he never was remiss. Just like practicing Little Art of Cloud and Rain, without anyone to teach him, he cast it again and again. He didn't know how many thousands of times he casted, but he managed to fill up the large pond in the yard using Little Art of Cloud and Rain. Just like that, he managed to achieve the 3rd level of Little Art of Cloud and Rain. His cultivation was interrupted by an uninvited guest. The one who came was the one who just became an inner sect disciple, Liang Feng Shiji. Congratulations, Shiji, for successfully Zhuji. Zuo Mo smiled as he congratulated, but his expressionless features made it weird. Shitty is too polite. Liang Feng's face was full of joy as she responded, it won't be long before I would probably hear Shitty's good news. In Liang Feng's heart, this shitty that kept himself concealed in the dark, it wouldn't be unexpected to her if he completed Juji. Behind her, there were 3 other female disciples, Xiaoguo among them. Zuo Mo hurriedly said, "It's still early, still early. Shiji, please." Xiaoguo's adorable and tender apple face was still timid. Zuo Mo suddenly felt this little girl was really bashful. Taking advantage of when Li Yingfeng turned, he blinked his eyes at Xiaoguo. As expected, Xiaoguo's face flushed red. After everyone was seated, Li Yingfeng declared her intentions. "Coming this time, it's to ask for a favor from Shidi." Zuo Mo was surprised. Seeming to have detected Zuo Mo's puzzlement, before he could ask, Li Yingfeng herself answered the question, lightly sighing, "Entering the inner sect, in the future, I'm afraid I won't have the time again to care for these sisters. Shidi's growing skills, no one in the sect can compete, Shiji can only come with a thick face to beg." Zuo Mo hurriedly deflected, "Shiji, please tell." In the future, Li Yingfeng was an inner sect disciple. As long as Zuo Mo would still stay in Wu Kong sect for one more day, he wouldn't offend them. Li Yingfeng took out a small bag, putting it on the stone table, informing, "This is 20 pieces of second-grade Yingshi. It's a little bit of regard from Shiji. Shidi, don't decline. Shidi, if you are free, spend some time at the Eastern Peak and attend a bit. Their lives aren't easy. If something like last time occurred, with Shidi's help, they wouldn't have no one to ask for aid, but..." Beside her, Xiaoguo's mouth twisted and the rims of her eyes instantly turned red. The other 2 also had red eyes. Zuo Mo sighed inside. Compared to Wei Shang Xixiang, the eldest Xixiang who only had cultivation, Li Yingfeng, as the eldest Shiji, was undoubtedly more competent. Only now did he understand why her reputation among the female disciples was so high. Thinking, Zuo Mo pushed the bag back in front of Li Yingfeng, declaring, "Helping each other, it is a part of friendship. Shiji, don't worry, Shidi will do his best." Xiaoguo stared with wide eyes at Zuo Mo. The other 2 females also had strange expressions on their faces. They couldn't understand why this money-grubbing zombie changed his personality this time. Li Yingfeng shook her head and pushed the Jingshi again in front of Zuo Mo. "Shidi, don't decline. The sect has provisions for the inner sect disciples each month. Shijie doesn't lack for Jingshi. But Shidi, you aren't far from Juji, so you would most likely need it soon. Having some Jingshi, it's just in case." The strange expression on the 3 females' faces turned to shock. Juji? This ill-tempered zombie Xixiang was going to Juji soon? To be called nearing Juji, at the very least, it had to be 8th level of Lianqi and above. They were frightened out of their wits by Shiji's words. A cultivation of Lianqi 8th level in the outer sect disciples could be counted on one hand. Even Guo Lu Xixiang was just at Lianqi 7th level. And among the female disciples of the outer sect, other than Li Yingfeng who just entered Juji, the highest person was just Lianqi 6th level. In the outer sect disciples, other than Wei Shang, Zuo Mo's cultivation was the highest. This zombie face, he was actually the second best in the outer sect disciples. This was something they would have never thought about. Originally planning to grant a boon to Shiji, Zuo Mo saw the situation and didn't stand on courtesy, and accepted the Jingshi. "Then many thanks, Shiji. It should be me that gives thanks to Shidi." Li Yingfeng smiled and informed, "After I leave the Eastern Peak, Xiaoguo will be responsible for communicating with Shidi. Her personality is soft and obedient. Shidi, don't bully her." Zuo Mo couldn't help laugh. "What is Shiji talking about? My temper is the best." "That's good." Li Yingfeng nodded. On the side, Xiaoguo wrinkled her adorable nose, clearly disagreeing with the words. She turned to show a dark face and said to the 3 people, "In the future, if you have any questions, find Zuo Mo Xixiang, he'll help you solve them. Zuo Mo Xixiang's words are my words. If someone doesn't listen, I will personally punish." "Yes. Shiji." The 3 females replied. As expected from the eldest Shiji. Just this bearing, no disciples in the younger generation could compete. Zuo Mo couldn't help but compliment inside. After chatting for a while, Li Yingfeng left with the 3 other females. Zuo Mo suddenly didn't have any interest in cultivation. This was a society with strict classes. Like Li Yingfeng Shiji, after successfully Juji, she had to bid farewell to the life of an outer sect disciple. She had to aim for even higher goals, no matter if it was her own goal or the needs of the sect. The lifespan of a Jindan was about 300 years. Before that, Juji, Ningmai, and Lianqi didn't have any differences in lifespan. His own sect was temporarily deficient in manpower and had been for a long time. Including the leader of the sect, the Shirshu were all Jindan. This was the basic reason that Wu Kong Sword Sect had expanded so well these past years. However, even the youngest Shirshu, Shifeng Rong, was more than 200 years old. And among the disciples of the second generation, there wasn't even a Ningmai disciple, much less a Jingdan. If there wasn't a successor, Wu Kong Sect, not a very big sect to begin with, would quickly decline. No matter which Jia, a sect, once it declined, it was harder to rise again than to reach the heavens. Why did he suddenly become so melancholic? Zuo Mo shook his head. Suddenly, he thought of the third-grade fire dragon grass that Wei Sheng Shixiang gave into his care. Liang Feng Shiji had already entered Juji, Wei Sheng Shixiang must be close as well. Thinking about it, the desire to go to Cold Mist Valley formed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 22 Silver Horned Worm. Reminder to vote in the poll for one more day if you haven't done so. I know you are out there, thanks for all the votes. Welcome, new followers and new readers. Say hello or drop a suggestion/improvement. Chapter 22 Silver Horned Worm. It wasn't the first time he came to Cold Mist Valley, but he didn't know if it was the fact that his consciousness had improved but the Jinji that he could only just feel the pressure of last time, or now like a beast that revealed the tip of its horn. That heavy power was multiple times stronger, making him feel unable to breathe. Zuo Mo walked with a trembling heart and rushed through the thick mists. The suddenly open valley was drifting with the fragrance from the herbs. Zuo Mo unconsciously looked with trepidation at the roaring cold pond. Even though he successfully completed one breath, the feeling of oncoming death was in front of his eyes. He definitely didn't want to try again. He should be realistic and become a ling plant farmer, he told himself. Walking in front of the fire dragon grass, he was instantly shocked. The fire dragon grass was drooping, a hint of death coming from the red leaves. His heart instantly panicked. This fire dragon grass was intimately related to the big event of Wei Sheng Shixiang entering Juji. If something went wrong, what would happen? He was extremely admiring of Wei Sheng Shixiang, and truly hoped for Wei Sheng Shixiang to successfully Juji. He hurriedly bent down to inspect this fire dragon grass. The soil in the surroundings was still moist, it wasn't a problem of underwatering, then what was the problem? His knowledge of ling herbs was pitiful, not to mention for a third-grade fire dragon grass. He ran through his brain, furiously going through his experiences of growing plants in these 2 years and at what time the symptoms were similar to what the fire dragon grass was experiencing now. Was it that there was a pest? He was uncertain, but he still put his hand on the fire dragon grass. In any case, art of aged gold wouldn't harm the ling herb, so it wouldn't hurt to try. The dark gold grains of sand entered the inside of the fire dragon grass from Zuo Mo's fingers. His consciousness carried with the aged gold energy entered the interior of the grass as well. The interior of each ling grass was a different world. The inside of ling grains was green. And the interior of the fire dragon grass was completely bright red. Before he could examine clearly, a dark and icy presence locked onto his consciousness. Contrary to expectations, Zuo Mo's heart calmed. What he was most afraid of was not knowing what was happening. Now that he knew where the problem was, it was much easier. In any case, GE has the aged gold energy, specializing in killing all kinds of pests. A crowd of silver-colored armored worms slowly climbed around the interior of the fire dragon grass. Their presence wasn't very strong, not as vicious as the aphids he met the first time. Zuo Mo felt slightly relieved. His abilities with Art of Aged Gold were limited. If it was some strong worms, it wasn't that he would have no solution, he would also be in danger. He pushed the aged gold energy, sweeping towards the crowd of silver-armored worms. The silver-armed worms weren't panicked. They only kept on chewing the plant material in front of them. The aged gold energy was like a gold cloud, quickly surrounding these silver-armored worms. Zuo Mo's heart settled. He believed he would quickly finish the battle. The aged gold energy was much stronger than before, and he was full of confidence. After 10 minutes, sweat appeared on Zuo Mo's forehead. He had encountered trouble. No matter how much power he put into the aged gold energy, it was all useless against these silver-armored worms that were indifferent. He could clearly feel the ever-successful aged gold energy be blocked off, unable to move an inch. The aged gold energy, as sharp as steel sand, couldn't even leave a single mark on the surface of these silver-armored worms. Such hard shells. Third grade was really third grade, even the pests it had were stronger. Zuo Mo wanted to cry. Art of Aged Gold was his only method of dealing with pests. And the other person in the sect whose Art of Aged Gold was at the second level, while Lu Shixiang was still lying on the sickbed. What should he do now? The sweat poured down even more, his heart becoming panicked. Wei Sheng Shixiang was depending on this to Juji, please don't let anything happen in his hands. Just when Zuo Mo had no ideas, Puya suddenly appeared, Tisk, TSK. Can't even deal with a little silver horned worm. You actually want to become a ling plant farmer? Zuo Mo suspiciously looked at Pu Yao. You have a way? Not waiting for Pu Yao to speak, he rolled his eyes. Even if you have a solution, I wouldn't ask you. The painful experiences of the past told him to never to even think of trying to take advantage of Pu Yao. It would be a cruel death. But inside, he silently noted down the name, Silver Horned Worm. He thought he would go research at some other time to see if he could find Silver Horned Worm. Pu Yao wasn't angry, a faint curve to his mouth, his crimson right eye slightly narrowed. Hee, the way you are now, it really makes one feel hurt. Oh, that what's his name Shixiang of yours, the jade stick he gave you, isn't there some basic sword moves there? You could try to use sword moves with your aged gold energy. That works? Zuo Mo was puzzled. You could try and find out. Pu Yao left behind before disappearing. Pu Yao was very strange today. Very strange. Even though he hadn't interacted with Pu Yao for a long time, couldn't see how deep he went, but Zuo Mo was very clear that this guy wasn't someone good. And suddenly becoming kind today, it wasn't normal, definitely not normal. However, the only thing he could pick out was the abnormality. As to why he was strange, he couldn't find a reason no matter he spent a long time pondering it. This question was quickly thrown to the side. What was most important at this time was solving these silver horned worms. Pu Yao's words, he was half convinced. The sword moves recorded in the jade stick that Wei Sheng Shixiang gave him were some of the most basic moves. There wasn't anything deep in them. Even someone like Zuo Mo who had never practiced the sword before could easily understand. To use sword scripture with aged gold energy? He sat on the ground, sinking into his thoughts. A beat later, he suddenly jumped up, the dark gold aged gold energy appearing at his fingertip. The aged gold energy was a cloud that seemed to be composed of gold sand, slowly revolving, extremely pretty. The aged gold energy suddenly restlessly turned, rapidly shrinking. Seconds later, it formed into a dark small sword the size of a grain. Calling it a small sword was really an overstatement. It was like a thin gold flake that had been flattened from a gold grain. But Zuo Mo didn't care. He had only ever seen just a few flying swords in total. In this area, his imagination was nothing to write home about. He gestured each movement according to the moves in the jade stick. Very quickly, he found the benefits to his consciousness becoming stronger. He could easily manipulate the tiny sword. It was really just a few moves. He quickly familiarized himself. Entering the inside of the fire dragon grass again, the silver hornworms were still unconcernedly chewing on the inside material of the fire dragon grass. Zuo Mo didn't send a greeting and directly sent the sword over. Ding! The indifferent silver worm shook, sparks flying on the silver armor. Effective! Zuo Mo was very happy. One blow after the next, according to the sword moves in Wei Sheng Shixiang's jade stick, Zuo Mo's hand wasn't lenient. Ding 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 ding, dot. The shell of the silver hornworm was incomparably hard. The sparks flew but there still weren't any cracks. But to Zuo Mo, the silver hornworms were the best targets. No matter how hard, it was still a target that wouldn't fight back. Zuo Mo forgot himself. The rawness and unfamiliarity of sword moves slowly became familiar. The strength of the little aged gold swords gradually started to show itself. Ding! The sound was majorly different than before. On the armor of the silver hornworm, a crack had been chopped out. Zuo Mo had originally started to become tired. Using the sword moves to manipulate the aged gold little sword, it used up more ling energy than using aged gold energy. And, it required much more from his spirit. If he hadn't achieved one breath in, embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, before, his spiritual power wasn't enough to do this. Finally breaking through the silver hornworm's defenses, Zuo Mo became motivated and sent out a flurry of blows. Ding ding ding. The silver hornworm finally couldn't endure it and with a crack, suddenly exploded. Fighting with me, serves you right. Zuo Mo stared with disdain at the corpse of the silver hornworm. However, his spirit became unstable and he hurriedly came out of the fire dragon grass. He had used up a lot of his ling energy and consciousness. He hurriedly sat cross-legged to recover his ling energy. His ling energy recovered very quickly, but the usage of his consciousness hadn't recovered. To recover his consciousness, the only thing he could think of, the only way, that was, embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. Was this Pu Yao's aim? He couldn't help but hesitate. When his gaze landed on the fire dragon grass, he struggled for a second but still decided to first exterminate these silver hornworms. This was the first time he practiced embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation after achieving the first breath. It seemed that as soon as he sat down, the breath was circulating in his body. A feeling of numbness that he never felt before seemed to spread from inside his bones. His entire person felt like it was flying. His mind was calm, as though it was a void. That was when he found that at some unknown time, in the sky of his sea of consciousness, there was an addition of one star. The star wasn't very bright, it was actually really dark. The flickering bright fire took away its light. Normally, he wouldn't have even noticed it. An illusion? Zuo Mo wasn't certain. The addition of a star, his sea of consciousness becoming a sea of fire. All these changes, they didn't bring many changes to him. Waking up from his mediation, Zuo Mo's mind was refreshed. He made an inspection. His spirit seemed to be just a sliver stronger. He was both joyed and worried. It was a good matter for his spirit to be stronger, but the lesson of last time when he reached one breath was right in front of his eyes. After destroying these silver horned worms, he definitely wouldn't practice it anymore. He told himself inside. That extremely comfortable feeling just now made him automatically intoxicated and he was deeply alert. The most beautiful didn't have to be fish soup, it could be poison. Pu Yao's abnormality made him feel that the chance it would be poison was extremely large. Gradually becoming fluent, Zuo Mo's efficiency increased greatly, the sword moves became even more penetrating. The silver hornworms that he could do nothing about previously, in just a few strokes, they were taken down. Zuo Mo felt exhilarated, but he was extremely rational and didn't practice anymore. The fire dragon grass, rid of the silver hornworms, instantly sent out exuberant vitality. Zuo Mo had found a pattern. If he killed the natural predators inside the plants, the corpses of these natural predators would become the best fertilizers. In the next few days, he guarded the fire dragon grass, fearful of another accident. This day, like normal, he came to Cold Mist Valley. What was this? His gaze was on the fire dragon grass. A rice-sized red fruit. Before, this fruit had been green, but now it was red. But with his pitiful amount of Ling herb knowledge, he couldn't distinguish if this small fruit was really a fruit or a seed. However, no matter if it was a fruit or a seed, it still meant that the growth of this fire dragon plant was very good, it was a good event. What he had been most worried about was that this fire dragon plant would be unaccustomed to the soil, or if the grade would drop. Then he wouldn't have the face to see Wei Sheng Xixiang. In the next few days, he carefully guarded the fire dragon grass. Fire dragon grass was a classical young-oriented grass, appropriate for Art of Crimson Flame. Each day, Zuo Mo didn't forget to cast it a few times. The leaves became even more red and bright, and that rice-sized fruit was now about the size of a soybean, the color steadily darkening. Everything was good for Wei Sheng Xixiang to come to the door. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 23 Apparition. Something astounding happens, not to Zuo Mo. The results are in. With almost 400 votes, the majority, 59%, is to keep italics. Only 8% said no to keep italics and 34% of voters didn't care. So the italics are here to stay. Chapter 23 Apparition. Zuo Mo looked in shock at Wei Sheng Xixiang. The clothing on Wei Sheng Xixiang's body was ripped to shreds, his entire person an unsheathed sword, exuding a heavy presence. This felt strange to Zuo Mo. Suddenly the term appeared in his mind, a sword essence. Zuo Mo suddenly realized, congratulations Xixiang. Hearing this, Wei Sheng smiled. The sword essence surrounding his body seemed to have been pushed by an invisible hand, suddenly vibrating. The small pebbles on the ground were all thrown up in the air, dust rising. In just a few seconds, the ground underneath his feet was cut into a shallow hole by the invisible sword essence. My apologies, shitty. My cultivation is limited and cannot control it. Xixiang needs the fire dragon grass? Zuo Mo waved his hand, indicating that he didn't mind. This was the first time he saw someone preparing to zhuji and he was extremely curious. Thanks for the trouble, shitty. Wei Sheng helplessly moved his feet. The dirt hole under his feet was almost up to his knees. Understanding that Wei Sheng was at a crucial time, Zuo Mo didn't waste words. Xixiang, please come with me. Finishing, he started to sprint in the direction of Cold Mist Valley. Behind him came the continuous sound of cracking. Anywhere that Wei Sheng Xixiang passed, there were crisscrosses of fine cuts on the ground, little pebbles sent flying away. The two very quickly ran to Cold Mist Valley. Zuo Mo threw out, Xixiang, please wait a moment. He then entered the mist and in a short while came back out holding the bright red fire dragon grass. He carefully put the grass on the ground and then quickly jumped to one side. The fine and scattered sword essences creating a shroud around Xixiang were extremely damaging. His heart had trembled on the way here. Wei Sheng bent down to grab the fire dragon grass. He saw the fire dragon grass was like a ball of fire, the color even brighter than before. Joy appeared on Wei Shang's face. His expression solemn, he bowed to Zuo Mo, many thanks shitty. Finishing, Wei Shang Shixiang quickly left. Zuo Mo stared dazedly at Wei Shang Shixiang's back. This was the first time he saw a person state right before they were going to Zhuji. It was completely different from what he had imagined. So when Liang Feng Shiji was entering Zhuji, was it something like this as well? Zhuji, it was called the first barrier for Xiuzhi. As expected, it really was extraordinary. His mind was slightly distracted all day. The scene of Wei Shang's sword essence flying around gave him a tremendous shock. And he still hadn't heard the voice that had announced last time when Liang Feng Shiji had successfully Zhuji. Would it have failed? His heart was full of worry. On its own, fire dragon grass was like a violent poison. Just the slightest misstep and the Ling energy would collapse. Even more, what Wei Shang Shixiang had taken was a third-grade fire dragon grass. He had only met Wei Shang Shixiang twice, but this steel-hearted, indomitable Shixiang made him admire. Before this, he had always felt that he was a very hard-working person, but compared to Shixiang, he wasn't even worth a mention. At midnight, Zuo Mo sat on the roof, absent-mindedly listening to the sound of the sound tablet's broadcast, the worry inside even greater. Just at this time, an extremely blinding light suddenly ascended from a certain location in the mountain, thrusting up at the sky. Clang! Like a treasure sword being unsheathed, iron and stone striking, resonating in Wu Kong Mountains. With such a large commotion, the other disciples were all startled awake, each one running out, their faces full of awe as they looked at the sword-like light that seemed to have pierced the heavens. On the rooftop, Zuo Mo's expression was also dumbstruck. Inside, he was both happy and surprised. Happy because this presence was Wei Shang Shixiang. What made him surprised was that this sword-like light gave him tremendous pressure, but he couldn't help but think of the snow-white sword essence that had wounded his sea of consciousness. The two were extremely alike, but while this one wasn't as vast and icy as the snow-white sword essence, Shixiang's sword essence had a honest and concentrated flavor. Zuo Mo's understanding of the sword was pitiful, but in that instant, he was certain that it was Shixiang's sword essence. He dazedly stared at this sword tip that was thrusting into the clouds, both happy and envious. There wasn't much of a sound when Liang Feng Shiji had Zhuji. The fact that Shixiang's Zhuji had influenced the sky, he was really awesome. Such an apparition, not just Wu Kong Mountain was alerted, but the sects in the surroundings were all alarmed. He could see countless swords flying like meteors over. No one noticed that at some unknown time, the sect leader and the other Shirshu were already waiting in the sky. Our sect will rise. The third Shirshu Yanli's voice was slightly trembling. There wasn't a hint of the smile that was usually hanging on his face. Just the reverse, there were tears. The sect leader Pei Yuan Ran also couldn't bear it. Right there in the sky, he suddenly knelt down, facing the east, his voice choked as he cowed out 3 times, "This unworthy disciple thanks our sect's ancestors for your protection. Protecting our sect's passage to continue." Raising his head, tears streamed down his face. Yan Lo and Xin Yan also knelt down, notoing 3 times towards the east. The 3 stood, each of them smiling from ear to ear, like they were drunk. Even Xin Yan, the one most stern usually, had a slight blush on his face. Such a pity fourth shimmy is still traveling and hasn't returned. Otherwise, if she saw this scene, it's unknown how gratified she would be. Pei Yuan Ran's expression recovered as he sighed ruefully. Yan Lei felt the same. To be able to see this, I have no regrets left in this life. Pei Yuan Ran berated, "Shitty, don't speak nonsense. Our sect is going to rise. We need to put in all our effort and nurture Wei Shang, so that we will not disappoint the expectations our previous teachers have." Yan Le nodded, "Shixiang is right." He suddenly turned his face, brows furrowing, and said, slightly displeased, "There's a lot of guests today." A cold light flashed through Pei Yuan Yan's eyes, his voice calm as he ordered, "But tonight isn't the time to receive them. Second Shitty, do not let them disturb Wei Shang." "Yes." Xin Yan, who had calmed down, was as stern and grave as iron and stone. Just the one word was full of ice. No matter if it was the Xiuzhi that were flying towards Wu Kong Mountains or the outer sect disciples raising their heads to look, they all felt a snow-white light flash across their eyes. Before they could react, a terrifying sword essence, vast and filled with an apocalyptic presence, spread over their heads, but everyone stilled in shock, uncontrollably retreating. A gigantic snow-white dragon, taking over half of the sky, moved its nimble body as it flew in the night sky. That pair of eyes like ice crystals were full of arrogance. From very far away, a cold and fierce presence could be felt. Only at this time did the people remember, Wu Kong Mountains had 4 Xiuzhi that were Jindan. "Is it, Ice Dragon Sword?" An ancient-sounding voice came from far away. Xin raised his eyelids, desire for battle flickering through his eyes, as he responded frigidly, "This one is Xin." On Wukong Mountains, all the outer sect disciples, with raised faces, sighed in shock. Xin Shirshu, who usually had a stone face, actually had such a big reputation. The person from far away didn't speak. It is too late today, and coincidentally, it is the time that this young disciple is Juji. We really cannot receive everyone and have to disturb you. Please forgive us. Why don't everyone find another day to come? This sect will prepare for your arrival. Pei Yuanyan's authoritative voice could be heard near and far. Didn't think my Dong Fu would have someone as skilled as Ice Dragon Sword. Sorry for the discourtesy. Wu Kong Sword Sect will soon prosper. This poor cultivator Tiansong Zi first congratulates you. Today is inconvenient, then I will disturb at some other day. The voice echoed until it couldn't be heard any longer. The cultivators in the surroundings were greatly surprised. They hadn't thought the person who came was Tiansong Zi. Tiansong Zi was renowned in the entire Dongfu. He was the descendant of Dongfu Xianrun and the true ruler of Dongfu. Even Pei Yuan Ra was surprised. He hadn't thought that the disturbance here would startle Tiansong Zi. Tiansong Zi's reputation was extremely high in Dongfu, his rumored cultivation was also astounding. But he truly was a leader of a sect. He held his composure and shouted, "Take care, elder." The Xiozha that had wanted to explore saw the situation and tactfully scattered away. Someone that even Tiansong Zi would treat respectfully, they wouldn't dare be rash. Smart people recognized that Wu Kong Sword Sect's position would rise in Dongfu. Most of them knew that Wu Kong Sword Sect had 4 Jindan Xiozha. However, normally Wukong Mountain rarely conversed with outsiders. The 4, other than Yanlo who was mainly in charge of the operations, the other 3 basically didn't step outside the doors to the mountain. Intelligent people decided to go find out more about Ice Dragon Sword. Such a strong person, yet silently living in a little mountain, it was really puzzling. Zuo Mo didn't hear a word of the conversation between the sect leader and Tiansong Zi. He stared, dumbstruck, at the snow-white dragon that was swimming in the night sky. Just like he could conclude that the sword energy that was piercing the sky was due to Wei Xing Xixiang, he recognized that snow-white dragon that was twisting in the sky. It was that sword essence that was in his sea of consciousness. On the outside appearance, the two were greatly different, but for some reason, he was abnormally certain that this dragon and the white sword essence that he had only seen 2 times weren't inherently different. He blanked. So that night, it had been Shirshu. This conclusion made his heart leap. He suddenly remembered the main culprit was still in his consciousness. This thought instantly made his heart madly shake. If the sect leader and the others knew that Pu was in his consciousness, he couldn't help but shudder, his teeth chattering. He looked again at the snow dragon in the sky, coldness creeping up his heart. He always had the feeling that this snow dragon could discover Pu Yao at any time and then would unhesitatingly swoop down and tear him to pieces. This feeling became stronger and stronger. He even felt that the gigantic dragon was always staring at him. His soul leaping, he couldn't do anything except frantically escaping down the rooftop and shrinking back into his rooms. When he returned to the seclusion room, he finally recovered. After a few seconds, his heartbeat calming, his tongue was dry. The damned Pu Yao. Zuo Mo couldn't help but curse again inside. He suddenly remembered that Pu Yao could come out on his own. This thought made him instantly panicked. Pu Yao, that crazy maniac, don't create a disturbance now. He quickly sat, forcing his heart to calm, and entered his consciousness. His sea of consciousness seemed to have a violent wind blowing, the dark red flames furiously dancing, like a crowd of beautiful naga twisting their heart-stopping waists. Pu wasn't sitting on the gravestone like he normally did, but was standing in front of the gravestone like a spear. The smooth satin-like black clothing flapping in the wind, the black hair flying in front of his forehead but still covering his left eye. His blood-red right eye was deep as he gazed at the gravestone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 24, Finding a Different Way. Conversion rates for Jingshi are terrible. Sometimes, Zuo Mo has a very practical understanding of himself. The cultivation world also has its own version of a forum/jobs market. One chapter close to a fight, more like a skirmish, but fighting action. Considering how the author wrote Zuo Mo dealing with aphids, don't have very high hopes for this first battle. Also, Zuo Mo might be the MC, but in some ways, Wei Sheng is more like the typical MC, which is what some Chinese reviewers had said. Time spent on Wei Sheng is story development, and he really is Zuo Mo's role model at the moment. If you expect Zuo Mo to go at everything alone, not this story. Chapter 24, Finding a Different Way. After the ruckus last night, no one in Wu Kong Sword Sect got a good night of sleep. In comparison to the other disciples who had gathered together to excitedly discuss, Zuo Mo was frightened awake. Right now, he was on the same boat as Pu Yao. When he saw the snow dragon, his brain had exploded. Before, he still had a delusion, but now his heart was restless. His heart nervous. If he wasn't extremely fond of this place, he would instantly pack his things and escape without a trace. After being scared witless for a few days and seeing that nothing had happened, his heart finally landed back above his stomach. Wei Sheng Shixian was thrust into the limelight this time. In the area around Dongfu, the news that a genius of Wu Kong Sword Sect appeared out of the blue, the sword energy piercing the heavens when he entered Zhuji instantly made a buzz. As expected, Wei Sheng Shixian quickly was taken by the sect head as his disciple, personally bestowing down a fourth-grade flying sword, splitting rainbow, and the person teaching him however was Xin Yen Shirshu. When the previous inner sect disciples had received their swords, it had all been third-grade flying swords. Even the most talented Luo Li Shixian wasn't an exception. Such favor, it was the first time for Wu Kong Sword Sect. And the one who received the sword had been an outer sect disciple previously. When all the outer sect disciples discussed this matter, they all had proud expressions on their faces. But even more was envy that was unable to be hidden. An outer sect disciple that once was a sword servant, skyrocketing to become the most valued second-generation disciple, Wei Sheng Shixian's experience was almost every outer sect disciple's dream. Other than more admiration, Zuo Mo wasn't shocked. He believed that anyone who had seen the jade stick that he had would be just as clam as he was. He admired, but he would not copy Wei Sheng Shixian. He didn't have that obsession inside. Fundamentally, he was a lazy person. He was working hard now just so that he could be lazy in the future. Pu Yao also seemed to have recovered. Just like usual, he sat on the gravestone and listened to the sound tablet. The sea of consciousness hadn't changed, except that the flame seemed bigger. Zuo Mo didn't know if it was just his imagination. In any case, it was just a patch of red. The agitated Wukong mountain finally calmed down. Zuo Mo's life also calmed down. What he reminisced about the most was the life he had before all the apprehension and worry. His life returning to normal, his heart became much peaceful. However, he met trouble. A Ling plant farmer required 3 kinds of spells to reach the 3rd level. Zuo Mo's Little Art of Cloud and Rain was at the 4th level. Right now, the one that he had that was most likely to reach the 3rd level was Art of Aged Gold. He even knew how to break through to the 3rd level of Art of Aged Gold. Using sword scriptures to manipulate the aged gold energy was the crucial factor. It was the method that Pu Yao had pointed out that day for him to kill the silver hornworms. This road also proved his previous hypothesis that Art of Aged Gold was a certain kind of offensive spell. But Zuo Mo wasn't dumb. He detected the fishiness. If he walked down this road, then he needed to strengthen his consciousness. The aged gold sword wasn't really a sword. If he didn't have the spiritual power, he couldn't manipulate it. He experienced that deeply when he exterminated the silver horned worms this time. If his spiritual power had been greater, then the power of the little aged gold sword definitely would have multiplied. If it moved according to his wishes, the sword moves also would be able to unleash their full power. Strengthening his consciousness, then he would have to face a problem, practicing embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. No wonder Pu Yao had been so generous. He was waiting there. Originally Zuo Mo, who had been irritated at not finding a way to elevate his Art of Aged Gold, was now having a headache because he could not level up. Hesitating for a long while, in the end he still decided not to raise his Art of Aged Gold. Didn't a Ling plants farmer need 3 kinds of spells to reach the 3rd level? At the very worst, he'll pick 2 others from the remaining 3 spells. Art of Flora, Art of Crimson Flame, and Art of Earth Energy. He had practiced them all to the 2nd level. But no matter which 2, he had only just arrived at the 2nd level. It was far from entering the 3rd. Originally, Art of Aged Gold had been the only he had the greatest confidence in reaching the 3rd level, but now he had to put it to one side. He really was depressed. Thankfully he still had Jingshi on his hands. At the worst, he could go search to see if there was any jade sticks related to this area that was being sold. The jade stick that he had brought before was just a normal one. It described all 5 spells, but in most places, it just brushed over, and a direction could barely be found. For the majority, it still needed him to comprehend for himself. Most of the jade sticks that were on the market were this version. The true premium ones were with the large sections. Even when it wandered onto the market, it was extremely expensive. In some of the top sects, before each Shouja died, they would use their consciousness to leave behind what they had learned in their lives in the jade sticks and pass them on. These were the highest jade sticks. The jade sticks that held the consciousness and understandings of the elders were distributed to the disciples in the sect with the greatest potential. These young disciples would change themselves in one night, greatly shortening the time they needed to spend cultivating. But for normal Shouja, they didn't even need to think about this kind of things. It was better to walk step by step. Not just that, it was like they were on a dangerous and misty mountain road, carefully climbing up. As to whether they would walk an indirect route, fall and break into pieces, that depended on each individual's luck. Adding on the 20 pieces of second-grade jingsher that Li Yingfeng gave, Zuo Mo's wealth was the greatest it had ever been, even though Pu Yao had spent a large amount. Zuo Mo couldn't help but sigh, even though everyone was cultivating, but of those that were outstanding, how many didn't have anything to their name? Li Yingfeng Shiji's family was wealthy. Giving out tens of second-grade jingsher, her eyes didn't even blink. This kind of manner, Zuo Mo was deeply envious. His pouch was fat, his cultivation was hindered, it was natural that Zuo Mo thought about using jingsher to solve the problem. His goal this time was to buy a jade stick about one spell. There were very few people who could practice all 5 kinds of spells at the same time. But there should be more people who were skilled in 1 or 2 types. This kind of spells definitely wouldn't be cheap. He would probably bleed a lot this time, but he had no other choice. Riding the creaking Xiaohuang, he slowly made his way to Dongfu again. As one of the most important towns of Tianyujia, the development of Dongfu was very good and had attracted a wave of pretty good shouja. Basically, all the normal requirements could be satisfied here, especially to the kind of lianqi cultivators such as Zuo Mo. In a moderately sized store, Zuo Mo's body was almost lying on the desk, his eyes unblinking as he stared at the other. Bro, I'm saying, just buy another one, it's really not expensive. If you want to fix it, and add more Ling energy, it wouldn't be cheaper than buying a new one, and it can't level up. The person was holding Zuo Mo's flying paper crane, Xiao Huang, as he said in a seasoned tone. Looking at the visible cracks on the paper crane, Zuo Mo was slightly unwilling. After all, this was his first steed. Gritting his teeth, he said, just fix it for me, naturally I wouldn't give less for the cost. The other shrugged indifferently, whatever you say. He took out all kinds of tools. First he cut out several lengths of green thin bamboo to reinforce the skeleton. Then he glued the cracks in the yellow paper, cutting off the frayed edges. He took out a brush, using cinnabar to carefully mend the seal arrangement before adding in Ling energy. Only when the red cinnabar had disappeared from the surface of the paper crane did he repeatedly put on a layer of liquid and the seal that had disappeared appeared once again. Alright. I slightly made it stronger. If you're careful, you can still use it for a while. 3 pieces of second-grade jingsher. As expected, the price wasn't different from buying a new one. Zuo Mo's heart jerked in pain, but he still crisply paid. Walking out of the small store, he stared to walk to the free market and found Fu Jin. Fu Jin saw Zuo Mo and instantly became alert. Yellow, hey, emoji's here. What do you want this time? The wily eyes found the copper ring on Zuo Mo's hand. Instantly he became even more attentive. His eyes were very experienced. That was a talisman. Even if the grade wasn't high, but it still meant that Zuo Mo definitely still had some jingsher in his hands. Zuo Mo asked, do you have anything about Art of Flora? Relating to the 3rd level. Art of Crimson Flame, or Art of Earth Energy, would also do. The 3rd level? Fu Jin grimaced as he shook his head, MOGE. You know the market. Whatever spell, once it reaches the 3rd level, it isn't hard to find. Even if it was available, the price, TSK, at least 2 pieces of 3rd-grade jingsher. 2 pieces of 3rd-grade jingsher. Zuo Mo didn't know what to say about the price. Even though he was much wealthier now, but this price was still out of reach for him. 1 piece of 3rd-grade jingsher, it needed 100 pieces of 2nd-grade jingsher. This was only for low-grade jingsher. As the grade increased, the disparity in the exchange rate would become even greater. Like 4th-grade jingsher, at the very least, it would require 500 pieces of 3rd-grade jingsher. 3rd grade was a dividing line. If he could make spellwork jade sticks, Zuo Mo would have already been selling jade sticks. Disregarding everything else, just based on his 4th level of Little Art of Cloud and Rain, if he could make jade sticks, he definitely could sell it for a good price. It was a pity that making a spellwork jade stick wasn't a simple matter. While Zuo Mo's Little Art of Cloud and Rain might have reached the 4th level, but for the overwhelming majority of the profound parts, he could only grasp, but could not convey. Like the jade stick that Wei Sheng Shixiang gave him. It only basically recorded some of his experiences and realizations. It couldn't be considered a spellwork jade stick. Those that could make spellwork jade sticks, they were usually those of high cultivation. They could stand at a higher spot and penetrate through to the core of the spells. The spellwork jade sticks that a Jindan Shouja made, and one that a Ningmai made, the price was astronomically different. The Ling plant jade stick that Zuo Mo brought had been made by a Ningmai. Many of the parts inside were not adequately described. The most common spellwork jade sticks on the market were for the stage of Zhuji. They frequently could get sold for a pretty good price. Since once one entered Zhuji, they had some wealth. This was also the reason that why the spellwork jade sticks for Lianqi cultivators were so rare. The majority of those in the stage of Lianqi were poor bastards. And Tianyujia, it was a district under the jurisdiction of Koanluanjing. The mainstream was Sword Shou, so there was much less spells in the other areas. Zuo Mo couldn't help but be disappointed. Even though Zuo Mo's face was paralyzed, but Fu Jin still sensitively detected his disappointed. He thought before suggesting, Moge could try taking a look at the notice altar. Zuo Mo instantly hit his head in frustration. How could he have forgotten that place? Each sect would always encounter all sorts of problems. Like the strange disease of the Ling fields that Wu Kong Sword Sect had encountered this time. If the sect could not solve it, they would post to the boards in hopes of those with extraordinary talent that could aid them through their difficulties. After that, everyone found the convenience inside and more people asked for aid at the boards. Consequently, they created a specialized temple to post notices which was called the notice altar. This also became the place many shouja used to find jobs, especially those with a cultivation of lianqi or zhuji. Of course, posting a message required paying a fee, and the post would clearly state the payment. Gratefully giving thanks to Fu Jin, Zuo Mo started heading for the notice altar. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 25 Fourth Shirgu. I get into this awkward state where I want to translate but I can't deal with the tension even though I've read the whole novel. It's very weird. Chapter 25 Fourth Shirgu. The notice altar was in the southern part of Dongfu, and it was also the most prosperous and busiest part of Dongfu. Because he had already joined a sect, and taking care of the Ling fields and cultivation had taken up almost all of his time, Zuo Mo had never been to the notice altar before. This was why he hadn't thought of this place at the beginning. Stopping at the notice altar, he couldn't help but inhale sharply. Looking out, countless posts made from cloth banners pointed at the sky like a forest, spreading out into the horizon. Under each banner, people's heads moved. The stream of people also moved slowly. Zuo Mo was in awe at the scene. Dazedly, he followed the stream and entered the notice altar. This sect has a pair of fiery gold eyes beast pups, requires one zookeeper. Requires cultivation above intermediate level of Zhuji, 5 or more years of experience in animal care, salary generous. This sect is clearing out Ling fields, needs large number of body cultivators, above Lianqi 5th level. Includes residence and food. 10 pieces of first grade Jingshi each day. In just a quick while, Zuo Mo's eyes started to blur. Just at this time, someone came up. Bro, what? It's hard to search. I have the complete table of content for the entire notice altar, detailed and accurate. It is updated at the first time. How about it, do you want a copy? How much? Zuo Mo asked cautiously. Not expensive, 20 pieces of first grade Jingshi. The person said, bro, at one look, I can see you are one for doing big things. Time is so precious, wasting it like this is not worthy. Just 20 pieces of first grade Jingshi, it's really worthwhile. 8 pieces, Bro, look at all these notices. Just me alone, how can I collect all of them? I have to support an entire bunch of people. Adding on 2 pieces, I'm very sincere. Bro, we don't have it easy. Zuo Mo turned to leave. The person hurriedly pulled Zuo Mo. Okay, I'll sell it to you at a loss. Looking at the directory that he spent 10 pieces of first grade Jingshi to buy, Zuo Mo was a sorry figure as he escaped from the notice altar. He found a less busy place nearby and sat down. That was a really scary place. He looked with trepidation at the bustling notice altar. Adding Ling energy to the jade stick, there were more than 1,500 posts in the directory, a huge variety, everything was there. After a long time, Zuo Mo finally found an order and started to look down. After a full 2 hours, he finally raised his head, his eyes full of disappointment. It wasn't that there weren't related posts that paid with spells, but not one of them were something that he could accomplish. Thinking about it now, Fu Jing was right. When any spell reached the 3rd level, the price also changed drastically. Discontentedly returning on the flying paper crane, Zuo Mo's expression was blank. When he returned home and saw Wei Shang Xixiang standing outside his door, he couldn't help but blank. Wei Shang Xixiang didn't seem to have changed much from before. Still clad in rough cloth. Even though he still gave others the feeling of being as sharp as a sword, but it was much more restrained than before. It could be seen that Wei Sheng Xixian's cultivation was much deeper than before. Even when Zuo Mo was still far away, he already detected it. Shitty has really made me wait. He smiled as he greeted. Wei Sheng Xixian's warmth that was just like before made Zuo Mo very surprised and slightly moved. The attitudes of inner sect disciples towards outer sect disciples were usually extremely bad, and those of low birth and had an accomplished cultivation, their arrogant manner was the normal state. If Xixiang has something, just send a notice, why wait so long outside the door? Zuo Mo solemnly replied. Wei Sheng took out a small box from his bosom and handed it to Zuo Mo. The fire dragon grass seed won't be of any use in my hands, but at least it's third grade, so it would be a pity to throw it out. Shitty is skilled in planting, so this is given to Shitty. Zuo Mo was greedy about wealth, but facing the little box, he didn't hold out his hand. The seed of a third-grade fire dragon grass, it wasn't a question to sell it for a few tens of pieces of second-grade jingsher. Xixiang has successfully zhuji, and there would be many places that would require jingsher in the future. Wei Sheng interrupted his words, shoving the wooden box into Zuo Mo's chest. Don't be chatty. I'm telling you to take it. My heart is for the sword, and doesn't like other things. Holding the wooden box, Zuo Mo didn't know what to say. Shitty has outstanding talent and should work hard to not fail to live up to this good vessel. He urged, very soon I will enter the sword cave to study. When I come out, Shitty should have successfully zhuji. For some reason, Zuo Mo's heart warmed and burst out. I definitely will successfully zhuji. Then I won't worry anymore. It's a pity that Shitty isn't interested in the sword. There was a hint of pity in Wei Sheng's expression. Zuo Mo smiled. It isn't bad being a ling plant farmer. Jingxiai is a very dependable thing. Ha ha. Wei Sheng roared with laughter. That's so true. I won't bid farewell. When I come out, us brothers will drink. Finishing, he swept away. Even when Wei Sheng Xixiang had walked a long ways off, Zuo Mo's heart was still slightly excited. No matter if Wei Sheng Xixiang was deliberate or not, but this bit of solicitude, he would firmly remember. From when he opened his eyes, what he faced was a completely unfamiliar world. The sect leader that picked him up had asked a few words before he was never seen again. He was like a newborn baby that started to dumbly learn bit by bit everything in the surroundings. His strange zombie face, and the ignorance about the affairs of the world caused him to receive endless mockery and ridicule. The only thing he was glad about was that the heavens had left behind some assets for him, a cultivation of Lianqi 5th level. The setbacks he endured everywhere didn't make him sink but actually stirred up the stubbornness in his bones. He cultivated day and night, used the rain of, little art of cloud and rain, to fill the dry pond drop by drop. After that, the treatment he received gradually changed. Piling on the insincerity and worldliness, deliberately getting close to the other disciples in the sect, and earning a pretty good reputation. But that alienation inside, it gradually deepened with time. Wei Sheng Xixiang, who he only had met 2 times before, it was the first time he felt a sincere concern. Before this, he wasn't interested in zhuji. That astounding sword essence in his sea of consciousness, while it had stirred up some interest in power, but quickly, embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, had completely made him lose interest in power. For him, power was undoubtedly very far away. But Wei Sheng Xixiang's exhortations today made him suddenly feel that he needed to zhuji. This feeling was so fierce, from the moment it left his mouth, he felt that, no matter what, he had to complete zhuji. Zhuji. Zhuji, it was the first barrier in the long journey of cultivation. For those disciples in the large sects, zhuji was so easy that it was like stepping over a doorstep. But for normal xiuzhi, this would decide their status. Those that were in the stage of zhuji basically had left behind the lowest level of work, their income enough for those as greedy as Zuo Mo to have red eyes. But there was a high degree of difficulty in zhuji, especially to someone like Zuo Mo who only had the kind of mainstream street trash like 10 principles scripture. To finish zhuji, it needed luck and character. Other than that, the success of zhuji depended on whether the wallet was full or not. The lingdan and ling herbs that were required for zhuji, not one of them was cheap. And the effects varied greatly. Normal zhuji dan, it generally was 100 pieces of second-grade jingsher. But this kind of zhuji dan could only be considered to barely usable. And if one was willing to spill some blood, 2 pieces of third-grade jingsher, they could buy the highest grade of zhuji dan, the success rate multiplying. This was also why the disciples of the large sects didn't care about zhuji. For them, 2 pieces of third-grade jingsher was really a small amount. But for Zuo Mo, 100 pieces of second-grade jingsher was almost his entire wealth. And this was only because his income had been high lately. Before this, did he dare to even think? That was also why he would put his efforts on ling plant farmer. In reality, the difficulty of becoming a ling plant farmer was much higher than zhuji. This could be seen from how much the salary of a Ling plant farmer surpassed a Zhuji cultivator. But the difficulty was based on talent. There wasn't much of a Jingshi investment. What other than this was more perfect for a money-grubbing Zuo Mo? But now he wanted to Zhuji. His brain was occupied with this though as he dumbly walked to Cold Mist Valley. Who are you? How dare you enter the sect's important lands? Suddenly a cold shout broke through Zuo Mo's thoughts. A matron, appearing about 40-something years old, was standing in the medicine fields, coldly looking at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo unconsciously raised his head. When he met the other's eyes, he instantly dropped into ice. The other's gaze was as sharp as a sword, almost piercing him through. Zuo Mo shook, as though waking from a dream, his mind whirling quickly. He hurriedly made the bow of a disciple. This disciple as Zuo Mo received Hao Min Shiji's orders to temporarily care for the medicine fields here. That girl dares to be lazy. The green-clad matron's face was cold, hinting at the anger. Zuo Mo silently grimaced. Right now, he largely knew the identity of this elder in front of him. Wu Kong Sword Sect hadn't been big to begin with. The only one that fit the description was the fourth Shirgu, Shifengrong. Shifengrong spent long periods of time traveling abroad, occasionally returning. Zuo Mo had never had the chance to see her before. But supposedly this Shirgu didn't have a good temper, was hard to be close with. Looking at it now, it was true. His only hope now was that fourth Shirgu wouldn't blame him. Hao Min Shiji was an inner sect disciple. Even if she was punished, it wouldn't be heavy. But his status was low. If he was blamed, he wouldn't have a good ending. Shifengrong scanned the medicine fields and the surroundings. Seeing the Ling herbs were fine, the coldness on her face retreated slightly. She relaxed her tone to ask, "What are you called?" Disciple Zuo Mo greets fourth Shirgu. Zuo Mo answered respectfully. Your care isn't bad. Glancing at Zuo Mo, her eyes held praise. Cultivation of Lianqi 8th level. N can be considered ambitious. From today onwards, Cold Mist Valley is under your care. Humph, when Hao Min returns, I will sort her out. Temporary worker turning to actual worker, Zuo Mo wasn't very 100 times unwilling, but facing fourth Shirgu's gaze that could cut him up, he perceptibly swallowed the words back into his stomach. Inside, he muttered, fourth Shirgu was the same as Xin Yen Shirshu, they looked at everyone like the others owed them money. This Zhuji Dan, it is your reward. Zuo Mo stared with bright eyes at the Zhuji Dan in his hands. The 100 times unwilling instantly became 100 times willing. As expected, it was Shirgu Wood was considerate. He praised fourth Shirgu effusively inside. The most basic Zhuji Dan was 100 pieces of second-grade Jingshi. He had heard that this Shirgu was skilled at concocting pills, but he didn't know what grade this Zhuji Dan was. Keep cultivating, and enter Zhuji. Your power now, to care for Cold Mist Valley, it isn't enough. Fourth Shirgu's icy voice rang in Zuo Mo's ears. Zuo Mo, already drowning in joy, hurriedly responded. Shifengrong was going to leave when her eyes glanced at Zuo Mo's face. Her steps instantly stopped, an astounded expression floating on her cold face. Raise your head. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 26 Appearance changed and mind erased. In this chapter and onward, there's going to be mentions of Void Sword Scripture, which is also Wu Kong Sword Scripture. For the sect name, I didn't translate it because I thought Wukong wasn't a bad name for a mountain or a sect, but to fit in with the other scriptures, it's going to be Void. Literally, the sect is named after the sword scripture, or the other way around. Also, Wei Sheng get to enter a secret place. Zuo Mo finally becomes motivated and we get to know the difference between Xiuzhe, Yao, and Mo. I'm going to use Xiuzhe as well as cultivator interchangeably, especially when Xiuzhe and Yaoma are mentioned together because in reality, all of them are cultivators of a sort. Chapter 26 Appearance changed and mind erased. Zuo Mo raised his head. Shifengrong walked gracefully in front of him. Carefully examining for a few seconds, her brow suddenly furrowed. You are the child that sect leader Shixian picked up? Zuo Mo blanked, nodding, and answered, yes. You cannot remember anything from before? Zuo Mo's heart suddenly started to beat furiously, blood rushing up to his head. He felt that he was trembling, his entire body uncontrollably trembling lightly. He heard his trembling voice answer, yes. Oh. Shifengrong nodded. She hadn't planned on saying anything, turning to leave. Zuo Mo almost unconsciously yelled, Shirgu. Shifengrong stopped, expression irritated as she looked at him. Zuo Mo didn't know where he got the courage to intently stare at Shifengrong, eyes full of terror and hope. This disciple has nothing left of the previous memories. What this disciple is called, who are the parents, nothing. Thinking about it every time, the heart is grievously sad, and begs for Shirgu's guidance. Shifeng looked at Zuo Mo for a beat and shook her head. For you, it's better not to know. Please, Shirgu, complete this desire. Zuo Mo almost used up all the strength in his body. Shifeng slightly wrinkled her bows, coldly stating, since you want to know so much, then I will tell you. If I hadn't seen it wrong, you might have been the target of a technique to have your features changed. Someone had changed your appearance. Changed, Zuo Mo muttered to himself absent-mindedly. As to your previous memories, it should have been erased by someone. I don't know who has such deep enmity against you. Finishing, she gave a look deep with meaning at Zuo Mo. Changing your appearance or erasing a mind, it all needs great cultivation. You should just immediately take care of the ling fields for me. It was as though Zuo Mo was struck by lightning and frozen to his spot. When his mind slowly came back, the sky was dark and Fourth Shirgu had left long ago. Zuo Mo was muddle-headed, his eyes bleak. Changed appearance, erased mind. So his memory had been erased by someone, so his face had been changed. So that dream. Why? Why was it like this? He lowered his head, his fists unconsciously cleaning, knuckles cracking, fingertips white. The bamboo-like body was like a dry stalk of grass waving in the wind, small and weak. The temperature of Cold Mist Valley in the nighttime was extremely low, humidity high. Small tendrils of cold permeated into Zuo Mo's body, and also into his heart. The puzzle that had perplexed him finally had been solved at this time, but even more puzzles were lying in front of him. Who am I? Who did it? The messy mind instantly quieted. Zuo Mo raised his head, his eyes as though they were dyed by blood, a patch of red. He had expected that he would be furious, would shout. But he didn't. His heart was encased in ice, as though he was an outsider watching from the sidelines. His heart was an iced body. Under the thick layer of ice, a vague hint could be seen to the undercurrents roiling in the deep. Fourth Shirgu's words echoed in his ears. Someone that even Fourth Shirgu would call of high cultivation, at the very least, one of their hairs would be thicker than his leg. Even if he wanted to settle a score, he couldn't manage it. Suddenly everything in these 2 years, sunlight, ling grains, it was like a dream and an invisible great hand forcibly squeezed it to dust. It was gone. He relaxed his fingers, stepping in the sea of consciousness where the flames were dancing. Just like normal, Puya was still sitting on the gravestone shrouded in black smoke. Seeing Zuo Mo, the corner of his mouth rose. Ha 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 ha. Reckless and crazy laughter rang out in the sea of consciousness. Wei Sheng closely followed behind the sect leader and Xin Yen Shirshu as they walked in the back of the mountain. The two elders were both extremely solemn as they silently walked at the front. Wei Sheng was also cautious as he closely followed. This was a forbidden area of the sect. Master and Xin Yen Shirshu had cast more than 20 spells on the way here to open the path. It could be seen just how guarded this place was. He had just entered Zhuji, his willpower 10 times what it had been previously, but the pressure that the Jinji exuded, it still made him feel as though he was suffocating. So the sect had a place as strong as this. He felt his blood was gradually warming up, he was full of hopes to the sword cave that they were going to arrive at. After walking for 4 hours, the three finally stopped in front of the mouth of a cave. Nervousness came upon both Pei Yuanran and Xin Yan's face. The sect leader Pei Yuanran said solemnly, this sword cave, it had been created by this sect's first leader. It was used for the sect disciples to refine their sword essences. Only disciples below Jindan can enter. Some shame suddenly made its way across his face, the ancestor's power was astounding. To open this sword cave, it requires 2 Jindan to simultaneously act. This sect has declined. In the generation above us, there was only 1 Jindan, so this sword cave was never opened. I and your Shirshu practiced our sword essences by ourselves in Yao Hunt. When we reached Jindan, we could not go in. What is actually in this sword cave, we don't know either. You have to explore for yourself. Wei Sheng listened closely, his expression calm. Pei Yuanran looked at his disciple, concern in his eyes. Every 10 days, we will prepare enough ling food for you. Right now, your 4th Shirgu has returned and you don't have to worry about herbs and dan. But the sword cave is dangerous and you need to remember your own safety. You have just entered Zhuji and your cultivation is low, so in reality, you are not suited to enter the sword cave. But you have immense talent on the sword that we have never seen before. To not hinder you, we have decided to make an exception and let you enter the sword cave. If you encounter any danger, you need to leave the sword cave immediately. The last warning, Pei Yuanran couldn't help raising his voice. This sincere and honest disciple in front of him, his talent was astounding and surpassed all of their expectations. He seemed to have been born a sword shio. Other than his cultivation that needed to steadily progress, any sword scripture that entered his hands would quickly become familiar and flowing. Even the strongest Xin was shocked at Wei Shang's progress. Other than joy, they couldn't help but be worried. Such a good piece of jade, if they didn't nurture properly, wouldn't it disappoint the ancestors? They had pondered for a long time and in the end, decided to open the sword cave. Other than the legend about the sword cave and the sect, they hoped that Wei Shang could practice the complete void sword. Void sword was the strongest sword scripture of the sect and the greatest accomplishment of the first ancestral master, Wu Kong Sword. But when it came to their generation, they didn't have a complete, void sword scripture. Like Xinyan's Ice Dragon sword scripture, it had been created by one of the ancestral masters but was not the strongest sword scripture of the sect. Before, they had put their hopes on Luo Li, who only managed to achieve empty sword. Who could have thought that he, who had once been Luo Li's sword servant, would have even greater talent than Luo Li? Even more, while Luo Li had outstanding talent but his personality was arrogant. Compared to the honest and humble Wei Shang, he was quickly defeated. In their hearts, Wei Shang was the present and uncontested head of the disciples. Disciple understands. Wei Shang's expression was grave. Pei Yuanran and Xin exchanged a lot and nodded their heads. Both started to revolve their Ling energy, casting a spell. Two Jin Dan undertaking a task at the same time, the commotion was extremely alarming. Over their heads, clouds gathered from every direction. In a few blinks of an eye, the small mountain valley was shrouded by roiling black clouds, dark as night. On the outside wall of the mountain cave, countless seals started to light up and flash. The Jinji in the surroundings also lit up, countless seals floating midair as though they were communicating with the seals that were carved into the mountain. Feeling the shock and shivering that came from the bones, Wei Shang's calm gaze seemed to have been ignited and he excitedly went forward. Pei Yuanran and Xinyan's expressions were grave. Both of them simultaneously shouted, "Open!" The seals turned and the formation changed. The mountain cave suddenly became dark and deep, as though it was a void. Wei Shang, who had already prepared, didn't hesitate and rushed in. At this time, Pei Yuanran and Xin finally gave a breath of relief. The two slowly let go of the spell, dispersing the Ling energy on their hands. The seals on the mountain and on the Jinji slowly faded. The thick clouds overhead spread out, sunlight once again reaching the valley. "Let's go, he needs to walk the road himself." Pei Yuanran sighed. Of course. Xin treated words like they were gold. In the Sea of Fire, Zuo Mo sat not far away from Pu Yao, listening attentively. What is Yao Ma? There are many ways of distinguishing, but the most important is the method of cultivation. Xiuzhe, extract the Ling energy of the world to use for themselves. What they cultivate is Ling energy. And Yao, what they care about is the spirit shaking the sky, primarily cultivating the spirit. And Mo? That group of people whose absolute majority is stupid to the point of no return can only cultivate themselves, using their bodies as talismans. Zuo Mo seemed to understand but didn't really understand. Oh, all of this is nonsense. Okay, we'll talk something practical. Your road wasn't wrong to use sword moves to manipulate the aged gold energy. However, it is a pity that you aren't your Xixiang. Based on your speed, I estimate it would be at least 2 to 3 years. Pu Yao suddenly smiled strangely, revealing half of his crimson tongue, but I have a quick fix. Do you want to try? Quick fix. Zuo Mo's eyes were lit up, his body slightly leaning forward. Pu Yao's eyes narrowed even more, his voice full of enticement. Exactly, very fast. Within 1 month, you definitely would break to the 3rd level of Art of Aged Gold. Really? Zuo Mo was slightly suspicious. Pu Yao's expression gave him a bad feeling. You won't know until you try. Pu Yao shrugged his shoulders. There isn't a free lunch in the world. To get power, how can you not pay? Zuo Mo fell silent. To find the answers, to find the person that changed him, he needed power, desperately needed power. Pu Yao wasn't wrong. To get power, it required a certain cost. He was a little Xiuzhe who hadn't even entered Juji. What could he rely on to find the answer? The only one he could ask aid from was Pu Yao. He still didn't know what Pu Yao wanted, but did he have a choice? Choices were a question that only those that were strong would face. What he was glad about was that Pu Yao was willing to help him. Regardless of Pu Yao's reasons for doing so, he would accept it. All right. He stood up. Pu Yao's blade-like mouth once again skewed towards one side. He laughed lightly, declaring, "Ha, what is more simpler than sword scriptures? After being sliced a few thousand times, you'll learn it." The words hadn't landed when a vast snow-white sword essence came down from the heavens, easily slicing Zuo Mo's consciousness in half. A heart-wrenching pain came on. Zuo Mo felt that his body had been cut into two halves. The pain came on and he straightforwardly fainted. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 27 Looking Up in the Darkness. I got so enraged translating I wrote an essay examining my rage. But it's full of spoilers so I can't share why I'm angry about the story. Also, hello to everyone who followed me recently on this site. Chapter 27 Looking Up in the Darkness. Shi Xiang, is your body ill? Xiaoguo had fought for a long time but couldn't resist asking. It's nothing. Zuo Mo's voice was raspy as he replied and continued to walk forward. Xiaoguo looked worriedly at Zuo Mo, gathering her courage to state, Shi Xiang, if you don't feel well, we could change to another day. I said it's fine so it's fine. Zuo Mo blared at Xiaoguo. Xiaoguo couldn't help but shrink back. She muttered, but, Shixi said the body is the most important. Zuo Mo decided to shut up himself and not argue with this little girl. He didn't have the energy. Anyone that would have been sliced over and over in half by the sword essence of a Jindan definitely wouldn't have the energy. Pu Yao was insane. Certifiably insane. Xin Yenshushu's sword essence far surpassed what he could endure. Each time that he faced the vast snow-white sword essence, he felt that he was at death's door. The terror that seemed to come from the deepest part of his heart made him tremble. The difference between the two of them was too large, so large it didn't have meaning. Even this terror that seemed to happen right before death, Zuo Mo would only have a short instant to feel it before his consciousness would be easily cut in half. His only outcome was fainting. But he would quickly wake up because of pain. The enormous pain due to his wounded spirit would wake him up. The only thing he could do was grit his teeth and practice embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. Only that thing could heal his spirit and lessen the pain. Before he could take a breath, another sword essence would drop down from heaven and he would faint again. Just like that. Slice, faint, wake up due to the pain, continuously repeating. In one day, he would faint a few dozen times. One could imagine, how could his state be good? If he had the time, he would be suspicious of himself of being able to endure to that day. However, Pu Yao wouldn't even give that amount of time to him. Later on, the pain turned to numbness. Only when Xiaoguo came to find him did Pu Yao temporarily let him go. Xiaoguo came to find him to take a look at the ling grasses. After the wheat incident, all the girls on the eastern peak were scared. Liang Feng became an inner sect disciple, entering Yan Li's doors. Other than cultivating, she had to follow her master to learn how to take care of the sect's assets and had no time to come to the eastern peak. But the girls still remembered zombie Shi Xiang Zuo Mo, and before Liang Feng left, she had especially given notice with him in hopes he could help these female disciples. After a certain amount of time, they would always pull Zuo Mo over to inspect the ling grass. There weren't any big problems with the ling grass, other than some problems that would occur due to improper care. For Zuo Mo, who planted ling grains, these were all simple problems. Most of the attention of the female disciples was on the ling beasts. Planting ling grass was only to provide food for the ling beast, so they did not put much attention and care into the grass. Looking at the ling fields being wasted, Zuo Mo felt pain. If all of these ling fields were planted with ling grains, think how much jingsher there would be. Shi Xiang, these little things aren't worth much but are a token of our thanks. Please accept them. A female disciple handed over the gifts that they had prepared beforehand. He understood the intentions of these female disciples. No matter where, female disciples were always more vulnerable, especially the kind of outer sect female disciples. Liang Feng had left, and had no time to spare to look after them. They needed someone with the power to protect them. It wasn't surprising. Most of the female disciples' cultivations were around level 5 or 6 of Lianqi and no one was able to pick up the burden. Zuo Mo thought for a second but accepted the gifts. Even if this matter was slightly troublesome, but if they really encountered something serious, he believed that Liang Feng definitely would get involved. Seeing Zuo Mo take the gift, the crowd of female disciples gave relieved expressions. Everyone had a hard time surviving, Zuo Mo thought silently. Returning home, he opened the gift box. Inside were all kinds of lingworms and ling beasts. Similar to mud-turning earthworms, they would even enter a grade. A large majority were first grade, and there were only 1 or 2 at the second grade. But it could be seen that they had taken some care with the lingworms and animals. Even if the grade wasn't high, but they were all quite useful. Pu Yao suddenly erupted, crouching in front of the lingworms and beasts, talking of playing with worms. TSK, us Yama is the true masters in this area. He randomly flipped through the lingworms, extremely disappointed. All of these are low level, not worth much. Zuo Mo was extremely speechless but couldn't resist objecting. They are outer sect disciples, where would they get high-level ones? Pu Yao nipped one up and examined it for a long while. Then he carelessly threw it in front of Zuo Mo. Here, this one is barely acceptable. Throw out all the others. The one Pu Yao picked was a black armored worm, slightly larger than a fingernail. He flipped through the jade stick that they had also given to find out that this black armored worm was called black gold worm, fond of eating gold metal. Its wings could be sold for a pretty good price. Other than that, supposedly it could also be used to find sources of water. Zuo Mo was slightly disappointed. To him, the black gold worm didn't have much use. Pu Yao's interests clearly had been evoked by these worms. He excitedly said, playing with worms, there's a lot to attend to. Especially the techniques, they vary by person. Before, I saw one highly skilled with worms, called Blood Mosquito Daoran. This guy was very strong. Somehow, he managed to create countless souls, and bound them to a group of blood mosquitoes. And then he traveled through 100 jia. Every time he reached a jia, he would leave behind a few blood mosquitoes. His enemies had a whole bunch of people and pursued him countless times but still couldn't kill him. I played with black gold worms before too, but it isn't this kind of cheap trash. There isn't much use in the level ones. This thing's true purpose is to use it to seek out ling veins. Ling veins? Zuo Mo asked suspiciously, isn't it used to seek out water? Water? Pu Yao sneered, retorting, if you don't know, then don't pretend. That's for low-level black gold worms. Black gold worms above 4th grade can seek out ling veins, 7th grade is able to find ling sources. But 9th grade is the truly good stuff. As to 10th grade, I've never seen one. He continued to explain, picking ling worms, definitely have to pick those with good aptitudes. Like this black gold worm of yours, if you raise it correctly, it can enter 4th grade. These other ones, it doesn't even have the chance to increase to 3rd grade, Then, how can this black gold worm raise to grade 4? Zuo Mo consulted with a fawning tone. 4th grade black gold worms could find ling veins, this was endlessly tempting to Zuo Mo. This time, Pu Yao didn't make it difficult for him. He briskly said, very simple. Don't you have a small section of ling vein in your seclusion room? Put this black gold worm in a piece of pure gold or in a jade box and bury it in the area surrounding the ling vein. After a month, it should increase to the 3rd level. To get it to the 4th level, it probably would take about 3 months. Alright, let us continue. Pu Yao waved his hand and said impatiently. Before his words landed, a snow-white sword essence once again cleaved Zuo Mo's mind in half. Zuo Mo, who had been memorizing what Pu Yao just said, instantly fainted. After an unknown amount of time, sharp pain once again woke Zuo Mo up. Zuo Mo's first thought was, did he remember the method of raising the black gold worm to the 4th grade? Great, he remembered. So painful. He couldn't help but start to wail, rolling on the ground. Why did it become painful? The tearing pain tortured his fragile nerves. He could only start embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. A ball of air moved continuously through his body, giving out cold stands, seeming to inhale through all the openings in his body and then spreading through the body. The flames waved in his sea of consciousness. That dim star in the void seemed to have become much brighter. The enchanting sea of flames could not take away its light. Fainting, waking with pain, fainting again, waking up with pain again. The amount of time that Zuo Mo had to comprehend was extremely short. After repeating for a few hundred times, he still endured. Pain is the tastiest thing in this world. You have to finally savor it, enjoy it, the flavor fresh and sweet as it permeates your marrow. Even your soul is trembling. Pu Yao stuck out his bright red tongue, licking his lips and slowly said, death is like a firework. You can continuously experience the process of blossoming. How lucky you are. Damned Ranyao. Zuo Mo recited in his mouth. However, his eyes were open to the widest, unwaveringly staring at that lightning-fast snow-white sword essence. He knew that the kind of pain that was coming. Just like Pu Yao had said, his soul was trembling. Regardless of how many times he had been cut, but whenever he practiced facing that snow-white sword essence, he was still terrified, incomparably terrified. When he was clear-headed, he didn't dare to even think about it. He was afraid that any memory would make his fragile psychological barrier instantly collapse. His trembling bones and flesh was like a blade of grass that was going to break any second in the storm. Maybe the next second, he would fall down. But his eyes still firmly stared at the front. The direction that the snowy white sword essence would appear from. But Xin Yen Shirshu's sword essence, was it something he could see clearly? The difference between the two was like the sky and earth. Xin Yen Shirshu was a tried and tested Jindan, a sword shio that even Tian Sonzi admired. And Zuo Mo was only an outer sect disciple with a cultivation of Lianqi 8th level. The total amount of time that Xian Yen Shu had spent in the flying sword was over 200 years, and Zuo Mo hadn't even learned the most basic sword arts. On the surface, all of this looked futile. However, he still trembled as he stared fixedly at the front, his mouth unconsciously cursing, damned Renyao, damned Renyao. Snow White, blindingly bright, flying down from the sky like the Milky Way. Zuo Mo tried his best to widen his eyes. At this moment, his body stopped trembling, the mutters from his mouth gone. The entire world was a patch of snow white. He needed to strenuously search in this sea of snow white, search for the quintessence of this sword essence. The time that was given to him was extremely short, not even the blink of an eye. He was like a crazy gambler, betting on that chance that wasn't even 1 in 10,000. However, he didn't have a choice. He didn't have another road. His pupils suddenly dilated and it didn't have the time to recover. Whoosh, the snowy white sword essence sliced Zuo Mo in two. After an unknown period of time, it was still the sharp pain that woke Zuo Mo up. Opening his eyes, Zuo Mo wanted to roar with laughter, but when it came up, it became groans and wails. Ah! So painful! Ah! Fighting to climb up, he resisted the great pain and started embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. Strands of coolness entered his body. The pain instantly lessened greatly. When he opened his eyes again, they were full of ecstasy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 28: The Doorway. Chapter 28: The Doorway. Zuo Mo finally found the doorway. This sword essence appeared to look like snow, but he managed to faintly see countless smaller sword essences. These tiny icicle-like sword essences were enormous in number, and were densely packed together, moving in layers. Each tiny sword essence was like a drop of water. And countless drops of water created the ocean, the movements the tide. Xian Yen Shu's sword essence was like a little tide, a little icicle tide. For the first time, he forgot the pain from his injured mind. The scene he had just seen was extremely short, but what he had seen was enough for him to think for a long time. Dazzling tiny sword essences like ice crystals, moving like the tide. In the vastness and danger was a certain kind of beauty. Even if it was someone like him that didn't understand the sword, he couldn't help but sigh in amazement. He suddenly realized that the snow dragon that Xian Yen Shu had released wasn't a real one. It was also constructed out of countless snow-white thin sword essences. Dazedly standing in the yard, mind enthralled until deep into the night. Early morning on the second day, Zuo Mo ran over to Cold Mist Valley. Changing from temporary worker to official worker, and adding on a Zhuji Dan, for the money-grubbing zombie, it hit the key points and he put more care in. He was clear on the goal that he wanted to find answers, but he deeply understood the matter had to be done step by step, especially when it came to the kind of outer sect disciples like him that had nothing. Compared to before, his workload was much greater now. Fourth Shirgu had given him a jade stick. Inside were all the points that needed to be attended to for all kinds of ling herbs. About 90% of it were things that he had never known before. For him, it was a completely new challenge. But luckily he could slowly explore. The ling herbs in the medicine fields looked to be in great condition at the moment. In the corner of the medicine fields, the fire dragon grass had already sprouted. The seed from the fire dragon grass that Wei Shang Xixiang had given him had been planted. Today, he needed to accompany the female disciples to Dongfu. It was called accompaniment, but truthfully, it was more like protection. Sitting on the flying paper crane, Zuo Mo followed about 30 meters behind the female disciples. This group of women were really chatty. The sounds of their chatter could be heard from far away. Hearing it, Zuo Mo felt irritated. After being fixed and improved, the flying crane was much steadier and comfortable. He thought silently that the 3 pieces of jingshi that he paid was really worth it. Sitting on the paper crane with nothing to do, he started to once again examine Xian Yen Shu's sword essence. Even though he wanted to die each time, but he knew very well how valuable this experience was. A chance to learn from Xian Yen Shu, other than Wei Shang Xixiang, for an outer sect disciple like him, he didn't even need to think about it. He didn't know why Puya would keep Shu's sword essence, but for Zuo Mo, this sword essence was undoubtedly a treasure trove. It wasn't likely for him to learn all of it. But just learning a little was enough for him to reap endless benefits. Just at this time, a clamor came from the front, startling Zuo Mo from his musings. His heart instantly wasn't happy. Several unfamiliar male shioja seemed to be in a tangle with his sect's female disciples. Zuo Mo sighed. These days, it wasn't easy to accept gifts. Taking down the paper crane, he slowly walked forward. This was the main path to Dongfu. Zuo Mo wasn't afraid that the other would really do something too outrageous, so he was extremely confident. Ha, heard that your Li Yingfeng Shiji went into Zhuji? Good news, good news. The male Xiuzha in the front said in a smooth tone. The other male Xiuzha in the surroundings laughed. At this time, a male Xiuzha fawningly said, Xixiang, I wasn't wrong, the level of these women, they are much tender than the shrews in our sect. True, true. The leader smiled nefariously, warning, but be careful, if they head what you said, you'll have a good time. Ha, of course. Zuo Mo lightly coughed. The female disciples instantly created a path. Since he had accepted the things, he couldn't really just stand by. What is this? Eerie one? Blocking the road for looks? Zuo Mo walked out of the crowd, stealing a look at the other, smiling coldly. This group of people looked like the dregs at a glance, each of them with the head of a deer and the eyes of a mouse. Especially the leader. Looking at that face, Zuo Mo had the impulse to raise his fists and beat him into a bun. Compared to the others in the sect, Zuo Mo's experience on the outside was much richer, his eyes could be said to be shrewd. This group looked just like the kind that wasn't mainstream. To deal with this kind of people, the more polite, the more they felt that you were soft and easy to bully. In reality, the biggest weapon that Zuo Mo relied on was the golden sword ring on his hand. There were 3 sword energies stored inside. To use it to scare people was pretty good. So it was a change of owners. The leader smirked, examining Zuo Mo, the disdain on his face evident, just Lianqi 8th level and dare to try to be the hero. Really doesn't know your own abilities. Even if Li Yingfeng is here, she wouldn't dare talk like this. Did this person really have a strong background? Zuo Mo's heart was uncertain, but he didn't show it on his face, such boasting. With such abilities, why don't you go to our sect's gate to shout? Running here to bully girls, TSK, really strong, really strong. The female disciples in the surroundings covered their mouths and laughed. The person's face became ugly. He snorted, heard that Wu Kong Sword Sect had a genius? Is it such trash like you? Xixiang today will let you know what is manners. His voice landed and a flying sword suddenly appeared in front of him. Zuo Mo instantly was stupefied. The other actually had a flying sword. The first word in his mind was Zhuji. He hadn't thought that this mouse-like person was actually Zhuji. Those with only Lianqi cultivation could not imprint on flying swords. Even Wei Shang Xixiang, before he entered Zhuji, he had never had a flying sword. Incredibly nervous as he stared at the flying sword floating in front of the other, Zuo Mo swallowed tightly. This was the first time he saw a flying sword. Entirely green, about 3 feet, body narrow, edge sharp, the light gleaming. If the blow landed, a bloody hole would certainly be a result. The expressions of the female disciples also changed dramatically. They hadn't thought that they would encounter a Zhuji Xiuzha this time. They had originally been full of confidence for Zuo Mo, but it instantly evaporated. There was a large chasm between Lianqi and Zhuji. To have a Lianqi face as Zhuji, there wasn't any room at all for resistance. The power of the flying sword wasn't something that a sword energy could contend against. Xiaoguo's apple-like face was pale in fright, terrified as she looked at the flying sword. The person laughed darkly, let's get you to have a good taste of Ye's green point sword, At the same time, his fingers fused together as they swept through the air. It was as though the flying sword was intelligent as it suddenly sliced towards Zuo Mo. The instant the other's flying sword moved, Zuo Mo calmed down. All the nervousness seemed to have disappeared. He stared straight at the flying sword just like how, in these past days, he waited for that snow-white sword essence. The flying sword moved, and his heart instantly became serene. The green flying sword might have looked scary, but this guy's power was limited and the feeling of danger that it gave him was far below that pure sword essence from Xian Yanshushu. Only a beautiful surface. The sword essence was flimsy and insubstantial. It actually wasn't condensed into form, simply just unbearable to look at. The Ling energy in his body revolving quickly, he calmly looked at the flying sword speeding closer. In a flash, his fused fingers lifted up and pointed into space. A gold sword energy ripped out of his hands. Ping! A crisp sound, the sword energy accurately hitting a spot 3 centimeters behind the sword point. The flying sword shook slightly. Humph! The other snorted. The Ling energy revolved and the flying sword turned in midair, creating a half circle of light in the air, extremely beautiful. Ping! A sound of metal crashing suddenly sounded. The flying sword suddenly stopped, the half circle of light dissolving. It was like a dancing goddess right at the climax when she suddenly sneezed. All the beauty and elegance instantly disappeared. The other was shocked and angry. He could see the person in front of him was relying on a talisman. However, being interrupted 2 times by the other, and the other was still unharmed, he felt it a blight on his reputation. Facing a Lianqi disciple, and 2 of his moves were ineffective. If this passed into the sect, his Shixiang would laugh. The previous 2 moves had only been with the intentions of teaching a lesson, but now, he didn't care that much and furiously revolved his Ling energy. The worst that could happen was being punished after getting back. Gathering the Ling energy, the power of the flying sword was drastically different. The flying sword flew on top of Zuo Mo's head, a skin of faint sword energy appearing on the sword, emitting a whining sound like an excited animal preparing to leap at its prey. Zuo Mo raised his head. Shining in his narrowed eyes was a hint of excitement and craziness. Hitting the target 2 times in a row greatly increased his confidence. He had no experience fighting against anyone else previously. Last time with Liang Feng Shiji, it had only been 1 move. And facing Xin Yen Shirshu's sword essence in his sea of consciousness, he didn't even have the power to resist. Not just resist, in front of the vast sword essence, he couldn't even manage to raise a finger. But facing the flying sword here, he had successfully blocked the other's 2 attacks. Just this kind of battle success, it was enough for him to be proud. But at this time, he was completely caught up in a kind of strange excitement and zealotry. He suddenly had an insane idea. Break this flying sword. He didn't know why he would suddenly have such a crazy idea, but this idea was extremely intense once it appeared, so intense that he didn't go to even think if it was realistic. The time wasn't enough for him to think. Under the persuasions of this crazy idea, he also gathered up the Ling energy in his body. Narrowing his eyes, he closely followed the green flying sword above his head. Scenes passed in front of his eyes. The pure, concentrated, vast and dangerous sword essence of Xin Yen Shirshu, as though it was a tide of icicles, seemed to be even clearer in front of his eyes. It was like a great entity, slowly moving, and that feeling of cold didn't lessen in the least. Every bit of pain when his consciousness was cleaved seemed to become abnormally clear at this time. He didn't know if it was the stimulation from the pain, but his consciousness was extremely clear, as though everything in the surroundings had calmed. The Ling energy in his body swelled and rushed towards the golden sword ring. He raised his right hand, his fingers fused together as they pointed at the air. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 29 Sword Essence. Chapter 29 Sword Essence. Has Shixiang heard of Wu Kong Sword Sect? 2 people were on the mountain, each riding on a green bull. The 2 green bulls were entirely dark green, their hair smooth, the horns on their foreheads pure black, their manner leisurely as they slowly traveled. It was extremely steady, the 2 people on their backs as though they were statues, not moving a sliver. With such a ruckus made recently, it would be hard to not have heard. The older man was called Shi Xiang, a disciple in Shi Sword Sect. The other was his shitty, Liang Luo. Shi Sword Sect was slightly famous in the region of Dongfu. The 2's innate talents were exceptional. Even though they were limited by their age, but they had power and a reputation. Yeah, it's all so unusual and mysterious, I don't really believe it. Liang Luo said as he shook his head. Shi Xiang glanced at his shitty, laughing inside. Everything about shitty was good except that he was too proud. But he could understand. Shitty was 10 complete years younger than him, yet their cultivations were almost the same. If Shitty was in a big sect, he most likely would have limitless potential. The sword energy that night, I saw as well. It really was an apparition. He mused, to be able to cause an apparition in the world, this person's comprehension of the sword is astounding. Liang Luo was unconvinced. Pity we can't encounter him and then have a good practice bout, wouldn't that be a great thing? I have never heard of this Wu Kong Sword Sect before, I wonder what great luck they ran into. Shi Xiang said with a mirthless smile, Wu Kong Sword Sect was only low-key these past years. For Jindan masters at the back. In all of Dongfu, it definitely is enough to enter the top ranks. For Jindan masters? Liang Luo was dumbstruck and couldn't believe it. Shi Xiang, are you sure? Our sect only has 3 Jindan masters? That Wu Kong Sword Sect can have 4? Yes. The smile left Shi Xiang, his heart heavy. The division of power in Dongfu's surroundings had been at equilibrium a long time ago. Such a strong sect suddenly appearing, it would definitely affect this kind of equilibrium. Additionally, Wu Kong Sword Sect had been biding their time, people couldn't help but think more. In the 4, the most powerful is Elder Xin Yen. If it wasn't Elder Tiansong Ji that exposed his identity, who would have thought the honored, Ice Dragon Sword, was in our Dongfu? There's now one more strong entity in Dongfu. Liang Luo couldn't help ask, this Ice Dragon Sword is well known? Shi Xiang smiled, replying, I had never heard it before, but according to the elders, he has some notoriety. he became known in the Yao hunt. His death kill is very high. In the past, there were countless Yao Ma that died under his sword. Liang Luo inhaled sharply. To be able to survive Yao hunt, then he was already not a simple character. And to gain a reputation in Yao hunt, it definitely meant the other was a strong one. He knew this kind of common knowledge. Just at this time, the two suddenly raised their heads, looking forward. Such strong sword essence. Liang Luo's expression changed and urged the green bull under him. The warm and slow green bull became a blur and then he disappeared. Shi Xiang was also slightly shocked. He hurriedly pushed the green bull and vanished. Zuo Mo felt the right hand that was wearing the golden sword ring was 30,000 catties heavy. Raising 1 inch would use up all the energy in the body. All the Ling energy inside was like a wild stallion off the ropes, uncontrollably and crazily flooding towards the golden sword ring on his right hand. His consciousness sunk into a strange kind of void and serenity. The dancing flames in his sea of consciousness froze, as though under a body paralysis spell, frozen and quiet. In the sky of his consciousness, that star suddenly released a blinding light as it slowly revolved. Sitting on the gravestone, Pu raised his head. Looking at the shining star above his head, he laughed soundlessly. Zuo Mo had never felt his mind so clear. Everything seemed to be under his control. He just knew that he needed to quickly send out this sword energy, otherwise the sword energy was very likely that it would explode in his body and he would become a mess of blood and flesh. He also knew that on the other's flying sword, with its uneven sword energy, he could find at least 7 holes. Yes, he couldn't find any other descriptor. Holes, this label, he felt it was just appropriate. It was much a wondrous feeling. He was drowning in enjoyment. Yet in the eyes of Xiaoguo and the others, at this time Shi Xiang seemed to be a sword exuding coldness. Every gaze that met his eyes felt their hearts shake. The usually warm and peaceful black pupils were entirely gray-white, indifferent and empty, like a borderless tundra. Even Liang Luo and Shi Xiang who just managed to arrive were shocked. Liang Luo couldn't control his exclamation, "Whoa!" Shi Xiang was a much steadier person and saw in more detail. But when he found the other just had a cultivation of Lianqi 8th level, his expression couldn't help change slightly. The flying sword, shrouded in a green light, turned into a stream of light and howled as it shot at Zuo Mo. Just at this time, Zuo Mo's slow-moving right hand finally pointed. Hiss! It was like a strange beast baring its teeth. The two noises made by the energies ripping through air were dissonant and entirely different. The temperature in the surroundings plummeted. A white frosted sword energy leapt from Zuo Mo's fingertips. Ping! 2 streams of light, one green, one white, furiously slammed together. There wasn't the imagined explosion. The white sword energy that Zuo Mo released seemed like a patch of mist, hitting the other's flying sword. The other's flying sword froze, paralyzed in midair. That person's expression changed drastically. Ding! The flying sword landed on the ground, unmoving like a dead fish. The weakness due to all the strength in the body being pulled out caused his consciousness to blank. That strange feeling was like the tide as it quickly retreated. But before that, he managed to make out his ice frost sword energy had accurately hit the flying sword in a spot near the back. That was the most serious hole that Zuo Mo had found before. He instinctively chose it as his target of attack. It was a pity that he hadn't broken it. Zuo Mo was regretful, but his mind swirled and he fainted on the ground. The female disciples behind him instantly screamed in fear. That disciple whose expression changed ran over to pick up his flying sword. When he saw the body was full of cracks, he instantly became angry and sad. When he looked at Zuo Mo on the ground, hatred rose up in his head. He couldn't help roaring at his other fellow disciples, "You group of trash, what are you standing there for? Chop up this damned guy for me." The other disciples murmured but didn't dare to go up. Zuo Mo's bravery just now had deeply shocked them. And they weren't dumb. From the looks of it, this incident would get big. Jumping out at this time, wasn't it seeking death? The sect elders were too lazy to care about the little incidents that occurred every day, but if they really wounded someone else, and the others' elders went to the mountain, then they wouldn't be well. Seeing his friends not willing, the leader didn't waste words. His face was twisted as he held up the flying sword and walked towards Zuo Mo. Xiaoguo sobbed as she leapt over Zuo Mo's body. Her small apple face was full of fear, but she still kept Shi Xiang behind her. The other female disciples saw the circumstances, exchanged a look and gritted their teeth as they stood up. "What do you want, In this daytime, you dare commit a crime? I'm telling you, I've endured you guys for a long time. Come on, chop me up. If we don't find your elders this time to discuss everything, I'm telling you, I'm not a woman." It might have been they got into the swing of things, but as one added a sentence here and another there, the vigor of the female disciples increased. Watching from far away, Liang Luo also found the clue. He said in shock, he really just has Lianqi 8th level in cultivation? How can he have such a pure sword essence? There are so many geniuses in this world. Shi Xiang couldn't resist sighing, just Lianqi and having such pure sword essence, his potential is limitless. And it was originally a gold sword energy, but it could transform into such an icy sword energy. Whose sect has such a disciple? Liang Luo was still staring in disbelief at Zuo Mo lying on the ground. Even now, he still couldn't believe a Lianqi disciple could have such a pure sword essence. For a sword show, the most important and the hardest to practice was sword essence. In the beginning, what they learned was all kinds of sword scriptures. After enduring countless battles and training, they would gradually comprehend sword essence. Sword essence was unable to be described in language. It depended on each individual to comprehend. Sword shio that comprehended a sword essence were the only kind of real sword cultivators. Even if they didn't have a flying sword, they still were sharp and unstoppable. Sword scripture as a model, Ling energy as the connection, but the true quintessence was sword essence. Both of them had a cultivation of Ningmai, and had only just entered the doorway to sword essence. Suddenly seeing a Lianqi disciple having such pure sword essence, how could they not be shocked? Holding the cracked flying sword, listening to the curses of Wu Kong Sword Sect's female disciples, the person's face turned black and then white, harshly yelling, "All of you, get out of my way!" Ah! The female disciples that had just been aggressive instantly screamed and scattered in fear. Only Xiaoguo remained as she cried and unwaveringly protected Zuo Mo. That person held the flying sword, a face full of viciousness as he shouted at Xiaoguo, "Get out of the way!" Xiaoguo whined as she protected Zuo Mo, furiously shaking her head. "You bitch!" The other was enraged. Lifting the sword, he made to slice, frightening Xiaoguo to close her eyes. Bang! Without a warning, the person suddenly seemed to have been hit by a large hammer. His entire body flew out 5 yards and didn't move. Committing a crime publicly in broad daylight, which sect are you from? A calm voice suddenly sounded from behind Xiaoguo. 2 Xiozha slowly came over, riding on green bulls. The one who spoke was Shi Xiang. With one move, Shi Xiang had intimidated everyone. Even the most idiotic person knew that the other's power was several levels higher. Fear came onto everyone's faces, but no one spoke. Shi Xiang heavily humped in dissatisfaction, "Didn't you hear me speak?" At this time, a Xiozha trembled as he came out. He gave a bow, responding, "We are the disciples from Dongqi Sword Sect." Offending elder, sorry. Dongqi Sword Sect. Shi Xiang and Liang Luo exchanged a look, and imperceptibly furrowed their brows. Shi Xiang sneered, "At what time Dongqi Sword Sect was able to freely harass the female disciples of other sects? I should go ask Zuo Mei Tian, is this how he teaches the disciples?" The name Zuo Mei Tian instantly caused everyone's expressions to change drastically, turning into terror. "Leave. If you do this again, don't blame me for not being courteous." Shi Xiang waved his sleeve and ordered for them to leave. The disciples of Dongqi Sword Sect hurriedly took their Shixiang and ran frantically as they left. Turning his face, Shi Xiang looked at the crowd of female disciples. In a warm voice, he said, "Don't worry, this little brother is only suffering from exhaustion of Ling energy, nothing major." "Which sect are you from? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 30 Schemes. It's not that Zuo Mo isn't useful or strong for his age and experience. It's just that Wei Shang outshines everyone else. Wu Kong Sword Sect is a small sect, but people are starting to know of it. Chapter 30 Schemes. Greetings to both elders. We are disciples of Wu Kong Sword Sect. A sensible female disciple hurried answered. The other's cultivation was astounding, and he had helped them out of trouble. He shouldn't have any enmity. Wu Kong Sword Sect. Shi Xiang and Liang Rong's expressions instantly became strange. They hadn't thought that right after discussing someone else's sect, they actually saved the disciples of that sect, and it was a whole crowd. The two's gazes uncontrollably landed on Zuo Mo's body. This little brother is? Shi Xiang tried to make his expression seem normal. In reality, his expression was still strange. This disciple lying on the ground only had a cultivation of Lianqi 8th level and naturally could not be Wei Shang. When did Wu Kong Sword Sect produce another genius? Shi Xiang was full of surprise. He had personally seen the apparition when Wei Shang entered Zhuji. The picture of the sword energy rising to the heavens was deeply ingrained in his mind. Every time he thought of it, he would be in awe. Originally, he had assumed that all geniuses in the world would be so, yet what he saw today shocked him deeply once again. He had never heard of a Lianqi disciple that could comprehend sword essence. That disciple's sword essence was not whole. With his experience, he naturally could see at first glance that this disciple had just touched the door to sword essence. His sword essence could only be called in the fledgling stage. But this was enough to surprise him. Even more, this Lianqi disciple's sword essence was extremely weak, but it was extremely pure. This quality made him extremely puzzled. When normal Xiuzhi comprehended the sword essence, at the very beginning, it was always extremely heterogeneous. Over time, through the trials of time, the trials of one's temperament, it would slowly turn to become pure. Just touching on the sword essence, and having such pure sword essence, it was something completely unimaginable. Thinking about his hard work these years, his heart didn't feel good. When did sword essence become something that even Lianqi disciples could play with? Wu Kong Sword Sect. This unknown sect suddenly became mysterious in Shi Xiang's eyes. A Wei Shang who caused an apparition in Zhuji, and now adding on an unknown disciple who could comprehend sword essence in the stage of Lianqi. This is our Shi Xiang Zuo Mo. The female disciple said proudly, Shi Xiang is the strongest in our outer sect disciples. The other female disciples all nodded their heads in agreement. What had just happened totally changed their impressions of Zuo Mo. Zombie Shi Xiang might be a bit greedy, but he wasn't soft in the face of danger and had a sense of responsibility. When Zuo Mo had comprehended the sword essence and released that last blow, that terrifying presence made them feel deeply intimidated. Outer sect disciple. A vein throbbed in Liang Luo's forehead. A genius that could comprehend sword essence in the stage of Lianqi was only an outer sect disciple. He was very suspicious that he heard it wrong. Shi Xiang's expression froze as well before quickly returning to normal. The smile on his face became even warmer. As expected, it really is heroes come from the youth. Oh, I have a Ling restoring Dan, it's just perfect for this. Come, I'll help him use it. He took out a jade bottle from his bosom and poured out a Dan about the size of a mung bean. He got off the green bowl and coming to Zuo Mo's side, he shoved the Ling restoring Dan in Zuo Mo's mouth. Liang Luo stared with wide eyes at Shi Xiang's enthusiasm. Ling restoring Dan wasn't something cheap. One pill was 20 pieces of second-grade Jingshi. Even they only were given a specified portion each month. Shi Xiang actually gave it to a stranger. He stared dazedly at Shi Xiang, who seemed like a completely different person, feed in other Ling herbs and even aided him in absorbing the Ling herbs. Zuo Mo slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw a strange face. He was instantly startled and unconsciously sat up. Little brother, don't be scared. We don't have malicious aims. The other said with a smile and flashed to the side. The befuddled Zuo Mo stood up and suddenly found his body was warm, wisps of Ling energy spreading through his body. The previous exhaustion had all been swept away. Seeing him wake up, the female disciples instantly crowded over, talking over each other as they narrated everything that had happened. It was only now that Zuo Mo knew he had been saved by the other people. He quickly went in front of Shi Xiang and Liang Luo to bow and give thanks. Many thanks to both elders for your rescue. This junior can't thank you enough. Little brother Zuo doesn't have to be so courteous. I felt you familiar at first sight. Just a minor thing, don't keep it on the mind. Shi Xiang smiled and responded, we are from Qi Sword Sect. Actually, Qi Sword Sect and Wu Kong Sword Sect aren't that far away. Everyone is like one family. Liang Luo wanted to roll his eyes hearing that. What was called not that far away? He had never heard that there was a Wu Kong Sword Sect in the surroundings. What was with Shi Xiang today? Why was he so strange? Zuo Mo said gratefully, if the two elders hadn't lent their aid. Shi Xiang waved his hands, interrupting Zuo Mo's words, we'll regard each other as the same generation. I'll call you little brother Zuo. Ha, little brother Zuo has a limitless future, maybe it is us that are social climbing. Elder is exaggerating. Zuo Mo couldn't understand the other's meaning. This kind of praises made him puzzled. Junior is only an outer sect disciple, there's nothing to speak of in terms of future. Shi Xiang brushed away his annoyance, is it that little brother Zuo doesn't like us too? Elder, it really is irritating. Zuo Mo couldn't help but struggle. In the world of Xiuzhi, other than in the same sect, there wasn't any distinction of age between different sections. And there was no age in cultivation, and it was hard to distinguish from the appearance. Usually, most of it was divided by the cultivation. Those stronger were elders, no matter their age. Even though he couldn't detect the other's cultivation, but to be able to easily make that crowd leave, these two people were more than sufficient to be called elders by him. He was very sensible. Like that little thousand crane. If he hadn't been certain that the other wouldn't find him, he wouldn't have written such a reply. Right now, facing the others, he was naturally docile. Just at this time, Shi Xiang smiled and informed, "You can call us De Ji. I am Shi Xiang, he is my shitty Liang Luo." Zuo Mo was incomparably obedient and bowed again, "Shi De Ji, Liang De Ji." The female disciples all looked with admiration at Zuo Mo. To have relations with strong Shouja, there were naturally many benefits. This elder in front of them clearly was admiring of Zuo Mo Xixiang. Xixiang really hit the jackpot. As expected, they heard Shi Xiang continue, "Since you have called me DGE, as the brother, I naturally have to have a meeting gift. This ice crystal sword, even if it is 3rd grade, but its attributes lean towards cold and een. I saw that brother's was sword essence leans towards ice, and this flying sword is perfect for you." Under a crowd of drooling gazes, Zuo Mo dazedly received this flying sword. The sword was about 2 feet and 7 or so inches. The body was translucent and sparkling as though it was carved from ice, and emitted cold air. A pie fell down from heaven and hit him unconscious. The appearance of this flying sword wasn't ordinary. Zuo Mo straightforwardly converted it to Jingshi in his mind. So many Jingshi. Shi Xiang kept giving looks at Liang Luo. Liang Luo helplessly reached into his bosom and after fishing for a while, took out a folded seal paper with some pain. He threw it at Zuo Mo, coldly informing, "Spirit traveling seal." Zuo Mo was so happy right now he almost fainted. He wasn't clear about the price of the flying sword, but he had some knowledge of the price of the spirit traveling seal. The conditions for a person to use the spirit traveling seal was not high. It was one of the rare paper seals that a lianqi could use. Putting this seal on the legs, travel 1,000 miles without being tired. It was much faster than his flying paper crane. Carefully taking the spirit traveling seal, he took a look, and determined inside that this was a 3rd grade spirit traveling seal. Oh! This too were so generous. However, the suspicions in his heart increased rather than decreased. There was no such thing as uncalled for love in this word. These 2 items, any one of them was worth more than his entire wealth. The other had no reason to carelessly give to someone. This was what really puzzled him. Today, we still have other matters, so farewell. After a few days, we'll go to Wukong Mountain to find you and have a drink. Shi Xiang smiled as he bid farewell to Zuo Mo and, along with Liang Luo, rode the green bulls as they quickly disappeared. Zuo Mo was dumbstruck. Seeing the 2 vanish, after a beat, he suddenly said to the female disciples, "Someone pinch me, is this a dream?" 7 or 8 hands simultaneously reached over. A shriek echoed on the mountain path. "Xixiang, what were you doing?" Liang Luo was slightly discontent. A spirit traveling seal naturally wasn't anything big to him, but he wasn't so generous to give it to a stranger. If it wasn't that he was extremely trusting of Xixiang, he wouldn't have even paid attention. Sitting on the green bull, Shi Xiang was pleased. He is an outer sect disciple. What about an outer sect disciple? There are many outer sect disciples in this world. Liang Luo said unconcernedly. Shi Xiang glanced at Liang Luo. He asked in return, "What does Shitty feel about Zuo Mo's talent?" Liang Luo choked. A moment later, he squeezed out a sentence, "Not bad, better than me." Shitty has no need to undervalue yourself. If you train hard, you will naturally win over him. Shi Xiang was afraid that his Shitty's confidence would suffer and comforted. He then said solemnly, "However, such talents, no matter in what sect, he should be one of the more important disciples in the sect." But he actually is only an outer sect disciple. Liang Luo wasn't stupid and instantly reacted, "Does Xixiang want to recruit him into our sect? Why can't I? Such potential, that Wu Kong Sword Sect hasn't recognized it, wouldn't it complete us? An outer sect disciple entering another sect, if Wu Kong Sword Sect came up to our door, they wouldn't have a foot to stand on." Liang Luo knew what Xixiang said was true. The turnover rate and mobility of outer sect disciples were extremely high. Those that entered another sect were countless. If they swindled Zuo Mo over, Wu Kong Sword Sect could not move based on this. Such potential, are his elders blind? Could it be an elder purposefully putting him in the outer sect disciples to toughen? Liang Luo voiced a doubt. Shi Xiang answered, remember how he answered when I praise him for his limitless future? What he said proved that the definitely wasn't put in the outer sect by the elders. Thinking about that, I feel there is another possibility. It is probably that he only just comprehended the sword essence and his sect elders hadn't found out yet. Liang Luo's mind jumped, then why didn't we just take him with us right now? If he returns to the mountain and something else happened, wouldn't it be ruined? Don't panic. I saw that he was very cautious of us, and there were too many people. If we try too hard now, it would be unlikely to succeed. It's better to back off first and wait for a few days before we go find him. Move with feelings, entice with benefits, I'm confident it will work. Shi Xiang explained confidently. Liang Luo realized, Shixiang is wise. The two smiled at each other. Eldest brother. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 31 Choice. Chapter 31 Choice. Zuo Mo had come to Dongfu many times before and would always window shop. However, to accompany women, especially a crowd of women to window shop, this required a very strong endurance of the body, probably only those who cultivated the body could endure. Seeing that they brought everything they needed, Zuo Mo sneaked away. He first went to buy the gold ore. What Pu Yao had said last time, he remembered it. He also brought a jade stick full of basic seal formations. Even though there were teachings from the sect, but there were only just a few kinds. Seal formations were something that all Xiozha had to learn. No matter if it was forging or making dan, it all required understanding seal formations. Zuo Mo brought them to create ling fields in the future, even if it was far away. The jade stick didn't cost much, the expensive one was the gold ore. 20 pieces of second-grade jingsher was enough for him to suffer in pain for a long time, but he still decided to buy it. His attitude now was different than before. Before, he only looked at gingsher. Even if he still liked gingsher, but he put more importance on the future. After Fourth Shirgu revealed it, he was clear that he couldn't return to the past. Those simple aspirations were completely shattered. He was walking on a road that he didn't know the destination of. What was waiting in the front for him? Breaking into pieces? Finding the answer? He didn't know. What had seemed fresh and exciting in the past was now dull and tasteless now. He found a quiet place to sit down and started to think back to the last sword energy he had released. No one taught him. Even Pu Yao only made him experience it for himself. Towards Pu Yao, he only felt grateful. If there wasn't Pu Yao, he might not even have the chance to seek answers. Now that he had the chance, how could he not treasure it? He hadn't realized his own transformation. He suddenly understood some of what Wei Shang Shixiang felt. Obsession, unrelenting obsession. Every time he thought about his appearance being changed, his mind erased, his wooden face would burn with pain like it was reminding him there was a pair of hands that wiped away his face, was a pair of hands that wiped away his memories. This burning that seeped in his bones made him unable to tolerate himself muddle-headedly living. He wanted answers. He was very clear just how low his starting point was. He didn't want to waste even 1 second. He thought of all the ways, worked over his minds, used all his cunning to make himself stronger, to let himself have greater power. He wanted answers. In the corner of the busy street, he serenely coiled his legs and mused. In the roaring sea of fire, Pu sat on the gravestone and lazily listened to the sound tablet. The female disciples finally brought all they needed. Everyone's faces were brimming with content. Zuo Mo finally released a breath. He was now in a rush to return back. Today's encounter let him have a taste of power. He desperately and impatiently wanted to keep training. But in consideration of the safety of these female disciples, he still sat on the flying paper crane and slowly followed them. But he still took grasp of each bit of time. Returning to the little yard, the first thing Zuo Mo did was put the black goldworm and the gold ore together, dig a small hole near the ling vein and bury them. After burial, he entered his consciousness. Facing Pu Yao, he said, "Pu, let's continue." Unexpectedly, Pu lazily said, "Continue? Continue what?" Zuo Mo blanked before quickly recovering his calm. "What conditions do you have?" It's so convenient talking with smart people." Pu smiled lightly and straightened. "This is correct. Where in the world are there free meals?" I want souls." "Souls?" Zuo Mo jumped in fear. Pu Yao's expression was relaxed and his voice carefree as he said, "Souls are good things. The taste fresh, full of vitality. Blood, human meat, they can't compare." Just a few words and Zuo Mo became quite scared. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of those great monsters, eating raw human meat, pulling tendons, sucking marrow, eating souls. For a Xiozha whose dream was becoming a ling plant farmer, things like souls were enough to make him jump out of his skin. No way. Zuo Mo resolutely refused. Pu Yao was truly a great monster. Even though he wanted power, but he definitely didn't want himself become a servant of power. "Didn't you want to learn the sword?" Other than the sword, I still have many other things to teach you. I have many talismans." As long as you have good souls, I can exchange all of it." Pu's crimson tongue licked his lips, voice full of enticement. "No way." Zuo Mo suddenly relaxed. He sat down facing Pu Yao, stating, "I'm not interested in killing people." "Oh?" Pu Yao raised a thin eyebrow, his eyes narrowing. "You have to think clearly." Other people's lives, how can they be as valuable as yours? It actually is very simple to kill another. Oh, one soul, and I will let you have a good comprehension of this sword essence and can teach you many things. I just knew that you didn't have good intentions. Zuo Mo blared fixedly at Pu, coldly stating, pity you have the wrong plan. Pu Yao continued to chuckle. Zuo Mo suddenly felt his body tighten and couldn't move. I'm wrong? Pu Yao suddenly raised his voice. So many years, no one has ever dared to say I'm wrong in front of me. He slowly walked in front of the unmovable Zuo Mo, his icy hands touching Zuo Mo's neck. Afraid? Great. I really tried many kinds and found that terror is the best flavor in all of the souls. Did you know? Souls that died with great terror, it's like a beautiful wine that fermented perfectly. Just eating it once, it is unforgettable. A cold finger swiped across the blood vessel on Zuo Mo's neck. Pu Yao's expression was mirthful, the crimson red eyes flashed with craziness. Zuo Mo's body shook. He kept telling himself not to be afraid, but terror was like a spring that couldn't be plugged, furiously sprouting out. No matter how he tried, his body wouldn't move. Struggle is useless. Pu Yao was still smiling, his eyes cold. Your stupidity really makes me disappointed. Didn't you know, pets need to realize that they are pets? He hated this feeling. Being manipulated, being controlled, his body not in control. Something in Zuo Mo's heart seemed to have lit up. Terror was swiftly taken over by anger. His blood seemed to have be burning. He couldn't help swearing, go to hell. Such a stubborn little thing. Pu Yao shook his head and smiled, his right hand gently squeezing. Ah! Zuo Mo gave a wail. His entire person seemed to be bound by an invisible hand into a strange shape. The pain in his body was like countless thin needles piercing his body. His awareness started to dull. Just at that moment, a warm stream suddenly rose up from Zuo Mo's chest. Want to interfere? Pu Yao seemed to have found a naughty thing and his mouth had a light smile. His entire body suddenly disappeared from his spot and appeared next to Zuo Mo, his right hands easily thrusting into Zuo Mo's chest. Easily taking his hand out of Zuo Mo's chest, a 5-colored bead appeared between his fingers. This bead was the size of a mung bean. It looked like a rainbow glass, light swirling inside. Leisurely examining the small bead for a while, Pu muttered to himself, so it was this thing. Finishing, he prepared to crush the bead. Just at this moment, his hand suddenly stopped moving. Wisps of black smoke spread from the gravestone, slow and solid. In the blink of an eye, the sky above the sea of flames was covered by black clouds. The dancing flames seemed to be quite afraid of these misty black clouds. They shrunk down, a rarely seen sight. The star that was in the sky was also robbed of light by the black clouds. Pu dazedly stood, motionless. An extremely complicated emotion floated in his bloody eye, seemingly sorrowful, seemingly happy, seemingly fond, seemingly furious. After a long time, he said lightly. You really want to choose such a piece of rubbish? The black clouds moved, the layers roiling. The roaring sea of fire seemed to be suppressed, almost extinguishing while that star in the sky had almost completely disappeared. Pu Yao stood like a tree, seeming to not have registered it. The black clouds became even thicker. The entire sea of consciousness was now a patch of black, nothing could be seen. He suddenly sneered, the light flashing in his bloody right eye. You do know that to want to persuade me, it isn't that simple. The surroundings became quiet. The black clouds didn't give a response and the two sides were deadlocked. After an unknown length of time, the light in Pu Yao's bloody right eyes gradually dimmed. He suddenly laughed lightly, and with the burdens of the ages, he shrugged helplessly. It's always like this, so boring. His finger flicked and the glass bead in his hands entered Zuo Mo's body. The black clouds instantly clear without a trace to be found. The sea of fire that lost its suppressor started to once again burn fiercely. That star in the sky gave off light. Pu Yao stared at the gravestone for a long time without speaking. Zuo Mo slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes, he hurriedly inspected his body. Seeing it uninjured, he finally gave a breath of relief. What had happened? Why did Pu Yao let go of him? Just when he was puzzled, Pu Yao suddenly appeared. You really took a long time to wake up. Pu Yao's expression was full of mockery, such a fragile spirit. Originally, I had wanted to play. I hadn't bargained for a few thousand years. It ruined my fun. But it is normal. A person that doesn't have his features or mind, his heart naturally is also soft. I'm so pitiful. Zuo Mo was silent. His fists uncontrollably tightened. Speaking about it, there is a place that has souls and you don't have to kill anyone. But it is very dangerous. How about it? Are you interested? Pu Yao's expression was leisurely. What place? Zuo Mo asked in spite of himself. Just now, Pu Yao's words pierced his heart. You don't need to know now. Don't worry, you don't need to kill anyone. You just have to say whether you agree or not. As to payment, when your conditions are enough, I naturally will let you be satisfied. I agree. He didn't think about it further. Zuo Mo nodded. As long as he didn't have to kill anyone, he wasn't afraid of danger. He didn't have anything else to lose. AI finally finished this transaction. For a few souls, this really wasn't easy. Business, not doing it for a long time, I really deteriorated. Pu Yao ruefully said in an experienced tone. Zuo Mo didn't know what to say. Pu Yao turned his face over. Alright, let's discuss another transaction. Another transaction? Zuo Mo was full of wariness and some puzzlement. Jingshi, I require Jingshi. Pu Yao chucked, want to experience sword essence? 10 pieces of second-grade Jingshi each time. How about it, isn't it cheap? Zuo Mo stared with a gaping mouth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 32 Refusal. Chapter 32 Refusal. The little dark gold sword cheerfully flew around Zuo Mo's fingers. It was extremely fast, leaving behind a dash of gold light like a gold-colored lightning bolt. Zuo Mo's eyes showed happiness. Art of Aged Gold finally reached the 3rd level. After the 3rd level, the aged gold energy also transformed. The once dark gold sands became even finer and shinier, the gold sword that was formed even more exquisite. It was like a narrow fish, nimbly darting and swerving. The little gold sword was very small. The region it moved in was only his palm, and the sword moves were all very simple. There was none of the grand moves. However, if an experienced sword show was here, they could be shocked to find that contained in the movements of this little gold sword was a faint strand of sword essence. Zuo Mo could also feel this small strand of sword essence. Other than joy, he couldn't help but feel pain. Returning home, no matter how hard he tried to remember, he still couldn't find the feeling of that last sword strike that day. With no other solution, he could only spend Jingshi at Pu Yao's to experience sword essence. 10 pieces of second-grade Jingshi each time. He spent all the Jingshi he had and finally comprehended a sliver of sword essence. It was this sliver of sword essence that caused his Art of Aged Gold to break through to the 3rd level. Compared to before, the present Pu Yao was a completely unscrupulous businessman that only recognized Jingshi and nothing else. He didn't know what really happened the last time. Why did Pu Yao release him in the end? It was clear that Pu Yao's attitude towards him had changed slightly. He seemed even more impatient, even hard to communicate with. If there was no matter about him and he was called, he would ignore. But for some reason, Zuo Mo felt the present Pu Yao was much safer, even though he needed to spend large amounts of Jingshi. Art of Aged Gold, reaching the 3rd level meant that he only needed one more spell to reach the 3rd level before he could become a Ling plant farmer. If he became a Ling plant farmer, his status in the sect would be drastically different. The sect would supply him with large amount of resources, and then he could even more quickly increase his strength. The question he was facing now was what spell to choose to make a breakthrough. In the end, he chose Art of Flora. In the low-level spells, Art of Flora was renowned for its complicated finger motions. This was also the reason that Zuo Mo chose it. Finger motions, its trace could be found in almost all low-level spells. Low-level Shouja didn't have enough cultivation and frequently needed the assistance of the finger motions to completely cast. Even though after the stage of Jingdan, finger motions would almost completely disappear, but before that, finger motions was a very useful technique. Just as Zuo Mo was concentrating on practicing his finger motions, Pu Yao, sitting on the gravestone in the sea of consciousness, snorted and said to himself, "You just chose this piece of rubbish?" After practicing for a long time, Zuo Mo found that he was stuck at the same level. If he wanted to improve more, it was very difficult. His finger motions were actually very proficient, but it was always lacking flow. Thinking about the special feeling when he used Art of Flora to help Liang Fengshiji and the others weed, he guessed that was the direction he should work at. But the profound feeling, similar to when he had released the sword at the enemy last time, no matter how he thought, he couldn't find it. Asking Pu Yao. It was a pity that Zuo Mo didn't have any more Jingshi. For the next following days, he still didn't have any ideas. The stubbornness in Zuo Mo's bones was aroused. Wasn't it just finger motions? He thought of a way. He took out a basin of water. Submerging both hands in the water, he started to practice his finger motions underwater. The feeling under in the water was expectedly different. The resistance was much greater. The finger motions, originally well practiced, instantly became scattered. Zuo Mo instantly became alert. He felt he found the direction. What he was most afraid of was not having a direction. If he could find the direction, he could overcome even the biggest problem. Just at this time, Shi Xiang and Liang Luo came to visit as they promised. The two's visit was very unexpected to Zuo Mo. He had originally thought the two were insincere and just said it, and never though they would actually really come. Tuning my Xiozha coming to visit a Lianqi outer sect disciple. No one would believe it. Ha, little brother Zuo, it's only been a few days, and you've improved greatly. I think that very soon you would enter Juji. Shi Xiang smiled and then with a face full of concern, said, have you prepared what you need for Juji? I have a few Juji Dan here, the grade isn't bad. Zuo Mo was even more cautious. Unreasonable attention, if it wasn't malicious, it was robbery. The other was way too enthusiastic and he automatically was on the defense. His mouth hurried replied, sure Ji is too kind. Just a while ago, 4th Shirgu bestowed a Juji Dan, it's enough for me. Liang Luo and Shi Xiang quietly exchanged a look but this didn't escape Zuo Mo's watch. Shi Xiang smiled, responding, that's good, that's good. Inside, he thought that it was not going well. Had Zuo Mo's elders started to pay attention to his potential? Such a genius such as little brother Zuo would always attract attention no matter the place. Ha ha. When are you becoming an inner sect disciple, we can come and celebrate. He didn't give up and probed. Zuo Mo shook his head, our sect needs Juji before it is enough to become an inner sect disciple. It's still too early. Hope rose in Shi Xiang. His face was greatly shocked, oh, but such a great talent as little brothers will also have to be limited by such old-fashioned rules? He didn't know what the other wanted. Zuo Mo said cautiously, sure Ji is joking, where do I count as a genius? At one side, Liang Luo was already impatient. He always liked being straightforward and crisply opened, little brother Zuo, why don't you come to our Chi Sword Sect? If you are willing to come, you would definitely be a core disciple. Shi Xiang looked nervously at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo blanked. After a long beat, he finally reacted and smiled hesitantly, both Ji, don't joke. This brother knows how much I'm worth. Shi Xiang said seriously, we aren't joking and are inviting you sincerely. Little brother's Zuo's talents are exceptional, but the hardship in the long journey of cultivation, I'm sure that little brother Zuo is very clear. With your talents, you should try to enter Juji as fast as possible and leave behind the common duties, concentrate on cultivating and be assisted by guidance from elders. I cannot promise that you could reach the top but becoming Jindan, the possibility is very great. Zuo Mo stared dazedly at the two people. If you are always entangled in these common duties, no matter how good your talents are, they would be wasted. Shi Xiang said earnestly. They were sincere. Zuo Mo believed in the two people's words but suddenly he also felt this was preposterous. At what time did he become exceptionally talented and was invited by others to enter a sect? Talent? He didn't have that kind of thing. Otherwise, would the sect leader not have seen it? The sect leader had been the one that brought him back. In the past he would sometimes think that maybe it was that the sect leader didn't have good enough insight but the presence that night the sect leader in the Shirshu had exuded made him understand that the Shirshu that usually didn't appear were all powerful and extraordinary people. The two people were only interested in him because of Pu Yao. If other people had the same opportunities as him, they would definitely be much stronger than him. He thought about 2 years ago, the instant that he opened his eyes. Thought about him sweating up a storm in the Ling fields. Shi Xiang and Liang Luo didn't speak. They were quietly waiting for Zuo Mo's choice. Even though they didn't understand what he had to hesitate about. They had given sufficient sincerity. This kind of benefits, giving them to a Lianqi disciple, it had never happened at Chi Sword Sect. After a long time, when the lowered head of Zuo Mo rose and the muddled eyes recovered clarity, the two knew that Zuo Mo had made a choice. Zuo Mo said earnestly, many thanks to both Ji for your goodwill. This brother appreciates it. These years, I'm used to living in Wu Kong Sword Sect. The sect and the elders have been very attentive to me and I have no intentions of leaving. The tone wasn't heavy but it was full of a kind of determination. In his sea of consciousness, Pu Yao disdainfully spat out a word, idiot. Disappointed expressions came upon Shi Xiang and Liang Luo's faces. But they also knew that it wouldn't be effective to speak more. They didn't have the interest in chatting and after exchanging a few more words, they bid farewell. Sending away the two, Zuo Mo returned to his little yard and stared into space. Then he continued to bury his head in practicing art of flora. The time passed by extremely full. Pu Yao didn't pay attention to Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo was happy to not be disturbed. If the devil didn't torment him, he thanked the earth and the heavens. Every day, he would travel to Cold Mist Valley, learn to care for all kinds of ling herbs. After Art of Aged Gold reached the 3rd level, the power increased greatly. He inspected all the ling herbs in Cold Mist Valley one by one and found some deeply hidden pests. After spending effort to exterminate those pests, his Art of Aged Gold became even more proficient. He still couldn't imprint on the flying sword, so he decided to use the little aged gold sword to practice sword scriptures and ruminate on sword essence. In the water, he practiced Art of Flora and reinforced his finger movements. All the other time, he devoted it all to embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. The main use of embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation was to increase consciousness, but Zuo Mo found that it could also increase ling energy. The effects were much better than his mainstream crappy 10 principles scripture. He basically abandoned 10 principles scripture and changed to cultivate embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. Every day, he only rested for 4 hours. All the other time was put on cultivation, continuous cultivation. During this period of time, he wanted his Art of Flora to reach the 3rd level. After this little while, the new cycle of planting ling grains would arrive. He would be occupied. In that case, there would be much less time left for cultivation. In the basin of water, a pair of withered hands, from fingertip to wrist, were all immersed in water. The parts above the wrist were bare in the air. Zuo Mo's eyes were closed, exhaling, and concentrating. Suddenly, the 10 thin fingers moved, fast as light, creating layers of undercurrents, the movements adding a kind of cold flavor. The speed at which the fingers moved was extremely fast. The surface of the water was like boiling water, countless undercurrents restlessly moving, but what was strange was that not even a drop splashed. The 2 wrists seemed to be made of copper, not moving a sliver. The nimbleness of the 10 fingers were astounding, the dazzling finger movements changing. The closed eyes didn't open. Zuo Mo's breathing unconsciously became heavier. The movements of his hands became even faster. The fingers under the water were unable to be distinguished. Splashes bloomed like flowers, the speed became faster, the collision between splashes suddenly became vicious. The water in the basin seemed to have been lifted by an invisible hand. The surface of the water completely raised up 2 centimeters. As the speed of the 10 fingers became faster, the surface became even higher. That pair of withered hands seemed to have a strange attraction, sucking the ball of water and holding it in midair. Suddenly, Zuo Mo opened his eyes. The 10 fingers in the water suddenly became straight. Bang! The ball of water sucked onto the hands broke like a vase, turning into 10 bursts of water arrows, slashing out. Joy made its way onto Zuo Mo's eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 33 The Spring Sprout Jade Metal. Over at Mangapates, an user called Maku left behind this great description of the novel. Shoshin Shiji, World of Cultivation, is the tale of a disgruntled young man in his quest to be the best farmer he can be, at least if it wasn't for those annoying people keep getting in the way of his pursuit of agricultural excellence. Will conspiring forces turn him into a sword cultivator, or will he manage to throw off the shackles of fate and grow he best darn crops in the sect? Those airhead cultivators dream of too much nonsense and don't know how to live properly. They need to get a real job to earn some jingsher for a living like a normal person. I think this is a better synopsis than both of my attempts. Chapter 33 The Spring Sprout Jade Metal. Dongfu. As one of the 13 primary towns of Tianyujie, all kinds of authorities were very developed. Even though Tianyujie was governed by Kunluan Jing, and it was primarily made up of sword sects, but the requirements of sword shio to need all kinds of resources wasn't small. So while the core disciples of all the sects cultivated the sword, they would still try very hard to attract other kinds of shioja. Different shioja received different treatment. The same types of shioja would also receive different treatment based on their cultivation. Due to this, the evaluations of all kinds of professions were extremely important. It would be a very difficult thing to get a sword shio to determine the skill level of a ling plant farmer. For each shioja, after being professionally licensed, they could quickly find a satisfactory job in every location. All kinds of cultivators had their own authorities. The ling plant farmers had the Institute of Ling Plants, the beast speakers had the Institute of Beast Language. Congratulations, it's very rare to see such a young ling plants farmer in Dongfu. And you have comprehended the 4th level of Little Art of Cloud and Rain, your future is limitless. The ling plant farmer responsible for the exam smiled as he gave Zuo Mo a jade medal. Barely visible inside the medal was a small and tender sprout, 5 elements energy revolving around it. The jade medals of a ling plant farmer were sorted into 4 levels. Spring sprout, summer flower, autumn fruit, and winter hibernation. There were even finer distinctions at each level, but those exams were extremely complicated. Many Ling plant farmers only ever did the licensing for the 4 levels. Zuo Mo joyfully took the jade medal. To get this jade medal, he really hadn't wasted all his effort. The Ling plants farmer in Dongfu only had the authority to give out spring sprout jade medals. To get a higher level jade medal, he needed to go to a more prosperous place. However, in the short term, Zuo Mo completely didn't have to consider that problem. The leveling up of Ling plants farmers was extremely hard. The Summer Flower Jade Medal required all 5 kinds of spells to reach the 5th level. Other than that, they needed to know how to create Ling fields above the 4th grade. After giving thanks to the elder, Zuo Mo decided to leave the institute. Just as he came out of the Institute of Ling Plants, numerous people instantly circled around. Mr. Zuo, our sect desperately needs a Ling plant farmer, is Mr. Zuo willing? Don't listen to him, he's only a small sect, can't give good benefits. Our sect is much more prosperous, you can ask for all the benefits if you are willing to come to our sect. The explosions of sound caused Zuo Mo's head to turn to a mess. Just at this time, a deep voice suddenly interrupted, sorry, excuse me. Everyone, don't block my Shiji, 1. Sorry, please make way. The voice wasn't loud but everyone heard it clearly. A hidden presence spread and the crowd naturally made way. Just this cultivation was enough to make everyone stop talking. Seeing the smiling fat person not far away, Zuo Mo's heart jumped and he hurriedly went up to bow, 3rd Shirshu. And then bowed to Liang Feng behind Yanlu, Shiji. The smile on Yan Li's face was harmonious and affable. He patted Zuo Mo's shoulder, not bad, not bad. Didn't think a Ling plant farmer could come out of our sect. The sect leader will be ecstatic. If it wasn't that I had something to do in Dongfu, I'm afraid I wouldn't even know. At this time, Liang Feng added, when Shidi went weeding a short while ago, I knew that our sect would soon have a Ling plant farmer. But I didn't think Shidi would be this fast. Shidi, congratulations. Just a fluke. Facing Yanli Shirshu, Zuo Mo was extremely nervous. A great monster was still living in his head. If Shirshu found out. He barely kept his composure, his mouth going, my luck was good recently. Originally, even I thought it would take longer. This clearly says that our sect is soon to rise. The smile on Yan Li's face became energetic, let's go, today is a happy occasion. Pick whatever you like, it would be Shirshu's gift to you. Liang Feng smiled from the side, adding, yeah, Shidi made this such an unexpected attack, as a Shiji, I didn't even have time to prepare a present. No, Shiji is too polite. Zuo Mo furiously waved his hand. Standing beside 3rd Shirshu, he was extremely nervous and didn't dare to even breathe heavily. But 3rd Shirshu started to talk and pull him at the same time. Of the wealthiest in the sect, 3rd Shirshu would be the wealthiest. 3rd Shirshu had managed all the assets of the sect for many years and accumulated much wealth. Based on what could be seen now, Yanli Shirshu seemed to want to nurture Liang Feng Shiji into his successor. Zuo Mo felt this was pretty good. Liang Feng Shiji was straightforward and honest, knew how to conduct herself and had a pretty good relationship with him. The store that 3rd Shirshu took him to was naturally much higher class than what he normally shopped at. All kinds of talismans dazzled his eyes, a veritable feast. What he picked most of was jade sticks. For him, the jade sticks that recorded all kinds of scriptures and spells were what he needed the most. Yanlu also noticed it and his attitude towards Zuo Mo became even more amiable. The fact that Zuo Mo would get the Spring Sprout Jade Medal before he entered Juji was proof of his exceptional talents. After getting the Jade Medal, he wasn't greedy and lived it up. What he picked the most were still jade sticks, that meant that he had strong motivations to keep going. A young disciple that had both of those points, even if they didn't have good opportunities, they would definitely reach a pretty good height. There wasn't an elder that didn't like this kind of disciples, especially Yen Lo, who was used to the mediocrity of the disciples in the sect. He knew that there hadn't been any attention paid to this disciple in the past. If he didn't rope him in now, then he would be too stupid. Today, he had been coincidentally at Dongfu to take care of matters. Hearing that someone had received a jade medal, he had come over to see if he could attract them and hadn't thought it would be a disciple of his sect. He couldn't help picking out a pile of talismans that Zuo Mo could have a use for. At the side, Liang Feng also recognized that even though her zombie Shidi hadn't entered Juji, but in reality, he had already become one of the core disciples. Maybe in the Wu Kong Sword Sect of the future, Wei Sheng Xixian would be in charge of fighting Zuo Mo Shidi of internal matters, and she would take over her master's role and be responsible for external matters. Especially since no one could replace her and Zuo Mo in their roles. Looking at it now, Luoli Xixian was unable to threaten Wei Sheng Xixian's position. Also, Wei Sheng Xixian's relationship with Zuo Mo Shidi was extremely good. For the elders, they were naturally happy to see everyone cooperating. Liang Feng, who sorted out her thoughts, was also generous and gave 2 talismans to Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo's mind was completely blown. Holding a pile of talismans and jade sticks, his awareness was dizzy. Any item that he was holding now, in the past, was something he dreamed about. Now he was holding a pile in his hands. The affable smile on Shirshu's face made him think of a previous life. In the past 2 years, after the first time he met the sect leader when he woke up, he had never spoken to another Shirshu after that. And all of this, it was only because he received a jade medal. The gray-beaked goose flew steadily, its back broad and soft. It was very comfortable sitting on the top, nothing that Zuo Mo's impotent flying paper crane could compare to. Little Mo doesn't have a steed yet. Yenla said and turned to order Liang Feng. I remember there are still a few more gray-beaked geese, send one to Little Mo, tell the people below to send over ling grass as necessary. Yes. Liang Feng noted it down. Zuo Mo thought to himself, their sect does have some wealth. When the 3 reached the gates of the mountain, the outer sect disciples had already lined up at the gates to welcome them. It was evident that the sect leader had already known of the news that he had received a jade medal. Their gazes as they looked at him were extremely complicated. Jealousy, admiration, dissatisfaction. Just a day ago, everyone was the same outer sect disciples. Today, they needed to come out to welcome him. Not many people had been surprised that Wei Shang Xixian would become an inner sect disciple, since he had been the first among the outer sect disciples and established a powerful image in their hearts. But among them, Zuo Mo hadn't been exceptional. Other than his little art of cloud and rain, and that face that never had an expression, there were very few places which he had that people would remember. Some of the people had caution and fear in their eyes as they looked at Zuo Mo. They had once bullied Zuo Mo and was afraid he was going to get back at them now. Even the most stupid knew that it was certain that Zuo Mo was going to become an inner sect disciple. Seeing the looks of these people, Zuo Mo's heart wasn't comfortable either but felt slightly relieved. He had finally left this group, that meant that he had made progress. For him, any kind of progress right now was incredibly valuable and he didn't care about the looks of the other outer sect disciples. The gray-beaked goose didn't slow down but followed the mountain path past the outer sect disciples, respectfully standing as it climbed. Wu Kong Hall was the discussion place of Wu Kong Sword Sect. Many of the main matters of the sect were held here. When Zuo Mo and the others arrived, the sect leader and the other Shirshu were already waiting in Wu Kong Hall, faint expressions of joy on their faces. The fact that someone from the sect could qualify for a Spring Sprout Jade Medal was definitely an unexpected delight. And such a young disciple, his future would be limitless. First there was Wei Shang, who had such outstanding talent, and now there was a disciple in Lianqi that could receive a medal. They were completely bowled over by joy. Facing so many of the Shirshu for the first time, Zuo Mo couldn't help but be nervous. Xin Yen Shirshu's pair of cold eyes made him feel there was a blade behind his back, his entire body frozen. Please, Puya, don't make a fuss now, Just as he was nervous, the sect leader Pei Yuan ran opened. At the beginning when I picked you up, I didn't have too many expectations for you, and didn't give much care. To be able to achieve all this, it is all your own efforts and extremely rare. To not give up in such a hopeless situation, swimming against the current, very good. In our sect, whatever strength you have determines the level of treatment. You showed your potential and so the sect will treat you better, do not have hate. Pei Yuan Ran was very straightforward. The bits of hate in Zuo Mo's heart had dissipated much upon hearing the sect leader's words. This disciple doesn't dare, he said with his head lowered. Pei Yuan Ran nodded his head and his voice became warmer. Now that you have a jade medal, you are the only ling plant farmer in our sect. The treatment in the past is naturally not appropriate for you. I heard your fourth Shirgu say that you are responsible for the medicine fields of Cold Mist Valley now. This will depend now on whether you have the interest. From this day onwards, you are formally one of the inner sect disciples of our sect. You will receive the same allowance of Jingshur as your other Xixiang. Other than that, our sect's West Wind Valley has a patch of empty third-grade ling fields, that will be given to you. The ling energy is thick in the valley, you could move to live inside the valley and try to enter Zuji earlier. If you need anything, you can ask your third Shirshu. As to the ling fields inside the valley, you can plant whatever you want. We will not interfere. You can also use the other empty ling fields in the sect, but at the end you need to give 3/10 to the sect. Zuo Mo's eyes widened, his gaze stupefied. He felt that he was going to faint. The sect leader was giving an entire mountain valley to him. 1 refers to disciple of a younger generation, means nephew. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 34 Inner Sect Disciple. I have an editor now. One that edits before I post. Warlord 212 has edited this chapter. Thanks for all your comments. Chapter 34 Inner Sect Disciple. Pei Yuanran looked at Zuo Mo, who was stupefied, and a mirth-filled smirk flashed at the corner of his lips. All inner sect disciples must have a master. Since you received the Spring Sprout Jade Medal, you should go under your 4th Shirgu's line. Your 4th Shirgu is skilled at making Dan. No one else in the sect can compare to her knowledge of Ling herbs. Even in Dongfu, she is famous for this knowledge. What do you think of becoming her pupil? Zuo Mo shook and instantly reacted. Bowing his head to Shi Fengrong, he said, "This disciple greets master." Entering 4th Shirgu's line, it was the best possible outcome for him. His skills laid in farming, and that is very beneficial for making Dan. The demands of Ling herbs in making Dan were very large. Stand. Shi Fengrong said lightly, her voice sounding like her usual iciness. Zuo Mo obediently stood. Shimmy, in the future, he'll be in your care. Pei Yuanran said solemnly. Xixiang, don't worry. I definitely wouldn't conceal any of my knowledge. But if he isn't willing to put any effort in, Xixiang cannot blame me. Shi Fengrong's cold words were like a basin of ice-cold water that instantly woke Zuo Mo from his joy. He suddenly had a bad feeling. The implication in Master's words made him feel apprehensive. Pei Yuanran nodded his head and spoke, "This is good," turning to ask Zuo Mo, "Do you have any questions?" Zuo Mo shook his head rapidly to show he didn't have any more questions. Originally, he had wanted to ask if he could ask Second Shirshu if he had any questions about forging. He suddenly remembered that the snow-white sword essence that tortured him countless times and made him want to die, that it originated from Xianyan Shirshu? The words that reached his mouth instantly shrunk back. He felt that he was crazy. Why would he ever have such a stupid idea? Wasn't that walking straight into a trap? Pu Yao was still in his consciousness. After his fright dissipated, his brain instantly recovered its clarity. He felt that in the future, he had to be a bit more careful. He might be an inner sect disciple now, but if Pu Yao was exposed, he was certain that the first reaction of Xianyan Shirshu was to cut him up along with Pu Yao. Subdue Yao and exterminate Mo. That was too terrifying. Even though he was not as terrified as he used to be when facing that sword essence, but that was only in his consciousness. In the real world, one blow from Xianyan Shirshu's sword was enough to tear him into countless pieces. Pu Yao might be arrogant in front of Zuo Mo, but Pu Yao estimated if he had to face Xianyan Shirshu, he would also be killed instantly. He still remembered the scene when Xianyan's sword cleaved the Black Sea. Pei Yuanran detected Zuo Mo's nervousness but didn't put any importance on it. Which disciple in their sect didn't tremble when they saw the masters? The sect leader and the Shirshu were all very busy. Even though it was a delight that Zuo Mo became a Ling plant farmer, but the Shirshu wouldn't spend too much time on this matter. The sect leader gave a few more words of encouragement and then left with the other Shirshu. Shi Fengrong moved away gracefully and Zuo Mo hurried to catch up. Shi Fengrong didn't turn her head back and said, seemingly to herself, "I have warned you, but in the end, you choose the road to walk. Since you are now my disciple, I naturally will have my demands. Your private matters, I will not interfere, but what I order to be done, you have to complete it." Following behind, Zuo Mo's heart almost jumped out of his chest as he answered, "Yes. Go attend to your own matters. After a few days, I will send someone to find you," Shi Fengrong said. Zuo Mo carefully sought his master away, his heart very depressed. It seemed that his master wasn't easy to interact with. Returning to his little yard, he found the outside was full of people. Almost all the outer sect disciples were waiting for him. "Ayaya, Xixiang's back. I had said it before, with Xixiang's talents, wouldn't getting an inner sect position be easy? Xixiang, this is a small token of little brother's regard. Not enough to pay respects, Xixiang, don't look down." Zuo Mo's head swelled up. Originally, he had prepared to reject the gifts, but noticing the worried glances of these people, he accepted the various gifts. As expected, when they saw him accept the gifts, these outer sect disciples all gave expressions of joy. Knowing that they would disturb Zuo Mo, they only gave their congratulations and stayed for a short while before leaving. The little yard finally returned to its normal silence. Releasing a breath, Zuo Mo held a large pile of various gifts as he walked into the yard and put the gifts down. This entire day today was so fantastical. Taking out the spring sprout jade metal, he gently caressed it, feeling the fineness and smoothness of the jade metal. His body was very tired, but his mental state was still excited. The sect leader had divided an entire mountain valley to him. Even though part of it was due to his Ling plant farmer profession, but this kind of benefits was still very generous. Other than Wei Sheng Xixiang, it probably would be him that had the best benefits. Suddenly remembering the jade box that he had buried in the Ling vein of the seclusion room, he instantly became alert. Quickly running to the seclusion room, carefully digging out the jade box, he opened it for a look. The gold ore had disappeared as expected, and the black goldworm had clearly changed. There was a new additional mark on the pure black shell similar to a coin, extremely eye-catching. Zuo Mo ran into his sea of consciousness. Pu Yao was sitting on the gravestone, listening to the sound tablet. He didn't even blink an eyelid. Shrouded in the black clouds, the red rhombus-shaped jewel was alluring and attractive. After last time, Pu Yao had continued to maintain this attitude. He seemed like a completely different person than before. Pu, has this black good worm reached 4th level? Zuo Mo tried his best to make his tone as friendly as possible. 5 pieces of 2nd grade Dingshi. Pu reached out a palm. As expected. When did this guy become even more greedy than he was? Zuo Mo didn't get it. Almost all of his Jingshi ended up in Pu Yao's wallet, yet he hadn't found Pu Yao using the Jingshi for anything. Pu Yao was like a bottomless hole that ate Jingshi. Supposedly Yao could eat souls. However, compared to just a Lianqi cultivator, Yao Mo was an insurmountably strong and incredibly distant entity. What function did eating souls have? Only ghosts would know. In the future, he should go to the records in the sect where it was possible to find some traces. In any case, now that he was an inner sect disciple, the records in the sect were open to him. But right now, he could only comply. Okay. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth and decided to spend the money. When his voice landed, 5 pieces of Jingshi disappeared from his wallet. On this point, Pu Yao was much better than before. He would never take extra. Yes. Pu Yao spat out a word. Glee rose in Zuo Mo's heart. He remembered that Pu Yao had said that 4th grade black goldworms were able to find Ling veins. How do I get it to find Ling veins? 50 pieces of 2nd grade Jingshi. Pu Yao made an outrageous demand without even raising an eyelid. Zuo Mo was dumbstruck. After a moment, he gave a wail, "You're killing me." This was definitely premeditated. Zuo Mo only had 52 pieces of Jingshi remaining. He hadn't thought that Pu Yao's opening quote was his entire wealth. Pu Yao disregarded Zuo Mo's struggle. "I increased the amount by 10 Jingshi every day." Zuo Mo almost spat blood, but Pu Yao was at a complete advantage. Zuo Mo had no other choice. Gritting his teeth, he said fiercely, "Fine. If it's 50, then 50 it is." Clink, clink, clink. The sound of Jingshi moving was extremely clear. Pu Yao was doing it on purpose. Zuo Mo's teeth itched in hate, but he didn't have any solution. An enormous benefit was enticing him. If the black goldworm really could find Ling veins, it would be nothing less than a long-term benefit for him. Finding Ling veins, he could then create high-grade Ling fields. Adding on his techniques as a Ling plant farmer, no matter what he planted, it was certain that there was more profit to be made. Right now, he was an inner sect disciple. If he could find a new Ling vein, other than giving up a portion to the sect, the large majority would still land in his pocket. Jingshi was one of the factors of strength, especially when he had at his side a money-grubbing Yao Mo like Pu Yao. Pu Yao threw a spell fragment at him. This spell allowed him to control lingworms, and it was very short and easy to learn. Zuo Mo easily learnt the spell in a short amount of time. Zuo Mo treated the worm like treasure. If his own yard had a small section of Ling veins, it was possible there were more Ling veins in the Wu Kong Mountains. Every section of Ling veins were very valuable, even the thinnest Ling vein. Even the West Wind Valley had been assigned to him, but Ling fields, especially high-grade Ling fields, were in short supply. Just his master's place, it needed large amounts of Ling fields to support. The price of high-grade materials were just way too expensive. He had started to try to engage in business. The benefits of a Ling plant farmer was pretty good, but it wasn't as fast at earning Jingshi like other kinds of xiuzhi. The little section of Ling vein in the seclusion room had disappeared already. Zuo Mo speculated that it disappeared due to the black gold worm absorbing all of the Ling energy. Even though he had meditated there for a long time, the Ling veins hadn't been affected at all. It must have been that he was in Lianqi, and the amount of Ling energy he absorbed each time he meditated was a pitiful amount, so the Ling veins hadn't been affected. In the process of the black gold worm increasing its grade, it needed too much Ling energy and in the end, caused the Ling vein to disappear. However, this caused the last regret in Zuo Mo's heart to disappear. The most valuable thing in this entire yard was this section of Ling vein. He decided to go take a look at West Wind Valley. West Wind Valley was located between 3 peaks, but as none of the 3 peaks were high, the sunlight that streamed into the valley was plentiful. Compared to the coldness and humidity in Cold Mist Valley, this place was much warmer and welcoming. Holding the copper medal the sect leader had given, Zuo Mo carefully avoided the Jinji along the road. The Jinji in this place wasn't as strict as Cold Mist Valley but far beyond anything that his Yuji cultivator could content, much less the little Lianqi cultivator that Zuo Mo was. But his spiritual power just had to be much stronger than the typical Lianqi, so the pressure he felt from the Jinji was much stronger than normal Xiuzha. Carefully passing through the Jinji, he could see this was much more desolate than Cold Mist Valley. The geography of the valley was very flat. There was only a patch of about 20 mu of ling fields. Based on the looks, it seemed to be third grade. Even though the weeds were growing all around, but there were still people who came to this 20 mu of ling fields at intervals to take care of it. The grade hadn't dropped. 20 mu of ling fields wasn't very much, but this 20 mu of ling fields was going to become his personal property. The entire West Wind Valley was going to become his private property. In here, he could do whatever he wanted. This benefit was very generous. Looking at the ling energy encapsulated in the ling fields, and the enormous mountain valley that belonged to him, a feeling of satisfaction rose. The only regret Zuo Mo had was that there wasn't a waterfall here. If there was a small waterfall, it would be perfect. Looking at the old trees and weeds in the surroundings, his heart suddenly moved. Taking out the black goldworm from his bosom, he casted the spell. The black godworm spread out on the ground and started to slowly crawl. Since this place belonged to him, then if he explored it, it should be very reasonable. Honk honk honk. Zuo Mo's strange gong-like laugh echoed through West Wind Valley. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 35 Discovery. Thanks to Warlord 212 for the editing. Pooh doesn't sell snake oil. Also, what's wrong with honk? My other candidate was snort. Chapter 35 Discovery. The black goldworm, once it landed on the ground, was motionless. After a while, the antennas started to wave, reaching out in every direction. No wonder it was a fourth-grade black goldworm. Zuo Mo praised it silently. This kind of intelligence was not something normal lingworms would have. The black goldworm raised its head after a while. The two antennas in the front slightly shook as it quickly crawled along the ground. It sometimes stopped or sometimes slowly proceeded. Zuo Mo carefully casted the control spell, tightly following the worm from behind, not daring to relax his watch even slightly. Other than the ling fields, various weeds dominated all other areas of the valley. This created some difficulties for Zuo Mo. He took out the ice crystal sword that Shi Xiang had given him to cut out a path. Grasping the translucent ice crystal sword in his hand, it gave off a kind of bone-aching cold. The good thing was the blade was extremely sharp and pretty good at cutting up grass and wood. Suddenly, the black goodworm stopped but then went at an even faster speed. It went deep into the grass-covered land. Zuo Mo instantly became alert. Carrying the icy crystal sword, he followed right after. The black goldworm stopped in front of a protruding rock. Following closely behind, Zuo Mo narrowed his eyes and started to examine this large piece of rock. The rock was a normal granite, about 50 or 60 feet tall. From the outside, there was nothing special about it. Was the mystery located inside the rock? In any case, this place was his own private one. It didn't matter how he played with it. Lifting up the ice crystal sword, he started to dig at the rock. Granite might be hard, but facing a third-grade flying sword, it was like tofu. In a short while, Zuo Mo dug out a large hole. As expected, the black goldworm climbed into the hole. This caused Zuo Mo to be even more motivated, his hand moving faster. This rock was even bigger than he had imagined. When he dug for more than an hour, and it was 70 or 80 feet deep, it still hadn't reached the bottom. In the end, Zuo Mo wasn't one of those that cultivated the body. His two arms seemed to be filled with lead, his entire body almost falling apart. No way, it's killing me. He collapsed on the ground, panting as he looked dispiritedly at the black goldworm lying on the bottom of the hole. Bro, you are really obsessed. Gu can't do it, need to sleep first. He grimaced at the black goldworm. Finishing, he fell into a deep sleep in the hole he had just dug. When Zuo Mo opened his eyes, he saw a patch of blackness. Sitting up, the moonlight came in through the opening of the hole. The inside of the hole was slightly illuminated. The black goldworm was still silently motionless at the bottom of the hole, the gold coin on its back releasing a faint gold light in the dark of the rock hole. It was already night. Zuo Mo drifted off into his thoughts for a while before he took up the ice crystal sword again. Brother, let us continue. Ding ding, dong dong. The continuous sound of a sword cutting rocks rang inside West Wind Valley. Zuo Mo continued to dig mechanically straight down until the sky was almost filled with light. Zuo Mo suddenly felt the icy crystal sword in his hand had cut into empty space. His heart instantly jumped, his exhaustion swept away. Putting power into his hands, he quickly cut out the last thin piece of rock. Behind the rock was a large black hole. Zuo Mo's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. The black gold worm didn't hesitate. Flashing into the black hole, it quickly vanished. Zuo Mo forced himself to swallow his spit and he hesitated for a moment before holding the ice crystal sword and squeezing into the black hole. The black hole was much deeper than he had imagined. As he went deeper, his heart became heavier. There were clear signs of human cutting in here, but it would have been long ago since there was a strong moldy odor in the cave. Who had made a dwelling here? Was this the tomb of one of the sect's elders? This guess made him very excited. He walked quickly into the deeper regions. There was a thin connection being maintained between him and the black goldworm. He was able to know things about the situation ahead. Very quickly, he saw the black goldworm. In the darkness, the gold coin mark of the black goldworm could be seen from far away. The black goldworm was spread out over a lump, unwilling to leave. Zuo Mo scanned the surroundings. This was a very crude stone room. There was a spring in the corner, a stone desk, a stone bed, and nothing else. When he went closer, Zuo Mo was frightened out of his wits. The black gold worm was actually on a pile of bones. Zuo Mo's heartbeat increased. His mouth became dry, he resisted the great terror inside himself and walked for a closer look. He didn't know whose remains these were. It was spread out on the ground. From the appearance, it seemed to have been a long time ago. He looked around. His eyes suddenly became dumbstruck and then he showed a joyous expression. This was the death place of one of the sect's elders. With the fastest speed possible, he picked up the various jade sticks and talismans on the ground. He seemed like an extremely hungry beggar who suddenly saw bread. There weren't many talismans, and it had been too long since they were supported with Ling energy, their functions were almost entirely gone. In comparison, there were many more jade sticks, about 20 or so. He explored every corner, not leaving anything behind before Zuo Mo's eyes once again went back to the pile of bones. The black goldworm was lying on that pile of bones, motionless, but the gold coin mark on the back seemed slightly brighter. To have died here, it definitely was his sect's elders. He had received such a big convenience from them. Pondering for a second, Zuo Mo bowed 3 times to the pile of bones and then lightly buried the bones in a corner. Moving away the bones, Zuo Mo found that there was actually a prayer mat underneath the bones. Prayer mat. He blanked. This white mat, it was almost the same as the mat that the nameless Xixiang had left behind in the seclusion room at Zuo Mo's little yard. He hurriedly poured out the jade sticks that he had put away in front of him. One by one, he poured Ling energy in. After a while, he managed to generally understand the cause and effect. This rock room was the death place of an elder in the sect, but this elder was actually an outer sect disciple. What Zuo Mo felt even more unimaginable was that this was the elder who had always been an outer sect disciple but almost managed to enter Jin Dan, who was also the previous owner of Zuo Mo's little yard. The matters of the world were just this fantastical. Zuo Mo dumbly sat there and couldn't help but sigh. This Xixiang, called Wei Nan, was an outer sect disciple from 300 years ago. He had a special ability. He was naturally sensitive to Ling veins. So he could find that weak Ling vein, build the little yard and painstakingly cultivate her. Even though he had the help of the Ling vein, but he didn't have good talent at cultivating and just barely kept up with the other disciples. He had great ambitions and didn't want to live a mediocre life. He racked his brains and thought of all kinds of methods. In many places, Wei Nan Xixiang was extremely similar to Zuo Mo. Wei Nan also chose Ling plant farmer as his best path to riches. However, his talents in the area of the 5 elements were not as good as Zuo Mo's, and it took him 5 long years before he barely became a Ling plant farmer. But Wei Nan didn't tell anyone else. From then on, he started to learn how to make Dan, yet his talents in making Dan was also average. After spending 10 years, he finally managed to make his first 4th grade Ling Dan. He developed slowly in cultivation, yet his talent developed rapidly. He was even able to detect the Ling veins buried deep underground. When he was 37, he found this Ling vein. Afraid that the sect would take it away if they knew, he quietly created this rock room. Taking advantage of the Ling veins, he finally reached Ningmai at 40 years of age. At this time, he was still an outer sect disciple. Wei Nan was extremely talented at concealment and pretense. No one in the sect managed to find that his cultivation had risen to Ningmai. Due to the fact that his potential truly was too average, he was afraid that his Ningmai cultivation would cause the elders in the sect to be suspicious and from that, find the sect of the Ling veins. He was satisfied with seclusion. After painstaking management through the years, he had some measure of wealth. He continuously purchased all kinds of jade sticks. What he learned was extremely broad and mixed. He didn't know what caused it, but in that period of time, the progression of his Ling energy became faster. He was extremely happy and put even more effort into collecting all kinds of jade sticks. The more odd the jade stick, the more he was obsessed. And no matter how strange the jade stick, he would always try it out. When he had reached 50 years old, the number of spells and scriptures he needed to practice each day reached 15 kinds. At that time, he knew he had no hope of entering Jindan and killed off his dream. In the following 20 years, he started to organize and study the variety of odd jade sticks and scriptures that he had collected. His cultivation was limited, but his scope of knowledge and spells was very wide. There weren't many that could compare to him. In addition, he had cultivated many of the unpopular scriptures for a few decades and had many conclusions. Comparing the different scriptures, he finally managed to finish the summary and organization of all the types of scriptures he had collected through his lifetime. In total, there were 20 sticks. No name, nothing too profound. It was the last thing he left in this world. Carefully putting away the jade sticks that were on the ground, Zuo Mo was full of respect for this elder Wei Nan. He lifted the mat, went to the spring and carefully poured water over to wash it. Even though so many years had passed, after a gentle wash, the mat once again recovered its snowy white appearance. This mat wasn't something ordinary. It was made from meditation grass and its effect was to calm the heart. It wouldn't decay, won't have worms for hundreds of years. It was much rarer than the mat from the little yard. He put the mat back in its original spot and sat on it. A thick Ling energy seemed to pour in through his skin. He quickly entered mediation and became motionless. Beside the mat, the black goldworm was also motionless, abnormally quiet. Only the gold coin mark on the back flashed with a gold light. When he woke up from meditation, Zuo Mo couldn't disguise the ecstasy in his eyes. This Ling vein, compared to the Ling vein in his little yard, was much greater. If the Ling vein in the seclusion room of the little yard could be said to be a small branch, then this Ling vein was like the stem. The abundant Ling energy made one unconsciously comfortable. With such a high-quality Ling vein, he could quickly enter Zuji. He had decided, in the future, this would be his secluded cultivation room. When Zuo Mo squeezed out of the rock hole, the blinding sun outside made him unconsciously narrow his eyes. Turning and carefully covering up the hole, he scattered the granite that he had dug out into the weeds. Nothing could be seen. After finishing, he released a breath. Just at this time, Liang Feng came looking for him with other people. Because there wasn't any buildings in West Wind Valley, if Zuo Mo was going to live inside the valley, then it required building a house. She was naturally in charge of this kind of matter and personally came to ask about Zuo Mo's preferences and needs. After attentively listening to Zuo Mo's demands, she waved her hands and the other outer sect disciples instantly started to move. In half a day, a little yard was built. Zuo Mo named it the Little West Wind Yard. The Little West Wing Yard became his new home. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 36 Encounter Again. Warlord was too busy today, so here's the version I proofed myself. The edited version will be up whenever Warlord 212 finishes with it. Warning, I have no control over cliffhangers. Chapter 36 Encounter Again. The Little West Wind Yard became one of the important places in Wu Kong Sword Sect, especially for outer sect disciples. Its importance far surpassed the residences of all other inner sect disciples. The great majority of outer sect disciples farmed, and what they were most afraid of were problems in the Ling fields. Having a Ling plant farmer in the sect, they felt more secure. At least when a problem occurred now, they knew they could find someone. A brand new yard appeared in the valley. The outside walls were constructed from limestone. The fine patterns and the cool hardness of the limestone added a few hints of serenity and peace. The vines were like a waterfall, the stars in the sky occasionally reflecting, glittering, and speckled. The pond in the yard wasn't the mud pond in his previous residence. First-grade purple fire lotus were planted in the pond. The purple lotus flowers were like purple flames that were burning in the water. In the night, they would release a hazy purple light. Between the purple fire lotuses, the silver scissorfish swam happily. It was like countless blades crashing together, dozens of silver lines intersecting, blinding to the eye. Zuo Mo wasn't in the mood to admire the beautiful scenery. Just like before, he would go to Cold Mist Valley at the same time every day to make rain and take care of the plants. Now that he was an inner sect disciple, the rule that it was not allowed to fly inside the mountain was not valid for him. Putting on the spirit traveling seal, each of his steps was a small flight. His speed wasn't slower than those flying steeds. Other than saving a lot of time, he enjoyed the process very much. These days, during the daytime, he was like normal as he cared for the Ling fields. At night, he would quietly run to the Ling vein in the rock room to meditate and practice embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. Even though the primary purpose of embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation was to cultivate the spirit, but the increase in Ling energy was also pretty good and much better than 10 principle scripture. Adding on the help of the Ling vein, after a few days, his progress was astounding. Without him detecting it, his cultivation quietly broke through to the 9th level of Lianqi. The Ling vein in the rock room became Zuo Mo's biggest secret other than Pu Yao. He was especially careful. In order to disguise the opening, he just didn't use a piece of granite to seal the entrance, he also planted large amounts of weeds and shrubs around the opening. From the outside, there was nothing that could be detected. His only worry was that elders like his master or the sect leader would come here, so he didn't dare to put out any jinji. With his skill, the jinji he would create would be completely ineffective against the sect leader and the other and would arouse their attention instead. His days were extremely leisurely. Other than the provision of jingshi each month, there was also a provision of Ling grains. He had planted Ling grains for 2 years yet had never ate it before. The Ling grains were filled with rich Ling energy. And when it was absorbed, it was extremely gentle, unlike the forceful nature of the Ling energy absorbed from the jingshi, and used if one had to go to some special places like Bloody Heaven Metropolis Jia. 3,000 years ago, Zuo Mo were defeated. In order to preserve their strength, the last remaining 100 or so great powers of the Zuo Mo, using their own bodies and blood as the guide, as 7 medium Jia as the axis, 49 little Jia as the screen to create Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia and stop the Xiuzha in their steps. Inside Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia, all of the Ling energy became extremely unrefined and unordered. Xiuzha basically had no way of absorbing it. Those that traveled to Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia, they always needed to bring large amounts of jingshi and Ling grains. Jingshi was used to replenish the normal usage of Ling energy, but due to the fact that the Ling energy in jingshi was extremely strong, relying only on jingshi could easily cause the cultivation to collapse. While the Ling energy in the Ling grains were not as potent as it was in jingshi, but it was gentle and could help Xiuzha stabilize their cultivation. The disciples in some large sects would use Ling grains every day to increase the speed of cultivation. But for a small sect like Wu Kong Sword Sect, they would only provide a certain amount each month. And it was only low-grade Ling grains. But even just first-grade Ling grains, Zuo Mo had never eaten any before. Zuo Mo was presently studying the jade sticks that Elder Wei Nan had left. Even though Elder Wei Nan's cultivation had been limited, but many of the roads he had walked were worthy for Zuo Mo to use as reference, such as farming. Elder Wei Nan had been a Ling plant farmer, and had learned how to make dan. How similar was that to Zuo Mo? Zuo Mo hadn't thought to touch the obscure scriptures yet. How to earn jingshi, it was what he needed to think about right now. What was easiest to earn jingshi within Lianqi? What to plant? Finally getting 20 mu of third-grade Ling fields, Zuo Mo naturally wanted to organize it well. Right now, he had no money, completely wrung dry by Pu Yao. The allowance from the sect each month wasn't an insignificant amount, but for him, it was just a drop in the bucket. Things like Ling veins couldn't be converted directly to jingshi. But even if it was possible to sell it, Zuo Mo definitely wouldn't sell it. To surrender long-term benefits for short-term gains, how would such a shrewd person like him do such a stupid thing? Thinking of ways to earn jingshi was one of the most important matters of Wei Nan. Actually, for every single Xiuzha, jingshi was a problem that couldn't be avoided. The amount of jingshi earned directly influenced the speed of cultivation. Talismans, jade sticks, materials. What didn't require jingshi? Even though Zuo Mo was now an inner sect disciple and the sect would put effort into nurturing him and give him conveniences in each area, but it was limited. But compared to Zuo Mo's circumstances, Wei Nan's past circumstances were much more difficult. The paths that he had explored were extremely worth of reference to Zuo Mo. Sitting on the gray-beaked goose that the sect had given him, Zuo Mo took big and small pouches as he sat idly on the goose's back. These things, all of them were what others had given him which he couldn't use. He planned on turning all of it into jingshi. Even though it really wouldn't be a lot, but right now he had no other way. Hoping that Pu Yao could spit out some jingshi, that was impossible. Pu Yao always sat with his eyes closed on the gravestone every day. He seemed to be meditating. Did he need to cultivate too? Zuo Mo was very curious. Right now, he wouldn't actively interact. Pu Yao's mood was fickle, ruthless, and crazy. Yet his power was extremely deep. This kind of person, you never knew what his next step would be, you never could guess what he was thinking inside, you also never would know what his true aims were. Zuo Mo felt that Pu Yao was a true devil. He would give you enticements that made your soul shake, and just when you were enjoying it to the limit, you would fall to the lowest level of hell. The torments Pu Yao gave him, Zuo Mo had hated, had raged, had felt hopeless. But when Master had said that his features had been changed and his mind erased, these emotions that had troubled him dissipated like smoke. Because he needed power. Because he needed answers. These petty torments, what was it really? He clearly remembered the unfamiliarity he felt when he first woke up 2 years ago. In these 2 years, the voice that appeared in his dreams tormented him countless times. He had been afraid, terrified, hesitant, uncertain. He had thought of trying to find answers but had no clues. There was nothing he could do. So he muddled his way through the days and was never happy. Right now, he was awake. He only had one thought. He needed to find the answer. Who? Who did all this? Unable to be forgiven. On the back of the gray-beaked goose, Zuo Mo looked at Dong Fu appearing through the clouds. He tightened his fist. Dong Fu was the same as usual, people streaming. Zuo Mo headed straight for the free market and found Fu Jin. Fu Jing's eyes were extremely sharp. Seeing the spring sprout jade medal on Zuo Mo's waist, his entire person blanked. After a while, he recovered. Even though shock still remained in his eyes, but he piled a smile on his face. Congratulations, little Mo Gu, little Mo Gu. TSK, such a youngling plant farmer, little Mo Gu is definitely extraordinary. Come in, come in. Zuo Mo didn't waste pleasantries. With a bang, he threw the large bag at Fu Jin. Sell these things for me. What things? Fu Jin asked as his hands rapidly opened the cloth bag. With just one sweep, he could generally determine the value of these things. There were many items but they weren't valuable. It was actually normal. The Lianqi outer sect disciples, they couldn't give anything valuable. His brain moved rapidly and quoted a generous price, 50 pieces of second-grade jinsher. How about it? Zuo Mo knew the market. These things definitely wasn't worth 50 pieces of second-grade jinsher. He shook his head. Too much, 30 pieces is good. All right. Fu Jin briskly handed over the jinsher and put away the items. With a smile, he said, now that little Mo Gu has flourished, don't forget to support this little brother. The two chatted a bit more. Zuo Mo listened very carefully. Don't estimate the kind of small business people like Fu Jin. Their intuition was extremely sensitive. Any movements in the market couldn't be concealed from their eyes. Between the words, Fu Jin was extremely worried. Recently, the price of the Ling grains was continuously rising. This was the first time it had occurred in the recent years. Each year, people would go to Bloody Sky Metropolis to hunt Yao, but the price of Ling grains had never been as exaggerated as this. Connecting it to the recent rumors about Bloody Sky Metropolis, it made people worried. According to Fu Jin, it wasn't just Tianyu Jia. The price of Ling grains and all the other Jia were continuously rising. All of this clearly showed that the conflict in Bloody Sky Metropolis was become even more intense. Was the Yao Ma starting the counterattack? After hearing Fu Jin's words, Zuo Mo's heart became slightly heavier. For low-level Xiuzhia, the greatest danger was turmoil. If a great war like the one 3,000 years ago started, low-level Xiuzhia was the cannon fodder that would die the quickest. Oh, it's really a small world, fate lets enemies meet. A strange voice interrupted Zuo Mo's musing. He raised his head and a headache started. The two people in front of him, one of them was the Dongqi Sword Sect disciple whose flying sword had been cracked by him the last time. The person at the side was very unfamiliar. It probably was his Shixiang. His presence was even greater. Fu Jin was extremely perceptive. Seeing the situation, he instantly felt bitter inside but pushed a smile on his face. Sirs, come. Everyone sit down and drink some tea. Pa! The voice instantly stopped. Fu Jin was thrown flying like a sandbag. Trash! Is there space for you to talk here? The other took away his hand and said icily. Zuo Mo hadn't thought the other would start punching right away. He hadn't managed to react in time. He hurriedly ran over to support Fu Jin. Looking at the hand mark on the face and the blood spilling from the corner of Fu Jin's mouth, Zuo Mo's eyes became dark. He carefully helped Fu Jin up and then slowly turned around. Who was so stupid and let their dog out? Zuo Mo stared at the one that had moved, his finger caressing the gold sword ring. That guy's face instantly became flushed. In a rage, UF. The voice suddenly stopped. A sword energy, carrying a faint cloud of frost energy, pointed straight at his forehead. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 37, 2 Blows. Warlord 212 is back and has edited this chapter. No cliffhanger this chapter since it was a really short fight. You can really see Zuo Mo's mentality in action here. Chapter 37, Two Blows. The two Xiozha from Dongqi Sword Sect clearly hadn't thought that Zuo Mo dared to move first. Especially the one that had moved first. In his perspective, if Tu Ningmai hadn't suddenly appeared in that previous encounter, Zuo Mo would have been easily dealt with. This Lianqi trash, he dared to actively provoke the two? The sword energy almost reached the Dongqi disciple's forehead. The faint cold energy made him abruptly wake up. He instinctively pushed out his flying sword but suddenly remembered that his flying sword had been ruined by this guy in front of him. He didn't manage to dodge in time and got brushed by the faint mist surrounding the sword energy. Hiss! A bloody wound the width of a finger appeared on his forehead. The Dongqi disciple managed to steady himself, his eyes full of hatred as he stared viciously at Zuo Mo, wanting to cut Zuo Mo to pieces. This damned guy in front of him. He was clearly only in the stage of Lianqi, but every time they met, he himself would become extremely sorry. Reaching up to touch the wound on his forehead, he saw the blood on his finger. His viciousness rose and he roared angrily, "You want death? If I don't kill you today, dot." Taking advantage of the time he took to speak, Zuo Mo sent out another blow. The thin sword energy contained a faint mist as it headed for the other's open mouth. This sword energy was even stronger than the one before, the white mist shrouding it even thicker. If one listened carefully, they could almost hear a stream of tinkling as the icicles crashed. The pupils of the Dongqi disciple that had been spectating from the side suddenly shrunk. Zuo Mo had been clever in his timing to send out the sword energy, the speed even faster than before. The other's flying sword had been ruined by Zuo Mo. He had actually come today with his Shixiang to help him pick a new flying sword. He hadn't thought he would meet his enemy. When he detected the sword energy, he suddenly realized that it wasn't just his flying sword that had been ruined, but he didn't have any other defensive talisman on his body. Usually, he amused himself by bullying others and neglected his cultivation. Seeing the sword energy coming near, in his panic, he completely didn't know what to do. Pa! The misty sword energy accurately landed on the other's mouth. The blood instantly flew, two teeth landing on the ground. This string of attacks completely stupefied him. He covered his mouth, looking in disbelief at the two teeth on the ground. Zuo Mo kept his guard up. Compared to the excitement of the battle last time, he was extremely calm this time. The only thing he could rely on was the gold sword ring. But the gold sword ring could only store 3 sword energies. Zuo Mo only had the last sword energy remaining. It was his last and only attack. If the other was only one person, he would unhesitatingly add it on. But he was very clear that the two people's strength were above him, yet he could not just stand by and see Fu Jin be humiliated because of him. The worst case would be getting beaten up viciously. He already prepared to endure it. He wouldn't release this last sword energy easily. He wanted to make it a vicious one. They won't end well. Zuo Mo thought viciously. Ah! The other gave a shocking howl, his features twisted and his eyes sprouting fire. The voice once again stopped abruptly. It seemed that an invisible hand was chalking his neck. His entire body slowly rose, leaving the ground. Compared to roaring a second ago, he was now like a fish out of the water, eyes bulging, speaking but unable to make any noise. Zuo Mo was astounded, his eyes couldn't help looking towards the side. A young person dressed in white slowly moved in their direction. He didn't even look at the Dongqi disciple hanging in the air. Dongfu does not allow fighting, don't you all know? The other Dongqi disciple furrowed his toes. He suddenly raised a hand. A sword energy shot out of his fingertip, stopped and twisted, like drawing a plum branch. The disciple that had been fighting with Zuo Mo landed with a plop, face deep purple and unconscious. Sir, you are too biased. Both sides were fighting yet you only blame one person. It isn't fair. The white-clad youth stared at the other, Dongqi Zong Mingyan? A little humble name. Didn't think that Sir would have heard it. Honored, honored. Zong Mingyan raised his hands in a greeting, his expression still cold. Elder Zuo Mei Tian's disciple, it naturally rings in my ears. The white-clad youth said non-committally. Zong Mingyan raised an eyebrow. Sir is? You buy. The white-clad young person gave 2 characters. Oh. Zong Mingyan responded faintly, but his voice then turned sharp. So it is the honored disciple of Elder Tian Songzi. However, can brother you tell me, why only punish my sect's disciples? Does brother you discriminate against my Dongqi disciples? Yu Bai smiled. He pointed with a finger at the jade medal at Zuo Mo's waist. Only now did Zong Mingyan notice the spring sprout jade stick at Zuo Mo's waist. He blinked for a second before nodding his head. Ling plant farmer, I understand. Giving a deep look to Zuo Mo, he turned to leave. Yu Bai imperceptibly furrowed his brow. Is Sir not taking your shitty with you? Zhong Mingyan didn't even turn his head, heading forward, leaving behind a sentence. A piece of trash that can't even win over a Lianqi Ling plant farmer, what's the use? Yu Bai shook his head and didn't speak. He casually sent out a stream of white light that entered the sky. Flying sword messages. Compared to little thousand cranes, flying sword messages were much faster. As expected, in a short while, two Xiuzha flew over and landed, bowing to Yu Bai. Yu Bai pointed to the unconscious Dong Qi disciple on the ground, stating, "This person broke the prohibitions of Dongfu, and is now exiled from Dongfu." Yes. The two bowed to Yu Bai and lifted the person with them as they flew away. "If I didn't see it wrong, you are the disciple of Wu Kong Sword Sect's elder Xianyan." Yu Bai turned his face and said warmly to Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo shook his head, "My master is Shi Fengrong." The time that the other two had fought had been very short, but no matter if it was Ling energy or the manipulation of spells, they were hundreds of times better than Zuo Mo. And both of them had vast and intimidating presences. Zhong Mingyan was cold and sharp, Yu Bai confident and carefree. They were all outstanding. However, Zuo Mo didn't feel very comfortable. No matter if it was Zhong Mingyan or Yu Bai, their bodies would unconsciously give an aura of being high up. Zuo Mo disliked the aura very much. Unconsciously, he didn't want to have deeper relations with Yu Bai. Elder Shi Fengrong? Yu Bai was slightly surprised at this answer. When the two had started to fight, he had already noticed. He hadn't detected anything in the first sword energy but had been shocked that a Ling plant farmer could send out a sword energy. When he noticed the gold sword ring on Zuo Mo's hand did he understand. At that time, he had prepared to wade in. Tianyu Jie was a classical minor Jie primarily composed of sword cultivators. Xiuzha like Ling plant famers were a very rare resource. Not just Dongfu, but in almost all the primary towns of Tianyu Jie, there were prohibitions that protected production cultivators like Ling plant farmers. But just at that moment, Zuo Mo sent out the second sword energy. Yu Bai's eyes were very skilled and saw it clearly. The first sword energy only had a little sword energy, not enough to be of significance. But the sword essence in the second sword energy was very similar to Wu Kong Sword Sect's Ice Dragon Sword, Xianyan's sword essence. Wu Kong Sword Sect's sudden rise had attracted everyone's eyes. And as the true ruler of Dongfu, Tiansongzi naturally would pay more attention. Yu Bai was the core disciple of Tiansongzi and he knew much more about Wu Kong Sword Sect than normal people. The apparition when Wei Sheng entered Juji had alerted Tiansongzi. That night, Yu Bai had accompanied his master to investigate. He had personally seen with his own eyes that sword energy that rose into the heavens at Wei Sheng's Juji and had never been so shocked. And the scene when Xianyan's sword had turned into a dragon made his mouth wide and unable to forget. His talents were exceptional and the scope of his eyes far surpassed others in his generation. In the area around Dongfu, the people who could rank with him could be counted on the fingers. But in one night, 2 successive blows, it created a great interest in him to the low-key sect of Wu Kong Sword Sect. He couldn't help closely examining Zuo Mo. From the beginning, the expression on Zuo Mo's face had never changed. Yu Bai didn't mind that. He had met countless unique individuals. Those that had strength always had some unique qualities. What made him shocked was Zuo Mo's age and cultivation. It wasn't high, but low. It was very hard to estimate the age of cultivators, but a general decision could be made from the eyes, the manner of speech and conduct. The age of the Wu Kong Sword Sect disciple definitely wasn't high. Such an age, it was common to see a cultivation of Lianqi. So young, such low cultivation, yet he could comprehend sword essence. This made Yu Bai very surprised. The sword essence carried in the second sword energy had been in a fledgling stage. The white mist surrounding the sword energy easily confused others. That wasn't mist that was caused by the coldness of the sword energy. In reality, it was composed of large numbers of even smaller sword essences. These scattered sword essences were far from complete like Xianyan's sword essence, but this Lianqi disciple was able to control them in a certain range. That wasn't easy to do. Yu Bai almost couldn't believe it. He always had been confident in his own talents, but seeing this zombie-like disciple, he felt that he didn't know what to say. When he first comprehended sword essence, he had been in the middle stages of Juji. He had sat quietly in his master's sword stove for more than 30 days before he had some understandings. Even more, the jade metal of a Ling plant farmer wasn't easy to get. Yu Bai had grown up in Dongfu and knew very well of the difficulty. Another strong entity had come out of Wu Kong Sword Sect. Even if his cultivation right now wasn't high, but his future was limitless. Wu Kong Sword Sect, already mysterious in Yu Bai's mind, became even more mysterious. Give my greetings to Elder Shi Fengrong. Yu Bai warmly gave a bow. Noticing the alertness in Zuo Mo's eyes, he was a proud person, and his desire to form a relationship instantly faded. Dongfu might protect Ling plant farmers, but you have to be careful and not have bad relationships with others. Finishing, he raised his hands and floated away. Zuo Mo's heart instantly landed back. He had already prepared to be injured and hadn't thought he would be safe. Even he found it wondrous. Fu Jin wasn't seriously harmed and firmly refused the jingsher that Zuo Mo handed over. This crisis changed the relationship between the two. Zuo Mo didn't like Yu Bai but was very happy to interact with Fu Jin. Everyone was little people. Fu Jin was the local snakehead here. He was clear to what each place was selling. In 2 hours, he managed to help Zuo Mo buy everything he needed. It was a giant bag of a variety of seeds of ling herbs and grasses. 30 pieces of jingsher were completely spent by Zuo Mo. Taking the things he brought, he bid farewell to Fu Jin and sat on the gray-beaked goose straight back to Wukong Mountain. He had decided that he definitely wouldn't leave the mountain before he entered Zhuji. He was still scared about what happened today. He and Dongqi Sword Sect were now at odds. If he encountered Dongqi disciples again, it wouldn't end well for him. To have such good luck as today every time, that was a dream. Dongfu wasn't some safe place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 38 Fragrant Ginger Yard. Transition Chapter. Zuo Mo has started his farming once again. For the person who commented about an updated glossary, it might take a few days. I have my own glossary, but I don't think that how I translated locations and techniques are what you want. The stuff about Shirbois, and Shirshu, and other terms, I have to collect together and reorganize. Thank you everyone who pointed out typos. Chapter 38 Fragrant Ginger Yard. Zuo Mo needed to carefully plan out the 20 mu of ling fields. He had very little money in his hands and couldn't buy many of the ling herb seeds. Following the conclusions that Elder Wei Nan had made from his experiences, what he picked were species that had a high quality-price ratio. To guarantee his profits, Zuo Mo had attentively researched the present market before taking all his bags with him to the mountain. But he couldn't start seeding it immediately. Up until now, he only had experience planting ling grains. Any kind of ling plant had different needs and concerns. Thankfully, Elder Wei Nan had detailed descriptions in the jade sticks and he didn't need to experiment for himself. Studying the jade sticks, laboring over, embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. Other than that, he needed to care for the ling fields in Cold Mist Valley. He was extremely busy every day, his feet almost not touching the ground. When he had studied pretty much all the jade sticks, he started to prepare the initial work. Luckily, they were all somewhat common ling herbs and grasses and didn't need anything rare or expensive. Otherwise, he could only just stare at it. I'm very poor, I'm very poor, I'm very poor. Humming a tune, Zuo Mo directed the mud-turning earthworm to plow the ling fields and seeded out the ling herbs and grasses he had brought. After a few days, some sprouts had appeared in the 20 mu. The tender greens carried Zuo Mo's hopes. Zuo Mo could finally slow down. Even he almost couldn't stand the amount of labor these past days. After planting down all the seeds, the labor required was instantly halved. He finally had the time to cultivate. This was why Sword Shio never liked cultivating any kind of livelihood spell. Practicing any spell required large amounts of time and energy. For sword cultivators, they only focused on the sword. This was enough for them to have unrivaled attack strength. This was also why, in all the shouja, in one-on-one, Sword Shio had the greatest power. Of course, the actual situation would be complicated. There were many factors that could affect the fight between two shouja. It was all tangled and complicated, like cultivation, talismans, seal formations, scriptures, etc. Zuo Mo didn't need to think about these things. At least, before he entered Zhuji, he didn't need to consider it. For him, what was most important at present was Zhuji. After that was the 5 basic 5 elements spells. This would directly influences how much he would earn. He gave up 10 principal scripture. To try to rely on that to enter Zhuji, it was a dream. Embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation became his only choice. He cultivated it as though it was a ling energy scripture. After Zhuji, the sect would pass on new scriptures. By then, he would have more choices. This period of time was extremely busy, so busy he forgot the existence of Pu Yao. It was only now that he suddenly remembered Pu Yao and decided to take a look in his consciousness. Entering the sea of consciousness, he stared with wide eyes and mouth. Compared to before, the area of his consciousness was several times its previous size. This wasn't surprising to him because his spiritual power had increased greatly. He had already found that whenever his spiritual power increased, the size of his sea of consciousness would increase as well. What shocked him was a river. At some unknown time, a new edition of a river had appeared in his consciousness. A silvery shining river. The surface wasn't broad, but it was abnormally straight. It followed the median line of the consciousness and divided the consciousness in two. When Zuo Mo came near, he was surprised to find that it wasn't water in the river, but countless large and small icicles. The light reflected through the icicles and created the silvery light. And when the countless icicles reflected the light at the same time, the bright light was enough to make the consciousness brighter. They slowly moved up and down like the movement of the tide. Layers of silver light flashed past like a secluded and deeply asleep ice dragon. On the two shores were concentrated red flames. These red flames were like a red water plant that grew beside the rivers. In the sky above his head, that star was even brighter. Neither the roaring flames nor the shining ice river could block its light. In the sea of flames, on the edge of the river, under the star, a gravestone was shrouded in black clouds and Pu Yao sat silently on it, listening to the sound tablet. Zuo Mo was completely stunned by the scene. The sea of consciousness was very calm, only the sound of the sound tablet drifting. The dark red flames danced, like the most seductive dancers twisting their waists. The slowly flowing ice river was like a sword, cold and awe-inspiring. The star was mysterious and profound. All of this created an extremely harmonious picture, and gave him a peerless shock. A beat later, Zuo Mo's mind refocused. He still wasn't clear what the sea of flames and the star was, but this ice river was like the tidal icicle sword essence that he had comprehended. About this point, he was very certain. Because from what he saw, flowing in the river wasn't icicles but countless sword essences. This ice river would have formed exactly in this period of time. He felt that there was some faint connection, but no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't catch it. The flames and the star had appeared very early. They must be related to embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. The time that the star appeared was when he had completed one breath. Did it represent one breath? What about the red flames? He wanted to ask Pu Yao, but he also knew that Pu Yao definitely wouldn't answer. Oh, of course, if there was Jingshi, that was a whole different matter. Zuo Mo didn't disturb Pu Yao and left the consciousness. When Zuo Mo disappeared from the consciousness, Pu Yao opened his eye. In his blood-red eye was panic. Even though he was at the 9th level of Lianqi, but there was still a distance before reaching Zhuji. The amount of Ling energy needed for Lianqi 9th level was much greater than the previous levels. Zuo Mo wasn't impatient. With the help of a high-grade Ling vein, if he still couldn't enter Zhuji, he didn't need to cultivate anymore. He could feel that the increase in his Ling energy was very fast. The fire dragon grass had been moved into Zuo Mo's own fields. The sunlight in West Wind Valley was abundant and more suitable to the growth of the fire dragon grass. Just like normal, Zuo Mo stood in front of the fire dragon grass. He cycled his Ling energy, his two hands moving quickly. It was Art of Crimson Flame. After practicing finger movements in the water, the nimbleness of his pair of hands were much stronger than before. The Art of Crimson Flame, with its simpler hand movements, was much easier for him to cast. A thin faint gold light dropped from the sky, past those Zuo Mo's hands and was guided onto the fire dragon grass. Art of Crimson Flame could concentrate the essence of pure yang. It was very beneficial to plants that were yang. Zuo Mo didn't move, appearing like a stone person. The crucial factors of Art of Crimson Flame were endurance and a peaceful mind. This wasn't a problem for Zuo Mo. After receiving the jade medal, he found that he had walked an indirect road. If he had picked Art of Crimson Flame in the beginning, he would have gotten the jade medal earlier. However, there wasn't a deficiency that was for nothing. Since he could do Art of Flora, the most difficult of the 5 spells, the other spells were easily achieved. Time passed little by little. The strand of pale gold light that came from the sky turned slightly darker. A layer of light gold appeared on Zuo Mo's hands as though gold was plated onto them. The leaves of the fire dragon grass became even brighter and fresher, vitality pouring from the entire plant. After persisting for an hour, he finally stopped. His 2 hands moved and that thin gold strand instantly disappeared. He inspected the fire dragon grass and was very satisfied. Art of Crimson Flame was extremely good for yang plants. All plants were divided into yin or yang. Zuo Mo also divided his own Ling fields into 2. The parts with more sunlight, he used to plant yang plants. The parts that were shadier and had more moisture, he used to grow yin plants. Zuo Mo prepared to cast Art of Earth Energy. Each day, he would cast a variety of spells on these plants. This was a duty that he had to complete every day. He didn't know if it was that he had used it too much, but Art of Crimson Flame and Art of Earth Energy quickly entered the third level without any of the difficulty that came with the breakthroughs of the other three spells. Afterwards, he had thought and then understood. Most of the credit had to go to embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. His spirit was much stronger than before. And no matter if it was the calm mind of Art of Crimson Flame or the communication and perception of Art of Earth Energy, it was all tightly linked to the spirit. Suddenly a purple light landed beside his hand from the sky. A purple flying sword the length of his middle finger suddenly appeared next to his hand. Flying sword message, ... Zuo Mo turned to look around. Seeing that no one else was around, he then was certain it was for him. He carefully reached for the flying sword. The moment his finger touched the flying sword, a voice sounded inside his mind. Come to Fragrant Ginger Yard at 3. It was his master Shifengrong's voice. Zuo Mo's heart calmed down. Previously, he had been tortured to death by that pink paper crane and he had finally received a break. The pitiful Zuo Mo, his nerves had become very fragile and suspicious of these kinds of things. These last few days, his master hadn't sought him out. It must have been given him time to get settled. Zuo Mo was very excited. Master's proficiency in the area of dan making was very deep, and according to Liang Feng Shiji, the dan that master made, it was always easy to sell. In the previous times that master had spent traveling outside, the income of the sect had been significantly impacted. And according to the experiences of Elder Wei Nan recorded in the Jade Stick, making dan was a faster way to make ginger than farming. Exactly at 3, Zuo Mo arrived at Fragrant Ginger Yard. This was the first time he had come to Fragrant Ginger Yard. Entering the gate, he saw many female disciples at work. Some were drying ling herbs, some were sorting, others had ling energy on their hands as they ground up ling herbs. In this large yard, there were more than 40 female disciples at work. Seeing Zuo Mo, all these female disciples all stopped what they were doing. Shixiang! Shixiang! They all bowed in greeting and surreptitiously examined this Shixiang. The news that 4th Shirgu had received a male disciple had spread through Fragrant Ginger Yard very early on. This crowd of female disciples already had a good handle on Zuo Mo's background. What made them feel comforted was that Zuo Mo had once helped the female disciples at the eastern peak that were responsible for the animals and wasn't one to harass others. They were all outer sect female disciples, and couldn't really count as Shifengrong's disciples. Compared to Zuo Mo, their status was very far off and didn't dare offend him. Zuo Mo frantically gave a bow in return. Seeing Zuo Mo's embarrassed state, laughter sounded among the female disciples. The front female disciple instantly turned her head, looking in dissatisfaction at the female disciples who were laughing. The laughter instantly stopped. Come in. Master's voice came from the inner yard, coincidentally releasing Zuo Mo from his predicament. He fled away. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 39, Starting Making Dan. Chapter 39, Starting Making Dan. From today onwards, you will learn how to make dan with me. The job this month is very simple. 5 fasting pills, doesn't matter what grade they are. Give them to me by the end of the month, Shifengrong coldly said. I have prepared 10 portions of ingredients for you. If there isn't enough, buy more yourself. The method to make fasting pills is in the study. You can read all the jade sticks in the study. Those that are over your cultivation, you won't be able to see. Everything is in the room in the west wing. In the future, that would be your dan making room. Alright, you can go. Finishing, Shifengrong turned and entered her dan making room. With a bang, the dan room was shut tightly. Zuo Mo dumbly stood. This was called learning dan making with his master? He turned to look at the surroundings. Empty. Not a single person. Zuo Mo grimaced. Why did he only ever encounter these kind of people? It was like this when he learned things from Pu Yao, there were never any explanations. And this master was even more extreme. Not just throwing him to the side, she also stipulated how much he had to make. When Zuo Mo went into the study, he stared dumbly. How to find the recipe? In the study, there floated hundreds of jade sticks in different shapes and colors. They were like a group of mischievous children, drifting to and fro in the study. There was an energy whirlpool of various colors around each jade stick. It was these whirlpools that carried the jade sticks in flight. Fasting pill. After musing for a long moment, Zuo Mo shouted helplessly. The jade sticks unconcernedly floated about, not responding. That way wasn't right. But there wasn't anything else in the room. Zuo Mo scratched hard at his head, he was at his wit's end. Maybe he needed to use his consciousness. After hesitating for a while, he reached out with his consciousness. When his consciousness touched the energy whirlpool around a jade stick, something instantly flooded into his head. Energy diagrams of Ling herbs. Authored by Dongming Sanrun, of Little Ling Xie. Includes more than 400 Ling herb energy diagrams. Zuo Mo's mind instantly jumped, his consciousness going to touch all the other jade sticks. The information from each jade stick was released inside his mind. Very quickly, he found inside one jade stick the method to make fasting pills. This jade stick had, in total, the recipe for 3 different basic dan. Fasting pill was the most basic dan. Its use was very simple, to satisfy hunger. Using it would guarantee a long time without hunger. It counted as a type of useful dan. His consciousness locked onto this jade stick and the jade stick automatically flew in front of him. Picking up the jade stick, he poured Ling energy in and the recipe to make fasting pills was revealed in his mind. And then, the pitiful Zuo Mo could only stare dumbly again. Monarch Pakima leaves, subject yellow stone, 3x3 flowing fire, cauldron energy sinking to bottom. Zuo Mo recognized every character. However, if he put the characters together, it was like he was in a thick mist, completely lost. Calm, he had to be calm. Zuo Mo furiously told his frantic self. He had always assumed that when he became an inner sect disciple, it meant that his hard days had come to an end and his good days were coming. But now he knew, he was wrong, extremely wrong. He had only jumped from one hole to an even deeper hole. He wanted to cry because he had willingly jumped, tried everything to jump in. He had thought his previous days were hard because no one was there to guide him. But now that he became an inner sect disciple, had a master, what was the difference? After a long moment and then his emotions steadied. He was completely disregarded by his master, Zuo Mo's stubbornness came on. Wasn't it just a fasting pill? Wasn't it just making dan? Wasn't it just not being taught? After half a day's worth of effort, he had read every single jade stick in the room. The total amount was 517 jade sticks. And what he could see were only 21 of them. The 21 jade sticks that he had picked out were all floating in front of him. Fire Cloud Dan chapter, not what he wanted, thrown to one side. Blue Ice Dan chapter, no, thrown to one side. Vaporized Dan chapter, thrown. Only when he saw, basics of making dan, did Zuo Mo's mind become alert. He grabbed it and brought it over. This was what he wanted. As though he was starving, he read, basics of making dan. He quickly became enraptured. The contents inside the jade stick were extremely new to him, a completely new world for him to explore. There weren't any complex contents inside, basics of making dan. Everything was some of the basic fundamentals of making dan, like the matching of herbs, the usage of the cauldron, how to control the fire, etc., etc. When he raised his head, he saw that the sky had darkened. Unknowingly, he had stayed for a number of hours in the study. Exhaling a breath, he stood up and moved his sore neck and legs. His eyes were still slightly dull. He was still thinking. Basics of making dan wasn't a high-grade jade stick, but the details of the contents weren't anything that could be brought on the market. Having the experiences of being an outer sect disciple, Zuo Mo deeply understood the value in this opportunity. As to whether his master would teach him, it had been thrown to the back of his head. It was like he had found treasure as he repeatedly started to read again. The following days, he spent soaking in knowledge at the study. Any jade stick that he could read, he didn't miss a single one of them. They might be useful in the future. Putting in some effort now, he didn't need to worry in the future. If he converted these jade sticks into jingsher, it was enough to buy 10 Zuo Mo. If there was one day when he was in poverty, he could sell the contents of the jade sticks for jingsher. In the study, Zuo Mo snickered. After memorizing the jade sticks until he was dizzy, Zuo Mo finally managed to remember the entire contents of the 21 jade sticks. Only now did he remember the Dan room and the right wing was going to be for him, and excitedly ran into the right wing. What was most eye-catching in the room was a copper cauldron in the middle of the room. About 2 people tall, 3 round bellies protruding out, and several mats laid around it. There were a few tables against the wall with things piled up on it. The 10 portions of materials that Master had prepared for him were also there. Zuo Mo circled around the dan-making cauldron, muttering, so stingy. Don't just look at the size of the thing, but in reality, it was only a first-grade cauldron. The most important part of a cauldron was the Li, 2, fire seal formation. Beside the body of the cauldron, there was a yin-yang 8 trigrams plate. Pouring Ling energy in that could control the Li fire seal formation. Controlling the fire was the most important step in the process of making dan. Like the 3x3 of flowing fire. 3x3 meant vertical 3, horizontal 3, and flowing fire was a very special kind of fire. Its main flame would roll along the channels. Zuo Mo put his hands on the 8 trigrams plate and added Ling energy. As expected, a ball of fire lit up at the bottom of the cauldron. According to the method recorded in Basics of Making Dan, he carefully controlled the Li fire seal formation. The Li fire seal formation in a first-grade cauldron wasn't some high-end thing and only had 6 transformations. Zuo Mo quickly familiarized himself with the process. As he played around with the flame, Zuo Mo suddenly felt that the feeling of controlling fire was very similar to him casting Art of Crimson Flame. The 5 basic spells of a Ling plant farmer belong to the 5 elements and yin-yang. Supposedly, Ling plant farmers believed that all things in the world were either yin or yang and belonged to the 5 elements. Art of Crimson Flame belonged to fire in the 5 basic element spells. Speaking from that perspective, the two were connected. However, while the 5 elements and yin-yang had once been a popular path, but as sword cultivators rose, they gradually became a separate system and most practitioners were roaming cultivators. Whether Making Dan had similarities to Ling plant farmers, Zuo Mo wasn't clear. But, if Sword Essence could merge with Art of Aged Gold, he wouldn't be surprised at a connection between controlling fire and Art of Crimson Flame. The Art of Crimson Flame that he had brought was very rough. Learning it to the 3rd level was already at the extreme limit. There were no instructions for anything further. What he could study were only the first 3 levels. Closing his eyes, his 2 hands were spread on the 8 trigrams plate on the wall of the cauldron. He carefully experienced the subtle aspects of the Li fire seal formation. After a long time, he didn't have any breakthroughs. He had the feeling that those two could be combined together, but no matter how he changed it, there was no reaction. With no other solution, he temporarily put the thought to the side. In the area of Dan making, he was the greenest of the green. It was too early to start discussing inventions. He should obediently make the fasting pills. Otherwise, if he couldn't give out 5 at the end of the month, he didn't know how his cold-faced master would punish him. The method for making fasting pills, he remembered it, but what he was lacking was actual experience. There were 10 portions of materials piled on the table. They had all been treated. One of the jobs of the female disciples in the yard was to simply treat all kinds of medicines. Fasting pills were the most basic Dan and naturally didn't have very complicated preparations. Carefully putting each type of material in the cauldron according to the ratio, Zuo Mo sat down facing the cauldron. He sorted out his mind, his 2 hands on the 8 trigrams, and sent Ling energy in. A light red light came out of the bottom of the cauldron. Zuo Mo carefully and nervously manipulated the Ling energy. 2 hours passed. A fine layer of sweat appeared on Zuo Mo's forehead. He felt it was becoming difficult. It was extremely laborious to continuously input in Ling energy steadily for a long time. Damn it! 2 hours had passed, but the ingredients had just seemed to start combining together. Based on the progress, if it didn't take a few hours, he guessed it was hopeless. Thinking that he had to continue to maintain this level of Ling energy for long hours, Zuo Mo felt that it was going to be trouble. After another 2 hours, sweat poured down his back. Suddenly, his Ling energy became unstable. Poof! A black wisp of smoke came out of the cauldron. A burnt smell filled the room. Huff, huff, huff. Having no time to be angry, Zuo Mo took back his Ling energy and sat on the floor as he panted. His entire body was soaked in sweat. One factor was exhaustion from long-term Ling energy output, another was that he was very close to the cauldron. The fire inside the cauldron cooked him like a cooked shrimp, body completely red. He didn't immediately start making Dan a second time. He struggled up and climbed onto the gray-beaked goose to return to West Wind Valley. It was lucky that he was an inner sect disciple and could ride a steed inside the mountain. He hadn't felt it a moment ago, but lying on the back of the gray-beaked goose, he felt weak all over, not willing to raise even a finger. He had never felt such deep exhaustion like today. Fighting was gathering up all the strength in the body at one, and making Dan was like spinning silk from cocoons. Bit by bit, until it wrung out the last bit of Ling energy from the body. Even if his Ling energy wasn't weak now, but facing such intense Ling energy output, he couldn't bear it. And if he was the slightest bit inattentiveness, all the effort before were completely ruined. Zuo Mo sighed in grief inside. From his perspective, as expected, any method that easily earned Jingshi, none of them were simple. Jingshi wasn't easy to earn. Title for a roaming Xiao. 2. One of the 8 trigrams, Li represents fire. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 48. Zuo Mo was taking a rest this chapter and catching up with other people. It would be nice in real life if wages grew this quickly. Thanks to Warlord 212 for editing. Chapter 48. On top of the mat inside the stone room, Zuo Mo serenely mediated, motionless. Through the 24th point of the governing, the 17th point of the conception and the 1st point of the kidney vessels, thick Ling energy entered his body. It especially entered from the governing vessel point. When the Ling energy entered, it had a slightly cool feeling, extremely pleasant. After Zuo Mo had completed one breath, his breathing through the mouth and nose was much less important. Right now, he had only opened 3 points. If he could reach 10 breaths, not only just all 361 points would be opened, all the pores in his body would be unblocked and he would breathe with the world. Of course, for him at the moment, that was very far away. His consciousness had increased, but up until now, he hadn't found any uses for spiritual power. What he needed now was Ling energy, continuous accumulating Ling energy in hopes of entering Zhuji soon. When he woke up from the mediation, Zuo Mo's breath shot out like an arrow. How was Xixiang doing in the sword cave? The thought popped suddenly into Zuo Mo's mind. In reality, he was very envious about the road that Xixiang had picked. It only needed to pay attention to one matter. However, he was clear enough to realize that Xixiang's road wasn't suited for him. So he might be envious, but he would keep doing what he needed to do. He always felt that he didn't have too much talent in the area of the sword. If it wasn't for Pu Yao's existence, not just getting a sword essence, but it was impossible to do what Xixiang was doing. His talents laid in the 5 elements. Other than Art of Aged Gold, which had been helped by Pu Yao, he had learned the other 4 spells on his own. So he was more enthusiastic about 5 elements spells. Sometimes he would think, had he once been a roaming Shio before? Only roaming Shio liked 5 elements spells. However, even if he had been a roaming Shio, he must have been a silent and unknown Shio living in the lowest classes. But if that was the case, why was his appearance changed and mind erased? He unconsciously tightened his fist. Carefully retreating out of the stone cavern, he walked to the opening. The sunlight outside made his eyes squint. The warm sunlight made Zuo Mo's mood unintentionally better. Walking to the Ling fields and seeing the vigorous Ling herbs, his mood became even better. A Ling plant farmer was the profession that was the easiest at showing the relationship between work and result. When you paid an effort and worked hard, the joy at the bountiful harvest made life seem full of hope. Even Old Black, who had a harsh life, smiled when it was harvest time. Zuo Mo calculated the time in his mind. The new cycle of Ling grains should be starting soon. His previous yard had been yielded to Old Black. Old Black had been yearning for that 5 mu of Ling fields for a long time. If it hadn't been for Old Black, he wouldn't have been introduced to Wei Sheng Xixiang. With that connection there, his friendship with Old Black was naturally different. With nothing to do, Zuo Mo thought to go see him. However, he didn't find anyone at the yard. Zuo Mo guessed that Old Black had gone to the Ling fields and headed to the fields. As expected, he found Old Black in the fields. Also there was Guo Lu. However, the former Guo Lu Xixiang was now the present Guo Lu Shidi. That made him slightly unaccustomed. No matter the age or cultivation, outer sect disciples had to call inner sect disciples Xixiang or Shiji. This was the same in every sect. Old Black saw Zuo Mo and made a happy expression, little Mo go. It seemed that Guo Lu's illness had healed. He wasn't familiar with Zuo Mo and reservedly gave a bow, Zuo Xixiang. Zuo Mo felt extremely awkward being called Xixiang by 2 people whose ages far surpassed him. Thankfully, his face was frozen and nothing could be detected. Old Black's Ling grains are really well grown. Zuo Mo scanned the Ling fields and couldn't resist praising it. He calmly started a spell, instantly a ball of clouds floated over and the silver strands poured down continuously. Old Black instantly revealed a happy expression. Admiration appeared on Guo Lu's face. The 4th level of Little Art of Cloud and Rain, people rarely reached it. Guo Lu had been recovering on the sickbed in the previous months, but the big events that happened in the sect, he had heard them from Old Black. In 1 year, 3 outer sect disciples became inner sect disciples. The sect had never been so flourishing. All the outer sect disciples were greatly encouraged and many of them became even more hardworking. Guo Lu attentively examined this young Xixiang. Little Zuo Mo Xixiang was the inner sect disciple with the lowest cultivation in the sect, a Lianqi disciple that hadn't entered Zhuji. But the genius of the little Xixiang had passed on. To be able to receive a spring sprout jade medal in Lianqi, Guo Lu had never heard of it. His best was Art of Aged Gold. He had worked hard these years but never could break through to the 3rd level. Looking at the little Xixiang who had already become a Ling plant farmer, his heart couldn't help moving. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but be envious of Old Black. No matter if it was Wei Sheng Xixiang or Zuo Mo Xixiang, they all had good relationships with Old Black. The waters rose and the boat became high. Old Black was now extremely popular in the outer sect disciples. But Old Black was very down to earth and still planted his Ling grains. Because Guo Lu had been wounded last time when he had helped Old Black, and Old Black had taken care of him in the recovery, the two had a great relationship. This is two mud-turning earthworms. It doesn't have a great use, but it is useful in plowing fields. Zuo Mo handed both of them each a small bamboo tube. Sealed inside each tube was a mud-turning earthworm. He hadn't thought that Guo Lu would be present, but he had enough mud-turning earthworms. The two hurriedly gave their thanks. Guo Lu saw Zuo Mo moving to leave, and after struggling and hesitating for a second, he couldn't resist speaking, and at the very end, little Xixian, my art of aged gold, has been stuck at the second level. Please, Xixian, give some advice. Guo Luo would be deeply grateful. Zuo Mo was astounded but still stopped in his footsteps. He was respectful of this old farmer like Xixian who had stood up last time. Right now, his income didn't depend on things like making rain, so the two naturally didn't have any conflicts in interest. Quite the opposite. If Guo Lu could break into the third level of Art of Aged Gold, he could take on much of the pest problems in the sect for him. Thinking through all the possibilities, he decided to help Guo Lu. Killing worms is still killing. Gold's main purpose is to kill. This, Art of Aged Gold, belongs to the path of killing. How to kill? There are countless ways in this area. Adding on aged gold energy can transform in many ways. If other methods of killing could be added in, the matter is half solved already. Guo Lu listened attentively, afraid of losing even a word. When Zuo Mo finished, he was pinned to his spot, face deep in thought. Seeing the situation, Zuo Mo floated away. Leaving behind the Ling fields, he headed for the eastern peak. The recent changes made him felt that it was a different lifetime. The female disciples of the eastern peak had meant to rely on him, but who would have thought he would become an inner sect disciple? Usually, he wouldn't be able to care for them anymore. But since he received benefits from them, that the black gold worm had been there present, Zuo Mo decided to help them. When Xiaoguo saw Zuo Mo, a surprised expression came onto her round apple face. She timidly said, Xixiang. The gold-horned copper cow was still leisurely eating ling grass, not paying any attention to Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo felt slightly helpless towards this little girl, especially the always timid expression on her face. Last time when he had fainted, the little girl had been afraid but still persisted in protecting him. When he had heard of this from the others, he was very moved and felt that he owed her a favor. What? Unhappy to see me? Zuo Mo decided to tease the little girl. His face didn't have any expression in the first place. Adding on a slightly stern tone, it was quite frightening. Xiaoguo instantly was frightened, her small head furiously shaking, mist rising in her large yes, her mouth hurriedly explaining, no, no. Zuo Mo instantly realized if he continued, she would really cry. He instantly regretted his action. Wasn't this making trouble for himself? He hurriedly relaxed his tone, all right. Coming this time, there's something to give to you. The mist in Xiaoguo's eyes instantly stopped. She looked in puzzlement at Zuo Mo and asked timidly, what thing? Xixiang. This is some sword scriptures, you take it in practice and can pass it on to your other Shiji and Shimi. He handed 2 jade sticks over to the little girl. One of the sticks stored some basic sword moves that he had picked out from the jade stick that Wei Sheng Xixian had given him. At the same time, he took off the gold sword ring from his hand and handed that as well to her. This is gold sword ring. It can store 3 sword energies. But you first need to learn a gold spell. And one of the jade sticks has 5 elements spells inside. After practicing the Art of Aged Gold for a while, you can use this talisman. After explaining all this, Zuo Mo released a breath. This muddle-headed little girl always made his head hurt. The gold sword ring was not of great use to him now. And he had decided that before Zhuji, he definitely wouldn't leave the mountain. After Zhuji, if Master didn't give a flying sword, he could use Ice Crystal Sword. The power would be much greater than gold sword ring. And that jade stick that contained the 5 elements spells wasn't useful for him anymore. He hadn't thought of giving Xiaoguo that jade stick at first, but if she didn't cultivate a gold-attributed spell, it wasn't possible to use the gold sword ring. As though the simple sword moves in Wei Sheng Xixiang's jade stick. They were simple but useful. For Lianqi disciples, they were a pretty good method of protection. Female disciples, especially weaker outer sect female disciples, their circumstances would be harder than male disciples. Zuo Mo could not spare the attention to take care of them like before, and decided to pass these things on to them. In this case, if they met some Xiozha who wasn't too powerful, it wasn't as though they couldn't even counterattack. If they met a strong one, he had no solution neither. Luckily, the Dongqi Sword Sect disciple from last time had been expelled from Dongfu. He didn't need to worry about encountering that guy nearby. After handing over everything, Zuo Mo flipped up and landed onto the gray-beaked goose's back. He waved his hand at Xiaoguo without turning his head back and floated off. Looking at the disappearing Zuo Mo, Xiaoguo's hands as they held the gold sword ring and the jade sticks unconsciously tightened. Finishing all this, Zuo Mo felt that his body was much more relaxed and headed straight for fragrant ginger yard. He still needed to present 5 fasting pills at the end of the month. He didn't dare to offend his cold-faced master. If he didn't complete it, he would certainly receive punishment. Entering the Dan room, he didn't start moving immediately. The materials were limited. If he really ruined all of the materials, in his penniless state, there was no place for him to buy more. In theory, with his present cultivation, making fasting pills shouldn't be hard. It really was the most basic Dan. Thinking for a long time, he felt that last time it was that he hadn't controlled the input of Ling energy properly and wasted a lot of Ling energy, causing his Ling energy to not be enough. After thinking for a long time repeatedly and entering mediation, he let the Ling energy recover to the best state. Then he started his second try. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 41, Spiritual Power. This is your daily update, provided by your translator, me, and your editor, Warlord 212. This is a scheduled update, so all replies to the comments will have to wait until I return. Would someone be nice and post this chapter to /r/novel translations when they see it? Chapter 41, Spiritual Power. Bang! The smell of burnt materials once again rose out of the cauldron, spreading through the room. Zuo Mo gasped heavily, sweat running down his face like a stream. The second try was still a failure. This time, he had continued for 6 hours, but still failed. Opening the cauldron and looking at the black remnants inside, Zuo Mo's mood was terrible. He was as tired as a dead dog right now and could only stare. He had always thought Dan making was a technical job, not a strength job. If even the fasting pills were this hard, then those high-grade Dan, wouldn't he kill himself in the process? He had a deeper understanding in the second try than the first. His previous deductions were not wrong. He was still too new to Dan making. In the process of adding Ling energy, he would waste too much Ling energy. If his cultivation was at Juji, this fasting pill wouldn't be hard. There would be plenty of excess Ling energy to waste, but to a Lianqi 9th level, just the slightest mistake and the Ling energy wouldn't be enough. According to the method on the jade stick, the entire process only needed 10 hours. That meant that he had to make it through 10 hours at minimum. The difference between that and the present 6 hours was very large. Even though there was the Ling vein in the stone room, but increases in Ling energy was a slow process. It seemed he could only try to work on controlling Ling energy. After a while, Zuo Mo's breaths gradually steadied and his mind returned to clarity. He thought carefully. He wasn't weak in the area of controlling Ling energy. Little Art of Cloud and Rain required a strong control of Ling energy. Even though he had strangely made his way onto the 4th level, but in the matter of controlling Ling energy, theoretically it shouldn't be a big problem. Mulling over it, Zuo Mo felt that he was still too unfamiliar with Dan making. If he had to familiarize himself, then how much material would that take? The 10 portions that he had, he didn't even know if it could last him until he was familiar. He most likely wouldn't be able to fulfill the quota of 5 fasting pills by the end of the month. Supposedly, when the heads took on new subordinates, they would always make a show of strength at the first interaction? Oh, was this the show of strength of his cold-faced master? He thought humorously. Returning to the little west wind yard, he wasn't in the mood to eat. After meditation and recovering Ling energy, he climbed onto the roof and continued to ponder the intricacies of Dan making. The moonlight flowed down like the water, gently illuminating the mountain valley. Besides Zuo Mo, the gray-beaked goose silently stood on the roof. Besides Zuo Mo's feet, the black goldworm climbed around. After reaching the 4th grade, its intelligence had greatly increased and it constantly followed Zuo Mo around. Suddenly, Zuo Mo felt something was flying close. He couldn't help raising his head and looked at the mouth of the valley. A pink little thousand crane spiraled down in the night. Zuo Mo instantly recovered from his shock at the top of the roof. He felt his skin prickle. Dan making was tossed far away. There was only one thought in his mind. Damn it, why did this cursed woman come again? Just like last time, the pink paper crane elegantly unfolded in front of Zuo Mo. Yi, have you missed me? He, I've missed ye. Looking at the paper floating in front of him, Zuo Mo had a strong impulse to kick it down Wukong Mountain. Calm, he needed to be calm. Suppressing the devious impulse inside, Zuo Mo spat out a stream of malicious swears in discontent. Damned woman. You won't die well. You're just bored and have nothing to do. You mental case. Swearing for 10 minutes, Zuo Mo swore so much his throat was dry. The irritation in his heart decreased slightly. Looking at the pink paper that was still floating in place before him, Zuo Mo, who had a moment ago been full of righteous indignation, instantly became dejected. In helplessness, he grabbed the pink paper and jumped down off the roof. Finding a weasel bristle brush, he dipped it in cinnabar. What is it? After throwing the brush to one side, Zuo Mo messily folded the paper into a crane and threw it out the window. Even though he got rid of the crane, Zuo Mo still felt depressed. He really had no solution against the owner of the paper crane. He had never thought someone would be bored to such a degree. This bored crazy woman. But her power was much stronger than him. Just any discomfort and the other would straightforwardly use brute force to suppress it. When GE becomes strong, see how GE will sort you out. Zuo Mo bared his teeth. Very quickly, another pink paper crane flew over. Don't be like this to me. I'm very hurt. Yi, what have you been doing recently? What a waste of words. Zuo Mo crisply made an evaluation but still grudgingly picked up the brush. Making Dan. West Wind Valley, the paper cranes flew in and out. Ah, Dan making. That's fun. I've never played it before? I only know how to fold paper cranes. You only know how to fold cranes? When Zuo Mo saw the words, his face instantly became black. He wrote back with the brush, wrong, you also can draw flame exploding seals. Hee, I'm really not that good at flame exploding seals. What I'm best at is a 36 chain flame exploding seal. Threats, menace. This definitely was a threat. Zuo Mo's fist cracked as it tightened. From his teeth, he forced out, "Go will endure." The reality was cruel. Under the threat of the other's 36 chain flame exploding seal, Zuo Mo could only swallow his anger and keep writing. Have to be a lady. A female, fighting and killing isn't good. But I'm very much a lady. I just like watching fireworks. My goal is 108 chain. Fireworks. Zuo Mo felt depressed. His fragile spirit was viciously struck again. The whole night, Zuo Mo basically had no time to think about Dan making. The pink paper cranes were like a relentless nightmare, forcing Zuo Mo to keep writing. Only when the sky lightened was he, under the others, I'm going to be freed. Zuo Mo had been tormented to crippleness. He felt that it was even more tiring to reply to letters the whole night than making Dan the whole night. Bending to scoop some cold water, he washed his face. Then he came to the Ling fields. Different compared to the other spells, making rain was almost required every day. In a state of muddle-headedness, he casted Little Art of Cloud and Rain. The sounds of water falling started. His mind was floating far away. Little Art of Cloud and Rain was his most familiar spell. Even if he closed his eyes, he could still cast it. The Ling energy gathered at both of his hands. There was a connection between the ball of clouds and his two hands. The rain was very steady and continuous. He instinctively adjusted the Ling energy. He was too familiar with the spell. He didn't need to add Ling energy at every single spot. Wait. Zuo Mo was startled out of his daze. He realized he had a very important discovery. He didn't need to add Ling energy to every location. He indistinctly felt that he found the crucial point and didn't dare to ignore it. He hurried and continued to think. Little Art of Cloud and Rain was his most skilled and most familiar spell. He was extremely familiar with every segment. He thought carefully. From starting with the finger motions of Little Art of Cloud and Rain, to concentrating the clouds, to the fall of rain, the amount of Ling energy for each step was different. Some parts, like the rain falling, it almost didn't need any Ling energy at all, just guidance. As he thought even further, Zuo Mo became excited, his drowsiness fading. If the process of Dan making was like casting a spell, then it should also have places that wouldn't consume Ling energy. As he mused to himself, Zuo Mo felt that it was very rational and also felt that his actions of putting in a continuous flow of Ling energy was very stupid. Understanding the direction, then the next step was to find where in the process needed Ling energy, and what times could Ling energy be saved. This question sent him back into deep thought. He was very familiar with Little Art of Cloud and Rain, so he could find what places needed or didn't need Ling energy. However, he was unfamiliar with Dan making. To find the ways to save up Ling energy, he needed to become familiar with the entire process. Yet to familiarizing himself with the entire process, that meant using up large amounts of materials. Unfortunately, he didn't have any Jingshi left. The stone-faced Zuo Mo grimaced inside. The question was once again difficult. Was the only way increasing Ling energy? That wasn't realistic. embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, was only a scripture for increasing spiritual power. Suddenly, his heart jumped. Spiritual power, maybe he could try with spiritual power. As his mind increased in strength, his greatest change was becoming much more sensitive to everything in the surroundings. Like some of the high-level Jinji. Before, when he passed them, he wouldn't feel anything. But now he could detect the strong killing intent and danger embodied in them. How to use his consciousness was a question he had been puzzled by. Other than Art of Aged Gold, he had no knowledge of how to use his consciousness. What embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation cultivated was the spirit. The increase in the Ling energy was just a side effect. After he cultivated embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, the increase in his spirit far surpassed his progress in Ling energy. Maybe he should think about how to use the consciousness. Zuo Mo felt that this might be the breakthrough point. Zuo Mo spent the whole day casting the 5 spells in the Ling fields. But today, he didn't focus on casting the spells, but rather on using the consciousness to detect the entire process of casting. This method was extremely effective. Zuo Mo was pleasantly surprised by his results. Each step, the change in flow of Ling energy each time, under the scan of the consciousness, it became clear as it never had been before. He could even feel the hair-thin Ling energy flowing. It seemed that he had a treasure mountain but didn't know. Zuo Mo was irritated. If he had known earlier to use the consciousness, his spells might have entered the 3rd level much earlier. The soul was peaceful, untainted, and serene. Under the guidance of his consciousness, he focused on making slight changes to each spell. He didn't let go of any change in the Ling energy. How to increase the effect, how to save on Ling energy, how to make it flow. He was like a stone mason, slowly performing changes on his work, slowly experimenting. He didn't know that in his sea of consciousness, the star became brighter than it had ever been, standing out in the darkness. The dancing red sea of flames was strangely quiet and motionless. Only the ice river was slowly flowing, unaffected. On the gravestone shrouded in black clouds, Pu Yao raised his head. The corner of his mouth rose, cold like a blade. This is the person you chose? Looking at it now, your eyes are still this crappy. He closed his blood eye again, entering meditation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 42 Dan completed. Chapter 42 Dan completed. Zuo Mo held the fasting pill in front of him, his eyes filled with joy. This was his 4th try and he finally succeeded. The fasting pill was the size of a longan fruit, its color was an attractive blue-green, with a delicate fragrance being emitted. Just to look make one unable to resist wanting to eat it. Fasting pills were mostly prepared for those cultivators who were in seclusion and who had the money. He didn't immediately start making a second one. The success of this fasting pill meant that his direction was correct. With that in the front, what he needed to think about now was the success rate. There were only 6 portions of ingredients left. At the very least, he needed to make 4 fasting pills. In other words, he could only fail 2 more times. In reality, on the 3rd try, he had almost succeeded. However, he slipped up at a small place and everything failed. His consciousness could help him detect the changes of the herbs inside the cauldron and he could accordingly adjust his Ling energy. Spiritual power was really a good thing. Zuo Mo thought blissfully. Other than Dan making, after he swept over the other spells with his consciousness and made adjustments, not only did his consumption of Ling energy go down, the effects also greatly improved. He did have a few fractions of self-awareness. Even though spiritual power was amazing, but his own experience and knowledge was extremely limited. Even with the help of his spiritual power, the changes he could make were limited. But even those minor changes were very effective. He mused that he should go to the records of the sect to take a look and see if he could find any jade sticks about this area. He was an inner sect disciple now, it would be dumb if he didn't seek out some benefits for himself. Ending up with a cold-faced master who couldn't be relied upon. It was more realistic to rely on himself. Sword cultivators might prioritize Ling energy and not spiritual power, but Zuo Mo believed what Wu Kong Sword Sect had accumulated over the years definitely surpassed his aimless fumbles. Of course, that was for the future. Right now, he had many things to work on. Other than Dan making, taking care of the Ling fields was also an important job. Even more, for him who had no money at the moment, earning Jingshi was the question he must consider at the present. It had been a while since those Ling grass and herbs had been planted. Some were nearing the harvest time. How to sell them off was also a headache for him. Before he entered Zhuji, he didn't want to go outside the gates of the mountain. Suddenly remembering Master had said if he didn't have enough materials, he had to use his own Jingshi to buy. Did that mean that the sect's materials could be brought? Then did that mean he could sell them? Zuo Mo walked out of his Dan room. In the yard, a crowd of female disciples worked hard at preparing all kinds of herbs. Scanning around, Zuo Mo's gaze landed on a female disciple. He remembered clearly that the first day he arrived, she was the first to greet him. She seemed to be quite authoritative among this group of female disciples. She was dressed in cotton cloth and an apron, no makeup on, sweat beading her forehead. This shimmy, Zuo Mo went to greet her. Even though his age was most likely smaller than the other, but due to the rules of the sect, he didn't dare to overstep. She saw Zuo Mo and hurriedly stood. Zuo Shixiang. I've just gotten here and do not know many of the rules in the yard. Master is focused on making Dan, so I can only trouble shimmy. Zuo Mo said warmly. But it was a pity that his face was frozen and it looked slightly frightening. After the initial panic, the female disciples quickly calmed down and said, Shixiang is too polite. What is Shixiang's question? Zuo Mo asked her his question. This female disciple brushed away the hair in front of her head and smiled. Shixiang might not know, but all the herbs in this yard belong to the sect. Other than a certain amount that can be withdrawn, all others need people to pay with jingsher. But the price is 2/10 lower than the market price. Shixiang is a ling plant farmer. If you have ling plants and grasses, you can sell them to this yard. The purchase price of normal herbs are about 2/10 lower than the market price, but other than jingsher, Shixiang will receive contribution points to exchange for scriptures and other things. If it is rare and valuable ling herbs and grasses, our sect's purchase price is the same as the market. In the future, when Shixiang becomes accomplished at Dan making, the sect can help sell the Dan that Shixiang makes. Our sect's Yen Lishirshu is skilled at business and usually can sell them for a good price. He only takes 2/10 as a commission. But like before, other than jingsher, Shixiang can receive contribution points. Finishing, she handed Zuo Mo a jade stick. The price of ling grasses and herbs will change each month. Yen Lishirshu will order someone to make it into a jade stick. This is the inventory list of the prices for this month of ling herbs. Zuo Mo took it and gave his thanks. Shixiang doesn't have to be too polite. Shimmy is Su Qing and the first seat of this yard's outer sect disciples. In the future, Shixiang, please take care of me. If Shixiang has any questions, come find me. You can also find me if you need to purchase any materials. Su Qing said respectfully. Thanks, Shimmy. Zuo Mo said gratefully. Taking the list, Zuo Mo went back to the Dan room and studied the list. He calculated and found the cost of the raw materials for the fasting pill was about 3 pieces of second-grade jingsher, and its price was only half a second-grade jingsher over the cost of the materials. If the success rate was accounted for, there was basically no profit. As expected, it was basically impossible to rely on low-level Dan to make money. It really was just practice. But that was normal. If fasting pills were really that profitable, then countless people would be breaking their heads for a chance to learn how to make Dan. In the following days, Zuo Mo continued to make fasting pills. In the process, he had failed once, but as he became more familiar, it took a lot less effort. 10 portions of materials, it made 6 fasting pills. This kind of result could only be called just passable. There was nothing that was worth being proud of. Other than leaving behind the 5 pills, the last one he sold to Su Qing and received 3 pieces of second-grade jingsher. Adding on that he would have an allowance of 20 pieces of second-grade jingsher, he finally wasn't penniless. In the ling fields of West Wind Valley, Zuo Mo carefully examined each stalk of ling herbs and grass. In the jade sticks of Elder Wei Nan, there had been detailed introductions of these herbs and the methods of cultivating them that he had found. Like snowy foxtail grass, it was snowy white and soft, named for its foxtail-like shape. Its biggest use was to make a famous kind of paper, snowy fox paper. Snowy fox paper was soft and pure white, extremely well suited for making paper seals. Paper was a kind of widespread material. Other than all kinds of paper cranes, it was an essential ingredient in making seal curses and seal soldiers. But the cultivation of snowy foxtail grass wasn't easy as its growth was slow. Especially for snowy foxtail grass, which was above 3rd grade. The price was never low. Only 3rd grade snowy foxtail grass could be used to manufacture 4th grade snowy fox paper. Elder Wei Nan had discovered a method for cultivating snowy foxtail grass. The most effective way was to plant it with butterfly grass. Butterfly grass was an extremely common kind of ling grass. Only the most docile and hardy ling beasts would eat it. Basically, no one would plant it. But if butterfly grass and snowy foxtail grass were planted together, the growth speed of snowy foxtail grass would increase, and the blue-purple butterfly grass would become a rare sky blue. This sky blue butterfly grass was deeply favored by all kinds of ling beasts, especially high-grade ling beasts. The price wasn't low. Many times, Zuo Mo couldn't help but be in awe of Elder Wei Nan, who he had never met. In Elder Wei Nan's jade sticks, there wasn't any profound scriptures, but useful techniques like this one were countless. Like the method of growing butterfly grass and snowy foxtail grass together, he felt that even the most experienced and powerful ling plant farmers wouldn't have thought of it. Maybe, it was because Elder Wei Nan didn't have very high cultivation, so he would spend so much effort studying those things. Every day, Zuo Mo would cast the spells of a ling plant farmer on the plants in the ling fields. The amount of work was much greater than he had imagined, but he had endured. Over time, he had gotten used to it. He kept on cultivating, embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, each day in the rock room. In the past, he hadn't known the many uses of spiritual energy and had more or less been inattentive. Now that he had seen the effects, he was much more focused. In a reversal of the past, he actually was not in a hurry to enter Zhuji anymore. His spiritual power was much stronger than before, but there was a lot of room for him to improve. With the help of the ling vein, the progress of the ling energy in his body was faster than his estimations. Zhuji wasn't far away, he had a premonition. Dongfu Hall. Dongfu Hall was the residence of the master of Dongfu. It had been constructed for Dongfu Xianrun and had been used since then. It took up the biggest secret paradise in Dongfu, and it was Dongfu's one true secret paradise. The so-called secret paradises that were sold on the market were only places with slightly more abundant ling energy and couldn't be really considered a secret paradise. Yubai slowly woke up from his meditation, satisfaction gleaming in his warm eyes. The density of ling energy in Dongfu Hall was multiple times what it was outside. The fact that he could become the leader of the younger generation of Dongfu was in large part due to this point. The effects of his daily meditation was 2 or 3 times what other people had. After accumulating over the years, this kind of advantage would increasingly become greater. Master. Seeing Master, he hurriedly stood. How have you been feeling recently? Tianzong Zi asked as he smiled harmoniously. Tianzong Zi was wearing the robes of a Taoist, a knot on his head, extremely carefree. Relatively stable, but still far from becoming Jindan. No hurry, no hurry. Tianzong Zi waved his hand. You are still young, don't rush. Becoming Jindan is a process. Did you hear the news about the sword test conference? Yubai paused. Does Master want this disciple to attend the sword test conference? Even though he had a shining reputation in Dongfu, but he really didn't much confidence in attending the sword test conference, which was a large-scale completion for the entire Kunlun Jing. And from what he had seen, Master never really cared about worldly rewards, so why would he suddenly become interested in the sword test conference? Tianzong Zi smiled, answering, wait for me to finish. The internal happenings of the sword test conference are layered, but we don't have to touch that dirty water. His expression became severe, his gaze worried, and said solemnly, I received news that 2/3 of Bloody Sky Metropolis has already landed in the hands of Yama. Ah! Yubai paled in shock. How could that be so? Yama are starting to recover their strength. Tianzong Zi sighed. 3,000 years have passed. Yama recuperated and have adapted. Would they be satisfied being suppressed? Yubai's expression was incomparably bad. He knew what this meant. The situation in the future is hard to predict. My Dongfu needs to prepare early. Tianzong Zi said heavily, I will host a Dongfu sword test conference in hopes of finding some potential talents. When the nest is being attacked, will there be unharmed eggs? I will tell the other sections. Right now, it has to be a united front in order to fight for a chance at survival. Yubai was silent. A beat later, he said, I'm afraid Master will put in the effort but not be thanked. Do within the limits, and depend on the heavens. Tianzong Zi sighed and waved his hand. Go and create a list of youths that should be taken note of. Yes. Yubai bowed and retreated with a worried expression. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 43 First Grade Lingdan. Chapter 43 First Grade Lingdan. His cold-faced master seemed to have no intentions of wanting to come out of her damn room. With Jingshi on his hands, Zuo Mo decided to start working on his dan-making skills. At the very least, for basic dan like fasting pills, he shouldn't have problems such as the efficiency rate. Buying the materials from Su Qing Shimi, Zuo Mo started to furiously practice making fasting pills. His income and costs basically was even. The biggest question Zuo Mo faced was how to avoid failure. Failing once meant losing 3 pieces of second-grade Jingshi. His level of familiarity had greatly increased. The time needed for the process shortened from the previous 10 hours to 6 hours, but the cost was also enormous. His 20-something pieces of second-grade Jingshi had been completely squandered. It was all due caused by the failures. But thinking about the future, he could only grit his teeth and bear it. This was the last portion of ingredients for the today. If he could successfully make it, he could just manage to return to Su Qing Shimi the 3 pieces of second-grade Jingshi that he owed her. These days, as he had become familiar with Su Qing Shimi, he could leave a tab as he brought materials daily. Zuo Mo didn't want to owe any debts. After making this fasting pill, he wanted to rest for a time and wait for the ling herbs in the ling fields to mature. Even though there was only a single portion, he wasn't nervous. After the repeated high-intensity practice of the past days, he was now extremely familiar with the process of making fasting pills. He didn't know if it was caused by the spiritual power, but his head seemed to be functioning better. He hadn't been weak before, but it had felt like he was in the clouds and mists. Now, he seemed to have left behind those clouds. Did cultivating, embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation make someone smarter? This idea was too nonsensical. Even Zuo Mo felt it was extremely absurd and threw it to one side. Just like normal, Zuo Mo threw the different herbs into the cauldron and put his hands on the 8 trigrams plate to start. The consciousness was especially sensitive to changes in ling energy. He occasionally was able to even feel the ling energy changes in the herbs inside the cauldron. Some became excited, some flashed and disappeared, some slowly became weaker. Even though he was very familiar with the fasting pill, but the kinds of ling energy transformations and vibrations between the herbs still attracted his attention. Unconsciously, his consciousness became muddled. It was like the hands that were controlling the 8 trigrams plate suddenly were possessed and abruptly changed their position. A thin string of gold light dropped from the sky and landed in his hands, then was deflected into the cauldron. After a while, he slowly became clear-headed again. When he saw the gold string, he stared in shock. How did he end up casting Art of Crimson Flame? He shook. Damn it! Don't ruin the Dan. He still owed Su Qing Shimi 3 pieces of second-grade Jingshi. If this Dan was ruined, then he really had outstanding debts. His consciousness penetrated through the cauldron. A reaction had not occurred inside. Zuo Mo's heart jumped and he hurriedly opened the cauldron. A green Dan was lying silently on the bottom. Zuo Mo released a breath. It looked as though that it hadn't been ruined. He raised the fasting pill and prepared to put it in the pouch when he saw a glitter of gold light from the corner of his eye. He first blanked, and then rushed to hold this fasting pill on his hand in front of his eyes for a closer examination. Only upon close examination did he find that this fasting pill was different than the fasting pills he had made previously. The color was deep green, not the blue-green. If he looked even more closely, he found that there were extremely thin gold patterns mixed inside. That was the cause of that gold light that Zuo Mo had detected just now. Also, the weight of it was slightly heavier than normal fasting pills. Was this still a fasting pill? Zuo Mo wasn't so sure. Eating it to try it out, Zuo Mo didn't dare. But he didn't bear to throw it away. Selling it to Su Qing Shimi, he was afraid of conning someone else. He knew that the transformation definitely was caused by the Art of Crimson Flame that he unconsciously cast when his thoughts had been wandering. Theoretically, Art of Crimson Flame was used to gather the essence of the sun. Its base attribute should lean towards fire and logically, the Dan shouldn't be harmful. Pondering for a while, he still decided to keep this Dan. After Master came out of the Dan room, he would then ask her. Master had entered the Dan room over 10 days ago, yet the door to the room was still tightly shut. Sometimes, Zuo Mo couldn't help but think, was all skilled Dan cultivators like this? He had finished his quota a long time ago, but Master didn't show any signs of coming out of the Dan room. Zuo Mo decided to work on his own cultivation. Under the present circumstances, he had reached his limits with the 5 spells of a ling plant farmer. To progress, he needed to have jade scrolls about future stages. Other than practicing finger motions to avoid becoming out of practice, he spent the rest of his time on embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation and refining his sword essence. He didn't know if refining was the word commonly used, but he felt that it was very descriptive. Right now, his sword essence had only formed. It was like a sword embryo that needed continuous hammering and grinding before it could become a true sword. Xin Yen Shirshu's sword essence was deeply engraved in his head. Under that sky-shattering sword essence, he had died countless times. What he needed to do was to try to mimic Shirshu's sword essence. If he couldn't get the aura, at the least, he had to form the appearance. Then he could frighten people with it. He was resolute that unless it was necessary, he wouldn't show it. Even Yubai could clearly see his origins. If it landed in the eyes of Master and the Shirshu, it would be strange if they weren't suspicious. Xin Yen Shirshu had never taught him. If they pressed, Puyao's existence most likely couldn't be hidden. Whenever he thought about Zan Shirshu's icy gaze, Zuo Mo felt shivers go up his spine. No matter the sect, stealing was a great crime. Zuo Mo was very regretful now about having fought in Dongfu. Who would have thought that Yu Bai's eyes were so keen that he could see the origins of his sword essence? But regret was useless now. In any case, it was dealing with it as it came. The barefoot wasn't afraid of those wearing shoes. He actually put even more effort in practicing now. He couldn't use a flying sword. As a result, he could only work with Art of Aged Gold. He faithfully followed the basic sword scriptures that Wei Shang Xixiang had left behind in the jade sticks. He hadn't felt it before, but after comprehending sword essence, Zuo Mo found that while these basic scriptures might be simple, but every one of them was important. So he turned back and started to practice these most basic scriptures. Before this, Zuo Mo had never cultivated the sword and really could be considered a blank page in this area. After being sliced countless times by Pu Yao using Xin Yen Shirshu's sword essence, he finally comprehended something. But his fundamentals were really lacking, and so even with his comprehension, it was not rooted. If he didn't steady it, the comprehension would quickly be worn away. Because of it, he was now turning back to cultivate the most basic of the basic sword scriptures. These basic scriptures were all gathered from Wei Shang's experience of countless battles. They were practical and effective. Zuo Mo, who had a slight comprehension of sword essence, could look from a higher viewpoint to judge these basic scriptures, and he learnt extremely quickly. These basic sword scriptures managed to help fill the gaps of Zuo Mo's fundamentals. In the little West Wind Yard, Zuo Mo solitarily practiced those basic sword scriptures. The sword scriptures were very simple. It could be learned on the first try. But it was like Zuo Mo was enchanted as he patiently practiced over and over. Before meeting Pu Yao, before meeting Wei Shang Xixiang, the spell he was most skilled with, Little Art of Cloud and Rain, had been refined like this. He never hoped for any kind of enlightenment. In his mind, nothing was more practical than working at something bit by bit. Behind the most beautiful and exquisite things, was the most dullness and loneliness. He was very skilled with embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, and his Ling energy was steadily increasing. In comparison, his spiritual power progressed much faster. He was like a cultivator in seclusion, each day was scheduled to the fullest, and no time was wasted. What was worth celebrating was that the damned crazy woman hadn't bothered him recently. Time passed like this. A sword energy fly out of the sky. Zuo Mo, who had been practicing sword scriptures in the yard, stopped. Master had come out. Jumping onto the roof, climbing onto the back of the gray-beaked goose, the gray-beaked goose gave a clear call and flew up with spread wings. It carried Zuo Mo towards the fragrant ginger yard. Fragrant ginger yard. There was tiredness on Shi Fengrong's face. The dam-making process had been more than a month, and it had taken a heavy toll on her. When Zuo Mo arrived, Su Qing was reporting to her what had happened in the yard during the time. Seeing Zuo Mo come over, Shi Fengrong's face became cold. Have you made 5 fasting pills? Completed. Zuo Mo presented the 5 fasting pills he had prepared beforehand with a lowered head. Shi Fengrong's expression eased slightly and indicated for Su Qing to take it. Nodding her head, she said, "Not bad, it seemed that you hadn't been lazy. You've just started dam making, so if you have any questions, you can ask them now." At the side, Su Qing gave an admiring expression. She might be the first seed of Fragrant Ginger Yard's outer sect disciples, and was very trusted by Shi Fengrong, but she could only learn, but didn't have the right to ask questions. However, she quickly refocused. She hadn't been thrown out, that meant she was allowed to listen. This was a rare opportunity. Hearing this, Zuo Mo was overjoyed and asked several questions he had been puzzled by. Shi Fengrong answered them one by one. Zuo Mo suddenly thought about the dan that he had used, Art of Crimson Flame, to make and rushed to take it out. "Master, this is a dan that I accidentally made. It seems to be different from the fasting pill. This disciple doesn't know what it is. Master, please take a look." Shi Fengrong took the dan and couldn't help but make a sound as she carefully examined it. After a while, she asked, "Tell how you made it." Zuo Mo narrated the entire process in detail. When he mentioned that he had accidentally cast Art of Crimson Flame, Shi Fengrong seemed to have understood something. When Zuo Mo finished, Shi Fengrong said, "This fasting pill has essence of the sun added in. The effects are extremely young and can enter the ranks of first-grade dan. After consumption, it can make one stimulated and arouse Ling energy. But the side effects afterward would most likely not be minor. I have never seen this kind of dan before. You can name it and find your Yen Le Shirshu to sell it and earn some jingshi." Zuo Mo asked dumbly, "How much could it sell for?" Shi Fengrong's face turned cold. "Go ask yourself." Finishing, she started to ignore Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo didn't know where he had offended his cold-faced master and could only leave. However, he quickly became happy again. He had accidentally managed to make a lingdan. Fasting pills could only be considered a kind of medicine dan and couldn't be really called a lingdan, much less enter a grade. Zuo Mo was very clear that any lingdan that could enter the grade, its price wouldn't be low. For Zuo Mo, who was in desperate need of jingxue, what would make him even happier than finding a way to earn jingxue? Countless jingxue were waving their hands at him. He mused inside, he need to find a time to go see Yan Lishu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 44: A tragedy caused by one piece of jingxue. Chapter 44: A tragedy caused by one piece of jingxue. Zuo Mo named this lingdan Great Strength Pill. It sounded extremely crass, but he didn't care. He had planned on making a few more to give to Yan Lishu to sell for jingxue, but very quickly, he could only put this matter to the side. In the ling fields, a batch of ling grasses and herbs were ready for harvest. He had farmed attentively each day. Like Little Art of Cloud and Rain, Art of Earth Energy, and Art of Crimson Flame, he would cast it multiple times each day. And Art of Flora and Art of Aged Gold would be used once every couple of days. Zuo Mo had never farmed like this in the past. Due to his diligent care, the growth of the plants in West Wind Valley was extremely outstanding. Some of the ling plants with short growth periods were ready for harvest. For Zuo Mo, whose purse was rusted, this was really a perfectly timed rainstorm. Due to its importance, he even asked for a break from Master. Inside West Wind Valley, a skeleton bent over the ling fields and sweated. Finally all done. Zuo Mo sat on the ground as he panted. Looking at the small pile of ling plants in front of him, he was filled with satisfaction. Then he turned to look in the corner. The third-grade fire dragon grass was almost full-grown. A bright fiery red, very beautiful. He sorted out the ling grasses and herbs by type and then by grade. Then he carefully wrapped them. After all that, Zuo Mo rode the gray-beaked goose towards Yan Lishu's residence. When Yan Li saw Zuo Mo, especially the big bag on Zuo Mo's back, his eyes instantly lit up. Did Shiji grow something good? Putting down the large bag, Zuo Mo wiped the sweat on his forehead. This is a bunch of ling herbs that were just grown. Shirbo, please help me sell them. Letting someone else sell them required given 2/10 to the sect, but Zuo Mo still decided to let the sect sell them. Other than the fact that Yan Lishu knew more about the market than he did, the sect's contribution points were very useful. And the more one contributed to the sect, their status within the sect would naturally become higher. Even though Pu Yao was in his sea of consciousness, but this fickle and perverse Ren Yao could not be relied on. Pu Yao was a completely dangerous factor. If he didn't have to touch him, it was best not to. In comparison, Zuo Mo was much more willing to take advantage of the sect's power. At the very least, the elders of the sect appeared to be normal people. But this way, raising his own status in the sect had become very important. Cultivation, the higher it went, the more resources it needed. Trying to rely on an individual's power, it was far less realistic than using the power of the sect. Even roaming cultivators had their own little circles. Cultivators who truly secluded themselves were the rarest of the rare. Yan Li crouched down and flipped through the ling grasses Zuo Mo had brought, the joy on his face becoming heavier. Lots of good stuff. Third grade South Wolfberry, third grade 7-leaf chrysanthemum, whoa, and there's also Daystar grass, also third grade. This can be sold for a pretty good price. Yan Li seemed to be very familiar and recognized all of the ling grasses and grains. Zuo Mo was in awe and hurriedly flattered. Shirbo is really great, you recognize all of these. Shifeng was the smallest of the four, so Zuo Mo's address of Yan Li turned from Shirshu to Shirbo. Ha, in business, you have to recognize those. Yan Li felt very good about Zuo Mo's flattery. His originally small eyes became a line and he said amiably, as expected of a ling plant farmer. To grow something, not just faster than others, but better than others. Shiji has put thought in. All you planted are things easy to sell and at a good price. He didn't know if it was that he felt guilt, why, but Zuo Mo felt that Yan Li's gaze seemed full of meaning. Did Shirbo also know about Elder Wei Nan? He forced himself to remain calm. Shirbo should also know just how poor this disciple is. If I don't plant something to sell, I won't even have the jingxue for learning about dan making. He was very grateful for his zombie face. It really was the best disguise. Yan Li nodded, haha. Without jingxue, you can't learn anything. You are a ling plant farmer now, don't worry about jingxue. As long as you keep farming, us elders wouldn't treat you unfairly. Of course, of course. Zuo Mo smiled in agreement, but his expressionless face truly gave others a strange feeling. Yan Li randomly picked two plants out, South Wolfberry, and this gold grain red tulip. Don't sell it, you keep it. In the future, you'll use it in dam making. I remember your master had especially asked me to help gather it for her. These two are easily sold, but it's hard to buy. Zuo Mo hurriedly put away those two ling herbs. Everything else I'll go help you sell. What the sect needs, I will give to you according to the market price. Finishing, he took out a piece of jingsher to hand to Zuo Mo. This is a piece of third-grade jingsher. It's a down payment. Take it. I'll get your Liang Feng Shiji to send over the remainder in a few days. Zuo Mo stared dazedly at the third-grade jingsher on Yan Li's hand. Third-grade jingsher. This was the first piece of third-grade jingsher that he had ever seen. Seeing Zuo Mo's dumb gaze, Yan Li couldn't help but start to laugh. He threw the jingsher at Zuo Mo. Arlight, outside, don't embarrass me like this. Zuo Mo's brain still hadn't managed to fully recover. Previously, he had thought that this harvest would be of some value, but he had never thought that just the down payment was a piece of third-grade jingsher. The wealth that dropped down from the sky pounded Zuo Mo into dizziness. He felt that his entire body was floating. He suddenly remembered another matter. Zuo Mo, who had been walking away, turned back and took out great strength pill. Sherbua, can you see how much this Lingdan is worth? Yan Li took the Lingdan and narrowed his eyes for an examination. You made it? What's its use? Zuo Mo narrated what master had said. Then I'll try to help you sell it. Everyone takes some time to accept new Lingdan. I cannot guarantee how much I can sell this for. Yan Li said after thinking. Zuo Mo naturally was very grateful. His purse being the fullest it had ever been, he completely forgot that he had thought of using great strength pill to earn jingsher. Even as he returned to the little west wind yard, he was still muddle-headed. Like a miser, he looked at this third-grade jingsher. The color and intactness of a third-grade jingsher far surpassed a second-grade jingsher. All the edges were regular and complete, the entire body transparent and glowing without any signs of impurity. It was like a clear crystal. But the Ling energy inside was extremely powerful. He gently caressed the jingsher, a drunken expression in his eyes. Suddenly, his hand seemed to have been cut by something, and the jingsher in his hands lit up unexpectedly. Zuo Mo stood, paralyzed, as he looked at the glowing jingsher. A strong pounding feeling rose in his heart as though something was going to erupt. The glow from the jingsher gradually faded, but the pounding in Zuo Mo's heart became even stronger. What was going on? He was slightly panicked. Idiot, you are entering Zhuji. Pu Yao suddenly appeared with a mocking smile as he looked at Zuo Mo. Zhuji? Zuo Mo couldn't attend to the disdain in Pu Yao's voice and hurriedly asked, what's going on? Why am I suddenly going into Zhuji? Pu Yao shrugged his shoulders. When there is enough Ling energy, naturally it is time for Zhuji. You just had been stimulated by the Ling energy in the jingsher, so the Ling energy inside your body, woke up. Woke up? What am I supposed to do? Zuo Mo didn't know what to do. Damn it! He hadn't thought he would get to Zhuji so soon. He hadn't even made any preparations. He didn't know what was going to happen next, or what he needed to do. He had always felt that Zhuji was far from him. Right, he could go ask the Sherbua. Zuo Mo hit his head and prepared to run towards the gray-beaked goose. Under the shadow of the hair in front of Pu Yao's face, a blade-like curve silently appeared. Don't you want power? I have a method for Zhuji, pretty good, guarantee you will successfully Zhuji and your cultivation will increase greatly. Pu Yao's cool voice was filled with intense enticement. Zuo Mo's footsteps stopped. What do you want? Zuo Mo asked between his teeth. He. Pu Yao pointed to Zuo Mo's hands with the third-grade jingsher. As expected, this Ring Yao didn't have good intentions. So he was aiming for his third-grade jingsher. Zuo Mo was enraged and snorted, I should ask Sherbua. Zhuji, it's the first gate for a cultivator. But many people don't know that it's also one of the most important gates. It would directly influence your future cultivation. Don't blame me for not warning you. Using those Zhuji Dan won't be of any benefit to you. Pu Yao said leisurely. The pounding in his heart became even stronger. Zuo Mo felt as though his heart was going to jump out of his chest. Pu Yao's words landed in his ear but became hazy and intangible. Those Sherbua of yours. It's not that I'm underestimating them, but they can't give you much power. Look at your master, she's just not the opponent of the person that changed your features and erased your mind. How about it? I've never cheated you. Embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation is useful, right? Sword essence. Oh, you've reached the threshold. Me, I'm very trustworthy. Pu Yao smiled gently, peerlessly beautiful. One piece of third-grade jingsher, this is really cheap. Just a piece of third-grade jingsher. If you put some effort it, you'll earn it again. But the benefits you'll receive would be endless. Is there a business more profitable than this one in this world? The pounding inside his heart became even stronger. Everything in his vision seemed to become twisted. Zuo Mo felt that something inside his body seemed to have been lit up. Thirsty. He licked his lips and swallowed the saliva. He had a feeling that going to find Master now, there wouldn't be enough time. Here. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth and threw the third-grade Jingshi hard at Pu Yao. He wanted to smash this Ring Yao. The smart choice. Pu Yao easily caught the Jingshi, his thin lips opening. Take that fire dragon grass to Cold Mist Valley. Fire dragon grass. Zuo Mo's eyes widened as he forced the words through his teeth. This guy. Zuo Mo wanted to cry. The kind of terrifying thing that was fire dragon grass, only terrifying people like Shi Xiang could tolerate it. People like him, there was only one outcome, that was, Ling energy collapsing in death. Pu Yao's right eye curved into a crescent and reminded Zuo Mo, there's not much time left. The feeling of burning inside his body became even stronger. Zuo Mo wanted to rip off the clothing. The blood vessels were like burning metal pipes. He was abnormally thirsty, abnormally uncomfortable. There wasn't much time left. Unable to care about that much, he took out the spirit traveling seal and pasted it onto his legs. All the Ling energy in his body moving, he grabbed the fire dragon grass and ran towards Cold Misty Valley like a ball of red clouds. He shouted inside. Pu! You cursed Ranyao! If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 45 Struggle. Enjoy this breakthrough. Cultivation breakthroughs like this one aren't going to be very common in this story. Increases in power come through other factors. I also have a hard time getting a grasp on translating Pu's dialogue. There's a lot of suffixes which are just verbal tics and they don't come across as well as I like. Just imagine him speaking like a demon out for your soul, soft and enchanting. This chapter has been provided to you by me and Warlord 212. Chapter 45 Struggle. Cold Mist Valley, beside the icy pond. Zuo Mo looked terrific, his entire body looked like a cooked shrimp, red to the point of dripping blood. Bloody veins filled his eyes, which were extremely shocking. In the yard, his body had been like a ball of fire. Right now, he felt his entire body was firewood that had been completely dried and then lit up, and was cracking as it burned. He looked around, slightly dazed. Everything in his vision seemed to have been twisted by the high temperature. His awareness was muddled. Hot. He seemed to be struggling in a sea of fire, the relentless waves of fire suffocating him. At any moment, it seemed he would turn into dust. Eat the fire dragon grass. A faraway voice floated into Zuo Mo's ears. Instinctively, Zuo Mo shoved the fire dragon grass in his hand into his mouth. A wave of heat traveled through his mouth into his throat. Boom! It was like throwing a pot of hot oil onto fire. In a daze, Zuo Mo felt the sea of fire seem to have collapsed, and countless fine and scorching flames spread through his organs. The rush of heat was like liquid metal bouncing around in Zuo Mo's meridians. Ah! Zuo Mo couldn't stop himself from screaming. A hot stream rushed into his head. His fragile head seemed to have been branded with hot metal. Poof! A flame suddenly ran onto his clothing. The fire quickly spread. In the blink of an eye, all the clothing on his body turned to flames. What was strange was the fire didn't wound Zuo Mo at all. Zuo Mo was naked in the air, his entire body red like a metal skeleton that just came out of the forge. It was possible to see with the naked eye the waves of hot air that were surrounding his body. Dot. The howls were deep and rough, like those of a beast. All the blood vessels in Zuo Mo's body were enlarged, like metal threads that were being burnt as they encompassed his entire body. So pleasing to the ears. Looking on from the side, Pu Yao's face was intoxicated as he sighed, even the soul is in pain. It's been so long since I've heard such an enchanting sound, I really missed it. Zuo Mo completely lost his mind. He was like a wild beast whose entire body was burning, and howled instinctively. The fire didn't seem content rushing inside his body and burrowed out of his skin, shrouding his body. He became a ball of fire. If Zuo Mo was clear-headed at this moment, he would be shocked to find the fire that was burning his body was deep red and alluring, extremely similar to the fire in his sea of consciousness. Looking at the deep red flames that were furiously dancing on Zuo Mo's body, Pu Yao's gaze instantly darkened. The corner of his mouth, however, swept up. It was unknown what he had been reminded of. The sound of Zuo Mo's howls became even deeper, even rougher. The flames surrounding him seemed to burn even more ferociously. Pu Yao's expression changed. After a while, his gaze returned to normal and he said to himself, "The person you chose, I'll give him one chance." Finishing, he pointed a finger at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo seemed to have been struck by a large hammer and was sent flying, landing with a splash in the cold pond. Zuo Mo was like a stone, quickly sinking. Strangely, the deep red flames around his body were not affected in the slightest by the water, and were still furiously waving. Just at this time, the ice river in Zuo Mo's sea of consciousness suddenly started to grind. The icicles crowding in the ice river were pushed by an invisible force and slowly started to flow. The silent and straight ice river, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a river where countless big and small sword energies were moving. Hiss hiss hiss. These sword energies followed the surface of the river as they headed for the flames surrounding the river. As the icy sword essences touched the dancing flames beside the shores, the unexpected happened. The fire grew dramatically. In the sea of consciousness, the fire reached the sky, even the star in the void overhead was almost consumed by the fire. Only the gravestone in the sea of consciousness was still shrouded in the black clouds, not affected in the slightest. Inside the ice river, the icicles rose up and down even fiercer, the sword essences continuously shooting out with white mist towards the sea of fire. An astounding change was also appearing on Zuo Mo's body. A thin layer of ice had appeared on his entirely flushed body. Yet in the blink of an eye, this thin layer would melt and disappear. But after a while, the layer of ice would appear again and repeat. The cold pond wasn't deep. Zuo Mo quickly reached the bottom of the pond. The temperature at the bottom of the pond was multiple times colder than the water at the top, no fish or shrimp to be found. As though it was affected, each time the thin ice appeared, the time it stayed became longer. However, the fires around Zuo Mo's body wasn't weakened at all, they were still burning weirdly in the water. A faint light suddenly appeared in Zuo Mo's chest. This light traveled through Zuo Mo's channels. Every place it passed through, the flame would become smaller, but then very quickly, the red flames would once again continue their dancing. Zuo Mo seemed to have entered a very strange place. He had completely lost control of his body. Hazily, he felt that he was being burned in a furnace, and then suddenly thrown into the polar regions, but no matter the torment, he didn't have any room to struggle. Don't forget. Even in death, you must not forget. The voice appeared again. A basin of cold water seemed to have been poured over Zuo Mo's head. His consciousness recovered clarity for a short moment. Upon clarity, the extreme pain of burning and the bone-aching cold flooded him like the tide. He couldn't help opening his mouth. The icy pond water instantly poured into his mouth. There was nothing that could describe his feelings at this moment. His entire body was furiously burning, the extreme pain from his flesh and bones burning bit by bit almost made him faint. The pond water that had poured in almost froze him to an ice cube. His clear mind instantly became dizzy again. Was this Zhuji? Was this the power of the fire dragon grass? That dream. In a daze, Zuo Mo's relaxed hands suddenly turned into fists. His entire body bowed, all the strength in the body gathering at this moment. His eyes widened furiously, bright red. Who wanted to control me? Who changed my face and erased my mind? Who did it? Who did it? From the depths of his mind, countless thoughts uncontrollably streamed through. From the depths of his body came a pain of his flesh burning and the bone-breaking coldness. Inside his angry eyes, the flames were swallowed by a bloody red tide. Who did it? Who did it? Who did it? Bastard! The blood in his chest roared. The anger and grief that came from the deepest part of his heart erupted like a volcano. In an instant, it swallowed the fire and the ice. Zuo Mo seemed to be cursed. He gathered all the energy in his body and threw out his fist. Accompanied by the deep red alluring flames, his fist heavily smashed onto the rock side of the pond. Boom! With Zuo Mo's fist as the center, a spider web of cracks appeared on the rock face. Scorch marks spread out from the center of the impact. Boom! Another punch. Stone fragments flew into the water. A few of them brushed past Zuo Mo's body, creating a few marks. The fresh blood flowed out, quickly dissolving in the water. Boom boom boom. Zuo Mo was completely stuck in a trance. His eyes bright red, the tendons tight, he furiously threw out punches. The silent bottom of the pond turned into a muddy mess. Beside the pond, Pu Yao detected the vibrations of the ground. Looking at the whirlpool that appeared in the body, his expression was normal as he raised a hand and caught a water droplet that flew out from the waterfall. Opening his hand, the water drop floated above his bond, round and clear as it reflected his blood eye. You're still not giving a hand? Do you still stupidly believe he could suppress the fire of the sky, Yao? A faint mocking smile appeared on his face as he slowly stated, "You are always like this, never listening to me. 3,000 years have passed yet you are still so stubborn. Do you not know that your choices are forever this idiotic?" He gently blew and the perfect water droplet floating in his hand turned to a gust of mist and dissipated into the air. "Your actions, I was sick of them long ago." Pu Yao patted his hand, his expression indifferent. The vibrations under his feet stopped, the pond recovered its quiet. "It's done." Pu Yao's sharp lips rose and he shrugged, this only proved once again your idiotic choices." He just turned his head when he stopped in his steps. Wu Kong Mountain, Xianyan who had been in meditation suddenly opened his eyes. He jumped up, his body disappearing. In the blink of an eye, he appeared at the peak. A few seconds later, Pei Yuan ran, Yan Lu and Shi Fengrong also flew over and appeared beside him. The four exchanged looks and with shocked faces, they raised their heads to look at the sky. Dongfu, Tianzongzi was browsing the list that Yu Bai had written. "This Zhong Mingyan is Zuo Mo Tian's disciple." Tianzongzi nodded as he remarked, "In Dongfu, if we're talking about strength, it's between Zuo Mo Tian and Xianyan." Zuo Mo Tian had been very fierce in the past, a person everyone was afraid of. This point was very similar to Xianyan. But I wonder what his disciple is like. Yu Bai said respectfully, this disciple had met that Zhong Mingyan once. Even though we didn't fight, but this disciple gathers from his composure that he most likely isn't weak. There's isn't many youths that you call not weak. I heard that Zuo Mo Tian had put in a lot of blood on this disciple. It's natural he wouldn't be weak. Tianzongzi chuckled, in the future, Dongfu is probably yours, Zhong Mingyan and Wu Kong Sword Sect's Wei Shang's world. This disciple will not disappoint Master's hopes. Yu Bai responded respectfully. Tianzongzi waved his hands, don't care too much about things like reputation. I only hope you can protect yourself in troubled times. This estate, I might not bear to part with it, but your safety is even more important. Yu Bai was moved and responded, yes. Seeing Yu Bai's face was full of worry, Tianzongzi couldn't help but comfort, this master is only planning ahead. Don't worry too much. If something really happens, us old people will be at the front. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a name on the list and was slightly shocked. When was there a Zuo Mo out of Wu Kong Sword Sect? How is he special? The first time this disciple heard this name, he had been in a conflict with Zhong Mingyan and another Dongqi disciples. Because he is a ling plant farmer, this disciple had been planning on resolving it. I did not expect that he managed to comprehend sword essence. Yu Bai added another sentence, he has not entered Zhuji. Oh. Tianzongzi's expression changed, another dangerous character in Wu Kong Sword Sect? Comprehending sword essence before entering Zhuji. This kind of sword talent, it's very rare. The heavens really have blessed Wu Kong Sword Sect. Between his words, he was slightly envious. Just at this time, his expression suddenly changed and flew out the window. Yu Bai paused before hurriedly following. He only saw Tianzongzi staring in a daze at the sky above. At the same time, on the highest plum peak of Dongqi Sword Sect, a long-haired black-robed man stood against the wind. With a shocked face, he raised his head to look at the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 46 Zhuji. No cliffhanger this time? There has been 2 big terminology changes. I still don't understand how I didn't translate Jade Sticks properly and it didn't click for this long. It is now Jade Scroll, which is better and easier to understand. Also, Tianyu Jie is now Sky Moon Jie. I might slip up sometimes, but that's the general gist of it. I think I'll update the glossary every 20 chapters or so. There's no many terms now in the future chapters. Chapter 46 Zhuji. The peak of daytime, the sky was blue and clear, yet what raised people's hairs was that the blue sky was filled with blazing stars. Stars in daytime, Pei Yuan ran muttered to himself. The other three's expressions all changed. Shi Xiong. Shi Fengrong's voice was slightly trembling, what is happening here? I don't know. Pei Yuan Ran's expression was heavy as he shook his head, the apparition of stars appearing in daytime, it happens once every few thousand years. I've only seen it in some records. But it doesn't seem to be a good omen. Even though the 4 were all Jin Dan, looking at the strange scene in front of them, their hearts couldn't help but feel cold. In Dongfu, Yu Bai stared with wide eyes at the stars dotting the sky and that proud sun hanging high up in the sky. Fear rose up from the deepest part of his heart and spread through his body. Tianzongzi muttered, stars in daytime. The plum peak of Dongqi, light erupted from Zuo Mo Tian's eyes as he murmured, stars in daytime. In the entire Sky Moon Jie, countless strong people were all alarmed. Looking up at the sky over the 13 primary towns of Sky Moonjia, it was completely filled with cultivators. In the wilderness, on the mountaintops, no matter what the Xiuzhou were doing, they all stopped their hands and floated in midair. All of the cultivators' gazes, they were completely focuses on this sky that they were so familiar with. No matter their cultivation, shock was on everyone's face. In Cold Mist Valley, Pu Yao's pupils shrunk. He gazed at the pond before him. In his blood-red vision, he could clearly see a pillar of light that glittered as it came down from the sky and entered the pond. If one used a normal vision, where could they even see a pillar? No Ling energy, no vibrations. Only through his blood eye could this intangible pillar of light be seen. Do you think you had wagered correctly? Pu Yao said coldly, murderous intent in his right blood eye. When the sound landed, the clear pond suddenly became as dark as ink. The sound of the waterfall disappeared without a trace. The waterfall was like a broken Mustang, docilely flowing into the pond without a splash. The valley fell into a strange silence. Looking at the black water pond, Pu Yao wasn't afraid. He took a strong stride forward, pressing, "For this trash, you decide to fight me?" The black water pond was silent and motionless as though it was dead. A Yao, a pond. They confronted each other like this. Time slipped away. Pu Yao suddenly took back the leg he had stepped with, his expression returning to normal. A kind of disdain was at the corner of his mouth. Stars in daylight, hey, do you really think this is still 3,000 years ago? You made it too big. He was somewhat rejoicing at the calamity. The black water pond wasn't affected. Pu Yao shrugged, so what if it's stars in daylight? Can it extinguish Sky Yao fire? The Sky Yao fire even you can't extinguish? The black water pond suddenly started to flip as though it was boiling. Explosive sounds came out of the inky black water. Pu Yao raised his head to look at the sky and lightly said a sentence that instantly made the pond water quiet. Oh, it seems everyone wants to see. In the blink of an eye, the pond regained its clarity. The obedient waterfall resumed its ferocity and roared, the water splashing. Pu Yao gave a light laugh and disappeared. An extremely strong consciousness scanned over Cold Mist Valley. When Zuo Mo opened his eyes, he instantly shuddered. So cold. The coldness of the water told him where he was situated. The cold pond of Cold Mist Valley. Last time, it had been here where he had broken through to one breath. He was very familiar with this situation. But after he had achieved one breath, he had never felt suffocated in the water. In the past, Zuo Mo had actually been suspicious that he might turn into a fish. Ouch. Zuo Mo bared his teeth. So painful. Any movement and a heart-wrenching pain would come from all over his body. His features instantly twisted. Thankfully, he wasn't dead. What he could remember up until was when that hazy voice told him to eat the fire dragon grass. What happened after, he didn't know at all. But right now, he wasn't willing to think, too lazy to move, his entire body was hurting and very quickly, he found he wasn't wearing a scrap of clothing. How would he get out? He wanted to laugh but couldn't. Right now, he didn't want to think about anything. He just wanted to go to sleep. But the pond water was really too cold, so cold it reached his heart. This wasn't a good place to sleep. Why was it that every time, he would torment himself so much? Forcing himself alert, he gritted his teeth and entered mediation. He wanted to know what his situation really was like. The Ling energy in his body abruptly appeared in front of him. He was first struck dumb and then was overjoyed. Zuji. He had completed Zhuji. Internal vision, this was internal vision. In a trance, he saw the three-dimensional diagram of the Ling energy moving through his body. Each strand of Ling energy was so clear for him to see. He felt as though he could see all objects, his mind becoming clear. Zuo Mo didn't know how long it was until his thoughts refocused. He hurriedly inspected his Ling energy again and to his surprise, he found his Ling energy was 3 times what it had been originally been. No wonder the distance between the 10th level of Lianqi and Zhuji was a great canyon. It really was a canyon. He had just entered Zhuji and his cultivation had increased 3 times. Think of the power disparity. It might have been caused by excess happiness, but the pain from his body seemed to lessen greatly. Zuo Mo struggled out of the bottom of the pond and floated towards the top. When his head came out of the water, he couldn't help sucking in a breath. He hadn't thought that he would really make it through the fire dragon grass. Even now, he was still somewhat in disbelief. Fire dragon grass was something that only terrifying and abnormal people like Shi Xiang could endure. But he actually made it through. But he still had lingering fears. The danger involved could be deduced from the pain of his entire body. But, he finally made it through. He opened his mouth and wanted to laugh but found that his throat was dry and painful, unable to make a sound. His hands pushed against the side of the pond, trying to climb out. His body shuddered in great pain and almost made him faint. With no other solution, he could only use his hands to grab a rock beside the pond, his body soaking in the water. The joy after surviving a calamity made everything seem so beautiful. After a long time, the pain lessened slightly and his strength had slightly recovered. Struggling to climb out of the pond, he found the jade scrolls and other times scattered on the ground. He carefully picked them all up. What really made him feel pain was that third-grade spirit traveling seal. It had burnt down to only a small scrap. Did his body really combust? He still remembered the strong feeling of burning before he became unconscious, but that was all he remembered. Thankfully, most of his belongings, like talismans and jade sticks, were still undamaged. But since the spirit traveling seal was gone, and he was naked, how would he get back to West Wind Valley? Suddenly, he had an idea. Casting Little Art of Cloud and Rain, he saw a white ball of clouds appear in front of him. He snickered, his hands maintaining the spell as his body sneaked into the cloud. Oh, cold, very comfortable. Very quickly, he found that the pain in his body seemed to have lessened slightly. Did Little Art of Cloud and Rain have healing properties? But this wasn't the time to study it. He should think of a way to get back. Old Black had finished his work in the fields and was preparing to return home. Walking on the road, he couldn't help but ponder what he had just seen. Thinking about it now, he felt his heart tremble. Stars appearing during daytime. There were many strange things in the world, natural abnormalities. Was this a bad omen? He couldn't help but raise his head. In the blue sky, other than the sun, there was nothing else. Old Black exhaled. Normal was good, normal was good. Normality was the best. Please don't have any change. As he thought aimlessly, he walked back towards his residence. Where he was living now was the big yard that Zuo Mo had lived in previously. Detecting that someone was coming opposite him, he raised his head. At a glance, he was pinned to the ground, his expression dumbstruck. After a pause, he recovered and stammered, "Little Moge, you are." Zuo Mo was completely shrouded in a white cloud. Only his head was left sticking out. Looking down, Old Black could barely make out a pair of bare feet. Old Black felt this white cloud seemed familiar. He suddenly realized, wasn't this the cloud from Little Art of Cloud and Rain? Was he taking a bath? Thinking about the rain of Little Art of Cloud and Rain, Old Black felt that this creativity was pretty good. But he didn't need to bathe on the mountain road and wash as he kept on walking. Zuo Mo was extremely embarrassed and wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide himself. But due to his zombie face, there wasn't any bashfulness, no embarrassment. He seemed very at ease. His entire body was in pain. Any movement, and the pain would pierce his heart. He could only laboriously move his feet step by step. Old Black decided to give a compliment. He reached out with his thumb, "Little Moge, this trick is great." Zuo Mo felt that there weren't any words that could describe his feelings right now. He could only nod his head solemnly in acknowledgement and then slowly walk down the path. Looking at the back of the white ball slowly moving, even Old Black couldn't help but feel that Little Moge's bearing had really improved. What made Zuo Mo feel hopeless was that he had encountered quite a few outer sect disciples as he made his way. Their strange gazes made Zuo Mo's hair stand up. When he reached West Wind Valley, he almost wept tears of joy. But when he appeared at the gates of his own little yard, the gray-beaked goose at the rooftop was suddenly alarmed and quickly used its wings to cover its eyes. Zuo Mo's heart instantly shattered into countless pieces, landing on the ground. So this gray bird was female. What made Zuo Mo feel depressed was that this female bird sneakily created a small opening through her wings and peeped through from behind. And what made his teeth itch even more was that this female bird's gaze turned from curious to disdainful. Damned bird! Humiliated, Zuo Mo angrily sent out a sword energy. Honk! The gray-beaked goose shouted in alarm and nimbly dodged. It flew into the air and then suddenly extended its neck, full of disdain as it spat at the ground. Zuo Mo almost fainted in anger. He threw out hatefully, "You are a dead bird, just wait." What he was thankful for was that he hadn't encountered an elder on his way. If Master saw his state, she would beat him halfway to death and throw him down the mountain to feed the dogs. Laboriously moving into the room, he collapsed on the bed. He didn't want to move, he didn't want to think, didn't want to move a fingertip. He was exhausted. Very quickly, he slipped into a deep sleep. Before sleeping, he lightly muttered, "Juji." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 47 Shixiang Sui. Chapter 47 Shixiang Sui. Waking up, Zuo Mo almost couldn't open his eyes in the bright sunlight. He gave a comfortable groan. The soreness made his entire body feel relaxed. He wanted to keep sleeping. After struggling for a moment, he still decided to get up. In Juji, there really wasn't any need for sleep. But other than to recover strength, sleep's most important purpose was to let the mind rest. In the sunlight, he stretched out his spine, his entire skeleton cracking like popcorn. Zuo Mo instantly was frightened and quickly inspected his body. Not finding any problems, his heart was then reassured. He always felt that he muddled through all his breakthroughs. He never had the knowledge of what happened. Like Little Art of Cloud and Rain, going to the 4th level, embryonic breathing, spiritual cultivation, breaking into one breath, it was all like this. This time wasn't an exception. Other than these crisp sounds, and the increase in cultivation, he had not found any other benefits that Juji had brought. He was too greedy. Zuo Mo laughed at himself. Just in the increase in cultivation was enough for him to receive countless benefits. Walking out of the room, Zuo Mo, after the calamity, felt that the warm sunlight was all the more precious. Even the damn bird on the rooftop wasn't as terrible in his eyes as yesterday. Suddenly stopping, he took a deep breath. The slightly spread 10 fingers suddenly moved, creating an afterimage. His gaze was focused, his 10 fingers coming alive, darting quickly. The complicated transformations would dazzle a person's eyes. After learning Art of Flora, a spell that prioritized finger movements, this almost became one of his most practiced spells. There wasn't too many spells to practice in Lianqi involving manipulation of Ling energy. Like Little Art of Cloud and Rain, Zuo Mo had almost practiced it to the limits of what a Lianqi cultivator could do. And how to use spiritual power, he didn't have one word of instruction, and couldn't even touch the doorway. The only thing that time could be spent upon, and that he felt useful, were finger movements. Therefore, Art of Flora, that used finger movements, was his only choice. The increase in cultivation didn't cause an evident increase in the finger movements. This point raised Zuo Mo's attention. Juji was only the first stage in the journey of cultivation. The dangers of the road ahead, only trying it personally could lead to understanding. His goal, from a long time ago, it wasn't earning Jingshi or just living anymore. To search for the answer, then what was required was sufficient strength. Even Master, a Jin Dan, was cautious when speaking of the guy that had changed his features and erased his mind. How powerful the other's power must be. In other words, at the least, he needed power that surpassed his master. Master was a Jin Dan. Zuo Mo took a deep breath, raised his expressionless face, and the hands that had been at his side silently turned to fists. It was very far enough to make him feel it was impossible. There were countless cultivators, how many would become Jindan? To say of nothing else, but in the second generation of the entire sect, the only one that had hopes of becoming Jindan was Wei Sheng Shixiang. Himself? A guy that only had some talent in the area of 5 elements. If it was becoming a strong Ling plant farmer, Zuo Mo didn't have any doubts of whether he could achieve it. But achieving Jindan, his most optimistic prediction, was only just a hope of 1 in 10,000. After he learned of his changed features and erased mind, he had continuously asked himself, was it really worth it to pursue after such an illusory and distant goal? Right now, as a Ling plant farmer, his life would become better and better. If he formed a relationship with someone, his own descendants would have a pretty good life. But this, gambling his living, his life, to pursue that goal that had almost no chance of winning, was it worth it? Whenever he started to sway, he would always think of that dream that frequently appeared, that kept on repeating even in death, you must not forget. Every time he would ask himself, what was it that he could not forget even if he died? He didn't know. He was a cowardly person. In order to live, he could flatter, could bow his spine, but he wanted to know. The change in his frame of mind caused the change in his attitude to his cultivation to change completely. He worked more, worked harder. He knew just how low his starting point was. He also knew that his own innate talents were not good. But he also knew he had his own advantages. Pooh, even though he had cursed this damned perverse Ren Yao countless times, but Zuo Mo still needed to thank him. Without Pu Yao, he couldn't even see a hint of sunlight. For this sliver of light, even if he had to pay some things, he was still willing. This time, Juji had been a painful ordeal for him. But for some reason, his mental state became calmer, his thoughts clearer. Being a Ling plant farmer could dramatically increase his position in the sect, but clearly, a Ling plant farmer could not help him complete his goal. What he could rely on in this area was still sword scriptures. Ling plant farming, in the future, it was an important technique to earn Jingshi but not his main path of development. There were many paths to increase attack power, but of the many types of cultivation, the one with strongest attack power were sword cultivators. Even more, he was situated in a sword sect and naturally wouldn't abandon what was near to reach for the far. He might not have much talent with the sword, but he just needed to work harder. Thinking about sword cultivation, he remembered that after Zhuji, he could imprint a flying sword. Very quickly, he ran into difficulties. He didn't have a scripture for imprinting a flying sword. In Fragrant Ginger Yard, Shifeng was shocked when she saw Zuo Mo but instantly recovered. Even with Zhuji, you cannot be lazy. Go to the records room. You will be able to read some of the jade sticks. Coming out next time, I will personally test you. If you were lazy, there will be a heavy punishment. The last few words were extremely threatening. Zuo Mo cowered under Master's scolding, and could only murmur in affirmation. Inside, he wailed at his misfortune. It seemed he had hit Master's sore point somehow and couldn't help but wonder who had irritated Master. Only when Master's anger had decreased some did he cautiously open. Master, this disciple wants to request a scripture for impressing a flying sword. Impressing a flying sword? Shifeng couldn't help but frown and said with some dissatisfaction, your priority should be ling farming and dam making. Don't be greedy. Too greedy and you cannot digest it all. Don't you understand that? Zuo Mo heard this and grimaced. He just knew he wouldn't receive a good scripture. His mouth went, this disciple understands. But our Wu Kong sect is a sword sect. If this disciple doesn't know how to even impress a flying sword, walking out, wouldn't it shame the sect? That's true. Hearing this, Shifeng thought it was reasonable. You can go see your Shixiang Sui and find a scripture to practice. Do not spend too much effort. Yes. Zuo Mo agreed docilely. Go. Shifeng discourteously sent him away. The stars in daytime that had appeared yesterday caused his mood to be bad to the extreme. She had heard some of the rumors about stars in daytime. There were all kinds of strange ones, but one point was unusually unanimous. That was, it wasn't a good thing. If this kind of incident had happened in one of the other Jia, she could go spectate, but since it happened in Tianyu Jia, her mood became bad. Especially when she saw the worry in her sect leader Shixiang's eyes, her mood became worse. She knew sect leader Shixiang very well. Sect leader Shixiang never was panicked. Since even he was worried this time, the situation probably was worse than she had imagined. If this lady knew who was the one behind all this, humph. Murderous intent flashed through her eyes, causing Su Qing at the side to jump in fright. Even as he left Fragrant Ginger Yard, Zuo Mo felt that his chest was heavy. He knew that Master was looking out for him, but he could not tell his reasons to Master. It seemed that he had thought too simply. Zuo Mo grimaced inside. Originally, he had assumed that if his contribution to the sect was large, the sect would naturally increase his benefits and he wouldn't have to worry about things like scriptures. Now he knew that he had expected too much. His benefits would naturally increase, but benefits were also sorted into areas. Things like spells were the very core of a sect. Would they easily give it to others? Right now, he could only hope for Wei Sheng Shixiang to come out of the sword cave and teach him some moves. He still decided to take a trip to Sui Shixiang's place. He might not get a good spell, but he could seek a substitute. He'll take an average one. He had nothing in terms of sword scriptures. He was a page of white. Learning something would help his fundamentals. If the sect won't give, then he'll just buy it. If the jingxure that he threw out was numerous enough, he would naturally be able to buy a pretty good sword scripture. Ku is a ling plant farmer. Am I someone that would lack for jingxure? He completely forgot that his last piece of jingxure had been extracted by Pu Yao. In the sea of consciousness, the sea of fire roared. If Zuo Mo came in, he would certainly be in for a fright. The dancing deep red flames had grown a section higher. The temperature of the ice river seemed to have decreased. And the biggest change was the star in the sky. Bright as a diamond, magnificent and dazzling. On the gravestone shrouded in the black clouds, Pu Yao lazily used his hand to support his perfect and flawless chin, the other hand rubbing a pile of powder, muttering to himself, used up all the jingxure, ah. This guy is really a piece of trash, even getting a jingxure requires almost killing himself. He said to the air, if I knew earlier, I'd have gone myself. Now it's great, you made the incident big, so many powerful guys have arrived from outside. Even dead, you're still making trouble for me. It really is inflexible to the death. The white powder dribbled from the cracks in his hands. A lonely Yao sat on the gravestone and said ruefully, the landlord doesn't have any surplus either. In the Hall of Hearing Principles, Sui was slightly shocked when he saw Zuo Mo but quickly recovered his composure. He smiled opening, it's a rare occasion for shitty to come. Come, sit. Zuo Mo looked at Sui Shixiang. The other was a person that he had admired very much when he had been an outer sect disciple. He had never thought that he could sit on equal ground with him now. The affairs of the world, it really was fickle. He couldn't help but sigh. Zuo Mo has to thank Shixiang for guidance in the past. He sincerely gave a bow. Sui blanked and then hurried to help Zuo Mo up. Shitty doesn't have to be so courteous. That was just my duty. After this exchange of words, both felt that they were much closer to each other. It's rare for Shitty to come, have a taste of my tea. Sui's hands twisted. A set of tea equipment appeared in front of him. A yellow bamboo tea tray carved with 2 clouds. Simple and humble. On top was a purple clay teapot. The light flashed across the purple clay teapot, formations clearly were carved on it. 7 small cups like the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper. Sui took out a square jade box. When it was opened, Zuo Mo felt a fragrance spread towards him. The box was half full with ling tea. The ling tea was as green and bright as jade. It was a branch with 3 leaves clustered at the end, tender and glistening. This is fragrance tea. Sui introduced, produced by the Ivy Aromatic Shop. It took a lot of effort to buy this. Then he gave a smile. I don't have any other indulgences, just this one. But Sui Shixiang's eyes were focused as his hands skillfully started to wash the pot and cups. When had Zuo Mo ever seen such things? His eyes widened, unblinking. He saw Sui Shixiang first take out a small amount of tea leaves to put into the purple clay pot, pour in cold spring water, and then the thumb and index finger of the right hand gently pinched. A red flame floated in front of him. The movements of Shixiang's long and white fingers were extremely gentle as he gently placed this red flame inside the purple clay pot. Hiss splat, hiss splat. Inside the purple clay pot, countless water droplets exploded. The spring water inside the pot became a ball of green mist, yet not a drop spilled. Sui Shixiang quickly lifted the teapot and a rush of green tea poured into the teacup. Inside the teacup, the tea soup was green and enticing. A fragrance completely different than the one before wafted out. Drink quickly, the effect wouldn't be as good if it's cold. Sui Shixiang's expression was solemn. He directly held up a cup and put it to his mouth. Copying Shixiang, Zuo Mo also picked up a cup. Mimicking Shixiang, whose expression was intoxicated as he sipped, he also took a drink. Boom! It was impossible to describe the feeling that occurred the instant the tea soup touched the tongue. It was as though countless flavors had gathered and exploded at once inside the mouth. At the same time, Zuo Mo's tears and snot streamed out. Seeing Zuo Mo's sorry state, Sui almost choked on a sip of tea and then grinned widely. Zuo Mo couldn't care about Shixiang's laughter. All of his attention was on pondering this strange feeling. A rush of coolness spread through his limbs, his body unspeakably light. All the pores seemed to have opened, so comfortable he could groan. This tea soup has dense ling energy. You just entered Juji, this is good to stabilize your level. Sui reminded. Hearing this, Zuo Mo hurriedly swallowed the remaining tea soup, got into lotus position and entered meditation. Looking at Zuo Mo's gulps, Sui Shixiang only shook his head, seemingly dissatisfied with Zuo Mo wasting such a good thing. With a small mouthful after another, a face full of pleasure, he slowly drank. When Zuo Mo woke up from mediation, he felt his body refreshed and unspeakably comfortable. He didn't waste words and raised his hands to Sui Shixiang. Many thanks, Shixiang. Sui waved his hand, just invited Shitty to drink tea. Coming this time, Shitty must have a matter. Zuo Mo narrated how he had requested a spell for impressing a flying sword from his master. Hearing this, Sui nodded, I understand. I hadn't thought that since Shitty had received the jade medal, you still want to cultivate the sword. I'm just playing around. Zuo Mo hurriedly replied. After being cracked down by master, he felt it was better not to say anything. Ha, a man wanting to improve the sword, it isn't something embarrassing. Wielding a sword in the world, kill Yao and exterminate Mo, it is amazing. Shixiang had been like this before, but later, found that my talents were average and hard to achieve anything, so turned to learning forging. Sui first laughed at himself and then said seriously, since Shitty is interested in the sword, Shixiang has spent some more time on the sect, so knows a bit more, and can chat about it with Shitty. When Zuo Mo heard kill Yao and exterminate Mo, he couldn't help but grimace bitterly inside. Thinking about the perverse Ren Yao, he felt it was more likely that he would be killed and exterminated. But he still said solemnly, thank you Shixiang. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 48, The Black-Hearted Records Room. Reminder that Li is the seal for fire. But I didn't translate it because fire seal formation sounds a bit stupid, for one, and two, Li is actually a specific symbol you can search up on Google, 3 lines stacked together, try, and the middle one is broken. Hello to all new readers and thanks to anyone who commented. I don't bite, so please keep commenting. Chapter 48, The Black-Hearted Records Room. Our sect is a sword sect. Our strongest sword scripture is the Void Sword Scripture that our founder created. But our sect had gradually declined. This sword scripture that had been ranked 6th grade could not be learned by anyone in the sect. Somehow, after that, it was split into Shapeless Sword Scripture and Empty Sword Scripture. The one that Luo Li Shidi practices is Empty Sword Scripture. But these two scriptures that were split only reached 3rd grade. Other than this, the other one of importance is Master's Ice Dragon Sword Scripture. This sword scripture is a 4th grade sword scripture. In the hands of Master, it blossomed and managed to enter the ranks of 5th grade. In the past, it was with this sword scripture that Master had killed countless Yaoma in Yaohunt and received the title of Ice Dragon Sword. As he talked about his master Xin Yen, Sui wandered away in his thoughts. A 4th grade sword scripture that was able to elevate into 5th grade, it was enough to show that Xin Yen Shirshu's abilities with Ice Dragon Sword Scripture didn't just reach deeply, but that he had improved this sword scripture. No one who was able to do this was ordinary. Other than this, the ancestors of our sect were also skilled. Cloud Sword Scripture, Red Flame Sword Scripture, Emerald Sword Scripture, they are all 4th grade. Ha, Shidi, don't just think that our sect doesn't have any reputation in Dongfu. But in Dongfu, other than Dongfu Hall, only we have a 6th grade sword scripture. Even 4th grade scriptures, not just any sect in Dongfu has one. Zuo Mo's eyes widened. He had never thought that the sect was so strong. Sui noticed Zuo Mo's eyes and smiled. Shidi, don't think too optimistically. Sword scriptures above 4th level, the sect wouldn't easily pass it on to the disciples. What the sect leader and the Shirshu believe is better to have nothing than accept a shoddy choice. In the past, Luo Li Shidi was unparalleled in the 2nd generation, but even so, he was only passed on the 3rd grade sword scripture, Empty Sword Scripture. Seeing the disappointment in Zuo Mo's eyes, he comforted, Shidi, don't be too disappointed. There are very fine ones among the 3rd grade sword scriptures. Like the Empty Sword Scripture that Luo Li Shidi learnt, and that Shapeless Sword Scripture that also came from Void Sword Scripture, they are the extreme best among 3rd grade sword sections. Shidi, you have to pay attention. They might all be 3rd grade sword scriptures, but there are still differences. Zuo Mo instantly raised his ears. It was too hard to pursue those good ones, but he shouldn't pick the worst ones. He was very practical. The item less a bit, but the Jingxure difference wouldn't just be a bit. Usually, 5 elements sword scriptures are the worst. Shidi is a Ling plant farmer and your understanding of the 5 elements definitely is deeper than mine. The 5 elements encompass millions of changes yet lose their purity. To cultivate the sword, what cannot be lost is purity. But the 5 elements birth and defeat each other, and are difficult to make pure. I had never heard of a 5 elements sword scripture that went above 3rd grade. Shidi, don't try to pick this kind of sword scripture. The other sword scriptures, they all have their attributes. Some are fierce and powerful, good for killing in battle, some are strange and unpredictable, good for ambushing, some nurture the mind and increase cultivation. Nurture the mind? Aren't sword scriptures primarily for killing? How can it nurture the mind? Zuo Mo couldn't help asking. Haha, cultivation is long and difficult. If there isn't a strong and resolute heart, how can one achieve the path? To use the sword to nurture the heart, to harden the core. Many people practice this kind of sword scripture. Like me, I have Heaven Heart Sword Scripture. This kind of sword scripture, it doesn't have much power, but to nurture and fix the mind, it's pretty good. Sui smiled as he explained. The sect records at Riverside Peak. You are an inner sect disciple now and can go in to read. But it requires contribution points each time. If Shidi has spare time, remember to earn more sect contribution points. In the future, you'll need to use them. Sui emphasized. Bidding farewell to Sui Shixiang, Zuo Mo headed straight for Riverside Peak. There was a river below Riverside Peak, the mountain was steep and so the records room was built against the cliff. It wasn't big, just a small compound. There were some thin bamboo stalks planted beside the walls, the outer wall slightly crumbling. Zuo Mo was somewhat disappointed. He had never been here before. This place was only open to inner sect disciples. The person guarding the door was an old one. At the beginning, Zuo Mo fantasized that the other was some high master, but he was quickly disappointed. This old man guarding the door only had a cultivation of Lianqi 9th level. However, Zuo Mo didn't dare to disrespect him. The common saying was good, the existing official wasn't as good as the existing manager. Don't just look at how bad the old man's cultivation was, but he guarded the records room. If he wanted to make trouble, it was a very easy thing to do. Respectfully handing over his medal, the old man scanned it and lowered down his face, saying, 2 hours on the first level is 2 contribution points, 2 hours on the second floor is 4 contribution points. The jade scrolls in the first level can be copied. The second level is restricted from copying. Go in. He threw the medal back to Zuo Mo. So black. Zuo Mo swore inside. The contribution points of inner sect disciples were not the same as outer sect disciples, and they could not be converted. Zuo Mo only had in total 10 contribution points. 5 of them had been the reward the sect leader gave him for receiving the jade medal. The other 5 were from last time when he let Yan Lishirshu sell his plants. 10 contribution points. It was enough for him to stay 10 hours on the first floor and 5 on the second. If it was copying a jade scroll, even the most basic would be 2 or so hours. And if it couldn't be copied, then it had to be memorized. That wasn't something that could be accomplished in a few hours. Now he understood why Sui Shixiang reminded him to earn more contribution points. So the big cost was here. He was suddenly grateful that the dan-making records room of his master didn't require contribution points. Otherwise, he could only cry. Zuo Mo guessed that Xin Yan Shirshu definitely would have a private forging records room. Otherwise, Sui Shixiang would be in a terrible bind. Time was tight, and didn't allow Zuo Mo to think. He ran straight into the first floor. He saw rows of jade scrolls, organized neatly. Zuo Mo couldn't help twist his mouth. From what he saw, this was much worse than Master's records room. A layer of dust had accumulated on the wooden boards. It looked like there usually weren't many people. Even though it lacked care, but the arrangement of the jade scrolls was easy to follow. There were all kinds of jade scrolls. Sword scriptures, 5 elements, cultivation scriptures, forging. These were the jade scrolls that the elders of the sect that searched and gathered over the generations. The grade of these jade scrolls weren't high, didn't have much practical value, but it would have been a pity to throw them out, so the sect had created a records room to support the inner sect members to study. This kind of jade scrolls were only useful to those who had just become an inner sect disciple. As they spent longer with their master, the worth of these jade scrolls would decrease. It had been a long time since Wu Kong Sword Sect had new inner sect disciples come in. After Li Yingfeng became an inner sect disciple, she spent each day with Yan Lishirshu taking care of all the different business. And after Wei Shang Shixiang became an inner sect disciple, he received Xin Yan Shirshu's meticulous teachings and then entered the sword cave, therefore, he naturally didn't come here. So when Zuo Mo came in, he saw this dusty scene. Even though there wasn't high-level spells, but the roomful of jade scrolls still made Zuo Mo's eyes turn dizzy and drool. Don't just think that these jade scrolls weren't important. If they were thrown onto the market, each one could be sold for a pretty good price. For Lianqi disciples, each jade scroll would be a treasure. Zuo Mo headed straight for the sword scriptures. It was also the largest topic on the first floor. Wu Kong Sword Sect was a sword sect, so naturally, it would put all possible effort into gathering sword scriptures. There were large numbers of second and third grade sword scriptures on the first floor. Naturally, they weren't of high quality. After making a cursory examination, he quickly put them down. As expected, there was nothing really good. It wasn't bad as a reference, but for a primary method, it wasn't really good. Looking at the stars for the second floor, he hesitated a second and then decided to go up to see. The second floor was slightly smaller and there was a dramatically smaller number of jade scroll. But the scene was very similar to Master's records room. The jade scrolls were all floating in midair, each jade scroll surrounding by differently colored whirlpools. Having had a similar experience, Zuo Mo naturally knew what to do. He scanned through the jade scrolls about sword scriptures one by one. Even now, he still hadn't decided what kind of sword scripture to cultivate. If it had been before, he might have chosen to be like Sui Shixiang and practice something like Sky Heart Sword Scripture. This kind of sword scripture cultivated the resolve of the cultivator, something that was crucial. However, for him that was pursuing strength, finding those sword scriptures that had greater power was more realistic. Undecided, Zuo Mo flipped and read through them one by one. He had never seen so many jade scrolls at the same time. The jade scrolls from the second level, if it had been in the past, they would all have been treasures that he would have dreamed about. He couldn't help but feel as though he was in a dream. As expected, the sword scriptures that Sui Shixiang had mentioned were all absent. The second floor were entirely third-grade sword scriptures but were distinctively of higher quality than the jade scrolls downstairs. They should be the finest of the third grade. There was a set of Wind and Thunder sword scripture. After cultivating it, one would float like the wind, power like thunder, the effectiveness shocking. Supposedly it had originally been a 5th grade sword scripture, but after continuous loss over thousands of years, its power declined and it was demoted to 3rd grade. And another even stranger was Autumn Rain Sword Scripture. It required a set of 108 swords. The moves were like rain, extremely difficult to block. But just like Wind and Thunder Sword Scripture, much of its contents had been lost, especially the method of making the swords. The power of each individual sword dropped dramatically and it entered an awkward state. But its manipulations were very exquisite, so it was put on the 2nd floor. Each sword scripture had its unique strengths, but similarly, they all had a great flaw. Seeing that the jade scrolls he hadn't read become less and less, Zuo Mo started to become panicked. Was he unable to find an appropriate sword scripture for himself? He completely forgot that time was flowing away. As the number of the jade scrolls decreased one by one, his heart started to sink to the bottom bit by bit. At last, he was facing the last jade scroll. Li Water Sword Scripture. Li Water, these two characters clearly connected to the 5 elements caused Zuo Mo's heart to jump. Sui Shixiang's words were by his ears. Shixiang had kept reminding him of the weak nature of 5-element sword scriptures. Zuo Mo, who had a rough understanding of the 5 elements, was very clear just how correct Shixiang was. The 5 elements had many transformations, but it was hard to purify. If the sword essence was not pure, then the power would decrease. Completely disheartened, Zuo Mo unconsciously read Li Water Sword Scripture. He suddenly found something and his mind roused itself. Just as he wanted to take a closer look, his eyes suddenly flashed and then he found himself standing in the yard. Time has ended. You have used all your contribution points. The old man's eyelids didn't even raise as he gave a dismissal. Zuo Mo wanted to cry. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 49 Purchase Order. Chapter 49 Purchase Order. Spending 10 contribution points but not a spell to show for it, Zuo Mo felt like a fool. Enraged, Zuo Mo raised his head to look at the decrepit building before marching away without a second glance. Humph, when ye has contribution points, ye will lie down on the 1st floor, lie down on the 2nd, sleep every day here. Zuo Mo didn't feel good but was helpless. Very quickly, his brain turned to how to earn Jingshi. The contribution points of inner sect disciples were not easy to earn. Previously, when he had been an outer sect disciple, he had never been troubled by contribution points. But then he turned around his thinking. The contribution points of inner sect disciples were much more valuable than outer sect disciples. Before, no matter which jade scroll from the 2nd level, he would treat it like a treasure. When would he be so picky? There were many ways to earn contribution points. Just the ling grasses and herbs that Zuo Mo planted, and then if the sect sold them, they all would have contribution points. However, rules like the records room, Zuo Mo guessed, were common and there would be other places that would need to use contribution points. This question was very important and he needed to be clear. He ran to the Hall of Hearing Principles and found Sui Shixiang. After hearing Zuo Mo's words, Sui Shixiang explained, "Shitty thought correctly. Contribution points are more useful than Jingshi in the sect. Other than Void Sword Scripture, all the other spells in the sect, including Master's, Ice Dragon Sword Scripture, and the other 4th grade sword scriptures can all be exchanged using contribution points. Of course, the amount of contribution points needed is astonishing. Other than spells, some high-quality items, like flying swords and talismans, can also be exchanged using contribution points. You can even use your contribution points to get my master to teach you the sword or forging. I can also pay using contribution points to let Gu teach me dan making. Basically, contribution points are omnipotent in the sect." Then how does Shixiang earn contribution points? Zuo Mo asked. I usually make some talismans for the sect for Yan Lishu to sell. Or I forge talismans for the other Shitty in exchange for some contribution points. If Shitty needs some talisman in the future, come find me. My price is much lower than the sect. Sui didn't give up a change to promote his own talismans and continued, like Shitty, if you become skilled at dan making in the future, it would be very fast to earn contribution points. For other people, Luoli Shitty might only be Zhuji, but he has achieved Empty Sword, and his attack power can compare to a cultivator in the initial stages of Ningmai. Most of his time is spent in the mines guarding the Shio slaves. Underground is dark and uncomfortable, extremely dull. Other than Luoli Shitty, no one is willing to go, so the contribution point that the sect gives him is extremely high. When Sui Shixiang mentioned Luoli, Zuo Mo remembered something. In the 2nd floor of the records room, I didn't see Empty Sword Scripture and Shapeless Sword Scripture. Shitty is in too much of a rush. These two sword scriptures, while they are 3rd grade, but they are the finest among the third grade. It is also possible to find the shadow of void sword scripture from those two. The sect naturally is very cautious. When Shitty has spent more time in the sect, naturally you will be able to exchange for it. Zuo Mo understood. Leaving Sui Shixian's place, Zuo Mo had a general idea of what he needed to do. It wasn't easy receiving contribution points in the sect. It seemed that his only realistic method right now was relying on planting ling plants. When he got to the entrance to the valley, he saw Li Yingfeng Shiji. He hurriedly greeted, "Why hasn't Shiji gone in? The Jinji on Shitty's valley is very heavy. Shiji doesn't want to be too presumptuous." Li Yingfeng joked. Zuo Mo's heart jumped. Due to the fact that there was a ling vein beneath the rock room, he was very cautious and had set down layers of Jinji at the mouth of the valley. Looking at it now, it seemed very risky as it caught people's attention. He forced himself to calm, responding, "There are many ling grasses growing inside the valley. I'm afraid that some animals like rabbits and foxes would get it and damage the grasses. Then this little brother won't even have the time to cry." "That's true." Li Yingfeng nodded. "If ling grasses are ruined by those little animals, they wouldn't be worth anything. I actually have a jade scroll right now about Jinji. I'll send it over to Shitty since you can use it." Zuo Mo was overjoyed and gave a deep bow. "Many thanks, Shiji. Shitty is too polite." She replied, "You and I both came up from the outer sect. It's rational for us to give mutual support." "Of course." Zuo Mo agreed. Both of them were clever people. This conversation quickly set down their relationship as allies. It might appear that everyone was good to him on the surface, but inner sect disciples that came from outer sect disciples usually would be pushed aside by the other inner sect disciples. Not just Wu Kong Sword Sect, almost all sects were like this. There weren't many second-generation disciples in Wu Kong Sword Sect and most of them were outside. Other than Luoli and Haomin, eldest Xixiang Qin Chang, eldest Shiji Gong Sun Chang and third Shiji Sui Xia were all not in the sect. The battle over eldest Xixiang between Wei Shang and Qin Chang was undoubtedly the focal point. If nothing unexpected happened, it was almost set in stone that Wei Shang would supplant Qin Chang as eldest Xixiang. But Qin Chang was also a disciple of the sect leader, and after being eldest Xixiang for this many years, he was well loved by the other second-generation disciples. Eldest Shiji Gong Sun Ching supposedly was engaged to a disciple in a certain large sect. She wouldn't be spending too much time in the sect, but her influence in the sect was the greatest among all second-generation disciples. She could even influence the sect leader. This was probably due to her fiancé. Third Shiji Sui Xia was deeply loved by all the Shirshu. Yan Le Shirshu had meant for her to take over his work. However, her personality was lively and carefree, uninterested in business. Zuo Mo sighed ruefully. No place was spared from conflict. Many times, it wasn't a question of whether you fought or not. He and Li Yingfeng weren't unfamiliar with these matters. The outer sect disciples fought even more viciously, the little groups as plentiful as trees in a forest. Both of them were experienced. Zuo Mo had went from being bullied by all at the beginning to the end where everyone flattered him. From an outsider perspective, his experiences went deep. And Li Yingfeng, to become the top dog of the Eastern Peak female disciples, there were no doubts to her abilities. Zuo Mo saw it very clearly. Wei Sheng Xixian might be the leader of the three of them, but on these matters, Xixian wouldn't pay attention. Other than the sword, Xixian was indifferent and unconcerned with other matters. Zuo Mo was certain that Xixian would be happy not to be eldest Xixiang. That way, he could concentrate on cultivation. Xixiang might not have to consider these things, but he couldn't not consider. Xixiang's talents and power was displayed there. Even Qin Chang would treat Xixiang with the utmost respect. But Li Yingfeng and his circumstances would be much trickier. There was a large difference between good and bad. Li Yingfeng was also very satisfied with the tacit understanding between the two of them and thought inside, this Zuo Mo Shitty's appearance might be frightening, but he had a clever heart. A clever companion was much better than a stupid one. Some things only need to be touched upon. She changed the topic, coming this time, it's to deliver Jingshi to Shitty. This was undoubtedly the words that Zuo Mo liked to hear the most. He instantly became alert. Oh, how much? This is 76 second grade Jingshi. That's after taking away the down payment. Li Yingfeng handed Zuo Mo a jade scroll. This has the detailed accounts. Shitty can take it back for a look. Zuo Mo took the jade scroll, his happiness unrivaled. The profit this time far surpassed his expectations. Suddenly remembering a matter, Li Yingfeng asked, does Shitty still have some of the Great Strength Pill? Great Strength Pill. If Li Yingfeng hadn't mentioned it, Zuo Mo had almost forgotten that Lingdan. Last time, a cultivator had brought it. 2 days ago, he came asking if there was any more. He wants to buy another 10. Each one 20 pieces of second-grade Jingshi. Li Yingfeng said. 10 pills. Each one 20 pieces of second-grade Jingshi. In total, 200 pieces of second-grade Jingshi. That was 2 third-grade Jingshi. Zuo Mo seemed to see countless Jingshi flying towards him. This was the biggest order he had received up until now. 2 pieces of third-grade Jingshi. The raw materials for great strength pill were only 3 pieces of second-grade Jingshi. With 20 pieces of second-grade Jingshi as the sale price, the profit from one pellet reached 17 pieces of second-grade Jingshi. No wonder his heart was beating so frantically. His only worry right now was the success rate. He had accidentally made great strength pill. He wasn't certain that he could successfully make it. I'll try first. He was still very cautious. Okay. If shitty gets results, tell me anytime. Finishing, Li Yingfeng left. Seeing Shiji leave, Zuo Mo instantly rushed into the valley, flipped onto the gray-beaked goose to rush for fragrant ginger yard. One pill was 20 pieces of second-grade Jingshi. This was almost half of his income every year in the past. Entering fragrant ginger yard, he brought a pile of materials to make the great strength pill from Suqing Shiji, and then burrowed into the damn room. Nothing would make him more enthusiastic than Jingshi. He didn't start the process immediately but sat down first and thought back to every action that occurred last time. When his emotions had calmed down, he then folded his legs to enter meditation and started embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. 4 hours later, he woke up from meditation. The face was frozen like it was dead, but the eyes were clear and serene. Zuo Mo's mind was peaceful, completely absent of the glee he had before. His consciousness, mind and Ling energy were all at their best. Putting the raw materials for great strength pill into the cauldron, Zuo Mo's hands touched the 8 trigrams plate and his consciousness silently spread out. Adding in Ling energy, the Li fire seal formation on the dan-making cauldron suddenly started, the Ling energy inside the cauldron twisting and turning. In the middle of the process, Zuo Mo's spell changed and, Art of Crimson Flame, was cast at full force. A gold line dropped into his hands from the sky. Then its direction was deflected and it entered the cauldron. Up until now, nothing was different compared to last time. Zuo Mo's heart relaxed slightly. Just before, when he had thought back to every action in great detail but last time, it had basically been an accident that had created this strange Lingdan. He was muddled about many places and didn't remember clearly. Suddenly, his heart jumped and he cried misfortune. The Ling energy inside the cauldron was vibrating abnormally. As expected, a sharp and burnt smell spread through the dan room. Zuo Mo had made enough mental preparations. It wasn't too difficult to accidentally make a new kind of Lingdan. What that needed was luck. But to actually grasp the method for making the Lingdan, that was knowledge. Anything that required study, it had to be built from the ground up, there were no tricks. He knew the general idea, the basic steps, and the raw materials. There was also enough profit. Was there anything other than this that was more appropriate for a greenhorn like Zuo Mo? As to the difficulties involved, Zuo Mo wasn't afraid. In this world, was there something good that would earn Jingshi without any difficulty? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 50, Finding the Way. Chapter 50, Finding the Way. After 3 continuous failures, Zuo Mo had to stop experimenting. Even though he had sufficient wealth at this point, but it wasn't enough for him to squander it. He had to plan it out and spend wisely. 3 continuous failures. That meant there was a crucial step that he had missed. He entered into deep thought. What he didn't know was that the difficulty of this matter far surpassed the limits of what he could cope with. He had swallowed down some records, but in the area of dan making, he was the newest of the new, his experience was almost zero. Going through speculations to find the basic changes in a certain part of the dan making process, many cultivators that were far more experienced may not be able to do it. But no one had told Zuo Mo this point. If Zuo Mo knew this, he most likely would have thrown the matter to the side. Why was he making great strength pill? It was for Jingshi. If it was too difficult, the risk too high, it wasn't profitable. Then he should go to find a more realistic method. He wasn't afraid of difficulty, he was afraid that his ignorance and those questions that were far out of his level would be tangled together. In Zuo Mo's eyes, that was an unprofitable business. But Zuo Mo hadn't realized that the problem he was facing was out of his range. He twisted his brain as he thought in the dan room. In the sword cave, not even the fingers on a hand could be made out. The rock underneath the feet was ice cold, the blood river not far away roiled relentlessly. Wei Sheng panted heavily and couldn't persevere any longer, falling to the ground to enter mediation. The exhaustion between his brows were unable to be disguised. He made a sorry figure, half naked, about 10 or so scars crisscrossing, alarming to the eye. On his lower half, there was only a short length of pants. He quickly entered mediation, almost immediately after sitting down. In meditation, Wei Sheng's spine was as straight as a sword, a few hints of dignity and imposingness faintly appearing through his serene appearance. Time slipped away, yet he remained motionless. A black shadow quietly neared Wei Sheng. In mediation, Wei Sheng did not detect it. Suddenly, the black shadow leapt at Wei Sheng. In mediation, Wei Sheng unexpectedly opened his eyes. With an unknown move, a green sword energy flashed in the dark and the shadow was split in half. Squeak! The scream the black shadow gave was dissonant as it turned into black smoke and disappeared without a trace. Wei Sheng stood up from the cold rock ground, his face unaffected. In his eyes were an eternal resolve. Barely visible was sword essence roiling behind. In the silence and darkness, he raised his bare foot, following the blood river, as he slowly and steadily headed deeper. In a place extremely far away from Tianyujia. Stars in daytime. Yes. This matter has alarmed many people. There are already many that are rushing to investigate in Tianyujia. Some people say that stars in daytime is a great treasure appearing. Great treasure appearing? The person who spoke had heavy disdain. People die for wealth, bird die for food. This rationale is unchanging. Then we send someone. Pay attention to this matter. The person who spoke gave an unquestionable order. Yes. In the fragrant ginger yard of Wukong Mountains, seeing Shifeng Rong come out of the Dan room, Su Qing hurriedly followed. She could become the first seat of the outer sect disciples of fragrant ginger yard. One point was she was obedient and could listen, and she was reliable at her job. The other important reason was that she could tolerate Shifeng Rong's strange temper. Shifeng Rong looked at the surroundings and furrowed her brows. Where's your Shixiang? Su Qing hurried responded, after Shixiang entered the Dan room a few days ago, he hasn't come out. Dan room? What Dan is he making? Shifeng Rong's brow smoothed as she asked casually. It seemed that Zuo Mo was really focused on Dan making. She was very satisfied. It's probably fasting pills. Shixiang had bought some materials for fasting pills from me a few days ago. Su Qing answered. She had been at Fragrant Ginger Yard for a long time and her experience in the area of Dan was much deeper than Zuo Mo. Fasting pills. Shifeng Rong's brows furrowed again as she said discontent, why is he still making fasting pills now? How can he improve that way? Fasting pills were the most basic Dan. It couldn't even be considered a Ling Dan. As a Zhuji cultivator, it was a very comical thing to spend effort on that. Su Qing's heart jumped and she regretted what she had just said. If Shixiang was punished by Shu because of what she said, it would be bad for her. As she spoke, Shifeng Rong moved in front of the door to Zuo Mo's Dan room. Without knocking, she pushed open the door. Once the door was open, a thick and choking burning smell rushed out. Shifeng Rong's expression became even uglier. Failure at making fasting pills? Was it that the 5 fasting pills last time had been brought to deceive her? Her expression became dark. Zuo Mo was like a puppet, blankly sitting on the ground. He didn't even notice Shifeng Rong and Su Qing entering. Shifeng Rong noticed that Zuo Mo's empty eyes were full of blood and the rage inside slightly decreased. She could see that Zuo Mo was deep in thought. Suppressing the fire inside, she didn't disturb Zuo Mo, walking straight to the waste pile beside the cauldron. It really was the materials for fasting pills. She was sure after one look. The rage inside instantly shot up again. She decided that later she would have Zuo Mo make one in front of her. Her gaze was just going to move away from the waste when it suddenly stopped. She bent down and started to flip through the waste, and occasionally took up a bit to examine carefully. Su Qing was so envious. She sighed. Inner sect disciples were really inner sect disciples. She had spent so many years at Fragrant Ginger Yard, but had never seen Shu been this concerned for another disciple. Zuo Mo only managed to wake up at this time. Seeing that 2 more people were in his Dan room, the fire that had formed due to his struggles shot up. It was common knowledge that the Dan room wasn't a place that others were allowed to enter, especially when making Dan. That could easily cause the Dan to fail. But when he saw who the person was, the curses that had reached his mouth instantly shrunk back into his stomach. Danger! It's a catastrophe. He hurriedly stood up and respectfully gave a bow to Shifeng Rong, Master. You are making that Ling Dan from last time? Shi Fenglong's head didn't even rise as she unconcernedly crouched by the waist. Yes. Zuo Mo obediently answered, but I haven't succeeded once yet. Shi Fenglong threw away the waist in her hands and stood up, the expression on her face cold. When you don't know how to walk, you want to run? Hearing this, Zuo Mo sweated, and said, please, master, give me guidance. In the path of Dan making, the amount of ways to change the recipes involved, there are too many that cannot be passed on through just words. You should first follow the records. Form a good foundation before considering these matters. Finishing, Shi Fenglong left with a cold face. Returning to the little west wind yard, Zuo Mo was extremely disheartened. He had thought that he had a method for earning lots of jingshi, but it was really just a mirage, unable to be touched. In the next few days, Zuo Mo was somewhat dispirited. There were no jingshi that could be earned, no contribution points that could be earned, no sword scriptures that could be practiced. With no other choice, Zuo Mo could only practice embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. Sitting above the Ling vein in the rock room, Zuo Mo woke up from meditation. Embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, which had always progressed rapidly, had started to slow down recently. This was the first time that Zuo Mo had encountered something like this after breaking through one breath. Was he going to break through two breaths? According to the records in embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, after one breath was two breath. If one could achieve two breath, not only would the entire body's points be able to breathe, but at that time, his presence could be restrained. Many people that had higher cultivations wouldn't be able to detect it. This spell was much better than those concealing spells recorded in Elder Wei Nan's jade sticks. Thinking about that, Zuo Mo suddenly remembered that Elder Wei Nan had made Dan and was a Ling plant farmer. Would he have met similar problems? Once the idea was seated, he hurriedly took out the jade sticks and looked carefully. As expected, he quickly made a discovery. In Elder Wei Nan's Dan-making experiences, Zuo Mo found a similar method. But what Elder Wei Nan used wasn't a fire method, but a rarely found water method. There were many methods to make Ling Dan and they all couldn't be counted. The most mainstream one right now was naturally using a cauldron, which was the fire method. The core of the fire method was using the power of the fire to stimulate the Ling energy in the materials. Then the Ling energy of different attributes would be merged together to form a Ling Dan. However, many Ling herbs and grasses were of the Yin attribute, like those Ling grasses grown in water. If fire was used, it would ruin their effects. At this time, it required a different method such as the water method. Other than water and fire, there were still countless other methods of Dan making. Water was warm and gentle, far from the fierceness and power of fire. So most water methods required a longer time to form Dan. The path it walked was nurturing the Dan. Only now did Zuo Mo know that the cold spring in the rock room had such a purpose. Before, he had completely dismissed the Ling spring. He had wondered why Elder Wei Nan had made a spring in the rock room, since after cultivators reached Zhuji, they almost didn't need to consume anything. The jade stick recorded a method that Elder Wei Nan used with Little Art of Cloud and Rain to make moisture Dan. Moisture Dan was a kind of Dan that couldn't enter the grade. Its use was even more frivolous. It could change a person's appearance and skin, but it was only effective for cultivators with Lianqi 3rd level or below. This kind of Dan that Zuo Mo felt had no use at all. After Elder Wei Nan used Little Art of Cloud and Rain to make it, it entered the rank of 1st grade. Its effectiveness had greatly improved. It could improve the features of cultivators that did not go above Zhuji. According to what the jade stick said, this became one of the important ways Elder Wei Nan made wealth. But due to the fact the time used in the water method, Elder Wei Nan only used this method for a period of time before switching to a different method. Different from Zuo Mo's accident, Elder Wei Nan's investigations were extremely thorough and were recorded very clearly. Elder Wei Nan knew that the reason that those two could combine was due mostly to water. Little Art of Cloud and Rain was the classic water element spell. It was naturally constructive when paired with the water method. There were also large amounts of records on his analysis of the reasons he failed. Zuo Mo pondered each character as he kept on reading, his thoughts becoming clearer. No wonder he could make great strength pill. Art of Crimson Flame belonged to fire, and the method the fasting pill used was the fire method. Using Art of Crimson Flame to collect the essence of the sun into the fasting pill, that became the great strength pill. There was only one crucial point. Fire. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 51, Attack. Chapter 51, Attack. Fire. The essence of Art of Crimson Flame was fire, and inside the cauldron was the leaf fire seal formation. This was the reason that Zuo Mo could make great strength pill. However, what, Art of Crimson Flame, condensed was essence of the sun, and unfortunately the fire that the Li Fire Seal formation inside the cauldron provided was too low grade. Originally in the process, the Li Fire Seal formation should have been the primary flame, and the essence of the sun that, Art of Crimson Fire, concentrated should have been the auxiliary. Right now, the sun essence was stronger than the Li Fire Seal formation, so naturally problems would occur. He recognized where the problem was. Zuo Mo instantly had several ideas on how to solve it. The most feasible method was to lessen the sun essence concentrated by Art of Crimson Flame. The least feasible was changing the cauldron to a cauldron with a much higher grade Li Fire Seal formation. And the boldest method was to change the relationship between primary and auxiliary, to have Art of Crimson Flame as primary, Li Fire Seal formation as auxiliary. Zuo Mo chose the first option. He felt the possibility of success with the first one the highest. After thinking it through, he started to prepare. What he needed to do first was to be able to precisely control Art of Crimson Flame. Before this, he had never thought about accurately controlling Art of Crimson Flame. For Zuo Mo, if the sun essence concentrated by Art of Crimson Flame was used on the ling plants, naturally, the more the better. In reality, it also seemed so. Zuo Mo had never found a situation where Art of Crimson Flame was overused. Why would he have thought about how to precisely control Art of Crimson Flame? For him, this was a new experience. Thankfully, compared to the other spells, the 5 basic spells of a ling plant farmer were his most familiar ones. In a short period of time, he grasped the basics of condensing essence of the sun. But when Zuo Mo once again tried to buy the raw materials of fasting pills from Su Qing's eyes as they stared at him were slightly weird. Buying a large pile of fasting pill ingredients, Zuo Mo secluded himself in the damn room and started his new experiment. Failure. Still failure. Failure. Zuo Mo wasn't panicked because of his failures, instead he was very steady and calm. He could feel that he was getting closer to success. This feeling was so strong that quite a few times, he had assumed he would succeed next time. The 9th time. Even as the last step was completed, there was no burning smell. Zuo Mo's heartbeat quickened, he swallowed his saliva and nervously opened the cauldron. A fasting pill with glimmers of gold quietly laid at the bottom of the cauldron. There wasn't any cheering or jumping. Zuo Mo's face was expressionless, he stared dumbly as he muttered, "Go can finally become rich." Finishing, his eyes turned dark and with a bang, he fell onto the floor in a dead sleep. So tiring. In Wu Kong Hall, Pei Yuan Ran's face was ashen as he looked at the two kneeling below. Luo Li and Hao Min were frightened. Seated above, Shi Fengrong's expression was full of anger again. She had always put great importance on the medicinal fields of Cold Mist Valley, which was why she had given them over for Hao Min to care for. She hadn't thought that Hao Min would so seriously neglect her duty. The expression on Yan Lu and Xin Yan's faces weren't much better. Wu Kong Sword Sect might only be a small sect, but their rules had always been strict. It wasn't alarming that the others had left, but both had duties, yet they had sneaked out to travel for such a long time, so they were certainly going to get heavily punished. Zuo Mo woke up and found that he was still in the damn room. He hurried, climbed up and looked at the great strength pill he had made before releasing a breath. So he hadn't been dreaming. He was too lazy to go back to the rock room. He decided to sit in the damn room and meditate to recover ling energy. When his ling energy had recovered, he started to make great strength pill again. He didn't know if it was that he had failed too many times before, but the next attempts, he didn't fail once. Feeling slightly tired, Zuo Mo stood up. After searching for methods for a few days, his body and heart were really very tired and needed rest. Meditation could recover ling energy but could not substitute for rest. Pushing open the door to leave the damn room, the sunlight stabbed Zuo Mo's eyes. He raised a hand to cover them. However, the feeling of the sun landing on his body was really good. Successfully making a dan, Zuo Mo's mood was very good. Suddenly, he saw the person walking towards him and blanked. Wasn't that Hao Min Shiji? She and Luo Li Shixiang had returned? Thoughts swirled in Zuo Mo's brain and he decided to give a greeting. Hao Min, sure. Only when he walked closer did he find it was not good. Hao Min's eyes were red, clearly having cried. Just having been scolded, Hao Min saw Zuo Mo and suddenly remembered that Cold Mist Valley had been given to this zombie face to care for. When she suddenly thought of the scolding and sternness of the sect leader and master, her anger rose. It had to be this guy who did it. Otherwise, how would master have known about Cold Mist Valley? Once the idea emerged, she felt that this zombie face was hateful and resentment rose. And outer sect disciples dared to trick this lady? Her brow raised, without a word, she raised her hand, heading for Zuo Mo's face. Zuo Mo, who had remained alert, reacted very quickly and grabbed Hao Min's wrist, asking in a deep voice, "Shiji, what are you doing?" The anger in Zuo Mo's heart rose up as well. Before, he wouldn't have any choice when he encountered something like this, but now, the two of them were on equal ground. He wouldn't act first, but he didn't have to swallow and bear it. You dare! Hao Ming ground her teeth, extremely enraged. Even a trash like you dare to offend me. Before her words landed, her free left hand headed for Zuo Mo's face, not giving Zuo Mo the chance to speak. Zuo Mo's pupils suddenly shrank, his eyes becoming frigid. The right hand that had practiced countless finger movements was extremely fast and nimble. Before Hao Min's hand could reach Zuo Mo's face, she suddenly felt her eyes blur and a slap landed on her face. Hao Min blanked after the slap. Her face was burning in pain. She looked in disbelief at Zuo Mo. Su Qing, who had coincidentally just left the yard, saw this scene and almost screamed out in shock. Her reaction was very quick as she used her hands to cover her mouth. Zuo Mo looked coldly at Hao Min, his voice frigid. Has Shiji woken up? Giving a penetrating look at Hao Min, he released Hao Min's wrist and took a step back. For some reason, when Hao Min met Zuo Mo's gaze, it was like she was completely frozen, her body cold. She shuddered all over, her face going green and red. Terror, embarrassment, anger, it was all mixed together. She actually forgot to speak. Oh, right. Shiji just returned and might not know the latest news. Zuo Mo, who had turned around, stopped and said coldly, "This little brother was lucky and was taken into the inner sect, and I am now under master to learn dan making." He turned around his zombie face, showing off 2 rows of eerie white teeth. "Shiji, please take care of me." Su Qing stared with wide eyes as Zuo Mo left. The blow the scene gave her was too big. Before Zuo Mo, Hao Ming was the only inner sect disciples in Fragrant Ginger Yard. She had been arrogant and despotic to the extreme. Everyone had feared her. For some reason, when Su Qing saw the 5-fingered handprint on Hao Min's face, she felt unspeakably exhilarated. Glancing at Hao Min, who was still dazedly standing in her original spot, Su Qing decided to quietly leave. If Hao Min Shiji knew that she had seen this incident, then she would be in a miserable situation. Retreating, Su Qing still felt some disbelief. Offer Zuo Mo formed. Zuo Shixiang, who had been so agreeable, usually actually had a time when he was this scary. Zuo Mo walked out of Fragrant Ginger Yard, his hand imperceptibly trembling. His heart was full of terror. It wasn't terror due to Hao Min but terror of himself. Just then, in his anger, there seemed to have been a voice saying to him, "Kill her. Kill her." That impulse was so strong and clear, so strong that what he had given wasn't a slap but sword energy. At what time had he become so ruthless? This discovery made him very nervous. In the stories, all the Yao Mo were terrible and evil, villains who killed like it was their life. Was the cause practicing embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, causing his personality had been secretly influenced? Or was it Pu Yao that was behind it? He stopped, closed his eyes and took a deep breath before exhaling. All the negative emotions seemed to have been vented out in this breath. When he opened his eyes, his gaze resumed its clarity, his hands resumed steadiness. It was probably that he was too tired this little while. Zuo Mo hadn't practiced embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation for a short period of time. This had never happened before. As to Pu Yao, the guy was a perverse one, but he was definitely a cautious perverse. He would never actively stir up trouble. Zuo Mo found that Pu Yao was still extremely wary of his elders, especially Xi and Yen Shu. Returning to Little West Wind Yard, Zuo Mo decided to not think at all and rest for a time. He put himself on the guard, reminding himself to be careful and attentive. For a whole day, he did nothing except sleep. He was woken up by the pink paper crane. Yi, heard that there were stars appearing during the day? Was it fun? It was still the graceful writing that Zuo Mo was familiar with. Never heard of it. Zuo Mo answered confidently. Stars appearing during the day, how was it possible? In any case, he was certain that he had never seen such an abnormal thing. Ah, but the news I heard was really like that. Yi has to be careful. Stars appearing during the day is an ill omen. It's possibly Yao Ma. Zuo Mo's heart jumped. Yao Ma. Such a familiar smell. Pu Yao had crept up beside Zuo Mo. He stared at the pink paper in Zuo Mo's hands and then smiled. So it's that little girl. Zuo Mo felt that Pu Yao's smile was very cold. You recognize her? He asked carefully. Recognize? Pu Yao's bloody right eye narrowed into a line as he smiled happily. Of course I recognize her. His gaze landed on the paper in Zuo Mo's hands and snickered. Yao Ma? This little girl is interesting, I like her. Leaving behind a stream of meaningful laughter, Pu Yao disappeared, leaving behind Zuo Mo with a head full of confusion. Zuo Mo really didn't have good feelings towards the owner of this paper crane. Anything, once it was forced, the feeling would be very bad. Chatting was also the same. However, it really had been him that brought it upon himself. Zuo Mo could do nothing about it. His own actions, he had to take responsibility. In the following days, after Zuo Mo felt he had rested enough, he returned back to his glorious mission of earning Jingshi. In one go, he made 20 great strength pills, and gave them all to Liang Feng. Liang Feng also gave the Jinji jade stick that she had mentioned last time to him and reminded him that his conflict with Hao Men had spread through the entire sect and he should be careful. When Zuo Mo heard this, he knew it was going to be bad. But he quickly composed himself after some thought. This kind of thing, dodging it wasn't effective. But when he returned to the mouth of West Wing Valley, he saw the ruins of the Jinji and the arrogantly standing Luo Li Shixiang. Zuo Mo stopped in his steps. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 52 All in. The fight will come, but Zuo Mo needs to prepare. Edit, thanks Catcher0 for correcting the typos. Chapter 52 All in. I hadn't thought that even you could become an inner sect disciple. Luo Li's face was expressionless, his voice cold. Zuo Mo looked inside the valley and he was slightly relieved. Luo Li had only tore down the Jinji at the mouth but didn't go in. He clearly came prepared. Luo Li might be doted upon by all the elders, but he didn't dare to act too brashly. If the ling grasses and herbs inside the valley were damaged, the elders in the sect wouldn't let him off. Machinations in the shadows, Zuo Mo was clear the other didn't dare use them on him. The kind of identity that a ling plant farmer had, it meant that he would receive the sect's protection. What the other could use was an open and public attack. Looking at the mess and the completely ruined Jinji, even though Zuo Mo knew the other was just venting, but his anger still rose. The other had definitely come because of Hao Min Shiji. Zuo Mo wasn't scared. He had reason on his side. Even if it got brought up to the sect leader, no one would say that he was wrong. Zuo Mo controlled the anger, his voice mocking, Shixiang's sword is so sharp. A pity to waste these flowers and grasses. Luo Li looked coldly at Zuo Mo, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Whether my sword is sharp or not, you will know. You dare to touch my woman. Oh. Zuo Mo brushed it off. He looked at his right hand and said unconcernedly, so what if I touched her? If there hadn't been the previous incident with Hao Men, these two were people that he would have tried to curry favor with. But since it had proceeded to this step, both sides like water and fire, there was no possibility of peace. Zuo Mo's stubbornness came out. Rather than be bullied, he would rather rebel. Even if it might end terribly for him, he wouldn't let the other off easily. If he didn't have some viciousness, with his origins as an outer sect disciple, he would be greatly bullied in the future. Luo Li's pupils shrunk, the indifferent expression on his face finally changing. 3 months, the assessment of the sect, I'll wait for you. You said wait, so you'll wait? Zuo Mo smiled coldly, and gasped, Shixiang's face is so big. Luo Li's expression twisted. His eyes sprouted fire as he looked at Zuo Mo. He barely managed to control himself and snorted angrily, let's see if your mouth is still that hard then. Finishing, he flew off. Who does he think he is? Zuo Mo snorted coldly. He turned to walk inside the valley. Everything in the valley was undisturbed. Luo Li basically didn't come in. Luo Li might be arrogant, but he wasn't dumb. He controlled his behavior. Ruining the Jinji of West Wind Valley but not touching the ling grasses in the valley, the elders of the sect would let it go. They forbid fighting in the sect. Every sect would have this kind of rules. But fighting inside the sect would always happen. There were many reasons, but one of the most important ones was undoubtedly the implicit permission of the elders in the sect. What a sect was afraid of was not having a competitive environment. The occasional skirmish was more beneficial than harmful in the eyes of elders. In most cases, they held a permissive attitude. But Zuo Mo felt that these things didn't have too much to do with him. He didn't believe that Luo Li would dare come into West Wind Valley. His West Wind Valley was one of the important areas of the sect, possibly even more important than Cold Mist Valley. Just like normal, he continued to make Dan, right up until Liang Feng Shiji came. What? Zuo Mo cried out, what kind of rule is that? Liang Feng explained, it's really like this. Supposedly, because the sect forbid the disciples from fighting, so they made the sect assessment the place for resolving conflicts. He can challenge you at that time and you must take it up. If you don't, you have to give the other 50 contribution points. But I am a ling plant farmer. A ling plant farmer, do you want me to grab a flying sword and start fighting with him? Zuo Mo was indignant. You can ask someone. Li Yingfeng was also helpless. That doesn't break the rules. Production cultivators like you can use the dan you make or what you've planted to hire others. But you can only ask the other Shixiang in the sect, not anyone from other sections. The other Shixiang in the sect? Wei Shang Shixiang hasn't come out, who else can I invite? Zuo Mo felt that he was going crazy. The only person in the sect that could win over Luo Li was Wei Shang Shixiang. But Wei Shang Shixiang was in the sword cave and won't be coming out soon. The rules are like this. Li Yingfeng suggested, you could go buy some powerful talismans. Zuo Mo felt that he was going to faint. Buy talismans? He was so poor he only had the dregs. Buying talismans. Only now did Zuo Mo understand what Luo Li had meant in his last word that day. His mood instantly became terrible. Damn it! It was going to be big trouble. Facing Luo Li outside the valley, he wasn't afraid because he had been confident that Luo Li didn't dare to do anything to him. When he knew that the inner sect had this rule, he instantly blanked. Things like sword energy, it was fine to use to frighten people. Facing Luo Li who practiced empty sword, someone who didn't even have a sword scripture, wouldn't even know how he died. The elders in the sect, of course, wouldn't let Luo Li really injure him, but humiliation wouldn't be avoided. 50 contribution points, that was a very large amount of wealth. If he sold himself, he wouldn't get 50 contribution points. Thinking about it, Zuo Mo became even more depressed. Li Yingfeng looked in sympathy at Zuo Mo. She wanted to help but had no way. She could only take the great strength pills that Zuo Mo had prepared and left. The news that Luo Li had sent out a challenge to Zuo Mo was instantly spread to everyone in the sect. These days when Hao Min saw Zuo Mo, she instantly became high and mighty. Zuo Mo wanted to slap her again. The gazes of everyone else when they saw Zuo Mo was extremely strange. Of course, there wasn't a lack of others who were laughing at Zuo Mo. No one thought that Zuo Mo was going to have a good outcome. I heard that your Luo Li Shixiang sent a challenge to you? Shi Fengrong calmly asked Zuo Mo. Even Master knew. Zuo Mo could only reply, yes. The matter between you and your Hao Min Shiji, I won't interfere. Shi Fengrong said coldly, but the assessment in the sect, I don't care what method you use, but you will not lose. If you lose, The implication in the last sound made Zuo Mo's already withered heart dry up like a flower petal and scatter to the ground. This disciple is only a ling plant farmer, Zuo Mo couldn't help reminding Master. So what if you are a ling plant farmer? Shi Fengrong's voice went up, her eyes resolute, my disciple cannot lose. But I don't care what method you use. Shi Fengrong impatiently interrupted Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo's heart turned and he said, Master is so confident in this disciple naturally doesn't want to fail. This disciple has nothing to request except to pick a sword scripture from the records room. Since Master wanted him not to lose, then it would be dumb if he didn't ask for a bit of help. He thought of the Li Water sword scripture in the records room. It's too late for you to start practicing the sword now. Shi Fengrong furrowed her brow. This disciple only has this one request. Zuo Mo saw that it might be possible and his heart lightened as he hurried responded. If that's the case, I can agree. She looked at Zuo Mo and her voice was stern as she said, but if you lose, I won't let you off lightly. Yes. Zuo Mo resolutely promised. Take this tile. You can pick a sword scripture from the records room. Shi Fengrong's expression was icy as she stated. 3 months. Right now, Zuo Mo was only grateful the sect assessment was 3 months in the future. He still had a hint of life. With the quickest possible speed, he picked Li Water sword scripture and ran for the little west wind yard. He was clear what Luo Li was planning on. The whole sect everyone felt that he didn't have a chance of winning, but Zuo Mo didn't want to admit defeat like this. Whenever he thought of Luo Li and Hao Min's faces, the anger in his chest rose. And this would directly decide his future status in the sect. To say of nothing else, Master's warning was in his ears. Wasn't it just a sword scripture? What was simpler than sword scripture? After getting sliced a few thousand times, would he get it? Zuo Mo thought hatefully. There was no possibility of winning if he relied on normal methods. His gamble was all on Pu Yao. But gambling on Pu Yao meant countless jingshi. You want help? Alright, as long as you can pay the jingshi. Anything can be discussed. Pu Yao said interestedly, if the price you pay is high enough, I can go sort Luo Li out immediately. Guarantee no one would find out. As expected. As Zuo Mo expected, Pu Yao started his extortion. What? It's higher than the previous price? Of course, this is called reacting to the market. The smile on Pu Yao's face was enchanting. You have to consider it well. The price tomorrow would be even higher. Zuo Mo went to find Li Yingfeng. Shiji, how much Jingshi can you lend me? Zuo Mo's eyes were red, his throat rough. Li Yingfeng didn't hesitate. I can lend it all, 3 third grade. Many thanks, Shiji. Zuo Mo didn't waste words. There was only gratefulness in his heart. It was only at the crucial time that it could be seen if a person was worthy. Old Black and Guo Lu also unhesitatingly gave all the Jingshi they had to Zuo Mo. Even Su Qing secretly gave Zuo Mo 50 pieces of second-grade Jingshi. The whole sect knew that Zuo Mo was borrowing Jingshi. Many people were looking at it as a joke. Did he ask you yet? Ha, I don't dare to lend to him. Exactly. Just became an inner sect disciple and dare to offend Hao Min Shiji, he really thinks he's someone. Oh, I remember that Xiao Mo was a pretty steady person, why would he do something so dumb? When a little person enjoys success, they become arrogant. Zuo Mo sold all of the mature ling herbs and grasses in his ling fields and received 1 piece of third-grade Jingshi. Roughly calculating, Zuo Mo had about 6 pieces of third-grade Jingshi on his hands. This was a huge sum, a sum that Zuo Mo had never even thought about. Not long ago, his yearly income was 20 or so second-grade Jingshi. The 6 pieces of third-grade Jingshi gave off an enticing shine and a strong ling energy vibration. This is everything I gathered, give it all to you. Zuo Mo threw the 6 pieces of third-grade Jingshi to Pu Yao. Pu Yao grinned as he took the Jingshi. He played with one with his right hand, gently throwing it up and then gently catching it. His expression was intoxicated as he said, such a moving sound, Jingshi is really the most reliable thing in this world. Teach me this. Zuo Mo took out the jade stick for Li Water Sword scripture, his voice resolute. His expression was slightly tired, the zombie face slightly gray, but the pair of eyes were like 2 balls of jumping flames, hot and vicious. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 53 Great Strength Pill. Sorry guys, you're stuck with me and my typos until Warlord 212 gets some free time. Thanks in advance if you could catch and report them to me. The most important thing to take away from this chapter is Golden Crow Fire. Of course, Zuo Mo is also important, but Golden Crow Fire. Chapter 53 Great Strength Pill. Dong Fu. Master Yen, if there is snow foxtail grass next time, don't forget to notify me. An old person dressed grandly kept on adding. Yen Li's round face was full of smiles, of course. Master Wang, don't worry. I'll certainly leave it for you. That's good. Master Wang nodded in satisfaction and then said enviously, your sect really has many great talents. You even have a ling plant farmer now. In the future, you'll have more support. Yen Lu was smug inside but didn't show it. He repeatedly shook his hands. Master Wang exaggerates, our sect still needs your guidance. The two exchanged a few more courtesies before Yen Lu saw Master Wang out the door. Ling plant farmers are really ling plant farmers. Returning to the store, Yen Lu sighed in satisfaction. He was extremely grateful that he had coincidentally encountered Zuo Mo that day. Otherwise, he might have been snatched away by another sect. If this kept on going, then the sect will have an additional source of wealth. More importantly, the sect's influence in Dongfu will increase dramatically. In the future, Wu Kong Sword Sect would have an astonishing genius like Wei Shang, a ling plant farmer like Zuo Mo and someone skilled at business like Li Yingfeng. The sect would pass on very well into their hands. Li Yingfeng took in everything. Taking advantage of Master's good mood, she opened her mouth to help Zuo Mo. Yes, Master, look, our business is much better than before. Zuo Mo Shixiang was a large part. Yen Lu was clever and understood what his disciple was saying. He chuckled, you don't have to say things for your Zuo Shixiang. I know you two have a good relationship. He said unconcernedly, young people, dampening the spirit, it isn't a bad thing. Your Zuo Shixiang looks easy to speak to, but in his bones, he is a very stubborn person. And he had to end up with an extremely competitive master. Ha, it's so funny. Yen Lu thought of something and roared with laughter. Li Yingfeng said furiously, but Shixiang is a ling plant farmer. The sect assessment only tests the sword, why not, little art of cloud and rain? Isn't this to bully people? Ha, disciple, don't be angry. Our sect is a sword sect. If we don't test the sword, what do we test? Don't worry, we're going to be there. Naturally, we wouldn't let him be humiliated too much. But if he isn't as good as others, it's hard to avoid suffering a bit. Yen Li's expression became stern, us sword cultivators, what we pursue is our hearts like a sword. What is a sword? That is win or lose, that's life or death, that's death if one does not advance. You have to remember, what sword cultivator's walk is going against the heavens? He is a ling plant farmer, but since he is in a sword sect, he needs to understand this. Liang Feng was entranced by the words and became speechless, standing still at her spot. Seeing this, Yanla smiled and didn't disturb her, heading inside the hall. Suddenly, someone pushed open the door to enter. The great strength pill I wanted, is there any? The person asked straight away. Liang Feng instantly shook and her thoughts returned. She hurriedly responded, yes, yes, dot. The other gave a joyful expression, asking, how many? 20. Great. I'll take all of them. The other instantly said. Liang Feng reacted very quickly. She cleverly shook her head, I can only sell 15 to you. The other asked dissatisfied, why can't you sell all of it to me? Liang Feng's expression was calm as she lied, someone reserved 5. All right. The other was helpless. He had only ordered 10 in the beginning, then sell 15 to me. He crisply paid the jingxi, took the great strength pill and rushed away. Liang Feng looked at the remaining 5 great strength pills, her mind turning furiously. This person had put so much importance on this great strength pill. This great strength pill definitely had something that wasn't normal. If she could find what was unique, then the way to sell this great strength pill would open. Otherwise, she could only sell to this one person. She decided to send the great strength pill to the medical institute to have an expert examination. Even though it needed a significant payment, she could finally figure out the use of this great strength pill that Shitty had made. Wu Ming held the great strength pill he had just brought, his heart joyful. He didn't know who made the name, but it really wasn't pleasing. Such a good Dan, but such a country bumpkin name. It really ruined the Dan. He was smug inside. It was lucky that he was sensitive to fire-oriented Ling energy. Otherwise last time, he would have brushed right past this Dan. Last time, he had accidentally found that this Dan that was being sold had a faint flavor of fire. He had been born sensitive to the fire element. The fire element in this Dan might be faint, but it was extremely pure, so he had unhesitatingly brought it. After using it, to his joy and surprise, he found that fire energy in the Dan was actually sun essence. Fire, one of the 5 elements. In Sky Moon Jia, those that cultivated fire far surpassed the number of those that cultivated the 4 other elements added together. No matter if it was forging, or Dan making, or food refining, it couldn't leave fire. The most common scene was Li fire. It was also the most normal kind of fire. And what was chased after were all kinds of strange fire sources. Producing using high-grade fire sources meant that the process was half done and what was created was even more pure. Originating from the sun, Golden Crow fire, it was a fire source of 4th grade. Of course, Golden Crow fire came from the sun, but how to assimilate it, how to nurture it, only a rare few of the biggest sects knew of the method. And it was always passed on secretly. Even more, the 4th grade Golden Crow fire was fiery and hard to control. It was easy to harm the body. So the people that could use Golden Crow fire were very rare. So that was why Wu Ming was so happy when he found that strand of essence of the sun in this great strength pill. What made him even more exhilarated was that this essence of the sun was extremely yang, but warm and harmless. Nurturing it inside the body, he actually didn't feel any ill effects. Like a treasure, he grew this strand of sun essence in his body. Even though it was an extremely thin strand and very far from becoming Golden Crow fire, but if he could buy more great strength pills, and as the sun essence accumulated, there would be hope of the Golden Crow fire. Even if it would not form Golden Crow fire, this extremely pure and yang sun essence could increase the grade of other fire sources if it was merged. Golden Crow fire wasn't something that could be bought with jingxi. His mood was very good after buying 15 great strength pills. After absorbing all 15, the sun essence in his body would dramatically increase. It was still very far from forming Golden Crow energy, but it was a start. Right now, he was hoping that no one else had found the benefit of this great strength pill. However, he knew his thoughts were slightly unrealistic. Other people weren't dumb. Great strength pill should be a new kind of Dan that just came out. As a result, he got a bargain. But he guessed that other people would quickly ascertain its effects. If he wanted to buy it in the future, it wouldn't be at this price. That strand of sun essence, it was worth far more than its present price. But he was already walking in front of everyone else. Adding on that his financial situation was well off, he wasn't afraid. Zuo Mo felt his sea of consciousness was slightly unfamiliar. He hadn't come for a certain period of time and the changes inside were pretty big. The area of the consciousness of much larger than before. The alluring deep red fire was like a furiously growing weed, now a section taller. The star in the void seemed even further away, but it was even more brighter. The temperature of the ice river was even lower, the icicles inside were even finer, the movement of the tides more powerful than before. Well, at least you weren't dumb to the end and picked a sword scripture suited to you, Pu Yao said lazily. Zuo Mo listened extremely attentively. Honestly speaking, your talents at cultivating the sword really aren't anything. If it was your Shixiang, if he had been sliced 10 times by sword essence, he probably would have comprehended it. 20 times, he could reach where you are now. You were sliced thousands of times to reach this progress, hee hee. Pu Yao wasn't courteous. Zuo Mo wasn't moved. However, your talents with the 5 elements are not bad. Pu Yao's voice suddenly became distant and deep. In this word, there is only appropriate or not, never the strongest. This, Li Water Sword scripture, can't be considered anything good, but it is appropriate for you. Pu Yao gave a rare compliment. Zuo Mo opened his ears, fearful of losing a word. Every word that Pu Yao said was automatically converted by him into Jingshi. Li, in the 8 trigrams, it belongs to fire, creating the saying Li fire. Anything in the world is sorted into yin and yang. Yang is fire, yin is water. Li water, the person who made this sword scripture, is an interesting one. It was probably because he had received enough Jingshi that Pu Yao showed patience he never had before. This sword scripture, it still goes along the road of water. However, manipulate water as fire. Pu Yao evaluated, the idea isn't bad but it's pretty unprofessional. No wonder it's only 3rd grade. Then Pu Yao raised his head and glanced at Zuo Mo, adding, but for you to learn, it's more than enough. Very quickly, Zuo Mo felt that the 6 pieces of 3rd grade Jingshi were worth it. This profound and cryptic sword scripture, under Pu Yao's explanations, became clear and easy to understand. 2 hours later, Pu Yao started his conclusions. Alright, this is about it. All that's needed to be said has been said. If you still can't learn it, then it's you who's too dumb. This is the end? Zuo Mo, who was entranced, asked unconsciously. Finished? Didn't you say that it had many flaws? Zuo Mo persistently asked. Pu Yao gave his enchanting smile. The service of changing the sword scripture, you need to pay otherwise. Looking on the fact that we are familiar, I'll give you a discount. Only 100 pieces of 3rd grade Jingshi. I'll change it to 4th grade. 5th grade, 1000 pieces of 3rd grade Jingshi. 100 pieces of 3rd grade Jingshi. Zuo Mo unhesitatingly turned and left the sea of consciousness. Behind him, Pu Yao laughed cheerfully. Leaving the sea of consciousness, Zuo Mo found an empty space in the mountain valley. He took care to pick a place far from the ling fields. Pu Yao had clearly stated the rationale. In conclusion, it was one sentence: manipulate water like fire. Basically, it was using the methods for manipulating fire to control water. Zuo Mo increasingly found that this sword scripture was suited for him. His only flying sword was the 3rd grade ice crystal sword. Ice, the basic attribute, was water. The sword essence he comprehended, it was the tidal sword essence of Xin Yen Shu that was also related to water. And the core of this, Li Water Sword scripture, was also water. Was it even the heavens found Luolian Eyesore? Zuo Mo snickered darkly. He quickly took himself out of his thoughts. No matter how much of the rationale he understood, sword scriptures had to be practiced. How to manipulate water like fire, he didn't know. 3 months? He only had a time of 3 months. The vision of Hao Min's arrogant attitude and Luo Li's disdainful gaze floated up in his head. Zuo Mo unconsciousness tightened his fist. If he couldn't overcome this step, how could he pursue the answers? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 54 Fire. The sect makes decisions and Zuo Mo trains. I got really sick of typing manipulate water like fire. Chapter 54 Fire. 1 grade Lingdan contains a small amount of essence of the sun, affects warm, suited for long-term consumption, a certain possibility of forming golden crow fire. Those who consume it can become excited in the short term and can be used for emergencies. When Liang Feng received this appraisal, she was shocked. There wasn't much about the other effects, but she was shocked still by a certain possibility of forming golden crow fire. After the appraisal, there was also an order form. The Medicine Institute was hoping to buy 100 pills, price able to be discussed. The Medicine Institute also suggested changing the same to Golden Crow Pill. Clearly, everyone hated the bumpkin name that was Great Strength Pill. Immediately, Liang Feng gave the appraisal to her master. Seeing the 3 words Golden Crow Fire, Yan Lu was shocked still. He took the appraisal, throwing down a "I'm going out," before flying into the sky, heading straight for Wu Kong Mountain. In Wukong Hall, all 4 elders of the Wu Kong Sword Sect were present. Pei Yanran looked at the appraisal on his hand and had a serious expression. He said in a deep voice, "Golden Crow Fire, this is a 4th grade fire seed." Xanyen nodded, "Exactly, my green mulberry fire, Shimmy's violet flora fire, they are all 4th grade. I had heard of this golden crow fire before, it comes from the sun, extremely yang, extremely strong. It cannot be merged. In the 4th grade, it is a rare fine fire source." Pei Yuanran smiled at Shi Fengrong. "Shimmy is really great. Zuo Mo had just studied with you and could make such a good thing as this." Shi Fengrong had a cold face. "This has nothing to do with me." Pei Yuanran smiled, not minding. He lowered his head to think. The other people were also silent. Golden Crow Fire, 4th grade fire source. This caused this little Dan's price to fly into the sky. Shi Xiong. Yanlu couldn't resist stating, if it can form Golden Crow Fire, then its use for the sect would be gigantic. Doesn't Sui still lack a good fire seed? And Zuo Mo himself, if he's learning Dan making, how can he not have a fire seed? What he was implying was that he wasn't very willing to sell it. Pei Yuanran raised his head, responding, "I understand what you mean. That child, Sui, I like him as well. And the forging branch of this sect would likely be passed on through him. He really does need Golden Crow Fire. But we still have to sell some. Right now, the outside probably has heard the news about this Dan. If we don't sell any, it would enrage the public. That would only harm the sect without any benefit." Then Shixiang means, Yanlu was hesitant. "Just sell a small portion, we'll use the majority ourselves." Pei Yuanran gave a slight smile, "We'll give the market price to Zuo Mo, not 1 piece less." Market price? Yes. Paper cannot hide fire. There are only just that many people in our Wu Kong Sword Sect that can make Dan. There's no need to cause Zuo Mo to hate us in secret because of a few pieces of Jingshi. Zuo Mo's past is unclear. There may be trouble in the future. Shi Fengrong, who had kept her cold face, suddenly opened. Wukong Hall became silent. Zuo Mo's identity and origins was a question that everyone had been having a headache about. Before, Zuo Mo had only been an outer sect disciple. His origin hadn't been a big problem. But right now, he wasn't just an inner sect disciple. Based on the direction, he would certainly become one of the core members of the next generation of Wu Kong Sword Sect. His identity and origins became a problem that Pei Yuanran and the others had to face. His origins might not be a problem, Yanlu said unconfidently. Pei Yuanran waved his hand, "Since we don't know anything, then don't think too much about it. Regardless, just the fact that he is a Ling plant farmer, that's enough that we cannot give him up. Even more, there's now this Lingdan that could make Golden Crow Fire." Hearing this, everyone didn't speak anymore. They all knew that sect leader Shixiang was right. If they suddenly expelled Zuo Mo right now out of the sect, it would be what countless people wanted. Xinyan suddenly asked, "Can Shimmy make this kind of Dan?" "I don't know, Art of Crimson Flame." Shi Fengrong said coolly, "This Dan needs to use Art of Crimson Flame, but manipulate water like fire." It was easy to say, but for a Ling plant farmer, it was very difficult, especially when it was in a sword scripture. There were, in total, 7 moves in Li Water Sword Scripture. Manipulate water like fire was the core, but it was too far right now for Zuo Mo. What he needed to do was familiarize himself with the sword moves. Each move would always have a few dozens of transformations. And each transformation needed to be controlled by Ling energy. Even more, the entire process had to be completed in a thought. Based on the complexity of Ling energy manipulation, these sword moves weren't as complex as Little Art of Cloud and Rain, but they needed to be finished in a very short amount of time, so the difficulty actually increased. When making the move, the attention needed to be focused. That was even truer during battle. The other usually wouldn't give you the chance to think. You needed to instinctively finish the complete move. This was also why sword cultivators liked pure things. The purer something was, the less the disturbance it had. Zuo Mo finally could use that ice crystal sword. It was certainly a painful thing to look at a good item yet be unable to use it. The ice crystal sword turned into a flashing white light as it flew around Zuo Mo, coldness seeping out. It was silent, yet it gave the feeling of being able to explode. Li Water Sword Scripture wasn't a sword scripture that used sword moves to win. It only had 7 sword moves and they were relatively simple. As he practiced, Zuo Mo increasingly felt that the person who created this sword scripture probably was a Ling plant farmer. Many of the ways that the Ling energy moved in the scripture was similar to the 5 element spells of a Ling plant farmer. Receiving the benefit of that, Zuo Mo quickly familiarized himself with the sword moves. But familiarity was familiarity, so when he moved, there was still a feeling of rawness. Even Zuo Mo could see that his sword moves only had the appearance but not the substance of the move. But he had no solution for that. He might have comprehended a bit of sword essence, but he didn't know at all how to merge sword essence with sword moves. Right now, he was just swallowing it all and hoping to digest some. The manipulation of water like fire that Pu Yao had said, Zuo Mo couldn't make heads or tails of it. According to Pu Yao, the power of this Li water sword scripture wasn't strong originally. If he couldn't manipulate water like fire, this sword scripture didn't have any value. Manipulate water like fire. Damn it, how could he manipulate water like fire? His fundamentals were really too weak despite that he had touched the door to sword essence. Wei Sheng was obsessed with the sword. The number of sword scriptures and research that he had encountered couldn't be counted. Even though it wasn't anything high quality, but he had already killed, and with his wealthy battle experience, his fundamentals were extremely deep and no average sect disciple could compare. And inner sect disciples like Luoli, they were taught from little by their master, they could read everything in the records. In comparison, their fundamentals were much thicker than Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo, he barely managed to get a master, but she only taught him dan making. When he had been Lianqi, he had only roughly studied those basic sword scriptures that Wei Sheng had given him. He truly had a weak base. Pu Yao had lectured for 2 hours, but it was all theoretical guidance, none of it practical. But the time Zuo Mo had was only 3 months, how could he not be panicked? Inside, he cursed the adulterous couple of Luoli and Haomen countless times. Zuo Mo tried to remain calm. He had practiced Little Art of Cloud and Rain to the 4th level, but had never found anything that connected it to fire. Don't panic, don't panic. Closing his eyes, Zuo Mo recited to himself over and over. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze had recovered its clarity, but deeply hidden was a touch of stubbornness. Pu Yao said, wasn't it just sword essence? Sliced a few thousand times, naturally you will learn. Zuo Mo said to himself, wasn't it just a sword scripture? Gu will slice it 10,000 times, if it fails, then a few dozen more, don't believe it will work. If it doesn't, then slice 1,000,000 times. Slice until it works. Having decided, Zuo Mo wasn't panicked anymore and raised up his sword. I slice. Little West Windyard, the sword energy flew, coldness spread. A storefront on the west street of Dongfu, many people had already gathered. These people gathered together and chattered and argued. Why hasn't it opened yet? I've already waited an entire night. Someone grouched. What's a night? I've been guarding for 2 days and nights. A person on the side followed up. Is this store going to open? Are they playing with us? What can we do? It's their dan, if they want to sell, they sell, if they don't, you don't have a choice. That's true. Do you really think that Golden Crow pill can really form Golden Crow fire? Someone couldn't resist asking, 4th grade Golden Crow fire, does anyone in Dongfu have it? Haven't heard that anyone had it. But it was an appraisal from the Medicine Institute, so it shouldn't be far off. Nothing else, essence of the sun, it would be beneficial if it's added to a fire source. The person who spoke was brawny and tall with a square face and large ears. He sighed, the kind of thing that is fire seed, especially good fire source, is it something people like us can buy? Bro, what do you do, dot? Me? The square-faced man said, I make food. At this time, an old man suddenly greeted him, hey, Master Shao, you came too. The crowd suddenly stirred. The person who had been speaking with the square-faced man instantly had a very interesting expression. No one would have thought that this large and brawny man was actually the best Ling food chef in Dongfu. The food pavilion of Master Shao, it was the most famous Ling food restaurant in Dongfu. He was especially skilled at making marvelous combinations of all kinds of Ling food. The Ling food he made, it didn't only increased cultivation but the flavor was incomparable. Just Ling grains, he could make over 36 dishes. The square-faced man raised his hands, Shopkeeper Wang, are you also here for the Golden Crow pill? The crowd stirred again. Some people had already guessed the old man's origins. Master Shao's food pavilion, Wang So Wine. The food pavilion sold all kinds of Ling food, and old man Wan was skilled at fermenting all kinds of Ling wine. Exactly. The person was a thin old man, his spine slightly bent but his beady eyes were extremely bright. His expression was slightly helpless, I'm here for my precious granddaughter. Master Shao chucked, what's the little girl learning? Forging. Old man Wang was clearly unsatisfied with his granddaughter choosing to learn forging. He couldn't help complaining, my son learned dan making, my granddaughter learns forging. My handicraft, it seems I'm taking it into the ground. Don't panic, don't panic. If you ask for disciples, there would be countless people trying to get in. Master Xiao hurriedly comforted. Oh. Evidently having thought of something, Old Man Wang sighed. He looked at the surroundings. Seeing that more and more people were coming, his brow furrowed. This Wu Kong Sword Sect looks like it's going to rise. And Master Xiao agreed, but they do have the ability. Yes. At this time, the tightly closed store door suddenly opened. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 55, Going to Get Rich? Chapter 55, Going to Get Rich? Liang Feng was slightly drowsy as she opened the store door. After Master had rushed back to Wukong Mountain a few days ago, he still hadn't returned. These 2 days, because Master wasn't here, she had kept the store closed. In any case, the recent inventory had pretty much all been sold. The next batch of Ling Dan from 4th Shirgu still hadn't left the cauldron and there wasn't much else to sell in the store. Wu Kong Sword Sect was only a small sect and didn't have much produce. In Dongfu, they only had this small store. Most of what they sold were the Ling Dan that 4th Shirgu made and the talismans that 2nd Shirshu forged. If nothing was happening, she would sleep. After entering Juji, there wasn't much need for sleep. However, for women sleep wasn't just a requirement, it was a form of relaxation. On this point, Liang Feng wasn't an exception. She frequently slept until her eyes rolled and became muddle-headed. It was completely different from her usual cleverness and generosity. Ha! Muddle-headed, Liang Feng seemed to see that there were many people outside the door. She suddenly became alert, her drowsiness completely vanished. Looking at the dense field of people, her entire body became numb. So many people, what had happened? It's open. Finally open. Hey, boss, I wanna buy. Pushing open the store door was like the spark that lit the fire. The originally quiet situation suddenly became noisy and messy. Looking at the sea of heads outside, Liang Feng was like a statue, pinned to the door entrance. In the West Wind Valley, Zuo Mo felt that his entire body was numb, not one place wasn't sore. Barely controlling the Ling energy in his body, the ice crystal sword was wobbling in mid-air. His eyes glared furiously as he tried to control the last remaining bit of Ling energy in his body. Go! The voice was rough and dissonant. The wobbling ice crystal sword turned to a flash of white light, leaving behind a faint cold mist in the air. Pa! The white light hit the wooden target 10 feet away. There was a figure drawn on the target. It was the person whose Zuo Mo cursed countless times every day, Luo Li. The wooden target instantly shattered. Each fragment was coated with a thin layer of ice. Fighting with GE. Kill you. Opening his eyes, Zuo Mo couldn't resist groaning. So painful. As he was struggling up, when he saw where he was, he finally remembered that he had fainted when practicing Li Water Sword scripture, as his Ling energy ran out. First seeing that he was covered in mud. Then thinking about how in his dream, he had demolished the wooden target that had Luo Li drawn on it, he couldn't help laughing. That was really absurd. 1006. That was the number of attacks he remembered before fainting. The Ling energy in his body was at a dangerously low level. Before fainting, he had used up the Ling energy too much. He decided to go to the rock room to recover his Ling energy. The soreness over his body meant that each step was extremely painful. Like a turtle, he moved slowly towards the opening, his mouth giving groans along the way. Shitty, shitty. Zuo Mo suddenly heard someone yelling from outside the valley. It was somewhat familiar. He stopped walking. He was secretly grateful that he hadn't entered the stone room. He saw Sui Shixiang fly in. When he saw Zuo Mo's sorry state, he first blanked and then smiled. How did Shitty get like this? Zuo Mo grimaced. I wasn't careful when practicing the sword and tripped. Shitty really is hard-working. Sui praised, and then sighed. The matter between Shitty and Luo Li Shixiang, I can't really do anything. I heard that Shitty was lacking in Jingshi, I still have some and can relieve Shitty's need. Finishing, he took out 2 pieces of 3rd-grade Jingshi. Zuo Mo blanked. He had a good impression of Sui but didn't have a deep relationship. He had never thought that Sui Shixiang would stand on his side on this matter. The other coming of his own initiative to shove Jingshi at him, it was too strange. And Zuo Mo was even more surprised by Sui Shixiang's next move. He saw Sui Shixiang take out a silver bracelet and hand it to Zuo Mo. This is the Star Silver Vambrace. It is a defensive talisman I forged. 2nd grade, able to block 3 attacks from a Ningmai cultivator. Finishing his explanation, he shoved it into Zuo Mo's chest. Zuo Mo was confused, and he completely did not understand the situation. Right, does Shitty still have any more of the Great Strength Pill? Sui asked warmly. Great strength pill? He didn't know how Sui Shixiang knew about the great strength pill. Looking at the 2 pieces of third-grade ginger and the shining vambrace on his hands, Zuo Mo was almost knocked unconscious by the meat pie from the sky. He replied instinctively, nothing left. Then I want to order 100 from Shitty, each 150 pieces of second-grade ginger, how about it? Sui stared at Zuo Mo as he asked. 50 second-grade ginger each 100. Was he dreaming? He still hasn't woken up? He looked dumbly at a place not far away. There wasn't the wooden target that Luoli was drawn on. Wasn't dreaming. 100 pills. Each 150 pieces of second-grade ginger, he muttered to himself. Right, what does Shitty think? Sui was slightly nervous. Had the world gone crazy? Zuo Mo looked at Sui Shixiang staring at him and thought dumbly. Does Shitty have some problems? Sui saw that Zuo Mo hadn't reacted for a long time and couldn't resist asking. No problem, Zuo Mo's voice was slightly weak. For some reason, he didn't feel any joy. It might be that it felt too unrealistic. Amazing. I just knew that Shitty would definitely help, Sui grinned. He took out 5 pieces of third-grade ginger and shoved it onto Zuo Mo's hand. These 5 pieces of third-grade ginger can be the down payment. Shitty's body is the first priority, don't tire yourself. Shitty doesn't have to send all 100 pills at the same time. Oh, after the sect assessment, don't rush. Zuo Mo dumbly agreed. Seeing Sui Shixiang contentedly leave, he still held a dumb expression. He hadn't managed to absorb what just happened. Who could tell him what was going on? Maybe it was really a dream, Zuo Mo thought inside. Maybe in the next instant, he would wake up. And the things on his hands would disappear in a blink. Is Shirji here? Yan Lishirshu's voice sounded from outside the valley. Before Zuo Mo could reply, Yan Lishirbo flew in. When Yan Li saw Zuo Mo's state, he first stilled and then smiled. Oh, Shitzi really is hardworking. It really seemed that there was great hope for this year's sect assessment. Shirbo. Zuo Mo didn't dare offend him. Even if his entire body was sore, he still bowed. Yan Lishirbo saw the things in Zuo Mo's arms and then thought of Sui who he encountered outside the valley. He couldn't help but curse inside. Sui might be collected and calm usually, but his feet were really quick. Just now, I encountered your Sui Shixiang. He should have already ordered great strength pill from you. Yan Li said smilingly. Huh, how does Shirbo know? In the elders, Zuo Mo felt the most harmonious was Yan Li Shirbo. Haha, how many did he order? Yan Lo asked in response. 100 pills. As expected, the same as second Shixiang, a single move was this vicious. Yan Li swore inside, but the smile on his face became even more harmonious. Shirbo has come this time for great strength pill as well. Zuo Mo, whose thoughts had just returned, suddenly stilled. Does Shirji's great strength pill contain sun essence? Yan Li stared at Zuo Mo as he asked. Yes. Zuo Mo woodenly nodded. Yan Li clapped his hands and praised, as expected. Zuo Mo was frightened. With a head full of confusion, Zuo Mo finally couldn't bear it and asked, even now, this disciple doesn't understand. Shirbo, what is going on? Hee, Shirji, don't rush, I will tell you all. Only now did Yan Li tell the result of the appraisal of great strength pill to Zuo Mo. Fire source? Zuo Mo had seen it before on the records. No matter if it was forging or dan making, as long as it was using the fire method, a fire source was something necessary. The more rare and precious high quality the fire source was, the greater its aid in the process. Especially for those experts in dan and forging, fire source was especially important. Zuo Mo finally understood. What Golden Crow fire exactly was, Zuo Mo wasn't clear, but if it really was a fine one among the 4th grade fire source like Yan Lishirbo said, he instantly understood the value of the dan he made. Golden Crow fire was the object of the dreams of the dan and forging cultivators. Yan Li was secretly observing Zuo Mo's eyes. It was a pity that Zuo Mo had a zombie face and nothing could be observed. The sect leader hopes that only we could receive the selling rights of the great strength pill from Shirji. As to the price, don't worry, Shirji, we will use the market price. Yan Li stared at Zuo Mo as he slowly explained. Only selling rights? Zuo Mo unhesitatingly nodded, that isn't a problem. For him, it was the same whoever he sold it to, but his roots were in the sect. If he gave the only selling rights to the sect naturally had to give him an equivalent repayment. The sect leader had always been fair. Zuo Mo was very confident on this point. Yan Li was very satisfied with Zuo Mo's answer. He thought inside, Zuo Mo's identity and past might not be clear, but he was very loyal to the sect. His expression became even more harmonious. Good, don't worry, we won't treat you unfairly. Other than the market price, the contribution point for each great strength pill will be double. If you are interested in cultivating the sword, in the future, the sects, shapeless sword scripture, empty sword scripture, and the other 4th grade sword scriptures can all be passed to you. Don't fail the hopes that the sect has in you. Right, the name Great Strength Pill is too unpleasant. In the future, it will be changed to Golden Crow Pill. Finishing, he took out a blue vest to hand to Zuo Mo. This is a 2nd grade immortal waterling armor. It's a piece of Sherbua's goodwill. If you wear it, it will add a bit more protection. Zuo Mo hurried to thank him. Shiji needs to make some soon. Yanle gave a troubled expression. Right now, your Shiji is being surrounded by people and can't get out. Only selling some Dan can calm them down. He couldn't help but admire sect leader Shixian's eyes. If they really didn't sell, it was likely that the sect's little store in Dongfu would have been torn down. Wu Kong Sword Sect would have become known to everyone. At that time, it was hard to say if they could still keep Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo was stunned. He hadn't thought that the matter would be like that. He instantly said, "Don't worry, Sherbua, this disciple will immediately make a batch." To say nothing of anything else, if Li Yingfeng Shiji was in trouble he could not ignore it. Yanle nodded contentedly, and after exhorting Zuo Mo again, he finally left. Zuo Mo finally reacted, his eyes large as he became excited. Curiously examining the immortal waterling armor in his hand, this was the first time he had seen Ling armor. In curiosity, he added in Ling energy. The immortal waterling armor suddenly turned into a ball of blue water and climbed up his arm, quickly covering his body. He could clearly feel the connection between this Ling armor and him. Was he really going to get rich? He stared dumbly at the immortal waterling armor on his body. There were still hints of disbelief in his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 56 Determination. Chapter 56 Determination. Great Strength Pill, no, Golden Crow Pill. The change it caused to Zuo Mo's circumstances was very evident, especially in resolving his financial situation. But no matter if it was Sui Shixiang or Yanle Sherbua, they all seemed to think Zuo Mo didn't have a chance. This could be seen from the talismans they gave. One gave a vambrace, the other Ling armor. They was all defensive. Clearly, the two were only trying to make it a less ugly ordeal for Zuo Mo. Right now, the problem in front of Zuo Mo was very serious. One was earning Jingshi, the other was practicing sword scripture. Presently, he was in debt. Earning Jingshi was undoubtedly the most pressing. No matter what time, earning Jingshi was the greatest problem he had to face. And cultivating sword scripture, in a very large way, it would decide his outcome when he faced Luo Li's challenge in the sect assessment. This two matters all dragged in a question. Time. If he made Dan, then the time he had to practice sword scripture would drastically shorten. Originally, he didn't have much of a chance at winning. Calculating it that way, Zuo Mo felt his rate of winning was basically zero. In the end, did he want Jingshi or to fight for his honor? Zuo Mo became trapped in a dilemma. Yi, what have you been up to recently? The pink paper crane flew in, the same graceful writing. Practicing the sword. Oh, when did you become so vigorous? I'm not very used to it. Going up against a cold and perverted man. Hee, what happened? His woman flirted with me, got slapped. He came to get back. Zuo Mo gave it a bit of improvement. Oh, it could be considered flirtation, Zuo Mo thought. Chop him. A strong banded aura came through the two graceful words. Zuo Mo, a man, blushed with shame. But right now there's a really good chance to earn lots of Jingshi. Zuo Mo, for some strange reason, wrote down his dilemma. Gentlemen can be killed, but cannot be humiliated. Just measly Jingshi. Do not let me look down on ye. Just measly Jingshi. As expected from those that didn't know hunger and thirst. Zuo Mo was reflecting. Why did he ask such an unreliable person? He disdainfully replied, Woman, what gentleman are you? His gaze uncontrollably stopped for a while on the gentleman can be killed but cannot be humiliated. I only hope for ye to display his masculinity. Yes, going to work. Don't reply. Zuo Mo returned the words and threw the brush to one side. Zuo Mo spent one day working hard in the Dan room. He gave all the Golden Crow pills he made to Yanle Sherbua to free Li Yingfeng Shiji from her predicament. Before the sect assessment, Zuo Mo decided not to make any more. He decided to put all his time on practicing the sword. Whenever he thought about Luoli and Hao Min's face, his entire body was filled with the urge to fight. Why did he earn Jingshi? Wasn't it to become strong? Wasn't it to become strong and be able to find the answer? After thinking it through, he didn't hesitate any longer. Hesitance, indecisiveness, it was all brushed away. Zuo Mo felt the world suddenly became light, his mind clear, unspeakably comfortable. Returning to West Wind Valley, he took up Ice Crystal Sword and started to practice Li Water Sword scripture, over and over. He closed off the valley and he had hanged up a sign saying, "In seclusion, do not disturb." This quickly became a joke in Wu Kong Sword Sect. Zuo Mo had come out of the outer sect disciples. The incident with Hao Min made others feel he was too arrogant. Adding on the hot sales of Golden Crow Pill, there were many that were jealous. Many people were looking to see his joke. This was the difference. Luoli's attitude was cold and arrogant, but people were only in awe and found it matter of fact. And Zuo Mo slapping Hao Min, even though it was first Hao Min's fault, but people didn't like seeing it. Just at this time, Qin Sheng Shixian came back. Qin Sheng Shixian was the student of the sect leader. His cultivation wasn't the highest, nor was his attack power. But he was born authoritative, deeply trusted by others, and had a high reputation. Luoli and Qin Sheng sat facing each other. Qin Sheng had a square face and thick brows. His clothes were dusty, the exhaustion in his brows unable to be covered. But sitting there, he naturally gave off an aura of authority. Qin Sheng lectured, "You were too brash. Taking Hao Min Shiji for this long and not returning, no wonder sect leader was angry." Facing Qin Sheng, the iciness on Luoli's face dissolved slightly. He was unconcerned, as long as she's happy. Facing his shitty, Qin Sheng was helpless. How shimmy Hao Min's personality was, he knew very well. He could only change the topic. "Have you improved recently?" Luoli said proudly, "5th level." Qin Sheng gave a comforted expression. He took out a jade scroll. "This is Shapeless Sword Scripture. Take it and study it well." When Luoli heard the words, Shapeless Sword Scripture, the light in his eyes brightened. Wei Sheng has entered the Sword Cave. The sect leader and others have high hopes for him and must be hoping that he could recover Void Sword Scripture. Qin Sheng glanced at Luoli. "He once was your sword servant, you cannot lose to him." Luoli's expression was abnormally ugly, his fists clenching, unfeeling of the nails biting into his flesh. This matter, it had been a thorn in his heart. That pathetic person that he had ordered around before, the attentions paid to him now in the sect far surpassed himself. Whenever he thought about it, it was like there were worms chewing on his heart. In the past, Void Sword was split into Shapeless Sword Scripture and Empty Sword Scripture. If the Sword Scripture could be split, it can be merged again. Wei Sheng might have outstanding your talent, but I've always been confident in Shidi's talents. Qin Sheng said slowly, "I hope that this can recover the glory of the founder on Shidi's hands." Luoli's breathing became rushed. He stared at the jade scroll on his hand, his expression changing. Void Sword Scripture, this name that he had dreamed countless times about. The highest skill that the founder of the sect had created. In the countless techniques of the world, it ranked 6th grade, immensely powerful. Recover the founder's glory. Shixian's words were like thunder from the heavens, echoing by his ears. The blood in his body seemed to have been light up. He seemed to see himself standing in the clouds, looking down at the world. Barely suppressing the excitement in his heart, he put away the jade stick and bowed slightly, stating seriously, "Shidi will try the best, but..." Wukong Hall, Pei Yuan Ran and Xin Yen were drinking tea. After killing Yao last time in the Ling Fields, when they had the free time, they would gather to drink tea and chat. "It's a pity that third Shidi isn't here, otherwise we three would have gathered again." Pei Yuan Ran smiled, "He's probably going to be busy for a while." Xin Yen drank his tea. He was different in the way he drank, completely lacking the grace and idleness that other people had. Whenever Pei Yuan Ran would pour it full for him, he would raise it and drink to the bottom. Clean and crisp. After that, he poured it for himself, drinking cup after cup. "Drinking like you, it really is wasting my Ling tea." Pei Yuan Ran was in pain. Xin Yen didn't even look at him, not stopping. He asked, "What Tiansun Zi said, how about it?" Pei Yuan Ran's face became serious. "It's not unreasonable." Third Shidi had been complaining a while ago that the price of Ling grains had risen astronomically. "It is a little hint. How do you feel?" Xin Yen stopped for the first time. He nodded his head. "I feel it's true." "Why?" "Hunting Yao is getting harder and harder." Xin Yen said, "On the market, the number of Yao inner cores have become less and the price is multiplied." "I forgot that you also forge." Pei Yuan Ran nodded in agreement. "It's true that there are less people willing to hunt Yao. Even those big sects, they put their direction onto searching for new Jie. The words of the two were filled with worry. 3,000 years, the Xiuzhe had defeated the Yama. The remaining strong Yama had used their own bodies and blood as the guide, 7 medium Jie as the axis, 49 little Jie as the screen to create Bloody Sky Metropolis Jie. Ling energy in Bloody Sky Metropolis Jie was extremely lacking, extremely disadvantageous for Xiuzhe. Yama, on the other hand, were not affected. This meant that Bloody Sky Metropolis Jie became the Yama's most trusted defensive line. But in these 3,000 years, the attacks of Xiuzhe against Bloody Sky Metropolis Jie had never stopped. Bloody Sky Metropolis Jie had become a constant battlefield. Countless cultivators had become famous there. Many things on the body of Yama were rare materials for Xiuzhe. Forging, dan-making, food, it was all useful. The stronger the Yama, the higher the value. Therefore, many people went for the Yama, and then this exercise had its own name, Yao Hunt. However, in the recent long period, there were less and less people going to Yao Hunt. The continuously appearing Yama strong masters caused the casualty rate of the cultivators in Yao Hunt to be extremely high. The risk was too high, the profits shrunk and caused the number of cultivators in Yao Hunt to decrease dramatically. And in the last few years, the active area of cultivators in Bloody Sky Metropolis Jie kept retreating. Incidents where Yama actively attacked Xiuzhe had occurred. Everything was hinting that the Yama had recovered. All the cultivators who had at least some foresight were full of worry. If Yama could push the Xiuzhe out of Bloody Sky Metropolis Jie, that meant that they could start an attack on Xiuzhe at any time. There wasn't any room for diplomacy between Xiuzhe and Yama. 3,000 years ago, the Xiuzhe almost exterminated all Yama. Only now have they recovered, and the hatred between them were as deep as the sea. If another great war like the one that occurred 3,000 years ago happened again, not one Xiuzhe would be unaffected. He wants to host a Dong Fu sword test conference? Why would Tiansong Zi mention Zuo Mo's name? Xin Yan asked. He is only a Ling plant farmer. In the letter Tiansong Zi gave Pei Yuan Ran, he said he would host a sword test conference. Inside, he had specifically mentioned Wei Sheng and Zuo Mo's names. Don't know. Pei Yuan Ran grimaced, probably that the incident with Golden Crow Pill had been too big and attracted Tiansong Zi's attention. Right, who do you feel about that youth, you buy? Not bad, stronger than Luo Li. Wei Sheng? Hard to say. It seems that Tiansong Zi's branch will have a successor. Pei Yuan Ran drawled, Zuo Mei Tian's disciple supposedly isn't bad. If there really is a Dong Fu sword test conference, it would be a bit interesting. Xin Yan didn't speak and started to drink another cup of tea. After a while, he raised his head. You agreed? No rush, have to wait for Wei Sheng to come out of the sword cave. Even more, the sect assessment is starting. Pei Yuan Ran smiled. Have you heard about the matter between Luo Li and Zuo Mo? Winning dishonorably. Xin Yan spat out. Ah, that's true. Pei Yuan Ran laughed. A beat later, he said, Luo Li's talents isn't bad, but his personality is a bit lacking. If he's like Wei Sheng, Xin Yan rolled his eyes. Don't be greedy. Ha, Pei Yuan Ran laughed again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.